Oh, why did I switch the thingy off? I could have kept that, but that's fine. I'll do it again. Okay. And XPlayer there immediately. Let me know if this is working, XPlayer. Or anybody else in the chat, let me know if it's working. Hi, all. Like, stream. Is it working, guys? Let me know. All good. I presume all good means it's working. Okay. Can't stop the fire. Okay, sweet, sweet. Let me put the tweet out and then we're sorted. YouTube. Did I change that video? Yes, I did. Okay, share. Copy link. I'm just going to put the tweet out and then we're ready to go. Live on YouTube and join the conversation. Sweet. Okay, put the tweet out. Okay, let me put it in the nest. And then we're sorted. Wait, why has it got 17 on there? I thought I changed it to 19. Wait, what kind is the Zio? Wait, what is going on here? Day 19, did I not change the poster? I thought I did. No, I didn't. Oy vey, flopped on that. Put this one up anyway, it's fine now. But there is 19 on the main one. Okay, guys. I don't know if I have the right one, actually. Okay. How close, explicit, how close to the 50K goal? Let me check, brovs. Let me check how close we were. With 3 minutes left as well. Did we do it? We're one away, guys. One away. Can we do it in 3 minutes? I didn't realize. 3 minutes. One away. Guys, get one dog to follow. I didn't even think we'd do it, but we're one away. Oh my God, it's like almost making it to the promised land, but they're not being allowed entry. Is this how the bad guys feel? They think they're going to get to heaven and they're like, oh, damn, you're not allowed entry. Guys, one away. Let me enter heaven. Give me the 50K. What is going on? I'll keep refreshing it. We're still one away. We're still one away, guys. I refreshed it. We're still one away, guys. Somebody follow. Follow. The YouTube link is there. I need one follow. One subscribe. Oh, we did it. 50,000. We did it. 50,001. Oh, guys, legends. We did it. We did it. We got it. What legends? We made it to the promised land. 50,000. I'll put a tweet out tomorrow thanking everybody for the 50,000. I'm half asleep now, but I'll definitely put a tweet out tomorrow. What legends? Celtic Source asked us to subscribe. Bro, you should have been already subscribed. Celtic. I thought you were my Irish brethren. What's that all about? Oh my God. You guys are on the YouTube and you're not even subscribed. What kind of Zio behavior is this? What kind of Zio behavior is this? Thanks to all our community that we built this channel up to 50K. I appreciate you. We've only done it in a very short period of time as well. So I appreciate all of you for the support on that channel and getting to 50K. But Celtic, you need to explain your behavior. Why you had it? Why are you taking credit for getting me to 50,000? Why weren't you following in the first place? Why were you on my chat 24/7, chatting away, telling me you're my Irish brother from another mother, and now you tell me you weren't following all that time? Brovs, What are you on about? You unsubscribed. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, this guy, bro. He must be a Rangers fan. He's Irish, so actually he can't be a Rangers fan. But yeah, you're like a Rangers fan. Thanks to X Commas for 100 NOK. Appreciate your support of the space. It means a lot. It helps a lot. Someone said, Christopher said 50K. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 indeed. Boom, boom, doom, indeed. Guys, thank you so much. No thanks to Celtic, though. No thanks to Celtic. Please interview Mehdi Hassan. Bro, he blocked me. Mehdi Hassan blocked me because he's a Democrat shill. He's not ready for this smoke. He lied about October 7th. This guy cannot be trusted. He's a Democrat shill. Oh my God, iClay said, wait, were we supposed to? Of course you were supposed to subscribe. Oh my God. You know what? I take all of it back. All this time, I've been praising my chat. Oh my God, they're the best chat ever. They're the most smartest chat ever. They're the most intelligent, rational chat ever. They don't crash out. And now you're all asking me whether you should subscribe. Sort your life out. At least Religion of Peace said he subscribed from 6 different accounts. I've already answered this question. I'll never interview him. Idiot blocked me, bro. He's a weak character. And you know he blocked me. I only had 1,000 followers. What else we got here? Awesome. Yeah, I wrote that. Invite Shahid Bolson. I did invite him. I think he's not ready for the smoke because obviously their theory is like just bull, isn't it? Oh, it's all fake news and it's not real and all that kind of stuff. He knows I would dismantle him. I would destroy him. I would disseminate him. And I would actually prep for that. And when I prepped, I'd destroy him. Oh my God, 5 gifted memberships from Silver Sailor. I presume he's done it in happiness of the fact that we hit 50,000 subs on YouTube. I'm most hyped about these 50,000 than all the time. I think the last time I was hyped like this was when I hit 100,000 on YouTube. I think it's when I hit 100,000 on YouTube because it took so long to get there. Like, not so long. It took like 7 months. But that being said, that was still long. But and then the rest of it, I don't think I ever even celebrated when I was thinking, did I celebrate when I hit 500,000? I don't think I did. I wasn't this buzzed. I was like, yeah, cool, 500,000 is pretty cool. Like now you saw it, we hit 800,000. I wasn't bothered. Like it is it is what it is. Like I'm just like, but I don't know, 50,000 on YouTube because I think it's so hard to do. I'm like hyped up on it. Shahib Bolson is a UAE shill. Yes, he is. He is a UAE. I expel Celtic from the chat for damaging our reputation. Yeah, MJ. So you're Irish as well. See, MJ didn't do that. MJ's following us from the start. He's even got a moderator badge on him. Mahmoud OD, I messaged him. He didn't reply back, so it is what it is. Why are you repeating the same thing, guys? What we got here? My favorite football player for Celtic before Liverpool. I don't even know what that means. How come my favorite football player played for Celtic before Liverpool? Well, who is it? Oh my God, who is this person spamming? I'm literally gonna ban you. Why would you keep spamming when I already answered the same question? 100K subscribers plus coming soon. Yeah, I hope so. With your support and you guys helping me, because I can only do it with your guys' help, that you're raising awareness to everyone about the channel. We can definitely make it to 100,000, but we can only do that with your guys' support. And I'm not just saying it, I really mean it. Because obviously we're not being pushed in the YouTube algorithm, even though probably some of the interviews we do are the best. Like the same people we get on get hundreds of thousands of views on other people's channel. But that being said, we are a new channel, so we can't moan and cry about it. So yeah, just push it out there. It's only with your support we can do it. Sidat with the super chasers 50K subscribers. Congratulations, Sulina. Thanks to you, Sidat. You've been helping out a lot. Really appreciate you. Yeah, and thanks to everyone. This is like, wow, we hit 50K. That was awesome. But appreciate the support there. Sit up. Let's do a like on this. Rolex for all mods at 2 million subs. Well, I don't know if I have 2 million subs. Won't I be like super rich? Then yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know how rich it is. I'm just a brokey, boys. I'm just from the ends. Let's see it. Simon Dixon, Mango Camel. I don't know what that means. Now that you got 50K, can you finally get to afford a high fade and a lineup? Nah, bro, I can't. I'm from the ends. I can't afford that. You guys need to start supporting me that I can afford a fade. You can finally buy a new suit now you're in 50K. Now I'll buy a new suit when I get to 100K. If I get to 100K, I'll buy a new suit. I'll buy a new suit if I get to 100K, not a 50K. Oh, nice. Mesa here. Sweet. Okay, let's bring the conversation back to it. Silver Sailor, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Omedetou gozaimasu, Sally-san, for hitting 50K on YouTube. Way to go, brother.
Appreciate my brother.
I'm driving now, so I was about to do my spot, but I just have to say, with America losing the war, they also just lost to Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic. So the losing continues.
Who lost? Did you say America?
The USA lost to Venezuela. Isn't that ironic?
It is. It is an irony to say the least. It is ironic. I agree.
I think Maduro might have been front row at that game, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Possibly. Possibly.
I wanted to read a American Revolution quote because I know David yesterday made a great comparison to what the Iranians are facing. But let me see if I could do it real quick. Okay, I'm gonna read a Thomas Paine quote. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. That's Thomas Paine, an American revolutionary. Thank you, Sully. Silver Sailor out.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Silver Sailor. Appreciate you as always. I really do appreciate your updates for sure. Arsenal, congrats to 50K. Road to 60K now. Yeah, road to 60K now. I mean, we hit from 40 to 50K within 5-6 days. But yeah, that would be awesome if we can. Okay, let's speak about the specific topic at hand. We got a super chat from Celtic Story who says, I was the 30th and the 50,000th follower. I unsubscribed for a laugh to get the 50,000 followers. I also got my wife to subscribe today and my mum last week. Appreciate you, Celtic Stoic. Appreciate your support as well. I was just having a bit of bands. We love Celtic Stoic for sure. Uh, bring some people up. Why would someone call himself? I don't know what this guy is. Okay, let's go to Andy and then we'll go to Jay. Go ahead, Andy, then Jay.
Yeah, so this war reminded me of a funny joke someone posted during the 12-Day War. So there's this basketball player, Sophie Cunningham, and during that war, someone posted, it's completely underestimating Iran. It's fine if Iran tries to retaliate. We have Sophie Cunningham because she's a basketball player that got into a fight. So I quote tweeted that and I said, Iran retaliated and the war's going poorly. It's time to send in Sophie Cunningham now. I'm just making a joke now because the U.S. is obviously getting their ass kicked. So I just posted that now because it was a funny post from the 12-Day War. And now I'm like actually posting it because I find it funny that because they were mocking Iran saying like, oh, they can't retaliate. And now that they actually did, I'm like pulled that post up. I just find it kind of humorous.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's crazy how everyone underestimated Iran. Like, I mean, I obviously did before the 12-day war, but then I saw what they did
What
during the
you
12.
did, bro? How?
I before the 12-day war because I didn't know, but then I jumped in your spaces and then was like listening to you, and I'm like, yeah, these, and then I saw the real information, and then I'm like, yeah, they're a real like I'm like, yeah, they can fight.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
I
That's how we
literally
found
saw
out.
before this war, I saw some MAGA accounts saying this is going to be like Venezuela. Not any of the big influencers, but just random people. Like I kid you not, people are saying this was going to be like Venezuela. That should just tell you how poorly educated some people are. Like you cannot fly into Iran and just abduct leaders. It's not that simple. Like, yeah, last time we tried to send special forces into Iran, the helicopter crashed and we lost people. It was a complete disaster. And when Carter tried that.
Not only that, though, like they keep saying this whole idea of it's not really a war, we didn't declare war. Well, we actually haven't declared a war since World War II. So if you don't consider Vietnam a war, or you don't consider Iraq a war, Afghanistan a war, because those are all considered wars. They just went around it. And in fact, the other ones, like the ones that I mentioned, they at least got authorization through a resolution, some sort of like authorized military use. He didn't even do that. He didn't do any of that, right? And so, there was a few times, I think 2 times, where they tried to stop him. So for with this one, what do they call it? Something of powers. Anyway, war powers, like a resolution of war powers, and those were blocked. I mean, it's just crazy. But I agree with you, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. To weigh in what Mays just said and back you up there, Andy, absolutely. What we're witnessing here is just unprecedented. And for those that don't think that Vietnam was not a war, the entire history of scope, looking at this historically, everything calls it a war. But and during the entire thing, it was always called a conflict.
Yeah, Andrew, can I sorry, hello Sully, hello Maze Love, Andy, Omar, great to see you again. One of the questions is that the Vietnam War, what happened to those veterans when they came back from war with their legs slit? Did America look after them? No, they didn't. And how much did that war cost them? And if we look at the bill that is going up and up and up and up for the US people, the debt is going up and up and up. I think at the start it was like at 5 point something billion, then it went to 10 point something billion. I don't know what it is right now, but who's going to pay that debt of war? And second of all, there is no end in sight. He has got no NATO allies that are going to help him in this. I'm speaking of Trump right now, or the Yakuts, or whatever you call them in Israel right now, especially, yeah. There is no end. There is no game. There is no plan. There is nothing to go and hit a sovereign nation. So we are at day 19, as Sully said recently. Um, it's really going to fall back on the American economy, on its dollar. I think everyone wants to move away from the petrodollar. No one's speaking about the petrodollar on Spaces. I don't understand why not. Um, there are other currencies in the world. I think we now know, we've been educated as to what the Strait of Hormuz is. And so, why not speak about the fundamentals of economic and economic stabilization theory in the New World? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you laid it all out very well, very eloquently there, dear lady. Absolutely. And when you put that together, I'm glad you also connected. There's two things I want to say to that. Yeah, absolutely. They came back during after and during the Vietnam War, but people were not saying anything about that war. I was, excuse me, 18 years old at the time. Actually, I started. What am I saying? From 15 years old to 18. But folks weren't saying much about it. just watch it on the news. We'd watch the little clips here and there, and then the bodies started coming home. And then the torn, mangled veterans that were so psychologically destroyed started coming home and started talking. My father was telling me we got to go destroy communism before it overtakes the world. He literally told me, "quote I'd rather you come home in a body bag than run off to Canada and try to dodge the draft. You serve your country, yes, sir." And then my cousin came back without a foot. Let's see. And he had quite a different narrative. My point I'm making is right now they're suppressing body counts like all hell. I myself was involved in my 20 years experience in a right behind a terrorist attack. I should have been dead by God's grace. I missed it, but the body count was 10 dead, 26 wounded. What we were told to not talk about it, do not discuss it, and guess what? The press was reporting one wounded, maybe one dead, and then oh well, it was second page news after a day. Let's move on. But now in this one, when the body counts, how do we get to know real body counts? Okay, I'll tell you how. When these meat, they look at this as a meat sack. Okay, throw a dead corpse. And by the way, I lost my son in the Afghanistan. And when the body count, they look at them, they throw these meat sacks in. They just look at them as, yeah, good, well done, salute the flag. And they go to Dover, they're processed. And guess what happens? When those bodies come home in those coffins to the families, those are no longer just meat sacks. Okay. No, they have names and the tragedy. And that's when all of a sudden it starts leaking. Wait a minute. You told us there was 6, 8, 10. We're seeing hundreds. Right now, it's in the hundreds. And I like to use the plural word of that, right? Hundreds. And I'm not going to go on that. But when we see the actual numbers, that's when the students is what happened to Vietnam, young people, the universities. We all know about Kent State University there. When they killed those students for revolting. Students started saying, we're done with this, and then it picked up ground. And so I'll just land it with this. One more thing. I'm glad, ma'am, you went into some economic figures there. This is the only space that is really has the expertise I'm talking the expertise in the finance, in geopolitics, in military history, and stuff like that, and the historical analysis, if anything, on X right now, and I would venture to say on social media. So I'll land it there. Thank you so much. Love you all, and keep contributing and fight the good fight.
Did you guys see the 100 billion that Marjorie Taylor Greene said that they're about to come out with? An authorization act for 100 billion.
Yes, I saw that, and it's completely disgusting. We spend $1 trillion a year on our military. That budget is half fraud. We spend way more on weapons than we should. It's completely bloated. Just look at the cost of our interceptors. A missile interceptor should not cost that. These Reaper drones Iran shooting down cost 30 million for the base model. I looked it up. It's 60 million depending on how much it's configured. A drone should not be costing 30 to 60 million. So our military budget should really be about 500 billion a year if you cut out all the fraud and waste and overpaying on weapon, and then everybody's buddies getting paid and shareholders getting rich and insider trading and all that. So we're already probably wasting 500 billion a year, and then they're going to spend another 100 billion. Iran's military budget was 10 billion a year, and then in 2024, 2025, they upped it to 20 billion a year, which obviously was smart of them because they probably knew after October 7th and then what Israel was doing in Gaza, they're like, yeah, Israel's going to try to do that to us. We should probably spend a bit more money and get ready to defend ourselves. But the fact that Iran's spending 2% of what we are should just tell you the amount of waste that is in our budget. And then the Democrats better actually have a spine and not cater to the Israel lobby APAC and actually block this, because with the filibuster and everything that needs 60 votes, they better actually block that from passing and not just pass all that spending. The Democrats better actually block that. I doubt they will. You're going to have some Democrats that will vote for that because their APAC handlers will tell them to.
I'm sorry to say, forgive me for interjecting, but if you're still thinking about the blue and the red, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're bought bought and paid for by the Israel lobbies. So please do not give me, sorry, you can kick me out. But I think this is such a brain dead conversation if you're going to speak about the Democrats and the Republicans, because they're
He
both.
wasn't making it
All right,
about a red
okay.
and blue thing. He's just talking about how people typically think about it, with the Democrats being so supposedly anti-war. He said they probably are going to pass it anyway. So he wasn't disagreeing with that point.
All right,
And then
that's
when that does happen, I feel like that will wake up even more people, because when you saw all the Democrats come out against it, but then you get the 8 votes from Democrats in the Senate that are needed to pass it, you're going to have a lot of rank and file Democrat voters that see that, and they're going to be like, what the heck? Our own party's funding Trump's war. Where's our money for health care? Especially when you have had the Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warrens. They're not going to be the ones to pull the lever on that, but they've been constantly posting. Imagine what the 20 billion that have been spent on this war could do so far. It could have been spent for student loan debt. It could be spent for hiring teachers. It could be spent for this or that. So then when you actually have 8 you'll get 52 Senate Republicans to pass it. Rand Paul will vote against it. He always votes against this bloated spending. And then you're going to obviously have Fetterman vote for it, and some 7 other Republican or Democrats to get your 60 votes. And then you're going to have the Democrat base in an absolute uproar if that actually happens. They're going to be like, what the heck? Our own party sold us out for Trump's war. And then that will be a real red pill for them, I think.
I hope so. I'm actually quite pleased. I went through my feed today, and I don't know if it's just kind of what's in my feed, so I'll just say that. But it seems that a lot of people from all these, like, it's globally being talked about how America started this war and there was no imminent threat to America from Iran. This seems to be, on many levels, like NATO, UK, um, obviously this guy Kent, and then I mean, just I'm seeing it across the board. It's quite amazing. Ryan Mata put together some compilation of all the people saying it. It was 7 minutes of people all saying the same thing. Like, that's a long time if you think about it, right? Where people are all expressing, and these are people that are pretty well known, that are all expressing that we had absolutely no reason to do this. And now what's crazy is, like, Trump, I think Trump feels like, to just because of his ego, he's going to feel determined. That's why else would you either, like, why else would you take out 100 billion or try to get 100 billion authorized? It's either A, you have just a commitment to Israel, or B, you have a commitment to prove your point. I mean, either way, obviously people are waking up, but I think that will set off an outrage, considering the current economic situation at home. Go ahead, love.
And then at that point, the MAGAs that have been defending it lose their argument, because right now they're saying, oh, it's only 10 or 20 billion. We sent 200 billion to Ukraine with Biden in office, so who cares about 10 or 20 billion? But after they actually pass that argument they've used, which is a stupid argument, by the way, because we've already spent 10 trillion in the Middle East on behalf of Israel. But then even that argument that they can try to use to misinformed voters on the issues completely falls flat. So then their last, like, every argument they are trying to justify this completely shoots themselves in the foot. Like, Trump's literally undermining his own influencers at this point. And all of these people that are still supporting this war, like, they're going to have no credibility. Like, what are they going to have when Trump's out of office? Like, is MAGA still going to keep cashing their paychecks? Like, I wonder if they, like, what are they going to be doing? Like, after this. It's going to be like, none of us are here taking paychecks. We're doing this because we believe it's right. Versus these MAGA influencers, a lot of them were against the war, going to war with Iran in June, and now they're all for it. Where are they going to be in 2029? What with whoever's president? It's going to be really interesting.
that's
The
that's a very good.
really quickly. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry, just really quickly. It says, according to Arab channels, the Prince Sultan Base in Saudi Arabia has been under constant missile and drone attacks from Iran this entire night, with reportedly several impacts. We'll have to wait for satellite images to assess the damage. It's pretty interesting for them to have taken out the military completely, It's like, how could he still go around saying that same line? Like, we've killed their navy, we've downed, their air force, we've done blah, 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 blah. as except they're all still getting rammed with drones and missiles, which is interesting.
So that following on from what you just said, most of these attacks have been on US and from Iran, have been
They've been, yeah,
on
U.S. bases and
US bases.
infrastructure.
They've not gone after civilians. They've gone after, um, the nefarious UN, US and European bases. But also following on from that, most of the European people, the governments have said, no, we're not going to side with you. No, we're not going to put warships into the Strait of Hormuz. The other point, in fact, is when you speak about MAGA, etc. Yes, there need let there be a wake up call, and let the wake up call be that a bully cannot go around. And what we've been for the last 19 days, we have been looking at this war. But why did this war come about? Why are we not talking about the Epstein files? All of a sudden, we've forgotten about what is in the Epstein files. Why are we not pushing against and throwing out why this president of the United States of America is so scared of what is in the Epstein files? Straight point.
Yep.
It's painful.
um
Yeah, it's painful hearing that. It really is. As you read through that, it's just a list of indictments. Is all you read a list of indictments, and it's painful. But people need to hear that, and I mean really hear it. And I think as time progresses into this pain nightmare, that will become a resounding, repeated question, and that's when people get more active and actually, especially the student union stuff like that, start taking more and more aggressive. You'll see it in the streets and activity, and I think political shifts.
Yeah.
Just on a side note, there's been a lot of attacks that's going on in the West Bank. The settlers have literally, must be like a full moon over there or something. They've literally lost it. They're just extremely violent, and it's terrible. Also, while the United States is over there fighting this war for Israel, Israel's unleashed their army into Lebanon, where 1 million people have been displaced and will not be allowed home. So
South
when
of
they had those
Beirut as
evacuation
well.
orders. Sorry?
They've hit Beirut now.
Yeah, yeah, they've been going in Beirut, exactly. It's horrific. It's horrific. And this is all happening in the sidelines of that.
Eh,
Were you back, Sully? Sorry.
Maze, you have some hands. I don't know. It looks like Adele. I don't know if you see him. It's hard to see.
Sorry. I see him as a listener, right? But if he's up here, yeah, go ahead, Del.
Hey, assalamu alaikum, everybody. How you guys doing? You all right?
Hey, do good.
Good. Your microphone's a little muffly, but we're doing good.
Okay. I've got a question to ask. Anyone on here. So all the Gulf region has been struck by Iran, but I've not heard a single airstrike that's taken place in Jordan. Is there any particular reason why?
Well, I did see a message come out from Iranian the spokesperson, I guess the military person, and he was basically asking the Muslims to stand up against, the kingdom and say, like, why are you guys allowing them to host? Because I think that I don't know if there's a military base, a US military base, or if they're letting them use their military base. That's actually a good question. But they haven't struck Jordan for a reason. That's a good
Because
question.
he is another one of your beloveds. Like he's been so the monarch there. Can we question the monarch? The monarchy? No.
What about it?
The fact that it is a British monarch sitting there
So
in Jordan.
why is Iran not attacking them?
Why is Iran? That's what I'm asking. Is there a United States actual military base
Yeah,
there,
there is.
or are they using Jordanian military
Yeah,
base?
Mazda. So basically, there's a huge American air base there in Jordan. Which if we hark back to the time when they went into war against Iraq and Afghanistan, That was one of the launch pads that they used from Jordan Air Base.
Yeah, I wish Omar's on the panel. Omar is in. He's Palestinian. He is physically in Jordan, and yes, the air base there. But Jordan, Omar, I don't know if Omar. Can you hear this? He's in Jordan, and he could really add a lot onto that. But from my point of view is there is a connection. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is not my expertise. Is there a connection to the mosque, the mosque, the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock and their repository with them? There's something there, but other than that, that's a great question. And for me to go in and try to answer that is beyond my expertise, sir. I'm sorry.
Assalamu alaikum, Amma.
All right, hi. So, can I ask a question?
Sorry, go
Shoot.
ahead.
Okay, so basically, Trump started the war, and people are now calling him out. And obviously, he can be impeached, or maybe the party loses the election in 2028. But he lied about I mean, to become the president, he basically lied. No new wars, no war with anybody. But he attacked Iran. Now, what if the Democrats use the same strategy? They talk about no new wars and no business with the Zionists like Trump did. And we all know that Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files, and there are probably more Democrats in the Epstein files. So, what if the Zionists and the Democrats make a deal that you can talk about us against us, but after you win the election, you'll be working for us? So, how will the people know who is the right person they should vote for?
Sir, could I just say this real quick? Hold that one thought. I just came to me real quick. We'll get to you, but back on Jordan, I do recall. I totally forgot last night. Omar was. Oh, there you are, Omar. Are you there?
Hazel.
Okay, but they are getting hit. Omar's home was shaking. He said approximately 15 kilometers away from his home. They are in fact hitting Jordan. I thought it was, but I didn't want to speak out. But they are hitting Jordan, by the way. His home was shaking. Omar, are you there? Sorry, sir. We heard your question. I didn't understand it, but I was just trying to get clarification on Jordan. Omar, are you there? Oh man, I think he's having mic problems. Anyway, sir, your question there. Did Mace? Did you hear his? I didn't quite get his question.
Yeah, he was saying that, well, Donald Trump lied to get in. He was basically campaigning on no more wars. And he's saying, yeah, he might get impeached or they might lose the next elections, but still the Democrats, like, what if they kind of do the same thing? In other words, like kind of move in. I think that this is the last phase of trying to conquer the Middle East. If they don't win with Iran, which I don't think that's the case, I don't think they're going to. I think that changes the tide because it was really dependent on them winning this in order to achieve the greater Israel and to build this third temple and to do all of those other things. And so I think it's just this is the war. This is the last battle. Like, and I think that everyone should be very well aware of what this means for the world, not just the region, but for the world. So hopefully by the time elections come around and whatnot, that this won't even be a question.
So, can I
Can
ask
you guys hear me?
Hostad?
Can you guys hear me
Yes.
real quick?
Can I, Hostad?
Yeah, that's Omar. Hold on. Yeah, Omar, we can
Omar!
hear you now.
Hi, everything.
Omar.
I appreciate it. Sorry about that. Just to clarify, I don't want to take too much time so everybody can ask your questions and we can talk about everything. Here in Jordan, I mean, exactly like you said, Andrew, you said it specifically and perfectly well. The ties to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Hashemite family having the key to the Aqsa Mosque basically gives them like a little power here, and the people are with the Hashemites and the Palestinians and Jordanians are united. And we all know there's corruption within every single royal family and every single presidency, but that's what's giving them the strength to stay in power. And the thing is, they're taking care of their people as much as they can with the economy that we have here over here. And the thing is about the bombings, they're about if they're bombing or if they're not. I literally, just like Andrew said, witnessed. I mean, my brother and I witnessed falling cluster like a shooting star, and then before that falling cluster, there was four huge thumps that actually like shook the whole house. Like he was on the third floor, I was on the first floor. The whole house was like literally shaking, and we had all the shutters, some windows open, but like you felt a boom. And I don't know if it's 15, 20, 30, 50 kilometers away, but that just goes to tell you how big these ballistic missiles are and how serious these people are about bombing the bases in Jordan, which are three bases. One was already hit. There's one in Aqaba. That's why the sirens last 4 days ago were were beeping. Were sirening in Aqaba, which is right in front of Eilat, the occupied land of Palestine. So they're right in front of each other. There's 27 kilometers of water of sea between them, and that's one of the bases they were targeting. But unfortunately, they didn't hit that one yet. But I'm still thinking they're going to hit that one, and then that's going to affect tourism. And they hit one here in Jordan. There's another one that I really don't know. No one really knows where it is except the Hashemite family and the people that are in charge. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and like May said, this is the final war. This is the holy war. This is the war of getting rid of oppression, getting rid of every single entity, Zionist person that allies themselves and sells their soul for money and power, and it's all done honestly because Iran's got the power, and it's everybody's bending on its knees to show that like, okay, what do you guys want us to do? But no one's really making the first move of allying themselves with Iran because the Zionist state has so much on every single GCC leader, Arab leader, American leader. So when you guys are talking about the Epstein list, sorry, I'm rambling, going too long. I'll cut it short. But when you guys are talking about the Epstein list, it's very important. It should be talked about. But the thing is, they did this on purpose. They allowed first 1.5 million files to go out, then another 3 million, 1.5 million out of 6 million. So they're keeping people busy with trying to find out the truth while they do what they're doing, and it's actually working. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, stay safe out there, Omar.
Yeah, stay safe.
Appreciate it.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Hassad.
you nailed it, bro. My brother, you nailed it. Don't, you're not rambling, man. You're laying out a tremendous amount of information there. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome, man. I mean, there's so much to say, but I mean, everybody's got topics of discussion, so that's why it's a daily basis, and it's a beautiful community where you can keep talking, 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 and it never ends. So we'll get to the truth all together eventually.
And we have to
And
look.
that's why everyone should repost the space really quickly. Hit the purple pill. Make sure you repost it. I mean, who else is covering this war 24/7 around the clock? It's taking a lot of time, a lot of energy. But I will tell you that when I pop into other spaces, boy, I am equipped to take on the liars. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
I
pow,
go to
pow, pow.
sleep with this space. I swear to God, I go to sleep, I wake up with this space.
W. Appreciate that,
Yeah.
guys. Let's go to Hot Side. Go ahead, Hot Side.
Okay, so the thing I am going to ask about is that you all of you are saying this is probably the last of the war against is Iran in the Middle East, but according to the prophecies, the fall of the Israel will be when Muslims and the Christians will unite together against Israel and fight against them. So I hope this is the last war, but actually I don't see it to be the last one. I don't know. Hope anyone can.
Can I comment on that? So I'll tell you this. I think that this was this was an exploitation of religion. I don't think that this was some sort of real, like, I don't think that it was by God's decree that these people moved to Israel. This was a geopolitical move, strategic, and it was exploiting religion and prophecy, end times prophecy, not only to garner support from Christians, but also to be able to position themselves right across from the Suez Canal and to dominate and trade. This was already written in documentation outside of biblical scripture. These are called visionary documents starting way back in the 80s. So in that case, like whenever Revelations and all that does play out, I don't think this is it. I think this will be the end to the exploitation of it.
Right, so on a follow on, so Albert Pike wrote something in his Masonic uh, diaries regarding this, and this is what they're doing. The Masonic religions are spewing this 100 miles per kilometer, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's just where we're not. This isn't the space we know. We're not going to go into the eschatological beliefs. But I will say this, and Suleiman knows, and the experts like Hedrick, the Islamic eschatology and Christian eschatology, like May says, this is not the quote the times of Revelation, but we're building rapidly up to that point, and this is all laid out very carefully. But that's the problem. They took, as May said, they took ideologies and religion and they politicized it, and they've taken that the politics of that politicized ideology, and they've weaponized it, and that's what we're dealing with.
Cool. Thanks for that. The one thing I wanted people to know is there was a number of primaries today, and basically there was, I think, one that we were all looking at, which was in Illinois, and it was basically the APAC candidate Daniel Bliss. Sorry, Daniel Biss, and there was a basically Palestinian Kat Abu Zayla, whatever her name is. Now, the thing about her is, even though she's Palestinian, and she's basically a Democrat shill, and so she's been like promoting a number of pro-war positions, whether it's going to war with China, whether it's going to war with Russia, and various others. And obviously, at a time where America is at war, in a war that the Americans aren't for, to have a non-APAC candidate, and I think her other problem was, I believe she had a Zionist manager as well, a campaign manager. So it just shows the stupidity of these people, and this shows the Democrat shills or the Democrat Party how they'll manufacture to make sure APAC wins. So someone like her should have not been a Democrat shill. She shouldn't have been pro-war, and she may have probably won the Democrat APAC candidate. She herself is a Democrat. And so if you're going to have a position that is pro-war at a time when Americans are against war, you're going to lose. And so I don't know if that was done because they wanted the APAC person to win or not, or it just shows her stupidity in becoming such a Democrat shill that you're not understanding that politics has changed so much. Politics is now that people, if you're an anti-war candidate and you're going to be talking about American affordability issues, that's when you're going to have a chance to win. And the fact that she wasn't able to hit any of those points demonstrates why she lost. And it's kind of a shame that the APAC candidate won when and so this is what you're gonna see. So I don't remember on the space yesterday or some of the day before, everyone's like, oh yeah, no APAC candidates are gonna win anymore. And I was like, bro, that's not gonna happen. Like there'll be some change, and obviously we want some change for sure, but you're not gonna have like a complete clean sweep of APAC candidates, and I think that's a good example of it.
Yeah, that's perfect. So, like,
Sully, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
So in this year's election, like what topics of key points do you think they're going to pay attention to? Obviously, the Iran war is going to be one of them. but as far as us as a political society within the United States, because as we all know, we're divided within as far as policies and how are the political ideologies are. We're very divided. How do you see this year's election going
Do you
as
mean
far as
do you mean the mid?
highlighting key points
Mm.
with the war and what's going on currently in our society?
Do you mean in terms of the midterms or the main election?
Uh, Midterms.
Yeah, I think the Democrats are going to win the House and then maybe even the Senate, but that'll be depending on how this war goes for the rest of it. But in terms of like what's going to be the key driver, I think what the Democrats are going to play up is the war. And even though they're really for it, but obviously they're going to pretend that they weren't. If you remember Chuck Schumer coming out, he was like, oh, this needs to be explained to the American people. He didn't say anything about how it was wrong, how he disagreed with it. Because they know this is for Israel, so they're all on board, but this is just going to be a game they play. So the Democrats are going to obviously do drama about the war. Um, the Democrats seem to be looking at more affordability run campaigns. So I think those are going to be, and obviously the ICE stuff as well. So those will be like the three main talking points for the Democrats. And obviously Republicans will just be the borders. Um, and I think those are going to be kind of the main contentious points in the election.
Okay, got it. I mean, yeah, because I was trying to figure out like if well with the midterm elections coming, I was wondering if they were going to be more. I know pretty much they're going to be bashing Trump and his tactics and his approach to how he handled the Iran situation, and that's how they're pretty much going to they're going to he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny. So it's going to be very interesting with the midterm elections coming, and it's going to be very. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm pretty sure if it does go Democratic, we're screwed either way.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
so can I pose a question to you too, Sally?
Yeah, go
Um,
for it.
yeah. So I feel that the hegemony is literally going from the west to the east. So you've got powerhouses, literally running the field. So right now, I think most of us are looking to the east rather than the hegemony that was the superpower, as you would say. So the Democrats and the Republicans, they can like kill themselves out, but the real power is really within China, Russia, Iran, and I think the real snake in it all is India. And I hate to say this, I am Indian. I'm saying this out,
What?
yeah, in a public space. But I'm saying the fact that
Well,
BRICS,
tell us your view on the Israeli women.
I hate them.
Well,
They can go screw
you don't think they're
themselves.
bold and beautiful.
Hell no. No.
Okay.
I'm a westernized Indian. But when, yeah, and I cannot defend the indefensible where it comes to what is going on in that continent. That continent does have stuff to give, but right now, there is a terrorist organization that has taken over. You can put all the toilet things in there. Right now, there is a um, terrorist entity that has taken over 1.5 billion people. And that's what scares me, because that power that was once neutral, like Switzerland once, has now taken Israel's side. I mean, we're talking about the demographics going eastwards now, away from America. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I've always said this. I think I was one of the first people many 10 years ago saying that, not that I want it because I'm against war completely, uh, and I've always been against war. But that being said, just from a tactical perspective, I always said that America, if they ever wanted to defeat China, had to do it. And by the way, I don't believe in this whole BRICS thing as well. I think it's just China is the top dog. Well, basically, I always said about 10 years ago that if America wants to make sure China isn't a threat, should take out China now. They should take it out 10 years ago. And any day that they wait is a day that they're basically waiting for their own demise. Now they've got to a point of no return, I personally think, or they're getting close to the point of no return, where they can't defeat China. The Chinese still don't want to go to war right now, and that's why you see that whenever there is some kind of situation where the Americans become the aggressor, the Chinese will bend the knee and retreat. And I think Venezuela is a good example of that. But the reason I think that is because they've been tactical, they've been long term, they've been smart. And I think they were thinking that they want to be in a situation where maybe 8 years from now, if there is this potential for conflict, that they will be in a much better situation and they can just take the United States out. And right now, it's going to be more of a closer battle with the Chinaman never ever being in war, whereas America has always been a war. So they'll easily be able to, they'll have an advantage even if the tech and advantage based on the technology being very similar. That being said, with the Chinaman being in control of what? So the issue is, I've always thought this, that one of the means of control of the world in the man, and I know people are like, oh, guess what? China does a different model. Their model is so awesome, blah, 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 blah. But I don't think so. I think you need to have some level of hard power control as well. That's the real way that you're able to have control. Because let's say you have soft power, you invest in a country, they owe you money, they don't pay you back, then what? How are you going to implement that? Well, you implement it through hard power. So coming back to it with China, I do think China is an increase in power, but they don't have that extra element of hard power. The people who have that power, that is Israel and Pax Judaica. And so this is why this war becomes extremely important, because it just gives a chance of them not succeeding and becoming a world power. Because actually, if they continues on, then they will be, Pax Judaica, I do believe, will be the power, and it will control everything, and they control each element of everything as well. Whether it's the and it is because the way they do it is through chokehold method, where they'll do the key points of chokehold in that industry to control that industry. So they don't control all aspects of industry, but they control the key lever points that they can basically control any of that industry. So AI is an example, data centers is an example, and then obviously you guys already know about the media, financial sector, and all of those sectors. So that's kind of the way I see it.
So you don't find Israelites going in and becoming soft powers in that region?
Yeah, I do think
You
that
do?
Israel
Thank
is
God.
already soft power in the region. So if you look at the deals they've done in the UAE, the deals they've done in Qatar, the deals they've done in Dubai, the deals they've done in Egypt and Jordan and the entirety of the Middle East, and then you go outside the Middle East, and they've got deals in Russia and Turkey and all the European, a number of European countries, and you look in Africa, and they're already in Kenya and a number of other African countries. So soft power, they're already implement, and in South America as well. Let's not forget that. So soft power, they're already either implemented or in the processes of implementing, and hard power, we've seen them already implement, and then technological power, they have complete control over. So Israel is, if Iran doesn't defeat them, Israel is going to be there's no doubt in my mind that Israel is going to be the world power, and China will not even be close. China will not be a world power. It'll be Israel. It'll be Pax Judaica.
You know what's interesting? It seems like when you look at the whole national sovereignty versus globalism, seems like they're globalizing the rest of the world against Israel's national sovereignty. It's crazy, but the dichotomy is beginning to look more and more clear as this whole like, I will take Cuba. Really? How you just go take Cuba? Like, I mean, it's just this, to me,
I don't get you.
there seems,
I don't get you. What do you mean by?
oh,
I
did you,
don't get you by what you mean.
oh, did you not know Trump said that?
No, I know that point.
Trump,
I didn't understand the initial point you made about global.
Meaning that national sovereignty of America doesn't matter. Like there, it's becoming more of like a blending and becoming more a hemisphere. But you know, the national sovereignty of Israel, it's almost like that will be the headquarters of the globalist order. You know, it
Oh, are
seems
you
that like
saying
the
that? Well, I think what you mean is, and if this is what I understood, that what you mean is we had Pax, and this is basically what I'm saying. So, like the whole thing I said is about that. So, obviously, we're in Pax America, which is American dominance over the world, and you're saying that basically that is now being reduced into a possible regional power within the Western Hemisphere, and replacing that is Israeli dominance, which is basically Pax Judaica. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and eventually, as they move to kind of through global governance, the rest of the world, Israel would be the headquarters. So yeah, Pax Judaica, basically, it's the
Yeah,
same thing.
Israel will be in charge. No, I agree with that.
And they're
This is why this
doing
war is
it in
important.
they're doing it in East Asia
Sorry,
as we speak.
say again.
I said they're doing it in East Asia as we speak.
The Israelis.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I've been looking into this quite a bit, and they're actually, before this war happened, I was like researching this quite a bit, and yeah, they definitely are. They've definitely got all of the pieces in place for soft power and hard power control. They just need Iran to. They just need to take out Iran. So that'll be the first domino. Then it's going to be. I don't know which way around it's going to be Turkey and Pakistan, but basically that'll be domino 2 and 3. So that's the kind of
No,
road.
I think India won, and then the others.
Who? India?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, they're gonna work with India. So they've gotten. This is why your president was like, "I am the motherland, and you are the sister.
Oh
We
my
are
god,
the
that fucking
fatherland, and you are the
chutia.
mother. You're the mother.
Oh
I am the
my
motherland,
god.
and you are the fatherland."
It
So I think they're
is
gonna actually.
disgusting.
I actually think that those two countries are gonna work together because
They've got
Israel on
it
its own.
down,
Sorry.
man. They have it down. Like literally, if you've seen, they have Ukrainians and CIA in Myanmar, and they've been killing a few people, just a few, thousand, 100,000, and they have set the scene. So it's literally 9/11 1.210, if you understand what I say. It's
Yeah,
literally the
cool.
same thing.
Yeah, cool. But anyway, my point is this: that so like I said, I don't know if they can do Turkey first and then Pakistan, but the what it will be is when they do Pakistan, it will be India and Israel doing it together. And the reason is not because Pakistan's anything special. I actually disagree with a number of their foreign policy positions, but what it is with Pakistan, they've got something that is really annoying to them, which is the nuclear capability. And with Turkey, they've got which is another annoying thing for them, is this technological development, this military development that they're doing internally within their own country. And even if that development isn't as good as the Americans, it is a problem that it's been doing internally. So I think those two countries are going to be a problem for that reason, and they're going to, and obviously both Muslim countries as well. And the Israelis do fear the Ottoman Empire as well returning, and obviously with Pakistan it's just the nuclear things which is annoying. So those are the reasons why they'll go for them. And India will be helping them in the Pakistan one, and with the Turkey one, I'm not sure if
This
India will
is
go.
what pisses me off. Sorry, but this is what pisses me off, that India is hand in hand with Israel, and this Modi government with their the Zio Hindutva um, planting,
The
they
what?
are shifting the power base from the west to the east via India, and this is something that nobody is actually looking at to see that the Zios are literally taken over that whole subcontinent. Do you understand what I'm saying, Sally? Please.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Khaleesi was doing spaces on this like many years ago about their ideology and how it's in congruence with the Zionist ideology, and they oppress the Muslims and the Christians in their country as well. And if you look at the BJP, they've always committed horrific crimes. I mean, Modi is what, the butcher of Gujarat.
Yeah, and he's a CIA. He's in. We've looked into it. He's a CIA stooge.
Well, I don't have any doubts about that. And also, if you look at many of the Indians in positions of power throughout the United States of America and UK, they're all part of the BJP. So I showed a thread how the ex-Prime Minister of the UK, Rishi Sunak, Indian guy, his grandfather was part of Modi's party.
And
So that's like one example of it. But then, yeah, if you look at a lot of the Indians, they've got themselves into positions of power in the US and the UK for that reason.
no, but
Yeah. Space crash. What's going on, guys? Someone want to speak?
I can hear you.
Looks like Andrew came off.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew. What are you gonna say?
Your love, she cut out.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's go to
Sully's. Sully, you're funny.
Why?
you know, I'm just gonna say good night.
Why was she speaking like?
Good night, love. You just crack me up. I swear.
Bro, I ain't got time for no like emotional drama. Like a phone cuts out, like sort your phone out, isn't it? Let's go to well, to be honest, like I want to go to one of these. Can I be honest? What I'm thinking about who to go to next. Like it is 1 a.m, so I'll be honest, right? So I'm thinking like I can go to Amin, but I don't know if his English is that good, so it's gonna end up being a short conversation, and then I have to think, and I'm half asleep.
No, I mean is cool. We know him. His English is good.
Oh
Hey,
no,
what's
his
going
English
on,
is
guys?
fine.
Sorry.
Maybe I'm
Hey.
mixing him with somebody else. And then I was thinking the good thing about Thermo is it goes on long stories, so it'll let me chill out for a bit. So that's kind of my thought process about who to go to next, just to let the audience know. But okay, let's go to Amin. Go ahead, Amin.
How you guys doing tonight? I'm sorry if I'm going to be long-winded or out of wind even. I'm working.
See, his mic's
But
not great. See, I knew there was gonna be some issue with him.
is my mic not
Bro, it
great?
sounds like you're in the kitchen working like a chick.
Well, I'm working. I don't know why. Dude. Anyways, Omar, as far as people in the Middle East there, I was born in Saudi, I have family there, I have family in Dubai. I'll get them out. They're not going
2
back.
L's there already, bro.
I know. But how the Middle East is going to look, it is a matter of concern to a lot of people who have any connection.
Bro,
there.
I'm not joking. Your mic is actually not
And,
great. So first of
sorry,
all, it
guys.
doesn't sound too good, and then it just
Okay.
like teeters off while you're speaking.
Okay. I'll come back.
With the headset out. Let's go to Thermo. Go ahead, Thermo.
So I actually wasn't really planning on telling a long story.
That's impossible
I
for
had
you, bro. I've never heard you speak about anything without going on a 20-minute monologue.
No,
bro, like you're
I
known
actually
for it.
had a.
My
I
chat
had a
replay is like,
question.
how is this guy going on for like 20 minutes each time, bro? And so it's fine, but don't pretend like you ain't gonna talk for 20 minutes, bro.
I had a question. I swear.
Go for it. Tell us your
Sully's
fake
Ruth is
question.
right now. No, but if you have nothing to say, don't say it. Sully's not playing.
No, tell us your fair question, because I know when you respond, it'll be a good 20 minutes, which I don't mind actually, because I'm half asleep. So go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, I feel like I haven't gotten a straight answer on this from anyone, but
doubt it.
What do you see Israel doing if they actually lose? Like, what does losing for them look like? And I mean, if it's like destruction, or do you think they'll evacuate and not nuke everybody around them because they want to at least survive in another country? Or do you think they will actually nuke everybody around them?
No, losing for Israel won't be like they don't cease to exist. That's just a dream in our minds. But what it actually will be is they'll be in their weakened state. There would be the American support within the region will lessen. It won't diminish because Israel controls the United States of America. And such is the parasite, it will always be in control of the US, and that'll only ever change over a few generations of political change. Maybe we can dream for it to be quicker because of the advent of social media and various other things. So, what would happen in a Israeli loss in this war is because Israel is not actually the country that fights to the death, so they'll whimper out at some point if it was to happen. So they will be weakened in Israel. They will be weakened in Israel, sorry, and then they'll still have a control of the United States of America. And then what they'll do is recoup and recalibrate for their return, but it'll just take longer. So it might take like 10, 20 years or whatever. In the meantime, what would happen is remember, this is the scenario where you asked in terms of Iran wins. And then Iran would become a powerhouse within the Middle East. It would become extremely strong and vibrant. And then if they made the right decisions in terms of trade and commerce and various other things, they could become a superpower, either global or definitely regional. So that's what happened. And then Israel would basically rebuild and try and take back control over maybe a decade or 2 decades, because they'll never die. I don't think they'll ever die. They'll always be there. Both as a place and as the control of the United States of America. The only time the country could collapse is if the US collapses, because I don't see them removing their leech control over the US unless it's over a decent period of time.
So then, do you imagine in that scenario, in their weakened state, we would see an emergence of a Palestinian state alongside them if they're not going to cease to exist as a country?
No, I'm saying they'll always exist.
Right, but I'm saying if they are going to always exist, then will we see like the emergence of a Palestinian state like next to them in the West Bank or Gaza or both or something, or do you think that that's not going to
If
happen?
Israel loses,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's the only chance that Palestine have a state is if Israel lose. Because then there will be a big push to get it, and you have a weakened Israel, a weakened America, more powerful China, Russia, and maybe there's a chance. And that is the only chance there would be for a Palestinian state. An Israeli win of this war, there'll never be a Palestinian state.
Slowly, let me ask you this, just to challenge your all your knowledge. I mean, just to say, if they couldn't with Gaza, just let's say they demolished Gaza and turned it into a parking lot, but they did not win. Everybody knows that they lost. They ended up showing up their true colors. They ended up showing up who they really are and how cowardice and how much cowardice they have in them, and how much PTSD and how much everything that we know. So if they couldn't with Gaza, why would they be able to be uh, basically win against Iran? Or and if we're talking, if United States is basically on its knees as an empire, whether it takes a year or two or five, I mean that's very close to being like losing power. So what you're saying basically is if they're both in tandem and work together, so if one falls, the other falls. If one rises, the other rises, as we all know. But since we're talking about the end of the American Empire, whether it's a day or two, a year, two, five, whatever, why would you consider that they're always gonna exist?
Israel.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if, do you mean in the scenario where they lose, or the scenario where they win?
No, in a scenario where they're in their current situation, and now Iran has the upper hand,
Iran
and
wins. So in the
okay,
scenario where Iran wins.
Iran wins, and and
Ah,
and
okay.
America, yeah,
I'll
and
explain.
America
Yeah, explain.
collapses and the economy collapses. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason why I believe that they'll always exist is because if you look at this history of these people, for thousands of years, they've always existed. And they've existed through different means because time has dictated the mode by which they operate. And in some times, they would operate in the shadows. And in other times they would operate not in the shadows, but as a minority. And in other times, which is the time when now they operate in a dominant class, but they always existed and they never ceased to exist, but they were changing and moving worlds and religions and ideas and thoughts and uh, philosophies and various other things. So, for example, I am a big believer that they um, created a number of sects in Christianity and a number of sects in Islam. So, such was the level of their power that even in the shadows they were able to create these. And they were able to change kingdoms through the shadows. For example, the United Kingdom, they took it from a kingship to a parliamentary system so that they could take control. All of these things were done either in the shadows or in the weakened state. So what these people have demonstrated over thousands upon thousands of years is this ability to always impact the world, not in a minor manner, but in a very significant manner. Not in a positive manner, but many times in a negative manner. And so when I look at these people and I look at the past, history dictates the future, number one. Number two, if one does believe in the eschatology, whether it's the Muslim, Christian, or Jewish eschatology, then these people will always have an impactful position and have an impactful position through time and towards the end of time. And I am a big believer that in Islamic eschatology, those are going to be the people that the Muslims and Christians are going to fight, and therefore they will have some kind of power and they will return. So even if they were to lose now, they will return. So coming back to it, my reasoning for why even when they lose is based on history, because I think history dictates the future, and also eschatology and various other things to come to the determination that that's going to occur.
Okay, okay. I agree with you 100% because as a Palestinian and as a with my family name, let's call it, most Palestinians believe that this is the final holy war, that this is where they're going to cease to exist, and they're never going to cease to exist till the end of time because this is a war till the end of time, and exactly like you said. So I'm 100% with you. There's minor disagreements here and there, but you have the upper hand on that one.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just I do kind of war game these things out in my head a lot, and I've read so many books on the patterns of history that reading so many books on patterns of history, I am a big believer that history always uh, basically always there's certain patterns in history that always happen. The past always dictates the future. Like for example, one thing is um, in throughout history, one thing you always noticed is that an invading force would over time end up taking the religion of the people they were invading. And so, like for example, if you look at the Mughals invaded, they massacred and destroyed and killed, and afterwards they took the religion of they end up taking the religion of those people that they basically massacred, destroyed, which was the Muslims, and they became Muslim. And the Romans massacred and abused the Christians, and then later they became Christian. And this was a pattern in history. The only time that pattern didn't work is actually when it came to Islam. So that's a unique thing to that. But generally speaking, all things have patterns, and patterns always determine everything that's going to happen. That's why we're able to predict a lot of the things that are going to happen. Now, there's certain points in history that you can't predict. And what I mean by that is this war. Like, I don't know which way this war is going to go, in the sense, I do actually think Iran's going to win, but I can't say for certainty. But I know the roadmaps that are going to be laid out based on whichever victory there's going to be.
Yeah, but see exactly like what you're saying. Like even in the Quran where it says لَتَعْلُوَنَّ عُلُوًّا كَبِيرًا, it's like you're gonna have two big rises, and then they're not gonna complete the 80 years. But that doesn't mean they're gonna cease to exist, because the true liberation of Palestine and to become a fully country of Palestine and no more Israel means Kharab Yathrib, which is basically Al Medina. So you're 100% right.
Yeah, appreciate that, but great conversation. Let's go to Amin. Did you sort your mic out?
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, brother, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Much better.
Well, I'm glad you covered a lot of that in that summary about what you think as far as this momentum of this group, this tribe, and how they're impacted and influenced a lot in history, and why you see it not disappearing, at least them, and because I agree, right? Because it does impact how things are in the Middle East right now, and why there's this war, and why there's this pushback.
Bro, such is the
And
level of the impact, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I'm half asleep. Such is the level of impact that they directed religions, they directed ideas, they directed thoughts, they directed sects. There's people within Islam. I know people know the famous ones in Christianity, but there's people within Islam, some of whose history was unknown. So they were unknown people. They didn't know their history. People don't even know their real name. And yet they directed the religion and became one of the foundational pillars of the religion and became almost unquestionable members of the religion. That is the level of these guys' power. Completely unknown.
that's taboo
Sorry?
to talk about. It's taboo to talk about these
I know it
things,
is. That's
but
why I don't
yes, it's
talk
true.
about it. It's just I'm half asleep now, so I'm just giving you indicators. But but like such
But
is the level of their power. I mean, their level of power is such that some of them were in the presence of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and never converted to Islam. Waited till he died, and then became some of the biggest giants of the religion. And then it becomes disbelief to even question these people. This is the level of power, and you're telling me they're gonna die out. This was when they were at their weakest point. But anyway, do continue.
and they've impacted Europe, like you said, and they've changed and influenced those societies there. It created this Judeo-Christian Zionism movement, and lobbied to get their armies, you know. And it's changed now. This post-colonial world is really Zionism, uh, and they have an army called America. And as far as the empires go, yeah, they do rise and fall, but this is the biggest army in the world, and you can't have these ambitions and goals. These colonialists, they really didn't die off, but you can't have these goals of controlling the world and the global trade route, which has always been an ambition of empires, if you didn't have the army to do so. And so this is what I was trying to talk about, the Persian, the Middle East. There, if they're going to be kicked out, like they've been dismantling everywhere, their bases and everything. Iran is doing really well with a little help from their friends. America, where would their army go? I mean, they're going to have to reposition, and including Europe. I mean, where would they go, to Africa? I mean, that's another center. But
So you're asking
what
where
was
they
your
would go?
thoughts?
Well, I think if they were to get defeated, I think they would then try and go back to the Western Hemisphere and take control over it. Because always remember, there's two benefits of that. One is whenever you weaken, a smart person consolidates that thing in itself and that thing around it. So if they were to make the right strategic decision, what you would do is you would retreat to the Western Hemisphere, make sure you're controlling all of the South America, Canada, Mexico, and having control over that region, rebuilding, recalibrating, and then to be ready to rebuild again. That would be the right decision to make. Now, if they're going to make the right decision or not, we'll have to see.
Because the following thought I had, or the other path or other plan that would be there, would be Africa as well, because that includes the Europeans, right? We're talking about
What do you mean, like
America
recolonize
slash Europeans.
Africa?
Yeah.
Well,
And I don't think Iran would help at that point, or Russia or China,
they
right?
wouldn't help
So,
Africa.
Well, China's already in Africa.
Yeah, China's already in
well,
Africa, but
that's
if
true.
if America tried to take certain countries in Africa, China would.
Including Europe,
Sorry,
of course, including Europe. Sorry,
I don't get what you mean.
to reposition, like you were saying, they're back into Africa and at least have AFRICOM and
Yeah, I don't. I think with Africa, it's an interesting one because with Africa, as someone said on the space just now, China does have a bit of control in Africa, quite a lot of control in Africa, actually. The thing with China is, and this has always been the case, but maybe in about 10 years it might change. But right now, like if America was like, listen, Chinaman, I'm taking your control over Ghana, and now we're going to be dominant in Ghana, you're not allowed to invest in Ghana, I think China would retreat and take it. So this is an example of why hard power is actually needed for a global power, and this is why I think that China doesn't meet all the requirements because they don't have the hard power.
so that's probably what they'd have to do because the Middle East would be secured through Iran if Iran gets its way, and Europe is cucked anyways, cuck Europe, but otherwise, like you said, it'll go back to Western
I
Hemisphere.
think they go back to the Western
America,
Hemisphere. I
that
don't
is.
think they'll be able to colonize Africa at this point.
Okay, because I'm not going to labor this too long because I'm trying to think like of what would happen post they settle this thing and where Iran would win.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you're talking about Iran victory. Iran victory results in an American retreat. If they play smartly, American retreat with control over the Western Hemisphere. If they don't play smartly, they could even end up having a complete destruction of their own country, civil war in America itself, and complete anarchy and chaos. That is also an option. It depends on how they play it. This is all based on decisions. I can give you what the pathway to both would be, but it's all about like you can't. I don't think so. I can predict what's going to happen based on both pathways, but I actually don't think like things are determined.
I appreciate you. Just didn't want to take too much of this threading, but it was an interesting thought I had.
That was a great question.
Yeah, Suleiman, doesn't
Yeah.
America leave? So even if America wins, and even if there is regime change, isn't the result the same where America is going to leave the Middle East? We don't have any reason to be there if Iran doesn't pose a threat to anyone.
Oh yeah. So if America, yeah, good point, great point. Yeah, America would still leave the Middle East, but what I was saying in that plan was it'd be Pax Judaica, Israel be in charge of everything. So this,
Can I
so
ask
this fight
another
isn't
question?
in this fight, America doesn't actually win in either way. It's Israel who wins. So it's basically Israel or Iran win. America loses either way. Good point. That's why they made you guys go there.
Sorry, would that mean that Israel wouldn't have its might and force to fight back anymore if America just
Your mic's gone
retreats?
bad again. Why is that? I don't get it. It was fine just before when we were talking. What did he say? Is Israel what? Maybe someone else can heard him and just a bit.
I
I
didn't
was just
hear
saying,
him.
if Israel loses its army, which is America,
Mm-hmm.
or its force, then they would have to be somewhat dismantled, or something has to be
What you're talking about in a
They don't have
scenario
an
where?
army anymore.
No, we're talking about a scenario where
That's what the
Iran's
longing for
defeated.
is. That's what Zionism is.
No,
If
but
they don't have an army, then
I don't know what you're saying.
what does
When
that mean for Israel? I mean, Israel would have to be dismantled. Not the Jews; they'll always be there. But
Zionism. He means Zionism.
so I'm talking about no, I'm talking about a scenario where Iran gets defeated. Is that the scenario you're talking about? Okay, let's move on because this conversation's a bit annoying because you can't hear. But anyway, just to wrap up, if Iran was to lose, it would be Pax Judaica, so they'd be so Israel would be in charge, And so I guess you're trying to say, oh, but the American army won't be there to help them, but they will. They'll always have the use of. They'll have the ability to use.
No, he was asking if Israel loses and their entire army is dismantled, like the
Right.
IDF, outside of the Americans' help, like what would happen to the rest of Israel?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I answered that already. So I think that in that scenario, Israel would still exist, but it would be in a weakened state. I already answered that. I went through a long thing with Omar on it. Okay, let's go to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I think I like how you break down the scenarios. Like it obviously it would be cool if everyone left Israel and packed up and left, but I mean, yeah, that's just not realistic. But I mean, I could see as part of the settlement, Israel being forced to leave Gaza. Yeah, this whole idea of a casino project, yeah, that's dead in the water. They're not going to build their stupid casinos there. I think that project is dead in the water because that's obviously part of their greater Israel. I could see Iran definitely demanding as part of their settlement, hey, you're going to leave Gaza and let them rebuild that themselves. I definitely could see that as part of the settlement. Jared Kushner's casino development is definitely, I think, dead in the water after all of this or whatever disgusting thing they were planning on building there. And by the time 10 to 20 years comes around, they're going to have to get, after they rebuild and want to try again, Iran's going to be way more powerful and they're not going to have the support in the US because all of the boomers are going to be gone. So they're not, like, who's going to be supporting them? They're not going to have any support from voters because all the people that watch Fox News and all these cable news networks are 65 and up. In 20 years, they're all going to be dead. Hopefully, Andrew's still with us and is a 90-something-year-old man and gets to witness that day when there's none of these Zios left. Hopefully, that would be awesome. And they all age out. That would be glorious.
All right, got.
Kevin has his mic open. I don't know, Kevin, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely one of those guys that's going to age out. I'm 70 years old. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
So I guess I don't want. I know that I'm in enemy territory. I'm not trying to start any arguments or fights. I'm really trying to learn something. You said that every day, Solomon. You said every day that we wait. They're talking about China. You thought that every day that the U.S. waited for 10 years ago, that was a day closer to their own demise.
Yeah.
And I think that is probably why the United States attacked Iran at this time, because they were so weak.
Iran
And
was
there
weak.
was this best, huh?
Who was weak?
Iran was weak as far as, Russia had gotten into war. So they weren't able to help them out. Israel had taken Hezbollah and had started a genocide and Hamas. So a lot of their proxies were under fire already. Whatever, they were in a weakened state, at least more weak than they were a couple of years ago. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with any of your thesis, but
Okay.
I'll explain to you why. Because if you agree with my thesis that China is actually America's actual rival, and China is going to be the dominant power, attempting to be the dominant power in the world, and as time goes on, that shift is occurring where America is becoming weaker and China is becoming stronger, and it's a Chinese interest to delay this war, if there is a China-America war, as long as possible. And I do think there's a chance that war is going to happen, because from what I understand of the Americans, they won't let themselves become a non-global power without going down fighting. So the thing is, going down fighting when they're weak is probably not smart, because they might get demolished. And so why going for Iran is actually the most horrible decision America could ever make, because if you heard my two scenarios, in both scenarios, America loses out. So in reality, what America could have done is remove the sanctions of Iran and trade with Iran. If they did that, Iran was always, throughout their history, have always been desperate to trade with America. You've seen that through various presidents who were in charge of Iran. And what America would have done is trade with Iran. America would have become wealthier. Iran would have become wealthier. But instead, because they're controlled by a foreign nation of Israel, what they've done is they've allowed China the actual rival to become stronger because Iran was forced into giving China discounts. China wasn't being benevolent to Iran. China was looking out for Chinese interests, but China was trading with Iran. And so they were getting oil at extreme discounted rates and getting goods at extreme discounted rates that has just benefited China in an unexplained manner. And that's only harmed America. So America could have traded with Iran and done well, but instead they went to war with Iran because the war was for the foreign nation of Israel. This war, in my view, weakens America in both scenarios. As I said, if America had won, as in Israel had won, this would have been the start and the end of the Pax Judaica, the Israeli Empire. Israel would have had complete dominance over the entire region. America would have already lost its bases and would have detracted away from the region. Israel would have taken control of the Middle East and dominated, and then took over all of the possible focal point, well, all the actual focal points that Iran would be for. It would become a future powerhouse, and this is what would happen if America was to win. America is mainly used as a tool to be able to get to their goals. And on the other hand, if America was to lose and Israel is to be weakened, Israel would become weakened, and America would have to retract back to their own country, into the Western Hemisphere, and or even have civil war, civil unrest, or civil destruction in their own country. So in all scenarios, America loses. So this war was the worst war, the worst decision that was ever made, and it was done solely for Israel. And actually, they've done it at a time when it is actually disagree with you. Even if you look at it from time span, even if you say, okay, I don't care if this America's been sacrificed, I want Israel to do well, that's fine. Even under that scenario, it wasn't the right decision to make to actually go to war now. It would have actually made more sense to do it in the past, because once again, what Iran has been able to do is to strengthen and become a lot stronger, and they've been able to increase their ability to do better in terms of their weapons. Now, I guess your question may be, but Suleiman, what about in a year's time? If they'd waited another year, wouldn't Iran have become a bit more dominant? Maybe, yeah, they would have become a bit more dominant. Actually, if they would have become a bit more dominant for sure, would America have been able to advance in their weaponry? Probably not, or probably so as well. There would have been a shift for sure. Iran would have had more volume, probably. Would they have had better technology? Possibly, because they were trying to get it from China. Would America have increased their technology? Probably not. So would it have been a bit more difficult in the future? Probably so. But if you look at it from a percentage perspective, okay, it would have been 5% better, 10% better to delay a year, possibly. But actually, what would have been better is to have a deal that would have been maybe 50%, 100% better for the United States of America. And it just demonstrates once again, America is no longer a sovereign country, and they're being basically used and abused and destroyed for the sake of a foreign nation. And we're seeing that in real time.
Okay.
Can I
Again,
add? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
well, I'm sorry. Obviously, we're going to agree to disagree. But my other question is, and then I'll be quiet.
Sure.
They I guess my question is the theocracy.
Yeah.
In the United States of America, we spent what 2 years. We have prime. I understand it's different, but anyway, we have primaries. We do everything, and then we get down to our two people. They run for president. One of them wins. He's a nut. The other choice was a food salad. Whatever. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not really happy with either one of them. But my question is, those were the two out of 300 million people. Those were the two that came up with. If you want to include the other politicians, my point is,
Yeah.
Iran just lost their top 50 leaders. What in the hell is number 51? I mean, what kind of, I mean, you really think he's going to be a top-notch leader? And why, if there's a theocracy, why did he appoint, or they appoint his son? He's the religious leader, or did they kill all of them? They might have killed all of them. So that's fair. But is that why they appointed his son? Because they killed all of them, the 51 guys or whatever?
Okay, I'll answer your question. But that has nothing to do with theocracy. But okay, I'll answer your question. So basically, first of all, 50 leaders weren't killed. That's not correct, but leaders were killed for sure. And the reason they gave it to the son, and he was never meant to be the actual, when people postulated on who could be the possible leader after him, he wasn't high up in the rankings. Actually, people thought he shouldn't be the leader. Many people thought that their previous leader, Ayatollah Khomeini's grandson, was the leading figure to be the new leader. The reason why the current leader's son, Ayatollah Khamenei, his son, sorry, not the current leader, but Ayatollah Khamenei's son became the leader, was again a very smart, astute geopolitical decision, and I would have made the exact same decision, and I'll explain to you why. Because in the country, there is a diversity of opinions, ideas, and thoughts. You have people who are very religious. You have people who are reformists. You have people who have different philosophies, religions, ideas, races, and ethnicities. And the concern was that if someone like the supreme leader would be taken out, as per what happened, you may have had a scenario where various factions within the country would fight amongst each other, A, based on for the leadership, B, in terms of the direction of the country, and C, in terms of internal struggle for control over certain different elements within the country and with the direction the country should take. And what Iran did quite astutely was they created a panel of three people. One was a reformist, the current president Pezeshkian. One was the chief justice, a very conservative hardliner, but legal guy. And the third person was a religious leader, a Rafi. And those three came together as a panel to decide on who's going to be the leader. And they both came to it and said, guess what? Who would be the best guy? The best guy would be the son. And the reason is because the son is but the continuation of the father in terms of ideas, thoughts, and positions. And so, for example, there won't be even the minuscule thought that there was a coup in the country and this was some of the claims, I guess what, there's going to be a coup by the hardliners to try and take over the country, or there's going to be a coup by the reformists to take over the country. And so what they did was they made sure that there was a continuation of ideas, thoughts, and positions and perspectives. And he was a close confidant of his father and knew what he wanted. And he was enabled to enact the war plans, the game plans, and the decision making of his father. So that is the reasoning behind why that decision was made. It was geopolitical in nature, it was very political in nature, and it was very smart.
That's good. I like it. Thank you. I appreciate you shedding some light on that. So thanks.
Appreciate the conversation.
Also, Kevin,
Appreciate.
one other thing,
Appreciate.
you got to also. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, bro, 1 second. You can give us your 20-minute speech in a second. But yeah, appreciate your conversation, Kevin. Thank you so much for having a very articulate, respectful conversation. That was awesome. God, Thermo, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Kevin, you also got to realize Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, like all these people, they are not the most effective leaders that we have to offer in this country. Like, just because they are the two that we were choosing between, that does not mean that they necessarily would have been the best. So the idea that, like, even if you did take out the 50 people in leadership, that like the 51st person is going to be worse than all those 50, like that just doesn't really apply.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair observation. I appreciate that. All right, I will leave my mic off and listen.
Okay, I see that Kevin's hand is still up. I don't know if he meant if you put it back up, Kevin.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you a question, Sully. Do you think China?
Hi, Freedom Fighter.
Wait, say that again.
I was saying hi, Freedom
How
Fighter.
are you doing?
Is Sully still here?
Sully, you still there?
Well, you can. I mean, if your question was specifically for him, you might want to wait. But if any other comments that you got, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, what I believe China did really well was it created a secondary market for itself, where countries that either got heavily sanctioned started to. China created a secondary market to where countries that were sanctioned can go to China, and China was essentially helping these countries grow and expand. That's essentially what happened with Iran. But the question that I was going to ask Sully was, do you think China's expansion and economic rise was partly enabled by the United States focusing heavily on the Middle East during that time? And the reason why I asked that question was because America primarily just focused on the Middle East. A lot of our policies or a lot of our foreign policy revolves around the geopolitical issues in the Middle East. So I believe that's part of a big reason why the Chinese expanded. But I just wanted to hear Suleiman's thoughts on that, or anyone else's thoughts.
Well, I don't know if Sully's back, but I'll just, well, until he does come back, I think that for the, this whole idea of like them being the greatest adversary, I just, in my opinion, and from what I've seen, it's not in relation to war. It's because they've been so busy building out their economy. They have gained geopolitical influence through the Belt and Road Initiative across it's a total of 150 countries, but I think that they've only already started the work in about 80 of them. They're working, I mean, they potentially would have a monopoly in this in about 10, 15 years if the IMEC doesn't really get built out for there to be a counter. And that gives them huge amount of power and influence. Obviously, just like the Strait, the implications um, of it being closed or shut down or sanctions, the sanction capability it gives them is going to be huge. So, in essence, when looking at, China to see whether they're weakened or if they're like, if we're assessing military power versus their geopolitical influence, I think that's where the competitive danger is. And instead of us actually working to build out some sort of, and I think that in some ways, maybe that is why there's so much investment in this whole idea of Israel is because of their position there. But, overall, I don't think this is China hasn't necessarily needed to use or flex their military except for when it comes to Taiwan. I think that, should they ever decide to do that, I think they want to be fully ready and not exhausted. The United States is depleting all of their military, their strength, and their weapons on this nonsense, on these non-wars, these military actions, and it's costing Americans tremendously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, Beatrix is
I,
here. Hi, Beatrix. It's regime change time, guys. Regime change.
yeah, I was gonna.
I
That's
told you
that's a
guys,
great.
history always, there's always patterns in history. So with every empire, there's a rise and fall. So now you're seeing the fall of this empire.
So did you hear my question from earlier, Sully?
Uh, no, I didn't.
Um, the question that I asked was, do you think China's rapid expansion and economic rise was partly enabled by the United States focusing heavily on the Middle East?
100%. I said that. I said,
Yeah,
if you see my prediction, they should have went in after China 15 years ago. Why couldn't they go after China 15 years ago?
yeah. I mean,
I told you,
and then
Israel is the result of the destruction of the empire, both in terms of the last 20 years, but also right now. They basically took the American empire, absolutely. Oh, Beatrix here now. I was going to go really good angry. They took the American empire and absolutely defiled it, ravaged it, and now they used it, abused it, and right now what you're seeing them is getting thrown away like a used, you know what, and that's it.
yeah,
They basically, that's what
and
they're doing.
yeah, Mays brought up a very good point. Because I mean, with the U.S. focusing heavily on the Middle East, it opened up another potential war with the Chinese and Taiwan, possibly China invading Taiwan and possibly expanding its own territory needs and wants, because China views Taiwan as its own territory.
I don't think that,
And
personally, you know my view on that. I don't think,
uh,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
you don't think that's going to happen?
No.
No.
Bro, you're
Well,
giving too much credit to the
we'll see.
Chinaman, bro. Chinaman ain't gonna do none of that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just with these types of issues, it's very
I know.
unpredictable.
Most people
Um,
theorize that that's gonna happen. I think that's not gonna happen. I think China will.
Okay.
I think China is Taiwan anyway right now. They don't need to invade it, and when the time comes, they'll just incorporate into one. There'll never be an actual invasion of Taiwan.
Okay. All right.
Chinaman will take Taiwan the way Chinaman takes countries, bro. It ain't by battle or war.
I think Taiwan will want to join China.
That's what I said. That's what I just said. No, I already
Oh,
said China is it's going to become. It will become part of China, but it isn't through war.
I see.
Chinaman don't war.
Yeah, I actually think the Chinese model is superior. I know, Sully, you think that hard power is necessary, but I actually think that the Chinese model is more stable long term. Just building deals and like mutually beneficial relationships, because it's just like running a business. If you have to micromanage it, it's way harder to run. Whereas like if you can just have relationships in place that sustain themselves, then they last way longer.
Yeah, I think in a utopian society that would be the case, but we don't live in a utopian society.
Although I do think if China becomes really powerful over time, they will then become arrogant like us and then
Well,
start
if they do
behaving more
that, then
like
they will be
us.
the Chinese Empire. They need that to be. That's the bit. That's the bit I believe stops them from becoming that.
Okay.
Do you want to welcome Myron on stage? Myron, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. We can. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, man. I'm on stream right now. I just finished kind of going through a bunch of the news with Joe Kent. Explained how Trump's first administration kind of set us up for what we have going on right now with Iran, with recognizing the Golan Heights, Jerusalem, all this other stuff. Mike Pompeo being Secretary of State. I went through all the history of that, and then I also talked about Afghanistan, Pakistan as well. But yeah, no, man, lots of things going on. It seems as though Israel was getting hit by some cluster munitions or something like that.
Yeah, Israel got smashed up with some with a Khurram Shah fought with the as you said, cluster ammunitions that split into 80 different bombs, and it absolutely smashed up Israel very hard. That was in the 50th wave. I was the 51st, and then they did another one after that a couple hours later.
Shit.
They got annihilated.
Yeah, they got hit very hard, Marin.
No, I believe it. And it's funny because they're saying that, oh, look, we got Ali Larijani. And I was explaining that too, that, the Iranians military is based on, Mosaic, stature. So if you get rid of the leadership, it doesn't mean shit. They're still going to be able to keep attacking you. You know what I mean? And if anything, them killing the Ayatollah made everything worse, because the only person that could have stopped anything or, changed anything was him. But when he died, basically the order stuck with him. And then I don't see his son loosening up any of this.
Well, I was speaking to Rathbone, and he actually came up with a very good point. And Ali Larijani was a very moderate, and he was a negotiator, as in he was always open to negotiations and agreements with the United States of America. And so the theory goes that the reason they targeted him, because he never hid. He was basically in an open area. He went to visit his daughter, I believe it was, where they destroyed the building and killed a lot of innocent civilians. But the claim is, and I think it's a very smart claim to be made, that the reason they attacked Ali Larijani was because you stop any form of opportunity of there being negotiations with the United States of America. Because if you take out the moderate guy and basically leave more hardliners who now want revenge, already based on previously what occurred, but are less amiable to an agreement, you basically take the Americans out of the equation in terms of them taking an exit ramp, and you force them to stay in the war.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a theory. That could definitely be a theory. I I don't. Do you think he would have negotiated though with them at this point? I mean, I think the Iranian government's kind of like, fuck it, we're not negotiating anything at this point.
I don't think they're going to negotiate at this point, but there would be a point where they would negotiate, right? Everyone negotiates at some point. It just depends on what the terms of that negotiation are. And obviously, basically, America is nowhere near close to the points of a negotiation that Iran wants. And so, if they were getting close, then the point is that Ali Larijani would be more open to a negotiation sooner than others will. And now the chances of a negotiation even coming about is going to be a lot, maybe never, or it's going to be a lot more further down the road.
Yeah,
I think Iran had goal. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna say I think Iran had the goals that it not only wants but that it needs, and I think that they still have those same goals and needs. And I don't think that it changed with Larijani. I don't think they're going to be more willing or less willing to negotiate.
Well,
And
not
you
really,
know, there's
because I'll explain to you why. Because, of course, there are certain base things that you want. For example, sanctions relief. You want the removal of possibly the bases in the Middle East. And those are just like the base ones that they want. There's one more as well, but I forgot what it was. But then there's others that you would want in addition, and then it depends on the person whether they're going to push to that or not. Example, reparations. What type of reparations? Other examples of West Bank settlements, or the examples of Palestinian state. So those things are things that they've not mentioned, but could be additions depending on whom the negotiator is from Iran's side and America's side. So some things are more concrete, and some things are a bit more open to negotiation.
I have a question for the panel. So, do you think that the United States? So, my question is like, with the Iran situation, if they were to come to the negotiating table, do you think it will be after they completely diminished all the U.S. bases in the region? And also, do you think that the United States, if they keep attacking the leadership of Iran, that they're pressuring them to the negotiating table? Because eventually, one of these leaders will eventually end up negotiating. We just don't know who will be that one.
I mean, it'll probably be someone like Abbas Araghchi who leads the negotiations. And then the reason America is continuing to bomb is the hope that the negotiations would go more towards what they want. And Iran, obviously, I don't think they will come to the negotiation. I mean, if they do this, it's basically losing. But I don't think they'll come to the negotiation table without there being some kind of agreement for sanctions and American presence in the region being removed, and possibly reparations. And so that's why they're continuing to try and attack until America agrees and cedes to that. So the war is there to just see which part. That's what war is, isn't it? There's a negotiation that occurs at the end of a war, and it's about both parties fighting to make sure that the other party comes to their point of a negotiation. That's literally what war is. So that's what's going to happen. But I forgot the second part of your question, to be honest. But yeah, that's what's going to happen anyway.
No, I was asking, like, do you think that eventually that the United States is going to keep striking the leadership of Iran to eventually have one of the leaders say, "Oh, you know what?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
we should."
no, they won't. So Abbas
They
Araghchi
won't.
is No, they won't. So Abbas Araghchi is obviously the representative of the negotiations, but in terms of Iran, they can kill how many leaders they are. It won't. It's not
Mm.
going to work because Iran has a decentralized structure. They have a large number of leaders in different areas and regions. This is why they can literally kill someone at the exact same time they got missiles flying at them. So yeah, that won't work.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Sully.
Sully, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, based off what you said, though, don't you think like the outcomes here are pretty binary? Like in a situation where Iran wins, given the method of winning with the Strait of Hormuz and oil prices going up and how catastrophic that is, don't you think that they will just have so much leverage in the scenario that they win that they're going to be able to get most of their demands? I don't know if that makes sense.
I think I know what you're trying to say. So there's some aspects of it that are binary, like for example, sanctions relief or no sanctions relief, reparations or no reparations, the remove from the presence of Middle East or don't remove from the presence of the Middle East. But in reality, when you look at the specifics, those aren't binary. Like sanctions, what type of sanctions? All sanctions or some sanctions? European sanctions or East Asia sanctions?
Sorry,
Reparations, how much?
that's not what I meant. I just
Oh.
meant like if Iran wins, won't they have so much leverage that America can't really say no?
It doesn't work
You know
like
what I
that.
mean?
No, I mean things don't. I mean, I get it in like an ideal, like it doesn't. Reality doesn't work like that. In reality, it's like there's no such thing as total destruction. So Myron, let me ask you something. Where do you in terms of from Iran's perspective, because that's what basically we're talking about in terms of negotiation. What do you think the Americans would be willing to agree to in a negotiation based on the fact that Israel controls them? Myron, are you there?
Sorry, I had my mic muted.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, if it comes to what Americans will want without some type of like, Israeli pressure, what I think now when you say, are we talking about the American government or the American people?
No, like the American government, so they can
Government,
agree to
yeah.
a deal.
I don't know if they're going to agree to any of it because, but the three things that they want is number one, pull out of the Middle East. Number two, recognize and promise not to attack them anymore. Have something concrete that they're not going to attack them anymore and recognize their right to defend themselves. And then finally, the reparations and sanctions relief. The only thing I could see there is maybe some level of sanction relief, but it would probably be like minuscule. It'd be like a minor sanction relief, but Iran's going to push for a full sanction relief. So I think that's the only thing that the U.S. would maybe, negotiate on. But to be honest with you, I think at this point, if they don't get everything that they want, they're not going to stop the war because they have no reason to. Because why end the conflict and let the United States and the Israelis rearm and come back and attack you again in 7 months like before? So it's like you got them by the balls already with the Strait of Hormuz. You already got them, alienated diplomatically. The Gulf states are pissed off at them. So you might as well just, hold what you got, create more political, diplomatic, and economic pressure, hold it until the midterms, let Trump suffer, and force their hand and force them to come to the table and say, look, maybe we can negotiate something here. And, I would say with the Iranians, they're in a good position if they're able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed.
But you're basically saying that America won't come to the table and neither will Iran. So you think there'll never be an agreement?
It would take, I just would find it really hard for Trump to accept leaving the Middle East with all the bases being destroyed and giving them full sanction relief as well as reparations and the recognizing their right to defend themselves. I just don't see, since he's owned by the Israelis so much, I just don't see him conceding. I think the only thing he would give maybe negotiate on is some type of minor sanction relief package, but it won't be full.
Even with $200 a barrel oil?
That might force his hand more. But I don't know if he'll do it. I think at this point he's starting to realize. I think he's realizing now how much of a fucking L this is. I think he's starting to feel it. He's over here telling the NATO countries, "Hey, you guys got to help out with getting the Strait of Hormuz open," and all of them declined, and it's like, oh man, I think he's starting to realize that he might have got some bad intel from the Israelis, man. And I think Joe Kent walking away also was a very eye-opening experience. I mean, he didn't lash out at him as badly as I thought he would. I thought he would have lashed out at him way worse, but he didn't. Laura Loomer did, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, huh? So it's like it's not going to go either way. But do you think that the countries like Germany, France, and like the NATO countries, do you think that by them helping the West that they fear also being a target?
That's exactly why they're not going to get involved with the Strait of Hormuz thing. They're it's all diplomatic posturing. Like, oh yeah, we stand with the United States; they're our ally. But I guarantee you, there's back channels where they're talking to the Iranian government. Like, look, we don't want to get involved in this thing. Let's try to work something out in the back end. And that's where the whole news story came out, where the where the Iranians were considering letting some vessels pass through if they use Chinese yuan. That's where that story came from. I know it's not official yet, but they were definitely, there was discussions of that where they would, if they were using Chinese yuan, maybe they'll let them pass.
Myron.
But the Chinese and the Russians are definitely, they're fine. The Russians are making money hand over fist right now, and the Chinese are still getting their oil. So, because I got some people say, oh, Myron, you don't understand. This is 4D chess. Trump is trying to weaken the Chinese. Oh, yeah. Well, how's that working out? What the fuck? You can make the argument that the Chinese are actually even stronger right now.
So, just to come back to your kind of point, though, Myron, you're basically saying that this war just going to be till one country destroys another because there'll never be a scenario where they'll ever come to some kind of arrangement.
Yeah, I mean, unless Trump gets impeached, which I think is very probable at this point. If he makes it to the midterms, and we're talking about $150, $200 barrel of oil, yeah, he's cooked, bro. I mean, remember when it hit 120, that was catastrophic. He scrambled to do a press meeting in Doral when he was here. He did a random 4:30 p.m. press conference out of nowhere. He made all these Twitter announcements and True Social announcements. They released 400 million barrels of oil, and we're still sitting at over $100 for a barrel. So internationally, at least. So, and that was only at 120. Could you imagine at 150, 200?
I mean, also to add to that with the oil prices, truck drivers right now are extremely upset, because they're paying almost $7 for diesel in some areas and some parts of the United States.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, but okay, so you basically think that this is basically a war that's going to continue until either Iran's completely destroyed, America's completely destroyed, or Trump is impeached. But do you actually think Trump's going to be impeached? Someone asked me this today, and I think there's zero chance that he gets impeached.
Well, we're gonna lose the majority. We're gonna lose the midterms. So once we lose the midterms, the chances of him being impeached rise up dramatically. And if we're looking at $120, $150 barrels of oil, oh man, that's gonna be really fucking bad.
So I'll explain to you, Myron, why I think he won't get impeached.
Okay.
So the reason I don't think he'll get impeached is because in order for him to get impeached, you need 67% of the Senate to impeach him. And currently, the Democrats and the Republicans are completely controlled by the Israeli lobby, such to the point where if Netanyahu comes into Congress, they clap like seals. And what's going to happen, and I do believe that Trump's gone to this war with the guarantee by AIPAC, by the Israeli lobby, that he won't be impeached, especially by the candidates that are controlled by him. And when it comes to the midterms, the chances of 67% of non-Israeli controlled candidates winning so soon, I don't think it's possible in this election. I agree with you what you said earlier in this space, that this will take a number of different elections. And you saw that today in Illinois. It was another AIPAC candidate that won, and there was quite a few strong non-AIPAC candidates in Illinois District 9. So I think, so coming back to it, I don't see that you'll have a 67% non-AIPAC controlled candidate. And I think the AIPAC Israel controlled candidates they've given them guarantees that they won't impeach Trump. And I think because Trump's got that guarantee is part of the reason why he went to war. Because with Epstein, he probably was afraid that there might be a small chance of impeachment. And this was kind of like the guarantee that, look, you won't get impeachment. So I think that he won't get impeached at all.
I think the impeachment is going to hinge completely on where we stand with energy costs by the time we get around it. The higher the cost of a barrel of oil, the worse it's going to be for him, because what they'll argue, they won't even take the pro-Israel stance. They'll just say, yo, you brought us in a war, and now you've literally dramatically increased the cost of living for all Americans, and affordability is down the road. So I think the higher the price, the higher the likelihood, and they won't have to even attack him on the Israel supports angle. They'll just attack him on just being really bad with foreign policy and leading us into it. Because remember, this war was by choice. That's why he's getting so much slack, is because he chose to attack them, despite his intelligence components telling him hey, dude, just so you know, if you killed Ayatollah, this is like a clerical theocracy. There's a good chance you won't get this regime change that you're looking for. And he still did it anyway. And I think a part of it was, because I was thinking about this earlier, I think a part of it was he was trying to take down Venezuela, then take down Iran, and then come back and finish off with Cuba. And now, his plan kind of has a snag in it because Iran is taking a bit longer than he expected.
Yeah, but the thing is, Myron, it's not the people who vote. It's not the population that vote. It's specifically the people. Sorry?
No, the refs, yeah.
Yeah, it's specifically the people in the Senate.
Yeah.
And to get 67% of the people in the Senate to vote against him when they're controlled by AIPAC. Like, I get other issues important, but AIPAC will just tell them, guess what? Or Israeli lobby will tell them, you can't impeach Trump, and they won't impeach him. The other things won't even matter. They'll just take a direction from them because they're controlled by them.
But Sully, in this scenario, I don't think APAC will matter anymore. Like, I think it's you really can't underestimate how catastrophic an extended period of time with $150 a barrel oil would be. Like,
I believe
there will be anarchy in the streets.
No, I get that, but the thing is,
yeah, $80 is bad.
No, I agree.
$100 is bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that he's been given guarantees. I'm saying right now, I guarantee you he will not get impeached. I'm like 100% sure he won't get impeached. I believe
he's going to cave.
I think he's been given guarantees that he will not be impeached, and that's why he went to war. He probably had these conversations with the different lobbies, of mainly the Israeli lobby, to say, like, if I go to war, I might, things might go wrong. Will I get impeached? And they were like, no, you're not going to get impeached. Like, we guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell, because it'll really depend on, and who knows if he does anything else stupid. Who knows if he tries something with Cuba and that backfires as well, Because then, bam, like, let's say he does something with Cuba and it goes catastrophic. Now they have all the right to be like, oh, well, doesn't have to do with the AIPAC anymore. This is like, this guy just fucked with, he does, who knows? A soldier gets captured. They try to do a land invasion, another Bay of Pigs. Who fucking knows? But with Trump, dude, he's so unpredictable that, he could easily have another, political scandal. The Epstein thing fucked him up. This conflict fucked him up. Yeah, just very disappointing. This presidency has been an enormous failure. It really has been.
Myron, do you also believe that this will steer more Americans to possibly vote Democratic as well, instead of going Republican?
Yeah, it definitely will. It definitely will. Yeah, unfortunately.
And what type of rhetorics do you think the Democratic Party will use against, like, the Republican administration?
They're going to campaign exactly how Zoran Mamdani did.
Okay.
That they're gonna take because he had a very successful campaign where he tried to, he saw this air of like, oh, I'm just like you guys, I'm just a New Yorker, blah blah. I think the Democrats are going to take a book out of his page and use his campaign strategy.
And then, if that's the case, what would it look like for the AIPAC lobby then? If the Democrats are going to use the playbook from Mamdani, how would that play out for AIPAC lobby?
They're going to still be involved with lobbying, but they're going to make shell organizations. And we're already starting to see this with, I think in California, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they're going to start making shell organizations and try to, distance themselves from the AIPAC title. And
so they're just going to rebrand, basically, is what you're saying.
Rebrand, use some like obscure random name, and then try to cover their lobbying for Israel via that. I mean, obviously, people are going to find out anyway. But
they're basically doing damage control, essentially.
Oh yeah, there's already been a few different organizations that have been made that have already been traced back to AIPAC, that are lobbying right now.
Do you just coming back to the specifics of the war, in terms of ground invasion, Myron, what do you think? Do you think it's going down or what?
Well, we know that apparently they're going to move these Marines into Karg Island or whatever. I watched Scott Ritter's interview on that. He was, he gave some pretty good commentary on it, since he used to be a former Marine himself. and it doesn't really make that much like strategic sense because that unit, that MEU unit, is more for like, you know, amphibious operations and, you know, containing and controlling, not necessarily so much as far as like invading. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, who know? Maybe they have something in the works where they're thinking about doing a ground invasion, and that might have been what made Joe Kent say, "I can't be a part of this anymore," because he had to have seen something crazy for him to say, "Fuck this, I'm out."
I mean, that does make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, because like I'm trying to think in my head, like, because this guy was like a Trump loyal for a while, so for him to say "fuck this" and do a public walkout, not even like quietly resign, he kind of made a huge spectacle about it. It's been the main story for all day. You know, we're talking about like last time I looked at like 80 million fucking views on X. So he must have seen something really crazy to not just leave, but to resign in the fashion that he did.
Yeah, that is crazy. What's your
Tulsi Gabbard? They're roasting her, bro, because she kind of took more Trump side, and they're like, "Hey, didn't you have a shirt that's, you know, no war with Iran?" So that's kind of crazy.
She got destroyed. But what do you think about her? Do you think she will resign?
No, she's gonna stick it through. She's gonna stick it through. I knew that. I was surprised that she didn't resign when Trump undermined her and said that that he basically said her intelligence wasn't true about Iran not making a nuclear bomb. That's when I knew it was like, yeah, she's controlled now.
If you look at the statement she made, she kind of played it in the middle of the ground, where she was basically not saying that Trump made the right decision. She's like, look, we collated the information, we've given it to Trump, and it's Trump's decision to make. That's basically what she said.
Yeah, she took a neutral. Yeah, because she's trying to do both sides, which, you know, a lot of times when you do that, people get pissed off at that. And since this war is such a polarizing thing, people are just not going to accept that from her. You're either with the war or you're not. And taking a middle ground for this is not going to work.
Yeah, this ground invasion is, I think it's going to happen, because at least to the island, because I just can't see what America can do. I think he tried the B-2 bombing today. I just know that won't work. So it's just going to be like he's going to be stuck. He's just trying everything in his power to try and sort this issue out, but you just can't seem to figure out what to do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's doing this island invasion as a test run to see how the Iranian military is going to respond. But it's still retarded.
But did you guys see? Go ahead.
I was going to ask, do you guys see them also possibly opening up more war fronts against Iran? Because I heard Syria was most likely going to join in different parts of the regions that border with.
Syria's cooked, bro. They can't do shit. Syria's, yeah, I know, their entire military infrastructure was destroyed by the Israelis. Ahmed al-Shara has he's still trying to, you know, reclaim the country to some degree. Syria is absolutely decimated at this point.
But what I was saying was, like, if they were to do a ground invasion, do you see like multiple war fronts opening as well?
You mean as in like other countries joining the U.S. coalition of invading Iran?
Yeah, possibly try helping them or trying to, because I don't see the ground invasion working at all. You know,
it would be no other country would put boots on the ground with us. No one would be that stupid. If anything, they would only give intel, maybe some military support, but I don't think anyone would join us with putting boots on the ground. Hell, even the Israelis might not join.
And what strategic benefit does this island give to the United States, which is why they're trying to invade it? Like, what strategic benefit does it give us?
95% of Iran's oil goes through that island, basically. So it would be it's an economic move. It's they're trying to put pressure on Iran economically, because that's where a lot of their income comes from.
Did you guys see John Bolton's tweet today?
What did he say?
He basically said something along the lines of like, I've always wanted this war, but the president didn't prepare for it well, or something along those lines. And it was pretty revealing to me. I might be reading too much into it, but it kind of made me
John
think.
Bolton is a hardcore neocon. I mean, that John Bolton is the architect of the Iraq War. Him, Dick Cheney were like the masterminds of that, right? So I'm not surprised that he wanted a war with Iran and has always wanted one.
Right. But I guess I'm just saying that I think the fact that he was like adding that criticism, that could be a pretty strong indicator, given how much of a neocon he is, that he actually thinks we're going to lose.
Well, keep in mind, he has an axe to grind. Trump literally just got him indicted. Well, not Trump, but the FBI indicted him for like espionage a couple months back. So he absolutely has an axe to grind. So like everything with John Bolton, whenever he criticizes Trump, I always take it with a grain of salt because he has a huge axe to grind. I mean, Trump fired him. He makes fun of him every chance he gets. Bolton, he didn't just get indicted, but he also had a search warrant at his house, right? So the FBI tore his house upside down, looking for thumb drives and everything else. So, I always take what he says with a little bit of grain of salt when he's critical of Trump.
Yeah, I was thinking like that could also tie into why Joe Kent left. Maybe he just thinks like we're going to lose and it's going to be a total disaster. So he wanted to abandon ship before it happened. But
well, yeah, Joe Kent
not.
also isn't a fan of war, right? I think he was able to, he lost his wife to war. He obviously served. He saw what it was. And I mean, even in his letter, he said like, yeah, dude, like this, this conflict, it reminds of Iraq part 2. So that's
didn't Trump tweet out like in 2020 where Kent was actually promoting a war with Iran, taking out their ballistics?
Was that you said?
Trump basically got a tweet of Joe Kent from 2020 and posted it on Truth Social where Joe Kent is promoting a war with Iran and saying that they need to take out their ballistic missiles program.
Oh, well, yeah, the ballistic missile program is exactly why they're getting attacked. It's not the nuclear weapons. The nuclear weapon is like, just the ruse. But it's always been the ballistic missile program. And I would argue the 12-day war really made it where there was a sense of urgency where they have to do something because the 12-day war revealed a lot of Iran's capabilities.
Yeah, I mean if he was arguing to target the ballistic missile program, that actually means that he was more hawkish than the majority of Congress at that time because the ballistic missile program is more decentralized than the nuclear program. There's only a couple sites in the country where they're working on that, whereas the ballistic missile program, is pretty diversified. They have launchers all over the country. So, yeah, personally, I definitely think Kent is somewhat of controlled opposition or a psyop or something like that. And I guess I'm just surprised that how people can be so excited about folks who were wrong for like 2 decades, and then all of a sudden they get on the right side of one issue and people think that like this guy is telling the truth and he's honest. So I don't know. I don't really trust him too much personally.
All right. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, but what's up, Sully? What's up, Beatrix, Andrew? But if I could circle back, to a conversation you guys were having before. When you said, Sully, that you don't think Israel will ever go away, I definitely got to disagree with you there. I understand the the religious aspect behind what you're saying, but when I hear people say that Israel, always has to exist, that kind of sounds like people who would have said that apartheid South Africa always has to exist, or
No, wait. No one said they have to exist. I said they will exist.
yeah, well, you said they will exist, and I
Yeah, well,
really
has
don't.
to is being you're manipulating what I said, which is obviously what you always do. But do continue.
No, well, all right. If I misspoke, I apologize.
Well, you
But
significantly misspoke because you said that I said they have to exist, which implies that there is a need or requirement for them. I don't believe that there's a need or requirement for them, but I believe that they will exist. But do continue.
okay, so well, yeah, that was my interpretation because you brought up the religious aspect, where you thought that it's going to be Christians and Muslims, versus the Jews. So it has to be, them versus
Yeah, I
Israel.
didn't say 1 second. I didn't say Jews. I said Christians and Muslims against a third party.
Oh, against a third party.
This is just
Sorry,
like,
but
I know you're taking it personally because you're a Jewish guy, but I didn't say all the things that you're
I'm
mentioning.
not
You're not
Jewish.
Jewish.
I'm
Well,
not
you are,
Jewish,
but
Sully.
but
Jewish
you
is a
know,
fake race. It's not a
yeah, I'm
real
sure.
race.
Okay,
It's not a
okay,
real
okay. You're a
ethnicity.
Khazarian. You're a
I
Khazarian,
am
whatever you want to call
I
it.
am half Ashkenazi, but that is not Jewish. So that being said, I did want to point out that apartheid South Africa did not have to exist. The Islamic State, when it took over and was controlling parts of Iraq, did not have to exist because it's an
Again, no one
extremist
said.
ideology.
Listen. No one said they have to. But again, you're doing your normal Ashkenazi tactics. I literally did not. I've just said to you, I didn't say they have to exist. So why are you making an argument what I didn't say?
Listen, all right, I'm
You do
not.
this a lot when you come on spaces. I'm probably not going to let you up on spaces anymore because you do this a lot to cause issues. I didn't say
All right,
anything.
calm down, Sully, calm down.
Right.
So,
Okay.
but
Okay. A
listen,
sec.
so
Right. Go piss off, bitch. It's too late in the morning for you to disrespect. Okay, Andy, go ahead. He's not coming on my spaces again. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, one thing I've been waiting for this war
This is
for in this
Ashkenazi
war,
guys. They
honestly.
just act in the same manner they always do. But go ahead,
One
Andy.
thing I've been waiting for in this war, honestly, is why haven't the Houthis blocked off the Red Sea yet to accelerate the economic pain? Like, that's the card Iran has left, and there's not really anything that can be done to stop that. I mean, Saudi literally dropped hundreds of billions of bombs on the Houthis and couldn't dislodge them. So I'm honestly shocked Iran hasn't played that card yet by using them to block off the Red Sea if they want to accelerate the economic harm. Like, what are they waiting for there?
Sorry, say that again, Andy.
Why hasn't Iran played the Houthi card yet to block the shipping and further accelerate the fuel price increases?
I think the reason is a good question. Is because that's the escalation, and then that card you don't use till like this major escalation. Does that make sense? Because if you use all your cards in one go, that won't be a smart move. Also, the U.S. is moving a number of deploying a different types of military assets to try and stop that from happening. And it's not going to work, but the point being that that would be like the next phase of escalation.
Yeah, I mean yeah, this whole thing does seem weird. Like it's kind of a time game. It's like how long can they artificially manipulate the markets and keep oil prices down? Because like it's not going to stay around 100 a barrel for long. There's only so long you can release reserves and play this artificial math game before it's eventually going to hit 150 a barrel.
So Oman crude actually got up to like 170 today. And that kind of represents the price of oil in East Asia temporarily. And that means that China and East Asian countries are probably going to start buying from other sources. They're going to start transitioning um, their oil purchases, and then that's when you're going to start seeing it hit the rest of the market even harder.
Yeah, because Brent crude is only at 100, so that's like shockingly low. I honestly thought it was going to be at 150 by now. I think it's just interesting. I just want this economic pain to accelerate so people finally just abandon this whole Trump train once and for all. This charade just needs to crash and burn. This whole thing needs to just burn down.
Oh, you're an anarchist
Y'all, can
now.
I
Go ahead.
just
Sorry, Mez, what you gonna say?
There's some weird stuff going on in the skies of Los Angeles, guys. Okay, so possible theories here. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. There were some supposedly stolen drones. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I'm worried about a ramp up towards some sort of false flag because ABC said that there was supposedly going to be some drones that are Iranian that for some reason go all the way to the West Coast, okay, that are supposed to attack in California. I don't know. So just keep an eye on it because this is like the second or third one. This one I will say does look like a UFO, but I mean that's just my opinion because it's like a big huge ball of fire. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'll put it into the purple pill. But yeah, it is quite interesting. I'm serious,
I
so
think
you
you've
got to
got
see
a.
this
I
one.
think you've got a solution on how the Iran America war gets resolved. Right, the aliens come and force them to some kind of agreement.
Yeah, or they do a horrible false flag, and try to get people's support now. Be like, they were an imminent threat, because Trump is getting so drug. Are you guys seeing this in your timeline? Like, there's like maybe 1 out of 100. It's 100 people completely criticizing everything the administration is doing, the war, everything. And then maybe there's that one that tries to come back with some, but then they get completely. I love the way Beatrix says it, boshed. What did she say? Boshed, bish boshed. And then everybody like literally pounces on them. But I do think that right now, if there's ever going to be a time for them to do a false flag, it says, but or the aliens. I mean, have you heard of Chris Bledsoe? He's done a lot of he's done some interviews lately, and he was talking about how it is going to be when Iran and Israel launch missiles at each other. I want to say he saw Fatima in one of his visions that said that this was going to wake the world up. And if you do look at the timeline, people are waking up. So who knows? Y'all know that's interesting. You can ask any questions. I'm here for it. Otherwise, we can go to Spidey Cell.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Just a couple of points and an update as well. Question: how would be in any reference to the fact that he wouldn't fall on the false flag
We
Iran
can't
attack?
hear you at all. If you have, do you have do you have a Bluetooth in? Can you take it out? Because it's very hard to hear you.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Oh, so much better. Yes,
Apologies.
continue.
Yeah, just a couple of questions to the panel and an update as well. With regards to Joe Kent, would you guys have any idea that his retirement correlates with the fact that he wouldn't fall on a false flag Iran attack in the US? Is there any correlation? I know it's still early days and there's conspiracy theories flying left, right, and center, but it just seems maybe that could be the case. And with regards, just an update, I hopped in yesterday talking about Lebanon and with regards to the army and whatnot. As per speaking to my cousins down there who are also enlisted, they were saying that there's been some form of mutiny in terms of some generals refusing evacuation orders from the south, and that was further correlated with ex-General Munir, who's now a political commentator. He was on the Lebanese Sputnik radio, and he's also highlighted that some generals are refusing evacuation orders or retreat orders from the south. So just to give you guys a update on that.
I see 5 possible reasons why Joe Kent resigned. And when I say possible, I literally mean possible, not plausible. Number one is that he thinks we're going to lose and it's going to be a political disaster. So he's trying to abandon ship. Number two is that he thinks there's going to be boots on the ground, which would be a political disaster, and he might be against it personally. So he wants to abandon ship. Number three is that he was just against the whole thing, like on principle from beforehand. And he's just been pissed off this whole time and he finally decided to abandon ship. Number four is false flag. I really hope that that's not the case, but it does kind of tie into the fact that he's the counterterrorism guy, as you pointed out. Number five, which I think is the least likely, and I really hope it doesn't happen, is that there's the Trump administration has some like nefarious plans. This could tie into like the false flag thing, where they're gonna like, maybe round people up based off of speech or whatever, like Tucker Carlson, others maybe, and say that they're like foreign assets and, we need to like put them in jail or something. But those are the only 5 that I can possibly even imagine.
And really, if you look at it, all five, thanks for that as well, Thermo. If you look at it, all five are all paint a dire picture. To be honest with you, there's nothing that can come out of this that's anything positive or reinforcing. And following as well, as the panel was talking about with Myron previously, when Sully was talking to Myron with regards to what would be the concessions and how the war will end. I take a leaf out of Hezbollah, and I think they have the same doctrine as Iran in the sense of they just don't lie; they just tell you exactly what's going to happen. And all the generals and even Professor Mohammed Marandi has suggested is they are ready for 10 years of war. And I strongly believe that they are ready for 10 years of war. I don't think they're going to allow for them to be um, allow for the destruction of their homeland without destroying every single economy that contributed to their destruction of their homeland. So that's the leaf that I take. And until something that comes up that's going to sway them, which is, as Sully suggested, reparations, full reparations, and the elimination of the U.S. bases around the Middle East. I don't think they're going to let loose. I think they're just going to keep on going, and they are ready for the next 10 years for this war. That's my personal opinion, though.
So one thing to keep in mind about the reparations is that they don't actually necessarily need to get that from the US. Like there are more core goals that are like, kind of things that are non-negotiable for them, like US leaving the Middle East and some kind of method of containing Israel. Um, if those are achieved, then reparations can almost like naturally follow because then Iran will have full control of the Strait of Hormuz. And if they have full control of the Strait of Hormuz, then they can basically place like a tax or a tariff or whatever you want to call it on any oil coming out. And so they can actually just recoup reparations through that method, and then that cost would be passed on to the global economy, or they could put it in place for certain countries, maybe not for China or people that help them out, but yeah. So I actually don't think they really need to force the issue of like getting direct payments of reparations from the US.
Oh, thanks for answering that. Yeah, that makes somewhat sense. And furthermore, I don't know if Sully, Beatrix, Maze, you guys have seen it. I've seen a lot of love pouring towards Iran from Africa. I think it's an unsung story, especially in Sudan with what the UAE has done to them. But I see a lot of love being poured from Africa and pretty much a lot of united countries with regards to Iran's effort to destroy the Zionist regime.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, South Africa, they are the ones that um, went hard against them in the ICJ to get them to get accountability for the genocide and war crimes. And then so there's definitely been a few other nations. I think right now is like now or never. There's really not enough time, even. I think people should be jumping on board. Other countries, hopefully, are going to take this as an opportunity to jump on board, and or we just need, if that like international law um doesn't count, if it's not going to be, I think, if anything, and I'm going to say this, I think it's important. I don't like the veto powers that the United States has had has prevented justice, and I think that we, if anything, because of what happened, should have those powers taken away from us, just because you shouldn't have just gone and bombing Iran on behalf of Israel and then still find it okay to be vetoing every single resolution against them. So anyway, but yeah, I have witnessed that there's definitely a lot more nations and rising up and speaking out. Even the UK, I was very surprised by what the UK was it the Prime Minister, or I don't know, it was I can't remember his name right now, but he basically said that he was a part of the negotiations and that there was definitely a diplomatic approach, or diplomacy was an option, And the United States went against it. That's why they're not going to help out and not going to participate in this. And I thought that was pretty big, right? Like even our allies, or our oldest ally coming out and saying something like that, I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree with you, Maze. And honestly, I think the whole concept of anyone having a veto is kind of ridiculous. Like, it's kind of ridiculous that any country can just sort of stand in the way of what, like, if all the other countries in the world want to do something and like one country gets to just veto it is kind of crazy.
Yep, 100%. It looks like there was something that hit in where did it go? Sorry, 1 second. In Jordan. Oh no, is it Jordan? It says, okay, satellite imagery analysis indicates that Iranian strikes hit several locations inside the US used section of Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. At least 3 confirmed impacts, including inside the US compound, targets, aircraft hangars, warehouses, shelters, and a gym. One hangar appears hit multiple times with damage worsening in newer imagery. Strikes reached operational areas, apron, and maintenance zones. Hold on, there's more though. Okay, here's the one. So, satellite analysis suggests an Iranian missile likely hit a German camp at a base in Jordan. Damage seen in images is too severe for debris alone. Unclear if Germans were indeed targeted. Yeah, so those were 2 things that I thought were pretty interesting, guys. And repost the space, guys. And make sure that you are following on YouTube. Go up there in the link and make sure you're liking and following the stream and sharing that with your friends that are not in X. That way they can, watch it and listen to it through YouTube. But yeah, who's next? Sorry, I can't see any hands. Everyone shows up as listener to me for some reason. Don't make me get up and make an espresso and wake all y'all people up, okay? Because I will do it. Go ahead, Spidey.
One thing, last night it was Mr. Jin. He showed a map of all the current strikes in Iran, and he pointed out great. He had a great insight in the sense of deep into Iran has not been touched, and obviously due to the mountainscape and the distance, the US cannot seem to even penetrate that area closer towards the Pakistan and Afghanistan lands on that side over there. So, in the sense of them claiming that the missile strike and production has been decimated, it's just complete retardedness on their behalf because me as a layman can tell you, well, if I was to build a missile manufacturing place, I'd put it in the deepest depths of the mountain, deep inside the country. I wouldn't align it on the coast. So it seems like they're just going with mass destruction as to actual military strategical sites. That's the way I read it.
I think there's some truth to that, or you could be right. One thing to keep in mind is that not I don't think all of Iran's missiles have enough range to reach Israel. Um, and so a lot of them do need to be fired from the northwest of Iran. So I mean, I haven't seen the map that you're talking about, but in that scenario, right, then that would mean you would expect there to be more assets concentrated in the northwest and less assets in the southeast. And then, as far as the Gulf is concerned, on that coast, they are using a lot of like their older, less sophisticated, shorter range missiles because those are obviously used to target Gulf countries. And so for those, you're going to want to be up close and personal. And then, with drones and whatnot, because you want to be able to have like quick reaction time for anything in the Strait of Hormuz as well. So you would expect there to be a higher concentration of bases and military assets along the Gulf Coast and in the northwest of the country.
Yeah, correct. I was more talking about in terms of manufacturing, as to actual launch sites. But in saying that as well, I just want to add another question I want to ask the panel of, we know that obviously the nuclear option for Iran would be to decimate all the oil production. But if we're looking at it as a ladder, what's the next step along the escalation ladder that Iran will
What
take?
did you just say? Who wants to decimate the oil production?
No, I'm saying if the war got to a stage where it became a do or die for Iran, it will decimate the oil production of, if their oil production is decimated, they'll return that in favor to the Gulf as well. But that's further down. That's the nuclear option. That's, world economy destroyed completely. But we're not there yet, and hopefully we never get there. What I'm saying is, what's the next step up the escalation ladder that Iran will take? Does anyone have any predictions for that? What's the next thing they go up?
Um, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of responding. Y'all, listen, okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys that I have to tell you guys this news really quick, an update, and then I'm gonna ask you to repeat the question, okay? You'll understand why I lost focus for a second. So it turns out that Larry Silverstein, if you guys know who he is, he's the one that owned the World Trade Center, whatever you call it, one of those buildings that went down in 9/11. He just bought, I think within the past 6 months, the US Bank building that's in Los Angeles, okay? And where all these little things are popping up in the sky. I'm just saying, I thought that was quite an interesting comment. Okay, now back to your question, sir. What was it?
Yeah, they're not going to beat the allegations. Now the question for me was what's the next step up the escalation ladder for Iran if this war doesn't stop? And obviously it's incremental, and tit for tat. And Iran has been more strategical and surgical with their strikes. But what's Iran's next move up the escalation ladder? Would it be, is it Jordan, or is it the Iraqi bases to pound them completely? What do you guys think the next escalation for Iran would be?
I don't think I'm very qualified for that type of, like, I guess, question, but maybe Andrew or somebody can answer it. He's much more military minded. I just think that, they're just going to keep going. And at this point now, that it's as long as, like, they're almost, whenever people can't even really criticize what they've done across all these different countries, even though they try to. I saw in a couple of spaces and a couple posts, people try to make it seem like they just went rogue and started attacking all these Gulf states. But everybody knows, that's in the know, knows why and what they were actually targeting. So, but I don't know if Andrew's still awake. I'd love to hear his response to that. But overall, I think they're just going to keep pounding Tel Aviv, and I mean, because really the source and root of the problem is Israel. I mean, that's the whole reason I think United States is pulled into it. What do you think, Andrew? He might have stepped away. But if anybody else has an answer to that, I'm not great with I know that there's like I was watching Dr. Zhang, I think that's his name, or professor, sorry. And he was talking about that there's 3 phases to war, and that we were or no. How many did he give? I think he gave 6. And we were at 3. We were at 3. But it was really interesting for people that are trying to learn these different levels. But I will tell you, with this, if this authorization act goes through for appropriation, I think is military for 100 billion. Just think about that, because how long is it going to take to build the weapons, and how much attrition do you think even Iran has? Like, you know what I mean? I think it's a scary turn. Like, if they are going to go out as an existential, like, if we go out, we're taking everything out with us. Oh, that'd be scary. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, $100 billion. I mean, in the short, that's probably to restock in the future, because $100 billion doesn't do anything now. You can't instantly say, okay, we have $100 billion, snap your fingers, we build more interceptors. And I don't know if you remember this, but right after Venezuela, Trump put on True Social that he wanted a $1.5 trillion military budget for 2027 and said, we deserve an even stronger military to be the best and most powerful in the world. So I wonder if Trump was anticipating this being a long war that completely drained everything and was going to cost about $500 billion dollars, because that would make sense with our normal $1 trillion budget, him wanting an extra $500 billion for next year. He knew this war was already obviously happening after Venezuela. So if he was talking about an extra 500 billion for next year, that means he probably, in the people pulling his strings, Jared Kushner, um, and the Israelis estimated the cost of this at 500 billion. Why else would he be asking for one posting on Truth Social that he wanted 1.5 trillion for the 2027 military budget? So that's concerning if they're already talking had estimated the cost of this at 500 billion dollars. Like that means they're just gonna, like, what the heck are we spending $1 trillion a year on firsthand? Like whoever runs for president like needs to investigate that. Like yes, the Somali daycare fraud, that's a problem, but Republicans are not serious. You can't just talk about one type of fraud and then say, okay, yeah, $1 trillion Pentagon budget, but we're out of interceptors in 2 weeks. Okay, nothing to see there. Like, who's stealing our taxpayer dollars? If you're a candidate and you're not running on that, you're not serious. Like Trump's appointing JD Vance as director of a fraud office. Yeah, investigate the Pentagon, but it will never happen because both parties are in bed with this. I mean, just look at the Iraq War. Over half of the Democrats voted for the Iraq War in 2003. This is a both parties issue. So
Yeah.
so that's
Oh, go ahead, Andy.
yeah. So whoever runs in either party needs to obviously be against Israel. Needs to actually talk about investigating the Pentagon. The Pentagon has failed every single audit it's ever had. It's never completed an audit because the money's just completely unaccounted for. They kicked Elon out of Doge before he ever even got to look at that. He got to look at a few shady U.S. aid contracts. You think they're ever going to even let Elon look at the Pentagon? Heck no, because he would have actually seen all this stuff. They pretended that he was investigating fraud, and then they booted him before he could actually get to the real fraud.
Yeah, there's a video online. It's circulated a lot in the past, where there's this like Air Force commander speaking in front of Congress, and this congressman holds up like a bag of bolts, and he goes, Mr. So and so, do you know how much this like bag of bolts cost the U.S. Air Force? And the guy was like, no, I don't have a clue. And he's like, it costs $90,000. Like, why does this cost $90,000? And so I think that kind of gets to your point, Andy, which is that, America definitely has a powerful military, but I think people overestimate it a little bit just because of how much we spend. They assume, like, oh, we spend 10 times as much, so we are 10 times as strong. But a lot of
They're
it,
price gouging.
exactly, because it's like a money laundering operation, like if the politicians can sell something to their criminal friends in the military industrial complex, something for 5 times the price, then that 4x remainder they can like kind of split it among each other, throw it in each other's pockets behind the scenes. So, or it goes towards like off the books operations funds for things that like we're not supposed to know about.
Yeah,
But
And
yeah,
as Andy was saying as well, it's not as if you could snap your finger and boom, now you've got X amount of missiles and X amount of munition to go ahead. These things, yes, this it's more along the line that the way I look at it is they approve the invoice, but the actual money doesn't come in, or the actual production doesn't start till 2026, 2027. Sometimes there are weapons that are contracts that are there till 2030, and they haven't even started those yet. And those were the HIMARS back in the Russian days. I don't buy into the notion that the weapons that the American military can supply the current war as is. And then there's other things to consider as well. Obviously, standoff munition. People, most experts are saying there's probably about another week of hard standoff munition they could fire, then it's going to drop down dramatically. The another thing that another analyst was talking about, all the airframes of these planes that are flying sorties, they're flying thousands of kilometers. They can't handle many sorties along those along on those airframes, so they've got to go back and get cycled through maintenance, and that's months of maintenance getting cycled back. So I can't see this the American standoff attacks being um, getting any more dramatic than what we currently see. I think their best was within the first week, and within the next week, I'm going to say my prediction is going to be substantially less and less. And I don't, at that point, I don't think Iran is going to be incentivized to even entertain an agreement, because they're going to say, well, okay, now we've seen what your best can do. Now it's our turn to continue on.
I think Iran's attacks will increase because after the U.S. has less planes to bomb, they can actually bring out more of their missile launchers that they've been probably saving deep underground, because they've probably been using less missile launchers. Because if they, let's say, bring out 300 missile launchers to all fire at Tel Aviv, then the U.S., when they have 400 planes in the air, or 200, let's say, can take those all out. But then let's say the U.S. only has 50 planes because 300 have to go back for maintenance. They could theoretically bring out 200 missile launchers, and imagine they send 200 2,000-pound warheads towards Tel Aviv. That's game over for Israel, and they could bring Israel to the table and with one big strike.
Yeah, Andy, I'm really happy you said that. That I feel like that's something no one gets. Because everyone's like, oh, there's less launches, so that must mean they have like depleted missiles and launchers. And it's like,
We've been
no, it's
doing less
because the air
strikes
def
too. Haven't you noticed that the first like couple days we were doing way more heavy bombing the first week? Our bombing and the Israelis bombing has gone way down as well.
Yep. And these aircraft carriers have had to retreat further away. They can't use the bases that are as close in the Gulf. Like they have to fly further distances. I mean, yeah, 100%.
Exactly. They're having to launch bombers from the United Kingdom. They had to use a base in Romania. Like, yeah, Mag is like, we're winning, we're winning. Yeah, if you're winning, why would you need a base in Spain? Remember the Khomeini, he said, we're going to hit the U.S. military so hard, they're never going to get back up again. And now that's exactly what we're seeing. The American empire is looking like we're not going to get back up from this. We've absolutely humiliated ourselves. And Iran offered a great deal. They were going to do less enrichment. And the U.S. said, no, we want to topple this regime because Israel wanted to do the Greater Israel Project. And now Tel Aviv is literally on fire. And it's honestly joyous to see. Praise be.
Yeah, it's crazy. I honestly just can't even believe how incompetent these people are. Like, it's pretty shocking. And it's actually pretty scary, because it's not just the military. Like these people at the top, I mean, like Trump, he controls every aspect of, the executive branch. That's crazy
Yeah,
for
like
someone
how do
that dumb.
Solomon and Andrew and Omar know more than the people running the U.S. and the Israeli government? Like that is actually frightening. Like that's problematic. They like I actually want to know how many generals in our government knew this was going to happen and tried to talk Trump down. And he like I wonder if most of the actual generals knew this would happen and Trump just ignored them, because Trump did say, I got my advice from Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Pete Hegseth, and none of them are generals. Like this isn't Eisenhower, MacArthur, and Patton. No, these are former Fox News host and two real estate agents. What military experience do they have? What exactly? Like Solomon's not a military general, but he's smart and actually understands things, which is why he knew this would happen. I bet a lot of generals are going to step down after this and say, I warned Trump, he didn't listen to me, and this he took his advice from Jared Kushner, and that's why we're in this war. I think a lot of generals are just staying on now because they don't want to obviously abandon America's men and women in the line of duty. Like if they step down now, they just leave them to be commanded by more idiots. They're like generals are like, if I step down now, I'm just leaving them to suffer under Pete Hegseth, which so they're like, I need to stay on to protect them from as best as I can from this incompetence. But there's going to be mass resignations when this is over. This is just a complete humiliation on the world stage.
Thermo, as well, to your credit as well, you're right in the sense of Pepe Escobar tweeted as well that Iran's looking to make over $73 billion a year due to the Strait of Hormuz toll booth tax, as he's calling it. So I think that's to your credit, what you were saying is, reparations can come in different forms. I think this is one as well. And he also further quoted on the Duran. He was on the Duran with Alex and Alexander, that Iran has yet to even activate its strategic depth, and it's still buying time. So as well, I tend to like Pepe. He's a wealth of knowledge as well.
Oh yeah, and sorry, I you asked the question earlier about what the next steps of escalation are. Um, so I think Mays did answer the question to some extent, and I think I agree with her. Right now, Iran just has this like steady flow of missiles going at Israel, and they have the strait closed. Now there's some rerouting going on across Saudi Arabia through the pipeline. It's reduced capacity. But this is like, if this just continues as is, Iran will win. Um, so then, really, because Iran sort of has like escalation control right now, uh, what they do next is actually going to depend on what the US does next. Because they just have this like big bag of tricks to pull out, but they don't want to pull them out too fast. It's kind of like, they say whoever speaks first in a negotiation loses. It's like, all right, let's see what you're going to do. And then depending on how severe that is, then their retaliation will be equally severe. Because if you unleash it too quickly, then the other side has nothing to lose, and then they're going to come after you full force. That's the mistake that Trump made. He cornered Iran into a position where they have nothing to lose, and that's why he's losing now, because there's no reason for Iran to stop. It's like, okay, you attack during negotiations, which means that you're not serious about negotiating, which means that we can't negotiate with you, because you will never leave us in peace. You will come back 8 months later. Um, and yeah, that's why Trump is now in the escalation trap. That's Robert Pape. I highly recommend following him, listening to some of his interviews. He's like the foremost expert on this topic, and that's what he calls it. He calls it the escalation trap.
And the just also from the Australian perspective as well, mate. Over here, they are filthy with the US and Trump and the administration. From your average Joe Blow to every comment under each segment that's posted by all the news outlets, even some news outlets, it's insane. We've got more liberal sort of news outlets like ABC, and they have painted a grim picture of Donald Trump and his administration. And if as they say, we've got probably another 18 days of reserves left. If that goes, I think it's going to be an absolute shit show in Australia, and especially with towards the American relationship and partnership with trade and spyware and all that stuff that they got, UCAS and all that kind of stuff. So it's an absolute shit show. I'd say, from the Australian perspective, Donald Trump, as the common man over here that doesn't really understand politics, they've basically told Donald Trump, sort your shit out within the next 18 days, or there will be some massive pain.
So that's very interesting. I would like to ask you, because I've been curious about this, is what percentage of Australians and, by extension, other like people in other allied countries to the US, if things get really bad and, the oil reserves run out and the prices skyrocket and how much do you think people are going to blame Iran versus America and Israel?
Look, from everything that I've seen, and again, it's just from my perspective, from the gas stations, the fuel pumps over here to your average American, from all, I'm a builder. I've got a lot of contractors that, we talk every morning, yada and whatnot. Everyone has not said one thing about Iran, only that spastic Trump in the nicest way. And that's me using less than colorful language. It was even worse than that. All my contractors are absolutely filthy with Trump and his administration. In the sense of one of my guys who's a roofer, he's cancelled his plans. He was flying out to the US next week, and he said, in the pardon my French, fuck that guy and fuck everything. I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to see if I'm going to go to maybe take the missus to Asia. So your average common man over here is more filthy with the US than Iran. And like I said, this week alone we've had two senators call for um, um, ignoring Trump's sanctions and having direct talks with Russia for oil because they don't trust the Trump administration can sort this out.
That's very interesting. Yeah, because I feel like, that's what one of the things I've been thinking about right now. All these like European EU members, they've sort of told Trump to, go screw himself. But I've been wondering, if the economics get bad enough, will they, out of desperation, join the war and try to like force the strait open, or will they just kind of like take it and d- you know hate the US over it? I mean, that's just been one of the thoughts that have been
Well,
running through my mind.
thing is, Australia is a massive continent. It's humongous. It's almost the size of the US, right? So, it's the Australian has tugboats rather than a navy, and it struggles, let alone defending its own borders, than even attempting to assist the US in the Strait of Hormuz. But it was very ominous when Trump did request it. It was within hours that Australia said, "Sorry, we're not going there." And the current government over here, which is they're called Labor, but it's like your Democrats. It's all one uni party at the end of the day, but they are more Asia leaning than West leaning, and so I don't believe not in the near future that the US will join the war.
Do you guys think that with Trump and how much, because I don't know if you guys watched his like somebody needs to take him off off camera because he's so all over the place. He's like, this is the best military. We don't need anybody, but when we needed everybody, nobody was there. He's just wishy-washy with everything. But what he said was, I think that he might have believed that they would have had this in the bag, like it was going to be in and out. And like right now, I don't think that he and this, who's around him, like Pete Hegseth is in a fantasy in his own brain, like living out his wet dream of a crusade. I don't think he has proper guidance and advisors. Like I don't even know if he knows what he's getting himself into. Like this 100 billion he wants to take out. How long does anybody know how long it takes to make these weapons that he wants to buy? And like, I mean, there's a time factor here, right? Like, what do you guys think about that? Like, what does he want to do with that
Minimum
money?
2 years, Maze. Minimum 2 years with the current production, the current recorded production in the US. Minimum 2 years. It'll be probably close to a decade to replenish everything they've used so far. But for the standoff munition that they're requesting, minimum 2 years.
So I remember they had some sort of like ordeal around this where they were going to hire people and they were going to demand that they make these weapons faster with like they don't if you don't have the it's not even just the workers, but I mean you need the space, you need the I guess I don't know. I hate to call it ingredients, but whatever it is, the supplies. Like they're trying to do a rush job on that. And I think that you're right. Like it makes sense that it's going to be at a minimum. They're not even that's another thing. How much it costs to create an interceptor versus how much it costs for these rockets and missiles that they're intercepting, it makes zero sense. Like, I mean, it's just a not to mention with these clusters now and the decoys, like, I just feel like there's it's I mean, I don't know. Like, I
No,
don't
no, you're right.
understand the
You're
like
you're you're right. And Simon highlighted that as well. Simon's actually highlighted this a lot. In the sense of, so the difference between Russia and the US is Russia has all the ingredients and natural resources to ramp up their own production because they don't rely on foreign any foreign materials and precious metals. Most, if not all, the precious metals that are required in these missiles are owned by, guess who? China. It's up to China whether they allow how much, whether they allow or how much they allow to seep into the US market. And that's what Simon's highlighted multiple times as well. The US, the reason why these rockets and all the US hardware costs so much is because these precious metals are not easy to come by. And then once they do get their hands off on them, it takes months to refine and extract the elements that they need to. So hence why it takes so long to produce. To produce the shell is not that hard. It's what goes inside and what creates the chips and the software and all that stuff. That's where the US heavily relies on external factors, being your precious metals being delivered from. Um, Believe it or not, they've made a deal. Some in Australia, some in Africa, but Africa's locked away with China, and there's not many places you could find that in the world.
well, there might be a whole bunch found in over there in Ohio because there was a meteorite that like exploded. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this was not too long ago. It was like within the past 24 hours. And they said that you could probably find some of the meteorites over there. Isn't that where these precious metals come from anyway? It's interesting.
Thermo, a
They
question
like
for you as well,
rained down over there.
and
Huh?
question for Maze and Thermo. God forbid something happens, but with the current economical situation, or the current climate and the economic situation that's happened and that's happening right now, if there was a natural disaster, how could the US, what would happen to the US? Well, I was talking to my father yesterday, and he's like, if an earthquake was to erupt in California, America will be, he's saying, America will be finished because they've got no more resources to filter through and help the people over there. I don't know whether to take them serious or not, but is that a thing that the US is heavily underprepared for any natural disasters at the moment?
Um, well, there is like a lot of incompetence. So is the response gonna be as smooth as it could be? Probably not. I wouldn't say that like we don't have the resources to handle it because as long as, our dollar has value, we can always print more of it and get whatever resources we need from whoever else. There's
Resources, but preparation is more than that, don't you think? Like that right now, FEMA has epically failed at everything that they've done.
that's
Like, well, look at
true.
what they did over in when Hurricane Helene hit. These people literally, there was people from all over the country that were rushing there to help, and because FEMA and the emergency services, whatever they look like, they all were just failing terribly. But yeah, they're very lack of coordination, I would think was part of it, and I think that the amount of resources and plus what God, people were reporting some of the dumbest shit that they were requiring them to do. Um, like when it came to the being able to like get insurance for whatever it was that they lost. It was crazy, complicated, and then people were in the middle of crisis, obviously. Yeah, it was just terrible. A lot of people, I think the situation was much worse than it had to be because of the lack of preparation.
Yeah, that's for sure true. And we do also have like a lot of really stupid red tape and regulations that have to be followed, like you were saying. So yeah, I think in terms of like execution, it's just like it's more just a problem of like incompetence than it is resources.
Both, yeah. I mean, resource like in term, yeah. I mean, I feel like we could be able to get them, but they're even trying to move it out of from under Homeland Security and move it into the executive branch so they would report straight to the president, which is an interesting. It's called the FEMA Independence Act that was put in, I think, last year or the year before. I don't know status of it though. But interestingly enough, Destiny's down here. I see her. She's been reporting on and tracking all of the continuity of government anomalies, like the crazy things that's happened, like within the past year since just during Trump's administration. It is extremely peculiar. Um, and there obviously is something going on that they know about that they're not sharing with the public yet. Stacking up the resources, making the changes to accommodate, I think, the very elite class, should anything like that happen, which is interesting, right? I don't know if you guys have been looking into this.
Maze, good morning. Wanted to
Hi,
actually ask you, I've
hello.
been listening for a while. Hey, lovey. Hey, lovey. We've had regime change. I want to ask you, what do you think of Ali Larijani, the way they killed him yesterday? Because I haven't had a chance to speak to you. And, you know, because I remember, I think we were on the space together when either Syed Hassan Nasrullah was killed, I think, or Ismail Hania. And this is Israel, right? This is not America that's killed him. They've killed him because we heard yesterday that there were some murmurs. It wasn't like what do they call it? I feel brain dead, man. Confirmed. It wasn't confirmed. It wasn't verified. That's the word I was looking for. But there were several reports that Switzerland, being neutral on all matters, was trying to approach both sides, be it Iran and America. You know, and not that it was passing a message from America to Iran, but it was like taking a message from America, deciphering it, and then speaking to Iran, and you know, trying to bring because the world needs the Strait of Hormuz open, and the world needs this to stop. So Switzerland stepped up to have these back channel discussions, and then this is what I firmly believe, that Israel took out Ali Larijani. Um, Israel's more than happy. All of their leadership are probably sat in bunkers somewhere. Nobody's taking control of it, and they've left Trump to carry the can. And serves Trump right, to be honest. It serves him right. You know, like he's literally, his son-in-law said to him, "No, I think you should do this." Who the hell is his son-in-law? His son-in-law doesn't even have a stake in America in the sense that he's not a government member. And this is average Americans like who work hard, their taxes. And his son-in-law shouldn't have had a say, but he says, "Oh, Jared said to me, do it," so I did it. You know, and I think it's Israel that had this done, but it's so sad, so sad. I was looking at the list of books he's written. You know, Ali Larijani was an author. He wrote books on physics and maths, and right up your street. Some of them will probably be amazed, but then I compare him to like Netanyahu and Trump. I mean, I know Trump claims to have written books, but I'm sorry, I don't believe Trump wrote any of those books. I think there must have been a ghostwriter, because I just look at him and I listen to him speak and I think, my God, how were you even elected? How did I even support you once upon a time? What is wrong with us? And I listen to Keir Starmer and I think, what is wrong with our leaders? And then I look at people like Ali Larijani and, you know, people in Israel. They say what they do what they say. They're noble, they're principled, they stand with their people, they're on the front line. You know, they don't want any perks that their people are not having. They don't want any riches that their people are not having. You know, they see themselves as one of the people, not that their people are goyim and they'll rip off billions. And I said this yesterday. I'm really mad, Maze. But anyway, I'll pass it to you.
I agree 100%. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just 1 second.
I'm gonna jump in. I just got a ridiculous hate comment. You are gonna die. So one person posted that. So Class Report posted about how Lindsey Graham said, "Take Carg Island and the war's over." That's Class Report. Then I commented, "Take Carg Island. Iran takes out the Gulf oil. 20% is gone, and we have a worse recession in 2008." Then I got a comment that said, "Also, dude, who are your real benefactors? You do nothing but spread IRGC propaganda." Which is completely ridiculous. Yeah, I'm paid by the IRGC with my 16,000 followers and my posts that get a couple hundred views. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And then they said, oh, so now we just let a terror sponsor, state of Iran, keep control of it then forever. That's them basically asking us to just let the current Iranian regime stay in power, which we can no longer abide. We can deal with a recession. So now you also have the anti-Iran crowd also wanting a recession. It's completely ridiculous. And these idiots don't get the only reason why the strait's closed is because we attacked Iran. The strait was never closed until we attacked them. It's like these people are so, it's like these people in the comments are so dumb, it's actually laughable.
Yeah, when Trump gave his announcement and he was doing the Q&A, he was talking about other countries not stepping up as if like it's for them, it's for them. Hello, you dummy. The whole reason it's closed is because you did this. I mean, it's almost like how can he carry on with that logic for so long and not acknowledge that it is his actions along with the Israel that caused Iran to do this. Like everything he said was like post, war, like post it, them striking Iran. So that was one thing. But to answer your question, I 100% agree. I think that they show how like just with the level of intelligence, the articulate way in which he described the negotiations and how they went down, the contempt he had for the way that they like what was it like I think Trump had said something stupid like like it was fun, like we bombed them because it was fun or something like that. Like you could just see the disgust and the immoral statements that Trump makes. Like, yeah, I don't, and I didn't know that they were going to come to some sort of agreement, but Israel is notorious for stopping any diplomacy from happening. From day one, they've been like this. They've always, that's what the whole um clean break memo was about. It was about taking the aggressive path and just not, ever coming to any agreement. So it's all for show. And yeah, them killing him, it really is sad. It's sad because of, just his will for to fight and his love of country was very evident in everything that he said and everything that he did. So yeah, I thought it was horribly sad. A big loss for Iranians, although I don't think is going to change their military actions or ability or capability. I think they have that pretty kind of broken off into different groups, like that specialize in each thing. And he was maybe just kind of a lot of the spirit that was still there, but it was really sad.
Yeah, I just, you know what? I don't see an end to this. Do you know one thing I will say though, right? I don't know, Andy was talking about this earlier, but or he just commented on it. But means I'm surprised at the patience that Iran has showed. If I was Iran, I'd have had that strait closed years ago with those sanctions. I'd have been like, you know what, get the hell out of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Shut your prices of oil up. Get the hell out of my face with all your terrorism. Get lost, but I'm surprised it took them so long to use that leverage. It shows the amount of restraint and the consideration that they had for people around the world because they know we're all going to suffer, right?
You know, one thing.
100%.
Oh, go ahead, Miss.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have a slightly different opinion on the Larijani thing than most people. So, I'm if you guys want to disagree, totally understand. But a lot of people are offering all these reasons that Israel did it and whatnot. But the thing is, like, there are so many educated people in Iran, including in the IRGC. You know, people act like it's just like these couple guys at the top that have real education, and then everyone below them are just like these like meathead soldiers. But there are so many educated, intelligent people to take his place. And I don't think it really changes anything. At the end of the day, Iran wants the US out. They want Israel to suffer a lot of pain. And once the US is out of the Middle East, Israel is going to be a lot less bold. And also, once the US is out of the Middle East, Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz. That offers them leverage to get sanction relief. Oh, you want to sanction us? Okay, no more oil to the EU. It also allows
But that's
them.
not the point we were making. Wait. That is not the point we were making. We know nothing changes. We know Iran is highly educated. We know you're talking about the strategy going forward. We were talking specifically about Ali Larjani, about the fact that the way he was killed and why Israel does this and the terrorism it does. But you're right. I mean, it doesn't change anything, but carry on.
So, yeah, but I guess what I wanted to say, the reason why I'm saying that it doesn't change anything is just because I truly believe the reason Israel did it is just for the headline. And the reason I'm saying that is because you really have to think about what one of like some of Israel's core desires are. They need Jews from around the world to keep moving there, and they need the Jews that have passports to other countries to stay there. And so they constantly need to have this perception of dominance and strength and ultimate defense and da 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 da. So if they just sit there getting missiled over and over again, day after day, with no like headline victories, it looks so bad for them. It totally destroys that aura, and that's why I think they go after
I don't,
leadership so much.
yeah, I think Israel's beyond caring about what people think of it. The world knows. I mean, like, I've never seen the world be so against Israel from all quarters, people you wouldn't expect. And I think Netanyahu's one of these people, and Israel generally, their leadership, and Israelis, you saw the soldiers, what they were doing in Gaza. They don't care. They don't care what people think. They were hanging up dolls and, just being disgusting. And they put booby traps in. These are the people that put booby traps in kids' toys. They don't care. They don't have a moral high ground. They don't care what the perception is out there. They did it because they wanted to make sure there was nobody to negotiate. Now the next person's going to come up. He's going to have to like exercise himself and build a platform, and we don't know who his replacement is yet. By the way, I don't know. I just think Israel doesn't care. It doesn't care. And do you know what? I didn't realize, right, that so many freaking countries were in the Middle East. I just found out that which country was it? Australia. Australia says there was a small fire that damaged their facilities at the airbase in UAE, and I'm thinking, what they frigging had facilities there as well. Like, how much of the West is in the Middle East? We've got facilities there as well. Like, the Middle East is completely occupied. I
Good
know there's
morning,
some.
everyone. Can I speak or is this
Morning.
someone speaking?
Sorry.
Is it? Oh, go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I thought had said something. I didn't hear what you said. I don't really have much else to say on this topic. The only thing I will say, Beatrix, is I agree with you that they don't care what people think of them from a moral standpoint, but I think they definitely care that people are like afraid of them and think they're strong and that type of thing.
Afraid of them is the word I think you want to use, right?
Yeah, like, well, I guess other countries to be afraid and Jews around the world to feel safe, like that they're so super strong, so it's somewhere I can move. And Jews who are already there to think they're super strong, so this is somewhere I want to stay.
Yeah, maybe.
Could I chime in on there, Beatrix?
Yeah. Chime in, chime in.
First of all, good morning to everybody. Hope you're having a good day. I would just like to say, Thermominics, Israel hasn't cared since the dawn of days, since like 3,500 years ago, where they were doing things like Suleiman perfectly explained it. They were doing things under the table, over the table. They were doing things in a way where no one really could really know what was going on, and they were doing it because they felt like they were a minority of people that had to take care of each other. And I guess it started off with the right intention, let's say, but once someone gets some money and some power and wants to remain in power, they do what Netanyahu does. I mean, go back 30, 40, when he was 28. I mean, look at him when he was 28, the way he was talking. He's talking the same way he was talking about we have to bomb Iran, we have to bomb Iraq, we have to bomb Libya, because these are threats to Israel. I mean, Greater Israel, what they call it, or Israel itself, never really existed or was going to exist until they came and occupied us because of the Balfour Declaration and them funding one side of the war at that time and funding Israel because they want to create a Zionist state. So these people don't care what you think, what I feel, what you feel. I mean, what they did, like Beatrix said in Australia, I truly believe it was them and other false flag just to create mayhem and all over the world, because that's what they do. They have little cells that you don't even know who they are. Some of them are double citizenship. Some of them have six, seven names and passports. Like it's a lot. It's a lot, you know. But just to make this short, these people are never gonna stop being the way they are, and they are cowards, and they are constantly leaving the occupied state of Palestine. But the thing is, this isn't the war where it's gonna be, oh, okay, it's done. The holy war is done. Iran's got the power now. The whole regime changes in the region, and they're gonna be expelled instantly out. You know, this is a war till the end of time, where they want to bring the Antichrist, and then Prophet Jesus alayhi salam comes. So there's many factors we got to look at here, but the only thing that we were promised from the Quran is that they wouldn't complete 80 years of reigning the power that they had, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We're in the 79th year, and then let's go into the 80th year and look at how things are going to be. They're not going to be the same exact way. They're going to be a way where it's like, okay, Israel's still Israel, and then there's Palestinians are going to be able to go home and do what they got to do, but they're still not going to leave the way they came in on boats from Poland and from the United States and from Germany. That's going to happen over time, and then they're still going to come back after that to fight us in Al Aqsa Mosque. And then there's a hadith that says basically that the bloodshed will be to the knees, you know. So there's still so many spiritual and faithful things that you got to look at, and geopolitical things that are going on, that they truly do not care who, what, anything about anyone. They do what they want because they've always done it. They had the power of the United States. But once the United States now is realizing that this is a parasitic relationship, they're like, we're done. And Trump's basically saving face and trying to back out of this, and now they're in on this alone. I truly believe that no matter what, that Trump is not going to do this to the United States and make it bend and fall on its knees economically and politically, and then the U.S. not be the U.S. that it was. I truly believe the regime change and the Constitution and the way the world works in the United States needs to change, but that happens after the regime changes in the Middle East, and slowly they lose the power that they had, and then they go into being an exiled people. Sorry for taking so long. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I I think that that's I think that that's probably like a logical um path of how things are going to go. Um
Yeah, we would all wish
I,
to see him like expelled and probably die. For me myself, I would like to be watching him right now, all in a pit and fire and burning. The Zionists, not the Jews, the Zionists that don't truly have any values or morals or anything. But it's too good to be true, and what's too good to be true is not true. You know, so that's you got to take it one step at a time. At least the world realized who they are. That's step one. Step two, they're trying to do anything they can to remain in power with the United States, and they can't. Step three, they're creating chaos all over the world, but the world's realizing this isn't done by anybody else. This isn't terrorists. This is done by someone that we already know who it is, but we can't talk about it too much because still people are afraid that they have that power and all that blackmail over them. But this is the year of 2025 was the year of uncovering truth. 2026 was the year of starting the war, and 2027 is the year for me that I consider like real intense war. You know, so let's see.
yeah, I mean that's the thing
Thanks, Omar.
too is. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'll let you respond and then we'll go to Amin. Go ahead.
Sure. No, I was just gonna say, I do think it is, these days with the internet, it's like humanity has this super memory now, too. So it's like, when back in the day, if you wanted to know about what someone did 10 or 50 years ago or 100 years ago, you'd have to go like find a book, and not even that many people were literate. But now it's like, once someone does something bad on the world stage and everyone sees it, and the videos keep getting reposted year after year, it's like, it's people don't forget as easily.
Yeah, I just wanted to second all of that position there about the religious aspect of it. That's one, and I'm a Muslim, alhamdulillah. I believe all that, but it all reflects it all. It's all based on the practical as well, right? So we got to look at it the reality and always be in touch with reality and see what's going on. These guys have been back and forth and disappearing, showing up, popping their head again, and behind empires, and it's an inevitable thing, and their goal is inevitable, and I mean it's known, and I think it just takes a nation, a real strong nation, to take them down this time around, and that's there is a lot of bad feeling, despair, you know, if not just feeling sad about losing so many martyrs, but and seeing what has been happening in the last 100 years, even uh, it's uh, it's tough, but there is faith, that there will be an end and a change, anyways, from the status quo. But there should be no surprise what their goal is. Even in America, the greatest empire in history, having the biggest army and the biggest influence, it's a great thing. It's not a small thing to uh, see how it is, the state of play today. So I just want to second that. I'm going to drop down. Thank you, Patrice, and head back to
Beatrix,
work.
if I could just add on to him real quick, because he said something important about the religious aspect of this. Is honestly, if you guys really look through the Bible and through the Quran, you guys will really realize that this is a war that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has put upon us since we've been here in many different ways since the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I mean, they mistreated him. They called him a sorcerer. They threw rocks at him. They did so many things to the messenger of Allah that came to spread peace and to came to spread awareness and to came to put love in this country, in this world. Sorry. So to add on to that, if you just look in a couple of verses here and there, you'll realize that when they say نصر من الله وفتح مبين وما النصر إلا من عند الله, like that all means that this is going to happen miraculously in a way where it's like, whoa, what the hell just happened? How the hell did it just change? You know, and it's not going to be in a way where it's like, oh well, oh wow, like it's like, oh, the Messiah or the Antichrist did this. I mean, that's a whole different story. No, it's gonna come. It's gonna come in a way where it's like Allah promised us, we will win in a way, but He's the one who's gonna show us that way and how we're gonna win it. And it's gonna, when Allah wants something, it's kun fayakun. It's instantly. So we don't.
Um,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to say, but for a lot of people who are not Muslim who are supporting Iran in this, for them it's just a war of humanity. So I think we just need to bear that in mind, because there are a lot of Americans who are of other faiths and no faiths, like Doc. They'll have a different perspective, which is why, like, I know what we believe as Muslims, but I try to keep faith out of it, because then, Jewish people have their perspective on this, and Christians may have theirs and stuff. And our maze is back. Oh God, we're losing people. They're just glitching out.
Maze
And
and
you responding,
Beatrix, the two women with the biggest ovaries in the space in the world.
listen, it's regime. We done regime change. We have done the regime change. We are the new regime, Maze and I, right? You're gonna have to put up with us.
I've been with Sully and Maze, and this whole time I've been awake until Sully went to sleep. I actually slept inside my car, inside the garage, waiting for you to come and waiting for Maze, it's like to take over the space, because I love it when it's the woman, and then when Sully comes, it's like it's a total different vibe. They're both beautiful vibes. Like I appreciate all of you guys,
Don't
man.
worry, we won't tell him you said that.
Oh no, you can tell him. You can
I'm
tell
just
him. Tell him
kidding.
Omar. Tell him Omar simped all his way up here. I don't care. He knows me. I don't. I say my mind. I speak it.
I literally fell asleep. I literally fall asleep and I wake up to this space. I don't know how much I can actually give. Yeah, dua to all of you that give so much onto this space. I listen to it 24/7, and when I'm not listening to this space, I go into some crazy spaces. But beyond that, I want to really put. You were saying, Beatrice, about people's religions, etc., right? But the Persians, the Persian poetry. I mean, the Farsi poetry, the Persian poetry, whatever you want to call it, there was poetry in the world. Right now, we are seeing dissemination of that poetry, what we once called the beauty of life, the beauty of just being, with, in a world where we could actually communicate and transact or barter with music, with poetry, with my wares and your wares, that kind of system. And this whole nefarious system has come on, where we are subjected to rule and law according to some um, Talmudic. I don't want to go there, but it is nefarious. But there was once.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't think you should go there. And do you know what? Love for humanity. I mean this in the best of ways, but when I saw you requesting, I thought she's going to come up and she's going to say some absolute nonsense. I haven't brought you up on our spaces for a long
I
time,
know.
because you are the chick that derails and talks utter nonsense. So I'm just going to, yeah, it's not going to happen, love. I appreciate that you're listening, and I'll let you continue listening, but thank you. I just can't, not at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, guys, repost the space. And make sure that you are sharing the YouTube up there. What's really cool about that is that a lot of people don't have X, they don't have the, I guess, patience for posts, but they would love to listen to this via YouTube. Send it to them, your family members. Make sure you like and subscribe. Go ahead, Andy. Andy, is your hand up?
Yeah, sorry, my phone was just freezing up a bit. Yeah, so I was just looking at a post and Sneeko just replied to some idiot saying that Sneeko's content has gone downhill about the war, and this person's like, "Why is Sneeko so radicalized about a war? He lives in America." Because our country's fighting in this war. It's like like people don't even think when they're posting. It feels like half the time. Like, why is he so radicalized? First of all, I mean, obviously, I don't even want to bring religion to it. First of all, he's Muslim, and Muslims are getting slaughtered. Second of all, he's American and his country's fighting in a war he shouldn't be fighting in. You want to talk about people who are radicalized about this war, you should talk about Lindsey Graham, who's on Fox News, orgasming 24/7 about this thing, and who's wanted this war. I think the only person who might have wanted this war longer than Bibi is Lindsey Graham. It's probably a contest between them two at this point. Like, you want to talk about people who are radicalized about this war. What about Levin, Lindsey Graham, Cruz, Pete Hegseth? You want to talk about them being radicalized? The only reason people like me, I'm radicalized about this war is because of idiots like them who dragged us into this. No, most Americans didn't even think about Israel until after October 7th. I would say only 10% of Americans even really cared about Israel one way or the other. I mean, maybe the Zios did a bit, but most of the Zios didn't even really talk about Israel much. It was just a non-issue. No one ever thought about it until October 7th for the most. Like, obviously, it was an issue, and what they were doing and impressing Gaza was happening, but no one really thought about it until October 7th. So they're the ones that made it an issue. They made it an issue. They
Pro tip.
radicalized us.
No. Pro tip, pro tip. We are not radicalized. We're normal, right?
Yeah.
Normal humans find what they have done as despicable, disgusting. It's awful. That's radical. We're normal. So don't ever admit to like being radicalized because I think that kind of gives them a point. We're absolutely normal. And in order to engage in the discussions, it's like we have to kind of move center into crazy, which I refuse to do. I think a lot of times I find myself frustrated with that. Like, are you even serious right now? Like, do you not understand what started the war? Like the way that Trump carries on about how, you know, he doesn't use the strait. 5% of our oil comes from there, but everybody else's does. And it's like he forgets that he started it, you know? So you're not radicalized, but I understand the
Yeah.
sentiment behind what you're saying.
I'd say more fired up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, it's gonna be funny at this point. Honestly, since Trump supporters are so indoctrinated into the cult and like literally look for anything to blame but Trump for their own failures. I think all the Trump supporters are going to turn on Israel, and they're going to eventually will be like, yeah, Israel did force Trump into the war. It wasn't Trump's fault, because they will do anything and blame anyone and everything before turning on Trump. So the MAGA cult's going to all turn on Bibi. They're going to turn on Israel. They're going to turn on everything before at least the ones that aren't Zionists, like some of the ones that aren't the hardcore Zios. They will turn on Israel. They will throw Bibi. They will throw the Zios under the bus well before they turn on Trump. So it's going to be glorious to see some of these MAGA people turning on Israel before they turn on Trump, because you know how it works. Oh, it's Tucker's fault. Oh, it's Nick's fault. Oh, it's Candace's fault that we lost the midterms. Then they're going to blame Israel, and they will do anything before blaming the cult leader. That's how all cults implode. They find something to blame. They find some excuse before ever actually blaming the man at the top. And then it will just at the end of the day be left with the most hardcore Zionists like Levin, Laura Loomer, Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and then a few hardcore rank and file Americans. And there'll just be nothing left at that point. It will be gone.
Yeah, folks don't realize it's a fine razor thin line between love and hate. People have to remember when Trump was sending the FUBB. We remember this. Just a reminder. Remember, Trump went from "I love you, my dear BB" to FUBB. Remember that when BB backed up Biden. It's a thin line. And oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Andy. Oh yeah, good, great point.
Yeah, he was the first to congratulate him. I forgot about that. But he also said that like he was supposed to be they backed out, like Netanyahu backed out of something. Their attack on their who was it? Oh my gosh, my brain is putt-putting. Not Assad. It was Oh my gosh, my brain.
Giuliani?
No, 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 no. It was who was the other person that Trump took out before he left office? It was
Soleimani.
Soleimani. Thank you.
Soleimani.
Yes. That's exactly who it was. And he was mad because Israel like that's what I'm saying. It was for him that we did it. You know, and then but they didn't do it. They like backed out last minute. Like it's just like oh my gosh. It's just
You
crazy.
know, Bays, that reminds me, I was in Berlin, Germany in 1971. All right. Now that's 20 some years. Well, help me with my math. Oh my goodness. Let's say Tim's 20 years, not less than 20 years after the end of the war. And in Berlin, the people, I'm talking the average person, and let's see, at the time here, like when I was 18 years old, right? Even the older, of course, the older folks, but even the younger people my age, the teenagers, and even people in their 20s had this terrible dread hanging over them, and they would say all the time, forgive us for what we did, Hitler. We didn't vote for Hitler. And when the MAGA cult, I look at this, I'm connecting the dots here to the MAGA cult. When the lid is lifted off of their eyes, when their eyes are open, can you imagine the guilt that's going to hit them when they realize, oh my God, we were backing up a madman? And I just landed here. I would say to them, it's a, you wait. We don't hold it against the German people. What happened? That now, oh no, we're sorry. It is heavy. It is heavy, and I see this coming when the MAGA cult wakes up to this.
Man, the MAGA cult is going to follow that SOB to hell, and they'll think that the fire is part of the plan. Okay, I'm telling you, the ones that haven't woken up yet, they're those ones that'll go literally follow him into the depths of hell. Um, I have, I am convinced that there's some sort of like artificial type of allegiance, and then what I mean by that is like it is either paid, but then there's more than that. There's people that are not paid at all. But I think that they were part of this Q drop thing, the people that were like decoding and spending a lot of time. I think because of these things that were in these drops that they were like coding, and then there's things that would happen that would make those like for some reason they have a very difficult time attributing that to intelligence instead of it being like some sort of supernatural like white hat type of operation. Like I mean, I don't know, but it just seems crazy. Hopefully they do. I hope you're right.
Speaking of people being dumb, I had a friend.
Andy,
He said Ted Cruz is so dumb he'll take BB's punishment in hell for him.
he probably would.
Just listen to Huckleberry. I call him Huckleberry. Huckabee when he realizes that what the words he says and his action and lies. Now, wouldn't a good Christian, because I'm a Christian, wouldn't they find a problem with continual lies, lie upon lying and lying? And now he's believing his own lies to now cover saying, "Yeah, Phoebe and I had breakfast this morning. Don't stop this. Stop this. We're friends." He's going to catch himself. Well, we pray he catches himself and repents, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I remember seeing
Should we go to
Huckleberry
some
on
of the
Fox News leading up to the 2024 Republican caucus in Iowa. I was a University of Iowa student then. This was back when I still supported Trump. I did some door knocking for the Trump campaign then, which now in hindsight looks like an absolutely horrible idea. Yeah, but and then Huckleberry was on Fox News, and back then he just looked like, oh, this sweet old guy on Fox News, and he did sleeping pill commercials and all of that, and I had no clue, obviously, about like that he was this like monster that believed that Israel should get to conquer the Middle East and all of this stuff, and like accurately described the Trump cult. He was like, because the weather was like that to vote in the Iowa caucus was like there was a bunch of snow and it was like negative 20, 30 degrees. He's like, he literally said Trump supporters would swim through snowbanks to vote for him. And then I should have honestly realized something was wrong. Like people were literally posting online. I saw like some people were saying, I would inject myself with this disease and this needle and I would there's nothing to eat to vote for Trump. I would inject myself with an STD ridden needle to vote for Trump, and it's like, dear God, like in hindsight, I should have realized like something was wrong.
Yeah, you get people to knock on doors for you.
Let's go to some of the. Let's go to yeah. Okay, go on, Nuclear. Jump in because I heard Suleiman's team bring a couple of people up. One of them's already glitched out. Go on, Nuclear. You were going to jump in. What was your point?
So I've been trying to get my mind wrapped around all of this. You got three superpowers posturing, right? You got Russia fighting over ports in Ukraine. You got Gaza completely annihilated, right? That's another new port of entry right there. And then you got China positioning itself for Taiwan. What's going on over in Iran? You got desalination plants being hit, right? You got civilian targets. Everybody's, I guess we're witnessing the collapse of the petrodollar with that famine coming up pretty soon for the fertilizers. So my question is, do you think that it's all intertwined, all the governments conducting this?
Yeah, this is day 18 into this, and Nuclear. I don't know how many days you've been able to listen in, but this has been weighed out, vetted out, discussed, hammered out extensively, and I think we're coming to a very clear, massive jigsaw puzzle. Imagine a huge jigsaw puzzle with thousands of pieces, but as the pieces are now being put in place, it's becoming clearer and clearer. There is, and certainly seems to be, this quote eventual ending where there's going to be a complete change in the global order. Now, I know I get a lot of hate and pushback on that. Suleiman gets it, all of us, the speaker panel, and Suli gets it. And when Beatrice is up here, we get Simon up here at the financial experts weigh in. But bottom line, yes, there is a quote, a plan being laid out, and that's going to be a lot different for the United States of America. And I'm an American. I serve my country loyally. I put skin in the game, and you all know my background. But anyway, my point is, like it or not, the United States is not the power, quote, global power hegemony that we used to be. And I'm going to end it with this from the U.S. naval perspective. I'm talking naval warfare. The day the United States removed itself from the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was the day when our global dominance in the Mideast, I'm talking as a naval power, and if people don't understand that all powers, the greatest powers on earth, must be the most powerful navy. I won't go into the whole philosophy and the doctrine behind T.H. Mahan's influence of sea power. But now that was a cataclysmic and actual, an incredible shift there, seismic shift of power. Now we're seeing it happen now. If we still had a global powerful influence in the Mideast right now in the Persian Gulf, then why is the Strait closed? Or it's not closed, but it's open. But no, we have no dominance there, and I'll land it there, sir. We're seeing a major shift where we're seeing Iran winning this war. And I know I can't say that. I know I'm not supposed to say W for Iran, but let's stop the game and be honest. Stop buying and drinking the Kool-Aid from the Trump regime. Let's be honest about this. So I'll end it there, sir.
I have to disagree to a certain point. I understand what you're saying. I was also reading a book from a naval intelligence officer. I think that nuclear exchange will be taking place in the very near future. And people say, "Oh, how is that? What's the point of that?" And as the puzzle pieces fall into place, that seems to be the logical solution that's going to take place. And people,
Between who?
Yeah, that's been
uh,
discussed too, Nuclear. Yes, absolutely. Go
uh,
ahead, sir.
is Israel and Iran, and
So, just 1 second. Iran doesn't have nukes, number one. Number two, when you talk about these ports and you talk about Russia and China, what about Haifa?
Yeah, and Gaza as well.
Yeah, but Gaza isn't a port. Gaza is just this is their aspiration. But you're talking about existing ports. What about Haifa? Do you know who owns Haifa?
Who owns Haifa?
The Adani Group. Do you know who the Adani Group is? The Adani Group are the same people that Trump has just got to invest billions to do the oil refinery in America. They're the Indian group. So a lot of these deals for ports was going on over the last 2 or 3 years. This isn't something new. Modi done his first ever visit to Europe, to Greece particularly, to actually tie up one of the main ports in Europe for the Adani Group, to do a deal through a back door and say, give it to my buddy who invested in my campaign. He's no different to Trump in terms of the corruption. So this thing that people have of like, it's just these powers, these communist countries or whatever that have ports and stuff, it's untrue. It's completely untrue. Haifa, based in Israel, is actually owned by the Adani Group, which is the other port, I'll tell you, and it's owned by a Chinese consortium. It's not Eilat. I think Eilat is privately owned and it's not a major port. There's another one and it's owned by a Chinese consortium and it's not in China, nowhere near China. It's here somewhere, or it's in America or somewhere. I can't remember. But a lot of these ports were sold off to private consortiums, billionaire companies already. So this is nothing to do with ports.
I believe that once you scratch that off, right? Was it the Strait of Hormuz? Once you start thinking past what you're seeing, you'll get a better understanding. Because during total war, how does the economy play? World War II. Look what
I
happened.
don't understand what you're saying. Sorry.
I'm
He's
saying
saying
I don't
he's
understand
saying
in
what
that
he's
that
the
saying
total
U.S.
either.
is
war.
going to put Iran into nuclear oblivion, and that's the only option left for the United States. Is what he's saying.
No, that's not what he said. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz and that we don't understand how war plays out. So yeah. All right. Nuclear. Just well, let's go to Jay. Jay, do you want to talk? Okay, we'll drop Jay. AG.
How's it going, guys? I get some of my info from just scrolling on Facebook. There's definitely a lot of fake news on there, so I try to verify it and whatnot. I'm still kind of stuck up on the Strait of Hormuz opening up for people to transact with the yuan, and I'm just waiting to see what those implications look like and whatnot. So yeah, I've been up here before. I don't think I've been up here when Beatrix was hosting, but yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
So let me ask you this, Beatrix. Once you take out the strait, how would that affect everything?
What do you mean by take out? Like who takes out? What? Like you mean
All
like
the
close?
refineries over there, the oil production.
Who? No. He didn't ask you what's over there. He said who takes out the strait. Who's going to take it out?
Oh, the U.S.
Okay, so why haven't the US sent one ship there? Why is the US going around Europe begging them to do it and send their ships and getting kickback from them for the first time in their lives? When the US is saying, your war, you deal with it, you ain't sent your ships, why are we going to send ours? So who's going to send their ships?
Send a bomber. What do you mean?
He's saying nuclear, Beatrice. He's saying nuke the daylights out of the straits in that area. That's what he's saying. Tactical nuke, or maybe an ICBM. I don't know. I think he's talking tactical nuke.
Yes.
Why would the U.S. nuke the refineries and oil infrastructure in the Gulf
Yeah, wouldn't that ruin their relationship with all the other surrounding countries and whatnot? Like, it doesn't really make
and
sense.
destroy their own economy?
Exactly.
It's the collapse of the
Yeah,
petrodollar.
Why would the U.S. collapse the petrodollar?
For
Those are
the global reset, for the
questions.
digital currency. We've been talking about that.
Very good questions you're asking.
Well, that's going to happen anyway. They can just print a bunch of money, and they kind of have to print a bunch of money because of all the debt we have. So they don't got to nuke anyone for that.
Why not? It's been written about.
I just said why not? Because they're already doing that.
Now think about this. During World War II, the population on the planet was 2.3 billion people. We're sitting at 9 billion people now worldwide.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't really having kids anymore, though.
2.3 billion to 9.
Yeah, population actually collapses pretty quick when people don't have kids. It's I know it like because it always compounds, you know what I mean? It's like
It's
it
science, bro.
accelerates.
Just just trust me. It's science.
But
Nuclear.
nuclear.
I feel like you're saying a lot of stuff without saying anything really. I've been listening to you for a bit now, and it's just I don't know. You don't really reach a conclusion. You just kind of throw in conspiracies out. Like, I don't know if you know who's up on here, but like, there's some knowledgeable and commendable people up here that you might want to pick their brain a little better than just throwing stuff like that out there.
I mean, there was a book that I read about a nuclear exchange in Iran that was written in the 1990s,
And you
and it
decided
was
to make
written
your
by
whole
a
Twitter about that.
naval intelligence officer. You know what that book
Wait, I
was?
can't. I can't. Is this guy trolling?
It was
I don't
Bill
know.
Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah, I see that on your profile picture.
Have you ever picked Bill Cooper's brain about it? I
Never,
mean,
never
how
heard
many
of him
years have
actually.
you
Well,
served
he's
in
dead.
naval intelligence
Hold
before?
on. Did somebody bring up the conspiracy theorist, the Bill Cooper guy? I'm here. What's the question? Anybody? Did somebody bring him up? I got you.
Oh, you shut him up, Maze. He's chatting a load of crap, pretending he knows what he's talking about. The minute you say you know about Bill Cooper, he's gone quiet. Go ahead, Nuclear.
Where'd
She
he
knows what she's
go?
talking about. Go on.
Maze,
He's
Yeah,
here.
Maze,
He's muted his mic.
tell,
Smashed him, Maze.
Yeah, I summoned
tell us your
Maze.
hypothesis. What's going on globally right now? What are we seeing? Are we seeing the collapse of the petrodollar?
well,
Hang on, wait, watch, back off. Wait, Maze, 1
okay.
second. You were talking about Bill Cooper. Don't change the subject. Go there.
Yes, yes,
Go
yes.
there, because you're chatting a load of crap since you've come up here.
Will there be nuclear exchange in the Middle East?
Well, if people, so what Bill Cooper talked about specifically were these people that were driven by end time prophecy, right? And so what he was highlighting is that that's what they're using to push this. It could result to that. Do I think that we have
Huh.
a,
That's strange. What's going on right now, Maze?
what do you mean?
That end time prophecy. Where have I read that other than Bill Cooper's book?
Okay, but hold on a second. They're trying to bring it about doesn't mean that that's actually what the fuck, excuse me, what the heck is happening. There could be people that are exploiting people's beliefs in end time prophecy, using that as a way to get them to support their geostrategic, geopolitical ideals. I think that this was a Masonic thing that
Well,
was
duh.
okay, so then
Religious
what are you talking
zealots
about?
used,
Why are you
right?
acting like, say
Well,
what?
go ahead, go ahead.
Bro, you've been saying like 50 different things, and then you're gonna say, well, duh, bro. That's not even what you said. You said
You were,
like
yeah, because then you were talking about, well, where else? You wanted me to say the Bible. Duh, is to back at you, okay? But obviously, Bill Cooper was pointing out that they're using the end time prophecies to bring about this the Zionist regime and to be able to have the greater Israel, and also silent weapons for what is it? Silent weapons for quiet wars. Did you read that? I also think that's going on right now. But what was your point? What's your whole point about this? The petrodollar being collapsing? Is that
Yes.
what is
Yeah,
okay,
yes,
so
you're right. All of that.
so there are things that are happening right now that could potentially lead to that with the Strait of Hormuz being closed for them to require shipments to be settled in the yuan, which is obviously BRICS friendly. There's also the M Bridge, which is being by the Bank of International Settlements. You have the SPFS, which is the Russian digital ID. I mean, CBDC. You have the CIPS, which is the Chinese CBDC. All of these things are already in play within BRICS. So now using the CBDCs is this is kind of strengthening. It's being what's the word? It is being tested with other currencies. But right now, the petrodollar does this does take away, like if the Strait of Hormuz is like, let's just say Saudi Arabia is the reason we have the petrodollar. So if they actually decide to because they heavily rely on the strait, obviously, if they do decide to go with the yuan and settle it with the yuan, then yeah, that does take it, that's a huge ding to our petrodollar. But what was your other point? What's your point about it? I mean, we're just observing these things happening. I guess I don't know. Were you making a point?
I'm observing what's happening, and I'm gonna say that nuclear exchange is gonna happen in the next 2 weeks.
Okay,
So
where did you
who
get
do you
that
think's
from?
gonna yeah, who do you think's gonna initiate that? Like I guess Israel's already initiated the
Israel?
war, but yeah, of course. But
The Samson
um
option?
yeah,
Is that
like
what you mean?
probably that's what he's referring to. I don't know.
Well,
Sorry, I
first he
was
said it
busy.
was going to be between Israel and Iran, and then he said it was going to be the U.S. nuking the Gulf. So I
I
don't
think he needs to go back to
really.
read that book and dust it off and
Can can
read
I
it a little
throw?
better.
Yeah, can I throw this out real quick in nuclear doctrine? The whole theory, what he's going to lay on us here, I'm telling you, is we use tactical nukes, okay, and we're not. In fact, we weren't even supposed to even say that word. To be honest with you, that word is highly classified, but now it's not as much. If you can bear with me on that, but that's always when that's the Alamo, okay. That's the Alamo option, and people don't realize it, but it's used and understood there, and that's what he's carefully trying to throw out there. My phone's doing weird stuff here. What the heck? Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. I was waiting for you to say you're
Man,
not
my
at the
phone.
liberty to
Man,
continue sharing something.
Man, my phone is flipping out on me. Anyway, okay, what he's trying to carefully walk around. He's not saying it. Is the U.S. He's what he's going to come out and say, but he's afraid to say it. What he's saying it, but he won't say it. Is the U.S. is going to eventually come to this to look at the Alamo, to look at no, we will not lose our global power. Here comes the nukes, is what he's saying, and we're talking about tactical nukes. We start literally not one and two start nuking the hell out of every spot we think. Now, will we take out Iran and bring it to its knees by it? No, but the shock and awe of that. But what this gentleman doesn't realize is that Russia has clearly said they ain't going to play with that. So he's bringing us into this madman, this mania is trying to bring us into global mutual assured destruction. And this really is bothersome, but I knew this probably would come up eventually, and I think we're coming to that point here. He's trying to bring that in here, but believe me, I pray that the Pentagon leaders and the Hill are telling Trump, no, you will not go into this, you mad, crazy man. This is insanity.
So this might be overly optimistic. I don't think there's going to be nukes. Personally, I'm going to call that right now. Maybe I'll be wrong. I guess if I'm wrong, then maybe it won't matter. But I don't think there's going to be.
From
Yeah,
your
I mean, I'd like
from your naval intelligence experience, your personal opinion.
Well, I don't have naval intelligence experience, but
Perhaps you
I
can
think
brush
that
up on basic, observation or understanding.
okay. So the reason why I don't think there's gonna be any nukes used is because it's really not that hard to take out Gulf oil infrastructure, and if Iran gets nuked, then they'll do that, and then that's gonna basically be like the equivalent of a bunch of nukes on the global economy. Um, so I don't think there's going to be nukes used by the US. I could see a scenario where, like, if Israel's really being destroyed, then they might use one. Uh, but yeah, I don't think the U.S. will use nukes in this situation.
Yeah, I think that I basically agree with that. I think my little knowledge I know about nukes or nuclear weapons, whatever, is that the domino effect that follows them are not ideal for anyone, even the person dropping it, let alone the people who are going to retaliate. So I don't know. I think ultimately, I'd like to think everyone leading our countries are humanitarian enough to view it in that light, but not humanitarian enough not to start a war. That's for sure. But that's why I'm so anti-war. I think it compounds and things get worse. You know, fire plus fire is a bigger fire. Um, yeah.
Your thoughts on this, Maze? Your thoughts, Bill Cooper, expert Maze?
Sorry, I was busy battling with some like some retard about something. What was the question? I was, but like this idiot is just so retarded. I can't. But I mean, it's satisfying a little bit because I have him in a headlock pretty much. But what was the question?
That's a crazy way to refer to nuclear, but okay.
What? No, I was talking
I'm
about
kidding.
like
I'm
I have
kidding.
like I have this guy in a headlock. I had Grok basically explain to him who the founders of MEMRI are. It's a former Israeli intelligence slash IDF person that's like, and it's pushing all this crazy anti-Islamic propaganda. And like, so anyway, I've just been going back and forth. And then he lost his cool and started calling me all kinds of names, which
I
is funny. I had
switched.
to make a joke.
I
So go
just
ahead.
recently switched from GPT to Claude. I heard it's a lot
Mhm.
less Jew pill per se. Um, yeah, I've been liking the change. I would suggest Claude as your next AI.
Send your. I've downloaded Claude, but I've not used it. May send that troll that you're battling with a link to this space. Bring him up on here. If he's got the spine, if he's not jellyfish, tell him to come up on here,
Oh, damn.
and
Beatrix is ready.
Okay, I will.
we'll smash him. We'll smash him.
Have you heard of Project Paperclip?
Of course.
Yes.
Nuclear. Are these just like random things that
Nuclear.
you're finding out from
It's like
somewhere and
he just
deciding to
took the
throw into this
conspiracy
space?
pill. It's the cutest thing ever. Go ahead. Go ahead. What about Project
It's
Paperclip?
great.
What
It's
did you
great.
learn?
Do you think that the U.S. negotiates these things with Russia and China? What's set plan?
Do I think that they negotiate what? So, okay, there's people that think that at the very top that this is, coordinated between them. I think it's very complex in nature. It's like a matrix. It's not like a yes or a no, but I think in some things they do and some things they don't. I do think that there's probably competing agendas. Sometimes those agendas overlap and they serve each other. And so then in those times they'll collaborate against other agendas that, where they don't so much as get along. But ultimately, there's I think it weaves in and out of that type of collaboration depending on what it is.
That is the cutest answer I've ever heard. And you're aware
Thank
that
you.
there's 9 billion people on this planet, right?
How many?
9 billion.
It's about 8.8, but go ahead. What's your point?
It's too many puppies. It's too many cute puppies, Maze.
So, okay, so you think that there's a depopulation? Why did you just say it like that? That's too funny. I'm sorry. I should be laughing about depopulation. But is that what you think is going on? You think that there's a depopulation agenda happening right now?
It's been going on, right?
Okay,
uh,
but what does that have to do with like
Biological weapons
Operation
degrees.
Paperclip, which is completely different than coordinating with China and Russia? That's completely different than a depopulation. So what do you what
How's it any different?
well, because
Uh,
I think that
How's it
Project
any different?
Paperclip was bringing over the Nazis in order to create a nuclear bomb, right? Because they wanted to beat Russia, right? Um and so what is it like I guess what does that have to do
Well,
with
let's take a step back. There
okay.
was American investors funding into Germany, right?
Yeah, there was. They actually got a Trading with Enemy Act. This was the Harriman and Bush, Prescott Bush, and their bank. Is that what you mean?
Oh, BP oil, right?
No. What?
Or is it BP?
Bro, chill. No, it was the credit union, or it was a bank. It was the Harrimans and Prescott Bush owned a bank, and they were investing in Hitler and the rise of Hitler and with things with Nazi Germany. They ended up getting a Trading with Enemy. They seized the bank. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and then they're involved with oil too. So yes,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of where their money came from. That is good. Hold on. Can you hold on? Because I need to send this invite to smash this captain dude really quickly. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. You can continue, but forgive me if somebody else has to answer the next one.
Nuclear, could you just, I know you're tiptoeing around this, but why don't you just come out and just lay it out, buddy? Because I know what you want to say, and you want to use the N word, and you say that U.S. in the U.S. and China and Russia all have this plan where the U.S. is going to nuke Iran into oblivion, and then reset the global order with Iran out of the picture. And then we won't even go into this thing about the Islamophobia and all that. But lay it out, buddy. Come on, you're on stage here. Lay it out.
It's
Yeah,
amusing.
it's funny, isn't it? It's not funny. Come on, bro. Let's be adults here. Come
so,
on, let's go, bro. Lay it out on the table for
Okay.
us.
I'm
so,
back.
so you got China, right? So China's right there. They're gonna walk through India. I guess we got the Middle East, and then Russia got to Europe, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, World War
Right.
II, they just steamrolled through Europe. It's happened before. So how conspiracy? You can't even say it's a conspiracy anymore. We're watching it with our own eyes.
Dude, you haven't actually articulated one clear theory or anything. Like, I don't even know what you're saying, like what they want to
Jeez,
do, who wants
thermo.
to do it.
Yeah, we don't got the Middle East. We couldn't hold Iraq. We couldn't hold Afghanistan. We can't even get a Strait of Hormuz open. So how's the U.S. going to get the Middle East in this hypothetical? You can talk about your theories all you want, but how the heck are we going to get the Middle East?
Andy, you were knocking on doors for weeks. I don't want to hear a pipe out of you, man. So you got no, we got tactical nukes. We got tactical. Who else has those? You got to think about it on a bigger scale. I just you people are hilarious to me. I just like to ask you questions to see if you get the bigger picture.
Dude, this guy has to be trolling. There's no way. There's no way he's
Okay.
not.
Yeah, he's
He's
not.
fun
He's not.
though.
Okay,
Russia
right.
has the
So
largest arsenal of tactical nuclear
let's go
weapons. What
to.
is he talking about?
Don't get kicked,
Is that
nuclear. Don't get
Wolfgang?
kicked. Just chill for a second. You know what I'm saying? We'll circle back to some.
According to class,
Daddy, chill.
according to class report, Israel tried to assassinate Iran's intelligence minister Ismail Khatib in his home overnight. It said Israel tried, so thank God they failed. But
I invited the crazy guy to come debate. Let's see if he does. Um, and who did you say they tried to kill?
Thanks. May
according to class
send me his
report, they
profile as
tried to
well.
assassinate Iran's intelligence minister in their home. They're literally trying to kill everyone, according to class report.
Andy, thanks for that. They are trying to kill everybody. I'll look out for this guy for you, Maze. Let me have a look who it is.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's
Oh,
him.
you know him?
Okay. I've seen him around in my older life, in my previous life, let's just say it that way.
Yeah. We shall see if he comes.
I brought up two new speakers, Maze, Wolfgang and He Is No More, both locked accounts, but I'll pass it to you if you want to go with nuclear and then go to them, whatever you think.
I just think nuclear
Yeah.
is funny. I like him. But go ahead, Wolfgang. Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for allowing me to speak. For weeks now, I've been listening to a lot of y'all A lot of brilliant folks here. First, I want to give a shout out Omar, Beatrix, Mace, Andrew, Thermo, and so forth. Y'all are the best, and keep up the good fight.
Why do you sound
But
familiar? I never forget a voice. I never forget a voice. Who are you? Do I know you?
no, I'm new here, literally. Well, not new. I've been listening to y'all for a while, but I always kept my mouth shut. Um, but I just want to uh, just have I just want to have your thoughts on the recent developments of USS Tripoli that's carrying 5,000 Marines, and that's heading from Singapore to the Persian Gulf. What are your thoughts on that? Is the Karg Island really the target here, or are we looking at something in mainland? Because they have been bombing recently the soft underbelly of Iran. I believe they just dropped like 5,000 pounds worth of bombs. What's the ideal goal here with those 5,000 Marines? Because so far that's the only projection that I've seen from the states when it comes to troop formation. And so, like, what's the end goal here with those troops? Um, if I could have your perspective, that would be great. Thank you.
Andrew, do you think 5,000 is enough for a mainland invasion?
That's like saying when you're driving a 1957 Cadillac at 100 miles an hour and you happen to hit a mosquito. Let's see. Let's see. I think the car's going to win. No, that doesn't. Won't even put a. That's not even a spit in the ocean. Not even a drop in the ocean. Yeah. No, that's just. We're looking at a massive, the ultimate psychotic mind game being played out before us, and it's not. It's nothing. It's nothing. Now, for those that haven't been checking in and out of these spaces for 18 days, I've been here very diligently because of my love for humanity, because of my love for my brothers and sisters. And we have been hammering this out, not in an echo chamber, but we've had in here the most brilliant, I'm talking geopolitical experts, financial experts, military experts. And I'm not talking about military just from my own perspective. I can bring a lot to the table, but several, I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 different military analysts who are a lot smarter than me, but I'm leading all this put together. And even the chicks are contributing to this because guess what? When you listen to the chicks, you might learn a thing or two. So what we're looking at here is a massive jigsaw puzzle being put into place here, and we're on a runaway train with a madman and the system behind that madman bringing us into a cataclysmic global reset. And I know people aren't supposed to think that way, but that's what we're looking at. And when nuclear came in here with the N word, and we're not supposed to use the N word, are we, children? But let's go ahead and examine this. He's bringing in not a conspiracy theory. He's not bringing in some insane thought here. He's bringing in a doctrine, and I'm looking at this from the naval perspective point of view. I'm not at liberty, and here is the point. I'm not at liberty to go into the full thing behind that, but I will say this. The N word is always on the table as a Alamo last ditch effort. And I'm not being flippant about that. And that's what nuclear is trying to tell us. So will that happen? I pray to God not. Will it happen? I doubt it because there's so many other moving parts that nuclear has not examined. And for him to go into Operation Paperclip, I think where he's trying to really go with this, and I think Mays can really uh, put her shoulder into this, and I hope she does, to really show him that he's trying to force something. And I'm not saying force it, but he's trying to put something on the table. But I'll end it there.
Yeah, no, nuclear's I think everybody goes through that point of when you're red pilled, you go down to the whole big bottle of black pills and then you come back and balance out. Um so we can talk about it, neutralize it. Hopefully you understand that I think what it is that people believe is going to happen, it has a lot of weight in the universe. So let's just try not to believe in the nuclear exchange for now. I think I believe in humanity. I believe people are waking up. I think we're seeing this across. Did you ever think that we would see so many people speaking out against the Zionists? Did you ever think that we would have people like Joe Kent actually resigning, saying that this is not our war, and highlighting Israel's influence over our government and our president? These are things I never thought I would see, but we're seeing it happen. It's like popcorn now, too. It's not just one or two, three. It's like all over the place. My entire feed is flooded with the good news of people waking up. And so I think with that is a little light of hope. And let's not talk about all these orbs that we're seeing right now. Look, y'all. Look, I'm gonna tell you that there's a lot going on in the skies from Turkey to Australia to Ohio to Texas and LA and Pennsylvania. Everybody's recording this and they're posting it. It's all been going on within the past like 3 days. I just find it very interesting. I know. It's crazy. If there's anything wild that might happen, hopefully it's not one of the. They look like fireballs. I've never seen any. This is wild. But anyway, guys, repost the space. Please be sure to go to the YouTube and make sure you're subscribed there. You can share that with people who don't really come into X much. That way they can listen to this conversation and be informed about what's going on with this war 24/7 around the clock. Nobody does it like they do. So please be sure to share the space as well. And yeah, let's keep it going. But that was the last news I saw was also what he shared about the about 90 ships have crossed the Strait of Hormuz since the war with Iran began, despite major disruption to traffic. Iran is still exporting millions of barrels of oil, often using dark ships that avoid tracking and sanctions. Before the war, more than 100 ships passed through daily. So, yeah, I mean, that's a huge difference. About 90 ships total, and that's according to AP News.
And those are being controlled by Iran. We know that those ships that are getting in there, we've done the research, we have the receipts. That is Iran in control of that strait. Absolutely. And the U.S. is going to, quote, blast their way in with these 5,000 pound. Oh, that's right, Wolfgang. Those 5,000 pounders, those are 5,000 pound deep penetrating bombs. And what's that going to accomplish? Nothing. And let me tell you, if anyone's ever been to Vietnam, I lived there. Go to Cu Chi tunnels. Those are massive B-52 bomb craters. Yeah, okay. Let's say one goes down deep and gets one of those missile launching sites. That's like, again, imagine, and I'm so glad Ryan Dawson brought that up last night. Imagine this country the size of Vietnam. Compare that to Iran today on the coast. I'm talking the massive coastal control with hundreds of hidden missile sites, hidden missile sites with hypersonic advanced weaponry missiles. And imagine you're going to go blow those all out with some bomb strikes. Good luck with that. Okay. That's not going to happen. So then the 5,000 troops as well, the 31st Marine Amphibious Unit, that's a big ruse. If the Trump administration is so incredibly stupid, insane, psychopathic, mad that they would send those Marines into shore to go to a bloodbath, a kill zone, well, oh, God help blood on the hands of any naval commander that would put his men into a kill like that. They need to, no. That must be refused, absolutely. But I don't think that'll actually happen. I think it's just a big fake. If they do try some amphibious incursion, it'll be a different place. So what we're looking at, nuclear comes on the scene saying, hey, you guys, we got this. Because the N word is on the table for tactical, and he's talking tactical, folks. He's not talking about ICBMs from our SSBNs. So guess what? Even with that, even if we blast away merrily for days with that, do you think that Russia, and he's saying Russia and China are all part of the big plan for the global reset? Yeah, okay, you could put that on the table and say it's a possibility, but the more realistic possibility, what we're actually seeing being played out, is China and Russia they're using the vast, vast ores and mineral resources that Iran, and we've been hammering this out for days in here, is Iran is they're at the driver, are in the driver's seat. They have their foot on the gas pedal. The only way out of this, and this is what's going to be worked out, I believe, with all my heart, is the U.S. is going to come out of this off an exit ramp by saying, we declare victory. Trump and his insanity will declare victory by saying he took out the top leaders of Iran's regime to the right wing, leadership, and now we have a more moderate Iran. They're going to deal with us. They're going to be cool. But in reality, what's going to happen behind closed doors? The same thing happened in Vietnam at the Paris Peace Accords. Guess what? Iran will get sanctions lifted. Iran will have the U.S. remove its footprint from the Persian Gulf. That's already happened, folks. That's already happened. We're speaking past tense and rear view mirror. It's already happened. And then when this happens, guess what? The U.S. is going to be set back in there. You go back to your hemisphere, U.S. You go play in your little hemisphere, but you get out of here. Of course, we'll still have influence, but nothing like before. And then Israel will be put on a leash for a time. And then I'm not going to go into the rest beyond that. And Suleiman has all that and his thinking on that. But for now, I that's how I see it, and how it's clearly being laid out in this jigsaw puzzle we're put together.
Yeah, Wolfgang, I think the only island that I could see maybe the US having a decent time holding is Khark, and that's only because there's oil infrastructure there. So Iran might be like hesitant to shoot a bunch of missiles and drones at it. Although, to be honest with you, I think that they would sacrifice the equipment just to get the U.S. off eventually, at least. But yeah, it's just you're basically just a sitting duck on those islands. It's I don't see a high likelihood of the U.S. being able to hold those islands, and a lot of this stuff too. I mean, I know this sounds crazy, and I'm not going to say I know this for a fact, but you also have to consider a lot of stuff Trump just does for headlines to keep oil prices down. I don't know if this is one of those things, but it could have something to do with that too. Like, oh, U.S. is about to open the strait; they're sending 5,000 troops in. Um, yeah.
No, thermal, you're right about that. We've already proven that. That's been, if you could have been in the space yesterday afternoon, that Simon was laying this out. We're working in a massive market manipulation to keep those prices down. That's been clearly laid out, clearly laid out. And the other folks who have the hands, Wolfgang, but then the station, who brought station up? Maze, is that the person you wanted to bring up? Beatrice, who's the other hand station?
Um, what person station? No, his name was Captain something. I don't see him, but I see station is up here. Station to station. Welcome, jump in.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good.
Yeah,
How are you?
quick question. Good, good, all good. There's not any option to put Iran under the nuclear Russian umbrella. So in that kind of way, I don't know, you protect Iran in that kind of way, and the Iranis can give all this uranium to the Americans, for example. They have their win, and Iran could be protected in a kind of way. You know, I mean, I don't think that Israel will mess with Iran if it's under that
That's an
kind of.
interesting take. I don't know, Andrew. What is that? Is that? I've never heard of that. I'm not familiar with how they do these proliferation things, but
I think that Russians and North Korea have the same agreement.
Yeah.
I think it could be
Thank
something
you,
similar.
station. Thank you. Let's talk about the Russians. Do you think the Russians are just going to sit there and watch the U.S. barely just nuke everything away? No. I'll tell you that right now. No. Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Why would you suggest Russia over China for nuclear support? Or was I not following?
It could be China as well. One of these two, right? Just because I think we are. I don't know. I will not say that we are very close to the catastrophe, right, about a nuclear exchange. But some of these kind of two kind of countries, they're I think are a little bit more mature. Their governments, have a little more experience, and
Yeah,
probably I can take that decision, right? Because now in the States, I don't feel so that I don't know who's calling the shots now. And Israel, after what happened today, probably they're getting desperate as well. You just remember that the people in Israel have different passports, and they see any problem they can leave, and all the project will disappear, right? Iranians, Palestinians that have yes Iranian passport, they cannot leave, but Israelis, you see a problem, they leave, right?
Yeah, China is very quiet. They always are. They always have been. They always will be. They don't say a word about the N word, and they don't really have to. But Russia is not quiet, and they made that very clear over and over and over again. Imagine growing up a third, let's say 20. Well, I'll say 25% of my adult life was during the Cold War. Actually, on cold, not talking overall, God forbid, my whole life of childhood and young adulthood was living under the threat of mutual assured destruction. When I was in grammar school, we would do drills where we would hide under our desk, nuclear explosion, close the windows. My job was to close the window shutters in my classroom. We would then get under our desks and we would ball up and protect ourselves against the blast. Bomb shelters, our family, dear family friend, our neighbor family, our family friend, they were digging a bomb shelter. This is not stories. This is true reality. Americans grew up under the West, the whole West it grew up under this terrible threat of imminent nuclear destruction. And Khrushchev.
Yeah, I watched the day after when I was 6 years old and was very traumatic.
Yes, imagine me telling you this old, yeah, this is the old man ramble on about this, but no, I grew up under this. And then as a young naval officer on submarine, fast attack submarine, Cold War, I'm going to use the Cold War Soviet Navy. That is what we did day in, day out under rules of engagement. If the Russians cycle a missile at you, kill them. And that's how we worked. That's how we lived for years and years of my life. Okay. So the Russians are
Andrew,
very clear on this. Yes.
how was that cartoon called? Was it Bob the Turtle? Tuck and Cover?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't believe him, go watch that cartoon, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up some old memories there. Yeah, duck and cover, kids, duck and cover,
You
and then
gotta
the
duck
teacher.
and cover.
No, do you think I'm kidding? I know people think, oh my God, that old man, listen to him. No, this was real, folks. Real. And you close the windows. We had a protocol. After we did the President Pledge of Allegiance, after we did a prayer, yes, we used to pray in school. And then after our prayer, God bless America, then we would do our little, at least twice a week. I think they're there for several days in a row. Let's do nuclear drill. You would go on the loudspeaker in the classroom, duck and cover, run and cover, da da da. My job was to run over. I closed the middle group of shutters, sealed those shutters, and I ran under my desk, make sure. And then my job, I was important in my class. I got to make sure anybody not ducked and covered under their desk. And my teacher, she was a sweet woman. She was up in age. She's always wore these very elegant dresses. She's trying to figure out how to get down on her knees underneath her desk. And I said, Mrs. Graham, you're not under the desk. Anyway, so let's look at this. Yeah. So Russia has made it clear, very, very, very clear. They have nuclear weapons. Just listen what came out of their Ministry of Foreign Affairs just 4 or 5 days ago. Research it. He said, oh, hello, world. I just want you to know, Russia here, we do have nuclear weapons. Oh, yes, we do. Just letting everybody know. Yes, that's there. So we're looking at mutual assured destruction. Oh, tactical nukes aren't mutually assured destruction. No, it's called proliferation. Proliferation. And right now on the table for defense doctrine and for battle plans. I'm talking a battle plan on the table. Yes, the N word is there. It's always there for an option. And nuclear's coming on saying, hey, everybody, U.S. is going to win this because we're going to start throwing nukes out. Yeah, guess what? Will that happen? I seriously doubt it for many, many reasons. Could it happen? Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, it could happen, but I seriously doubt that it will happen because guess what? That will literally put the world back into the dark ages. And because people aren't going to sit back and watch it. Don't land it here. Thanks.
I bet you if Iran actually had nuclear weapons, if they did develop them, nobody would be messing with them right now, just like North Korea, okay? Because when when you had like some sort of like what's his name? The North Korea guy, he's hilarious.
Kim Jong Un,
Listen, yes,
Kim
Kim Jong
Jong
Un.
Il.
Yes, he's
He,
funny, bro. Like nobody wants any of
yeah.
that smoke. Like nobody's gonna mess with that
I'm
dude.
honestly shocked Kim Jong Un hasn't threatened with the nuclear weapons to like try to get some sanctions
Listen,
relief.
he's always
No,
out there
no. Now
shooting
that
stuff
no,
around.
I was thinking about this. Now that he's seen what Iran's done with the Strait of Hormuz, if I'm Kim Jong Un, what I would say is, hey, I have all of these missiles that I haven't used. I'm gonna start sinking Japanese and South Korean ships, unless you lift the sanctions. You have a week to lift the sanctions. Seriously, I would threaten to start sinking ships just like Iran did, unless he gets sanctions relief. Like if I'm North Korea, like, why not? You're seeing what Iran's doing. North Korea could start threatening to sink Japanese or South Korean ships unless they get sanctions relief. And if you're the world, you see what Iran's been doing. Why would you mess around with North Korea? Just lift the darn sanctions and like serious like why are there even sanctions on North Korea? Like people are literally starving to death there because of sanctions. It's just messed up. Like why like it's ridiculous.
Sanctions breeds the deepest contempt you can ever imagine. You know, they say familiarity breeds contempt. No, sanctions build and distill the deepest hatred and contempt you cannot even begin to imagine. And my brother Omar made it very clear when he said, guess what? The suffering of the Palestinians, right? Guess what? And the suffering of Iran for 50, almost 50 years, most of my entire life, I've watched Iran suffer under these crippling sanctions. But guess what it does? Guess what? Necessity breeds genius. What's the word? Oh my God, I just drew a blank on it. Necessity is the mother of invention, and they have thrived. And Russia's been helping them. Oh yeah, China's been helping them build these massive underground bunker complex systems with the technological advances that we cannot even imagine. And guess what? Let's prove it. Why are they still blasted away daily? 3, 4, 5, 8 missile barrages a day. 60 run 60 past 60 missile barrages. Does that sound like we're bombing them into oblivion? No. These threats by Trump and Thermo nailed it. He's trying to Trump's desperately rhetoric. It's empty words to what? Manipulate the market to keep oil below 150. And we're watching it. We've hammered this out in this space. Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking at a major global reset that will bring peace. Well, it'll be temporary peace, of course, ultimately, but this is going to have the United States bow down to its knees and come out as the victor. It happened in Vietnam with Richard Nixon. That's why I stopped voting in 1972. I stopped voting in 1972 when I saw the disgraceful, despicable manner that Richard Nixon did behind those doors at the Paris peace talks to bring Vietnam to its knees, though the United States was brought to its knees. Then I watched Afghanistan. Do you want me to talk about Afghanistan, what we did there? But that was all planned too, because all we did is arm the Afghanis to help us, right? And see how that works. But yeah, I'll land it here. Sorry.
Wait, you haven't
Thanks, Andrew. Let me just
you
go to
haven't
some,
voted since
just one
1972?
second, Andy. Andy, let me go to news. Let me just go to some news quickly, please. And then I give the mic right back to you, and then we go to the hands. We've got Wolf and Station's hand up as well. Let me just go to some news real quick. Baghdad, Iraq's capital, has been rocked by a series of explosions close to the US Embassy in the Green Zone in this rapidly escalating US-Israeli war on Iran. Continues to spill over the border. And this one, I think you read out, Andy, but Israeli military targeted Iran's intelligence minister. The outcome is not yet clear. But also, Iran's judiciary says an attack in southern Iran kills and injures civilians and staff. The US urges Syria to act against Hezbollah. The United States has encouraged Syria to consider military action in Lebanon against Hezbollah, but Damascus remains reluctant amid fears of regional escalation and sectarian unrest. Like, seriously, is there anybody that America hasn't begged to do their dirty work for them?
No. No.
Iran, Australia's Prime Minister says Iran is engaged in random attacks across the Gulf. So Australia's Prime Minister, because they're one of their sites got damaged, says Iran engaged in random attacks across the Gulf. Let me just continue really quickly. Arakshi, Iran's foreign minister, was asked in an interview if the fatwa, which was the religious ruling of the late Ayatollah Khamenei regarding nuclear weapons, was still valid under the new leadership, or could it change? So remember, this late Supreme Leader Khamenei had a religious ruling that Iran would not build nuclear weapons, and since we're talking about this, it's relevant. And his response was, Iran's nuclear doctrine has always been a peaceful doctrine, and we've always tried and continue to try to use it for peaceful nuclear energy benefits. A fatwa, a religious ruling, depends on the person who issues it. I'm not yet in a position to judge the new leader's jurisprudential or political views on this matter. My understanding is that this view will not differ much from our previous policies, but we must wait for his opinion to be clearly announced. So he's indicating it's not going to move and that they're still going to have the ruling in place to not build nuclear weapons. Also, Senator Lindsey Graham on Iran says, we're not going to invade Iran. 90% of their income comes from oil and gas revenue. 100% of that revenue generating capability is on a single island. Mr. President, take Kaj Island. This war is over. So this warmonger is there. And then he says, Lindsey Graham says, I just spoke with President Trump about our European allies not wanting to protect the Strait of Hormuz. I've never heard him in my life as angry. The claim by our allies that the Iranian nuclear weapons do not concern them is utterly insulting. The consequences for Europe will be broad and deep. This makes me question the values of these alliances with Europe. And this was, okay, yeah, that's it. Trump has delayed his, no, there is more actually, sorry, my bad. So Arakshi, the Iranian foreign minister, has also said, we warn that the repercussions of war in the Middle East will be felt by everyone around the world. Don't we know it? The global wave of repercussions has not started yet and will affect everyone regardless of wealth, religion, or race. So he's saying the global wave of repercussions has not started yet. Freaking hell, man, they're going to ratchet up. And then Trump has delayed his trip to Beijing. So he's delayed his trip to Beijing, and he's also seeking China's help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This guy's on a global kind of begging tour for the Strait of Hormuz. So now he's gone to China, asking them to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see what China's response is. Arakshi says, Iranian foreign minister Arakshi says, on the killing of Ali Larijani, says, I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. We have not had anyone more important than the leader himself, and even when the leader was martyred, the system continued to work and immediately provide a replacement. If anyone else is martyred, it'll be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position. Let's have a look what else. Oh yeah, Trump said this yesterday actually, but I didn't get a chance to read it out because it was late last night. He says, Qatar has been great. The UAE has been absolutely great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support, and of course Israel. That's not true, right? Those countries have done jack all to help America. They let the American bases be demolished. He's saying that because they're funding him. He's saying that because he got the jet of Qatar and he got the billions of Saudi. That's why he's saying that. They're his paymasters. Guys, they're his paymasters. So he's going to have to say that, right? What else is there? Yeah, that was yesterday. Okay, that's it, guys. Who was going to jump in? Andy, you were going to jump in. Go on, go ahead. And Maze, you're de
Yeah,
facto co-host anyway, so
there's
jump in
something
anytime,
Iran
mate.
could really do to ratchet up the pressure on Trump. Trump happens to have a golf course in Dubai. I don't know. I think Iran should put a missile up right onto the 18th green and see how Trump reacts to that. I saw a post that was probably just a rumor that Iran threatens to target. I wasn't from an official source. It was a rumor. Iran threatens to target Trump and his family's properties in a region. But I think it would be really funny if one of Trump's beautiful golf course greens got a missile onto it. Maybe then Trump would start taking them a bit more seriously, although he's so unhinged he might nuke them if one of his precious greens was sin. So that would be kind of funny. And then wait, Andrew, when's the last time you said you voted in an election?
1972 for Richard Nixon.
Wait,
It's all documented. I have a documented 3-hour study on that, by the way. 1972, yes, sir.
You haven't voted
Because
since 1972?
1972, last time I voted,
Wow.
sir. Go.
So, guys, some more news. Really quickly, Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich has released a photo of his son in intensive care after he was wounded in clashes with Hezbollah. These guys are sacrificing their kids as well, man. They're mental. So he's taken a selfie. It's on Suleiman's page. If you go and have a look at it, he's actually taken a selfie with his son while his son is lying there in intensive care. Mental.
Beatrice, my father told me he'd be proud to see me come home in a body bag from Vietnam instead of running to Canada, because there's a massive rush of young men going to Canada. Yep.
Wow, that's powerful.
Man.
And then my cousin came home from Vietnam with a foot missing, and my cousin said, no, it's all effed up. And I said, what? Wait a minute, I'm confused. Daddy said I got to go die for them, and you say we shouldn't be there? I'm
I think Kate
laughing.
Bush wrote a song about that.
I'm laughing at this. I really am. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. LBJ, how many boys did you kill today? Yeah. Hey, Trump, how many boys are you going to kill today, huh?
I think it's because y'all men run the damn world. You know, women don't go around bashing each other in the head with clubs when we don't get along. Okay, this whole like, oh, let's just see who can build the biggest nuke and let's just blow up the other country. Like, what is wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be better ways, guys. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
I think we lost Station. He had his hand up, bless him, but he dropped. Omar, do you want to jump in really quickly? And then there's a couple of people that his team have brought up, Pablo, and let's go to Silver Sailor right after you. And Wolfgang's got his hand up.
No. Go ahead with Silver Sailor, and with everybody else, leave me last.
Silver Sailor. Let's go to Silver Sailor. We'll come right back up to you, Wolfgang. Silver Sailor, jump in. How are you?
Chief.
Yeah,
I can't hear
him
Silver
either.
Sailor.
Oh, he's still on mute. Silver Sailor, can you hear us? Oh, there he is.
Yes, I can.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Beatrix, Maze, Josie, my veteran brother, Andrew, and any other veterans that are listening. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can.
I don't hear any. Okay, I'm not hearing any. I only can hear you, Maze. I don't hear any. If anybody else is replying, but okay, here we go. I'm gonna do this one for the chicks. I'm been reading some powerful women quotes. So here we go. Let's start this. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. Today I'll be reading a quote by Audrey Hepburn. Here we go. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible. Thank you.
Oh my God. I love that. I just got goosebumps. That was beautiful. Good job. Good job. Bravo. That was amazing. See, guys?
Maze, he can't hear me. Can you just let him know, please, that I said I loved it and say thank you,
Yes,
please?
Beatrix said she absolutely loved it and thank you. Since you can't hear her, she asked me to relay the message. It was beautiful.
Thanks a lot, Maze. I want to just say one more thing about the YouTube hype points. Congrats to Sullymanda reaching the 50,000 subscribers. I know that girl Casey's gonna love that once she comes up this probably in her morning hours. But use up those hype points on Sullyman's videos. You could use them on any of his videos that are 7 days or older, and it helps boost his channel. And
Wait, how do
you could
you
do
do
it three
that? How do you
times a
use the
week.
hype points? What do you do?
You
It's only
slide
on
in the
mobile.
chat,
So if
you
it's
know, in the
if
comment
you're on your
section.
phone using YouTube, it usually pops up and it'll prompt you. Like it'll give you a little prompt like, hey, you can use hype points for this video. You'll see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it will
It'll
okay.
it's like a
automatically offer it to
notification that
you.
pops up. So you could do it 3 times a week and it's free. So that's a great way to help Sullyman's channel. Thank you.
Good to know. Everybody better be doing
Awesome.
that,
Thank you.
okay? Go to the 7 days, the ones that are older, like from like last week or the week before, and use them high points, guys, 3 times a week.
And Maze, are you even using a second device to, like, you know, camp in his live chat?
Well, I actually do when I have my computer running, but my full disclosure, my other cell phone is missing. It's around here somewhere. It's in the house, okay? But it's just not. I don't know where it is,
And
so
it's
I
dead?
don't. Hmm.
Is it dead?
Yes, it's dead.
Oh.
And so it's not. I can't find it. It's got. I mean, I have a feeling. I don't want to believe it. I have a feeling that it might have been one of his little friends took it. I don't know, because my house, there's not much. I mean, unless there's like some sort of secret teleport between the couch. Okay, there's nowhere else it could be. I mean, I don't know.
Check
Anyway,
between the
whatever.
cracks of the couches, like, but the cushions too, like, not just
Girl,
the
I
ones you
I
see.
about clean my couch like every other day.
Oh. Then yeah, they took
I
it.
don't know. We'll find it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Wolfgang, go ahead, hon.
What do I get the feeling when and excuse my French, when this shit show is over?
Don't do it.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I
No, it's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. You just can't use like crazy curse words because families listen all the time, depending on where in the world you are.
My apologies. Won't do it again. Um,
It's okay.
but what do I get the feeling when this whole thing, this episode in the Middle East is over? Trump is going to unleash hell in Latin America. And I'm not just talking about Cuba. I'm certain he's going to go back in Venezuela. He's going to mess with Mexico. Like, I have a feeling, and I feel sorry for these Latin American states because he is going to lash out on them so much that it might actually make them unify for once. They might even establish their own anti-American bloc here. Like, what do I get the feeling that we're going to see a catastrophe in Latin America occur after this?
Because you're looking at history and you're awake and you understand what's going on. That's why, sir. Because you're right.
Look into the Isaac Accords too, because the Isaac
Y-
Accords, it has a lot to do with Latin America and trying to normalize with Israel. And I do think there's also more to it in terms of like the carbon markets, like the Green Plus, what they're doing with the forests and stuff out there. But it is interesting. I would say I wouldn't disagree with you.
I mean, just to add that onto May's, it's exactly the thing when they were voting for making Israel a nation, a state, or a country. All the what's it called? There was the last vote left that it was needed in order to sign the deal and consider it a country was Guatemala, and they signed off on it, and it became the state of Israel. So you're just looking at history repeating now, and like she said, look at the accords and look at what's going on, what they have to offer, and they already basically control it. I mean, I lived in Panama, Colombia, and Guatemala, and I've seen the way it's run by the Zionists, and it's controlled by the United States completely. So it's like you're living in the States but speaking Spanish. That's it. Go ahead.
Maze, can you give a recap of just a short overview, very short one even, of the Isaac Accords for our listeners, please? Because some of them may not be familiar with it.
Yes, ma'am. Let me pull them up. I do have them in here.
I remember you doing this before, you see, but that was before the war started. You gave a really good kind of recap on a space. Of the Isaac Accords. And I think it's really important, especially because what Trump's done to Venezuela and what he says about, Cuba's next. And Cuba's national grid, its electricity grid, completely fell. So now they're living in complete darkness over there. Yeah, like thoughts and prayers with everybody in Cuba. They're absolute warriors. Built with resilience, same as the Iranians, because they've been under sanctions for years and years by America.
Yeah, 60 plus years under sanctions, Beatrice. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Yeah, horrific and really nice people. Really, really nice people in Cuba. Like character, full of character.
Yeah, I used to go live
Okay.
there for a few
So,
months throughout the year. They're really nice people, actually.
all right. So the Isaac Accords. Let me sit up a little bit and grab a sip of coffee here. Okay. So the Isaac Accords are modeled after the Abraham Accords. Their aim is for diplomatic and economic and cultural cooperation between Israel and foreign countries, but in this case, it's focusing on Latin America more than it is the Arab and the Muslim world. And if you guys don't know, the name Isaac was chosen to symbolize carrying forward the legacy of Abraham. Oh, I can't with these people. Sorry. There's nothing godly about anything that Israel's doing, so it's just so weird to hear. Anyway, so they're just trying to have the same type of cooperation, just a different region. The broad goals are to deepen the diplomatic relations and then to be able to kind of expand trade and economic cooperation between them and then foster cultural, now get this, cultural and educational exchanges. So what this means is, in my opinion, I have to look into the deeper things, and I think I did somewhere have that broken down, but I think that a lot of the educational piece of it is really kind of baking in to their education a lot of the same ideology to support Zionism. But yeah, anyway, that aside, that's kind of more of my own little personal opinion inserted. Um, the okay, and according to okay, so and to counter yeah, so to counter anti-Semitism and extremism by building alliances rooted in shared values. So multi-layered partnership, basically. And it is, let's see, there's some more stuff around here. So the founding and the funding. This is where it gets kind of interesting. So the AFOIA was established in 2025 by the Genesis Prize Foundation. And if you guys think of Genesis, of course, it's the first book of the Bible. The seed funding came from $1 million award given to sorry, I should laugh. To Javier Malay. When he received the Genesis Prize, he forwent the money and he declared it to the AFOIA. So the initial focus of the countries is to focus on a few Latin American nations like Uruguay, Panama, and Costa Rica. And eventually to go all of them, but they're going to just focus on those. And then the sectors of cooperation, and it's not just limited to these, but these are just like the top things is trade, tourism, education, technology, agriculture, water, tech as well, energy, healthcare, fintech, and of course, cyber defense. Political and diplomatic goals are, let's see, the part of the initiative involves encouraging Latin American countries to align more closely with Israel in the international fora and at the UN. Oh, this was the part that was interesting. Okay. So they wanted these countries to include more favorable voting records, recognizing certain groups as terrorist organizations, because currently they don't. But like Hamas and Hezbollah um, are not considered terrorist organizations except for the 8 countries that are allied with the US, like the Five Eyes and obviously Israel and 2 more. Okay, and so I'm potentially relocating or opening embassies in Jerusalem. And then some of the cultural, educational, and grassroots outreaches. The AFOIA plans programs such as educational exchanges, connecting Latin American students and officials with Israeli innovations, support for grassroots and faith-based networks like Christian and evangelical leaders sympathetic to Israel, and training programs, emergency medical teams in Costa Rica via partner organizations. And there's something really interesting about this whole emergency thing. I feel like that they're really tied up in the telecommunications, guys, so that's everywhere, but that's a whole other different space. Broader vision and infrastructure, the long-term ambition is to build Latin America alliance. Just like if you guys think about United States dash Israel, they have it written just like that. Rooted in shared democratic values, trade deals, investments, cross-border cooperation, regular high-level visits, institutional support, not just bilateral, but as a part of a broader strategic alignment that includes the United States in strengthening a pro-Western, pro-Israel in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the Western Hemisphere has been a term that's been thrown around a lot lately, guys. If you look at Pete Hegseth, how he shows that map, which was actually the same map that was referred to by the technocrats, namely Elon Musk's grandfather. But even Donald Trump has been referring many times as it's like this whole Western Hemisphere is kind of becoming a thing where they want to like blend all the borders, right? And the only, like, if you guys, I'm telling you, it's something very, a huge shift is coming in that direction. Let me see. Was there any other things that I think are important? So it's not yet, let's see, who's signed it so far? Okay, the treaty signed by multiple countries, blah, blah, blah. I have to go back and find out exactly who's signed it so far. And yeah, I'll get back to you. But that's it for in a nutshell, though. In a nutshell.
Yeah, so there you go, there, Wolfgang. You know, that's being rolled out, and that's really real. That's the plan, which now makes this cleans up the blood on America's hands. See, we need to wash our hands now, put nice clean gloves on, and we're going to do it through this. I believe with all my heart through this Isaac Accords. And it's also really wicked. It's actually beyond demonic, wicked, evil. Why they would call it Isaac? You know, Isaac carries the promise. Yeah, given to Abraham. Yep. The promise given to Abraham is now bestowed into Isaac. It's so dark. And notice when May said Christian evangelical right involvement here, that is your Pete Hegseth maniacal, insane, demonic, perverse, apostate teaching that the Bible teaches that Israel, the national state of Zionist Israel, is really the chosen promises that God, the covenant that God made. That is demonic. That is why we see Israel in derision. Please study that word derision. That's our homework assignment, folks. Go study what that is. That's what they are right now. God is not going to be mocked. God will not be mocked. How can you call yourself a follower of God? Oh, I love Jesus, and let's go kill some more Palestinians. Yeah, and I love Jesus. Think about that, and I'll land it there.
Appreciate that, Andrew.
I've got some breaking news, guys. Maze, thank you so much for going through that again. And I appreciate you, Andrew, as well. Great question. A second launch has been detected from Iran to Israel. Looks like it's going to be Boom Boom Tel Aviv at this time. We don't usually have that, guys. How Suleiman say? Oy vey, oy vey. Second launch has been detected from Iran to Israel. Let's have a look. There's also been 4 explosions heard in Dubai, UAE. That was a couple of hours ago, though. And Saudi claims to have intercepted 2 drones aimed at Riyadh's diplomatic district. So we'll keep giving the breaking news as well, and keep sharing the space, please. Back to you, Mace.
Had hands
Sorry,
up,
guys.
Josie and Maze. Oh, hands are up, Maze, Chai, and Josie. Of course, Josie's
Okay, I
had her
just
hand
had
up.
a quick question. I just had a quick question about so you're saying it's not normal for them to sorry, I'm washing dishes, to what's it called, attack at this time? Because I have a feeling that there's going to be a ramping up before perhaps maybe the military, the 5,000 come down there. What do you guys think? Do you guys think, well, anyway, I guess we can go to the hands first and then come back to me. Confirm that that wasn't normal. Is it not normal for this? Go ahead, Andy,
I
or
just,
whoever.
Maze, when I cover this time of the morning, right? Andrew will tell you it's genuinely, well, it's 9 o'clock in the UK, it's 5 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. It's genuinely very quiet. We don't usually get any boom boom Tel Aviv at this time, do we, Andrew?
No, ma'am.
We should be getting some right now because the sirens are blaring. So hopefully it's boom, 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 not just boom, boom.
They did say, though, didn't they, in that statement I read out, that they're going to really, this is going to intensify now. Like Trump seems to be doing everything. Trump, Israel, it's one and the same to get this to intensify rather than actually try to calm it down. And I think by killing Ali Larijani yesterday, I think these guys are going to go all in. There was something that Omar sent, which is quite interesting. Israeli media says that according to the latest estimates they have, Hezbollah still has several thousand short-range rockets, and the daily firing rate averages about 100 rockets. And on days that are defined as strong, Hezbollah tries to reach about 150. So there's a lot more to come, and I've not really seen a lot of boom boom at this time, to be honest. Israeli army admits its tank fired on UN position in southern Lebanon. Okay, so Israel's admitting that it fired at the United Nations positions in Lebanon. That should surprise nobody. That they're firing on the UN. Yeah, missile launches from Iran towards Tel Aviv right now. That was 3 minutes ago. That's what Omar's saying. Missiles have been launched from Iran to Tel Aviv. Ballistic missiles launched towards the center and the north of Israel right now. Oh my God, we're gonna have boom boom Tel Aviv.
Can't wait. I'm waiting by the second for those sirens to start really blaring the right way because there's the normal sirens where it's like there's things over our airspace and there's the ones where it's like it's very dangerous. Stay in your homes. So I'm waiting for the ones stay in your homes.
Love it, love it. We got to also look at what happened in Normandy when we came across the beaches of Normandy on June 6, 1944. For hours and hours, we pounded with naval gunfire support the beachheads of Normandy. We had aerial bombing, just pounding and pounding. And guess what? We bombed them into oblivion. Let's go ashore, boys. There was so much blood in the water at Omaha Beach that the sea was turning red. Red. It was a bloodbath. Look at Iwo Jima. Our Marines were told we've bombarded the Japs into oblivion. We've bombed it for days. Go, boys, go. A bloodbath. A bloodbath. We're going to see the same thing and I believe it's possible, that they alter the Israeli bloodbath for the blood of the altar on Baal, the altar of Baal. These psychopathic Zionists, they need that blood so bad. Those Luciferian blood, they need that. The Luciferian elite, they need that bloodshed.
Let's go to Andy, and then I'll come up to you, Josie, and then we go to Chai. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Keir Starmer literally just tweeted, in the face of global instability, this government is acting to protect British interests abroad and to protect people here from the cost of living. Yeah, maybe if you cared about the cost of living, you'd buy some Russian oil and gas instead of fighting over the stupid Donbass region, which is already gone. It's a complete embarrassment. And Rupert Lowe replied, "Well, you're doing a crap job. Instant ratio, love it." Yeah, freaking Keir Starmer should resign in his 15% approval rating. It's a complete joke. I mean, all of the Western leaders are a joke, whether it's Trump, Starmer, Macron, Schultz, whatever the guy's name in Germany is, can't remember his name. All of these Western leaders are a joke. It's a complete embarrassment. They're all embarrassments. They don't do what's best for their people. It's the U.S. goes to war. Europe is choosing not to buy Russian gas to keep the war in Ukraine going. It all completely sucks. It's just completely humiliating, and we're the ones that end up suffering for this. The U.S. is the only reason the U.S. is in a better position than Europe is because we have oil. That's literally the only reason we're in a better spot.
You see, oh, sorry, Josie, you had your hand up. Go first.
I thought it was my turn, but okay.
No, go ahead, Shay.
No, I actually wanted to comment about the resignation thing because I've seen a lot of people after this Kant guy resigned pushing for what's her name, Tulsi Gabbard to resign as well. And I'm just curious like what your positions are because or thoughts on this because sometimes I think that we're playing too pacifist by saying like, "Hey, these people should resign." Because I think like if there's an ounce of justice or humanity within them, they probably should stay in those positions so that they can subvert from within. Like, what are you guys' thoughts about that? Because I think people like Tulsi, especially being DNI, I think she should stay in that position because it's such a high level position. Like, I don't see what impact she'll have for the global community by resigning, other than just making a protest statement, right? So it's like I get like people will get to a point where they'll be like, no, I'm gonna actually step down because I don't want to be associated with this. That's the moral perspective. But she hasn't
But
taken
then that's
moral.
only just her. She's going to be fighting it within without nobody knowing. I think what he did was huge because people now are paying
Yeah.
attention. It was
No,
alarming, you know?
I'm not demeaning what he did, right?
No,
I'm
I know.
saying
But what
like
I'm saying is
no, I
if
agree with
Tulsi just
you.
stays in there, who's going to help her undermine it from the inside?
I'm not even sure she
I mean,
will
if Tulsi
undermine
gets
it.
some information, and if Tulsi maybe gets some information and whistleblows to a
Right.
Thomas Massey or something, maybe something like that, possibly.
I look I like I'm just like it like I feel like we're in a desperate situation where it's sort of like, okay, if all these quote unquote good guys just leave, then it's like, are we just like surrendering to the demons? Because it's sort of like, isn't it a little bit better if some of these people realize I'm against this and then decide to stay and subvert it from within? Or am I
Or
just
yeah,
hopefully thinking?
So,
make Trump be the one to
so
fire Tulsi and make Trump look like the, or make Trump be
yeah.
the one to, or make Trump be the one to be the asshole there.
Yeah, and also she put out a message
So
which was really
okay.
gross, right?
Laura
So
Loomer wants
nobody on
Tulsi
this.
fired, so if
Okay,
Trump
Andy,
fires,
Guys,
one second.
Beatrix is
Andy,
trying
I'm
to
trying to
talk,
talk.
okay? Sorry.
Andy, I'm trying to. God, thanks, Maze. Like seriously, right? So nobody on this space, right? And we covered this yesterday, has asked for Tulsi to resign. So I don't know which spaces you've been on. We have varied
No, I'm
opinions
just
on this
talking
space.
about
As far as I'm concerned,
All of Twitter has been
well, I don't know what's going on all of Twitter because we're running 24/7
oh
spaces here.
no,
But
I'm
what I
not
will say, my
Beatrice,
personal
I'm
opinion,
not talking
yeah.
about you
So
guys.
Chai, that's fine. So we'll clarify that. So my personal opinion is Tulsi is irrelevant. She already sold herself out. She's the one who gave intelligence briefings that Iran posed no threat, and then she caved on her own intelligence to keep her job. Now, that kind of person has no character, so her staying in or leaving is irrespective of anything. It doesn't really make a difference. I don't even know why she's relevant to this. Like, completely irrelevant. She has not got the character to stay within and fight, as was suggested here, which was a good suggestion, like somebody with character, but you'd have to be pretty damn strong and smart to do that. She ain't that. And if she resigns, it's too late because she lost her credibility. It sailed down the river a long time ago, when she went and done her no war with Iran t-shirts and tweeted out that Iran does not pose any threat and anything like that, and then capitulated completely. That's my opinion. But Andy, go on, now you can speak.
Yeah, exactly. And Laura, yeah, now you have crazy Laura Loomer saying, "Oh, Trump should fire Tulsi." So it'd honestly be better if Trump fired Tulsi, and then we could all just pounce and completely destroy Trump on the Laura Loomer thing and further drive that point home. Like if I were the Democrats, the ad I would be running is Trump has this wacko crazy Laura Loomer lady as his advisor. That would be the campaign ad I would be running for the midterms. I would pull up all of the crazy rants, crazy Islamophobic rants from Laura Loomer, just all of the things, and say, why is this woman who is certifiably mentally ill, a top Trump advisor, going to India, bragging about her connection with Trump? Did you see the post of hers
Dude,
earlier?
she doesn't matter. Look, that's not what I was talking about. I was just saying, like, when you have a war this serious, right? And people are obviously seeing that it's going to become very detrimental to the global community, this Kent guy stepping down as the head of counterintelligence center and saying like, hey, this is immoral. That's a huge kind of it, like, even though I think it's a little too late that he's doing that, it's still gonna set off a lot of other people to be like, wait, what am I participating in? And it also shows the public that there's discontent within the cabinet and within the people serving under Trump, that they don't agree with this war, right? So there's a lot of people who are pushing for this idea that if the DNI did it as well, it would be a huge testament to like the discontent of the Iranian war, and maybe it would put a political pressure against the other administration. That's all I was trying to say. But I don't know if there's benefits or cons. That's all I was asking. I was saying, do you
I
guys think
think there
there's
is a
more
con.
cons or more pros?
I think there's more cons because let's say we get rid of Tulsi Gabbard, and then Trump could literally then get someone else confirmed by the Senate that's literally then more willing to even spy on Americans even more and
Yeah,
take
be
away our
more
rights.
aggressive, right?
Yeah, like more aggressive to suppress us and take away our rights. Like I don't like Tulsi's not gonna turn the surveillance state against us at least. I think maybe she's a coward and not willing to speak up, but versus if she goes, then Trump's gonna put someone else in that might turn Palantir against all of us for speaking out against the war.
But it's still like a really problematic position because we're saying we would prefer having somebody who's quiet versus somebody who's like principled and steps away and loses all power. Like I think the citizens are in a very complex situation here.
Yeah, I think the big thing is gonna be what Joe Kent
Josie,
Whoa,
does
why are
on.
you doing that?
who is that?
It's Josie. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think the big play
Oh,
is going to be what Joe Kent does on Tucker. We were talking earlier about how we think that interview is going to really shatter the internet, and what he says, that's going to be a huge moment because I remember we were talking into space the other week about how when Brian McGinnis, that Marine, had his arm broken, he kind of lost his moment by not capitalizing
uh-oh,
on that
guys, hold
momentum.
on. Really quickly, this is breaking news. NATO has deployed Patriot PAC-3 air defense systems to Incirlik Air Base in Adana, Turkey, alongside Spanish PAC-2 units. The PAC-3s are specifically for ballistic missile defense. And then also, Putin Putin, I don't know, Abiy discussed cooperation after Ethiopia disaster via phone. Okay, so Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ethiopian PM held a phone call Monday on Russian Ethiopian cooperation nuclear energy plants. Somebody brought this up just a minute ago. And a deadly landslide in Ethiopia, reinforcing ties after September. Just the cooperation with the whole nuclear thing. And then yeah, I think that's it. But that the NATO thing was brand new.
Yeah, but those Patriot missiles have like weren't they completely discredited like in the Gulf countries? I don't know if it's that level, like you said it's Patriot 3, but the other ones that they had for defense already like showed that they weren't effective. Like that's why Bahrainis are crying all over Twitter because like all their military US military sites are getting like fucking shot on. Everything is landing. So what happened to your defense system? Right? So all these Gulf countries sat around thinking that they had US defense, and the US defense is showing up basically useless. And it did show up useless as well in Ukraine. So like I'm sorry, the Americans don't like this. They don't like it being talked about, but that's literally what's happening. You're being shafted by all these military industrial complex companies.
Y'all, listen, Trump does not know how to play chess at all. Okay. He's just so bad. So now it's like Trump is thinking about ending the Ukraine war by improving relations with Russia, which could weaken China's global influence if we pull Russia closer to the US through incentives like economic ties. Like, yeah, right. I'm just so sorry. It's
But I
like the
mean,
whole
like, look,
reason Russia and China partnered up is because you are not trustable. United States is always the sneaky, and it's always just did them dirty. It's just crazy. But
No, I think it's a smart surrender, right? Like they recognize Russia already won. So
come
they have
on,
to
bro.
step out
But
quietly.
Russia is not doing that. Russia is not stupid. Like China's never done them dirty ever, right? Like why would he ever do that? You
No,
know
no,
what
well, I
I'm
mean,
saying?
I'm saying
this is
the
the entire
Americans are doing
mentality
it.
of these people, Maze. I mean, they think that they can wag a little bit of gold in front of Putin and he'll just magically, like he's an animal, forget about what the US and Europe have been doing. It's completely disgusting. But it's the same thing with Trump here, where now he's trying to negotiate with the Iranians after he's bombed them to smithereens, or well, not smithereens, but you know what I mean. And he thinks somehow that he's dealing with like a bunch of slaves where all they need is to get hit sufficiently and then they will yield. It just tells you that if you're Trump or anybody around him, or even like a general US politician, you have no understanding of other human beings or their psychology at all. And that's what we're dealing with. It's one of the reasons why I'm pretty worried that we are going to see a nuclear device being deployed here, because in Trump's addled mind, he thinks that if he drops the bomb, the brown man will go, wow, please stop.
Well, he definitely got that wrong. I
I
think Trump is like a toddler. He's like literally like the 2-year-old that's like, to me, it's we don't need your help. We don't need anything. But I'll never forget how you didn't help when we needed you. And then wait,
Oh,
yeah, we
no,
didn't
for
need
sure. I
you.
mean, absolutely. But I think what maybe you're missing, Mace, is this isn't just a Trump problem. This is a United States empire problem. The old way that they used to do exactly what Trump is doing is just with more eloquent language. But at the end of the day, it was the exact same thing. They went to war, and the way they went to war was that they would use highfalutin language about shared values that they'd marketed for decades and decades. The only real difference between Trump, his administration, and everybody who came before him is that the people who came before him had media training. That's it. That's the only thing. But the U.S. empire has always looked at everybody else as goyim, just like the Israelis.
Wait, who's talking? I gotta follow you. That was fucking fire.
This is Abu Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, literally. Oh my God, that's beautifully put.
I did want to just say one more thing, because I was just sitting here getting a little bit frustrated about the conversation about Tulsi Gabbard. And I used to, like, a few years ago when Tulsi popped up on the Jocko Willink podcast, back when I was a dumbass, I used to think she was like genuine and for real. And then I found out that she's part of some weird Hawaiian cult that's massively Islamophobic. So don't hold your hopes up.
She's Hindufta. Isn't she a Hindufta?
Something like that, yeah. But like
Yes.
Tulsi is the only reason she's quiet is because she knows that it's political suicide for her to say, "Oh yes, I actually quite enjoy the fact that you're bombing Muslims." That's the only reason she's quiet. Now, when it
That's
comes to
true.
Joe Kent, some of you guys might think, oh, this guy is standing up for what's real. I don't believe that for a second. I think the only reason he's standing up, to us, that's an indicator that this war is going nowhere in the right direction. He's just a rat jumping ship, and he's hoping to garner some sort of fame and credit out of it. That's why he's standing up and he's saying these things. Because I believe he had a tweet a few years back where he did want to attack Iran. But remember how effed up this is by Trump and by the Israelis. They've already slowly fired every single one of their bullets. And what I want to tell you is imagine the following. Imagine that all of these uprisings, these terror cells that they had in Iran, imagine that those were deployed now rather than being drip fed over time. Because that's where the F up was. If this would have been successful, Joe Kent would have sat on the front row with one of those giant squidgy fingers lauding Trump for this. The only
Dude,
the
didn't he
only thing
sit
is they
around during
failed.
he sat around during the entire genocide of Gaza. He sat around when Maduro was kidnapped. He sat around during all the fuckery that was going on. Now suddenly, oh my God, my conscience.
Absolutely. Truth spoken here. The truth has been spoken here.
All right, thanks. I got to jump down because I have a
I
few
just want
things
to
to
add
do, but
something
thanks
real
for
quick.
letting me speak,
Go ahead.
Beatrix and Maze. And anybody listening, please make sure, share the space, and all that good stuff. People here put in a lot of work. So, adios.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Abu.
Appreciate
Love
you,
you, bro.
man. Thank you for all that. I just
Thanks,
want to
Abu.
say, okay, just add some information that it's pretty strange to me
Sure.
that the first person to go to Qatar for these negotiations that are happening is the King of Jordan, and I did not expect that at all, to be honest, because he's in a position where it's like between under the thumb of the Zionists, and he really has no control over what he can do. But the fact is that he's not really listening to Trump anymore, and he's finally taking the first step of being the first leader of an Arab country to go to Qatar is a big thing. So I think we can expect other countries to follow soon enough. I think so.
That's a big
Uh,
deal. That's a
you
big
think he
deal.
has influence? Like, I don't think that guy has any influence.
I mean, yeah, we all know he has no influence, but I'm just saying the fact is, like everybody in the GCC and the Arab world, the Arab country in the Middle East, is sitting on the fence to see who's going to join Iran's side, Iran's side, and who's going to join, who's not. We're going to partake in and stay with the states and keep getting cucked and deceived once, twice, and a million times. So for him to finally be like, all right, let me see what I can do and go to Qatar, even if he has no influence. Uh, uh, the regime is changing. China's got power. Russia's got power. The United States is losing its power, its money, and its military. So it does make sense. And he has now he didn't have any influence, but he might get some influence, and he has his people behind him. So let's see where that goes.
Absolutely on that when Amar, absolutely. That is a earth, excuse me, I'm so sorry. That's a seismic earth shattering experience there, meaning Jordan would never do that because he stepped out of line. He's not being where he's being led by what he's supposed to do as a good Zionist. Be quiet, do your job. Absolutely. I think that's huge.
Let's go to Josie. Josie, jump in.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask was, like, we've been obviously, well, you guys have been lied to about Cuba, that's for sure. Because been to Cuba, and then after I came here on an F1 visa in the United States as a student, and we started like learning about what Cuba was in college, and I was like, no, that's not it at all. So we've been lied to about this, right? And now I'm learning that we've been lied to about Iran. Apparently, they don't want to go Halwa Akbar, boom boom on us. Like they don't want to do that. So are we being lied to about North Korea?
Yeah.
I like North Korea. I don't know what you're talking about. What
I'm
y'all lying
like,
about it?
because like they, Yeonmi Park.
I think he's gangster.
You know
I
Yeonmi
love that
love
The
Park.
dude.
I
guy's a G.
Did
love
What are
you
you
see how
talking
he
about?
went to
He's a
the
SPRK.
shooting
G.
range with his
Yeah,
daughter?
that was
Like,
awesome.
anyway,
Straight up G. looking at dogs and then talking about
Dude, that
nukes.
shit,
What a
he's got
G.
I
so
fucking
much
love him.
aura. Like, I'm not gonna lie. But
He's like the best Teletubby. I always say this. That guy is fucking lit.
he's
I
like,
love him. I
he's
love
like
him
top
so much.
number one meme of like all times. He's just a legend. But like, anyway,
And he was just like, I'm gonna get the nuke. And then they all backed off. Did you see? I have never heard a word from DC after he got his nukes and showed them off and tested them.
100%.
They literally all stopped talking about him.
He
Like
did a
not a
whole
peep,
parade,
not
yo.
a
He did.
single peep.
but like, Yeonmi Park, the North Korean defector, like the one that escaped North Korea, like her whole story, Maze. I don't know if you've ever.
No, she's not. She's a CIA agent from South Korea. Like I can't believe anyone believes this like BS. Like the
Wait,
girl
what? What
from
happened?
Joe
I missed it.
Rogan, the girl from Joe Rogan with the
She
big
on Megan
boobs that
Kelly
they paid
too.
for.
Wait, what'd she say?
She was like, my mom and I were from North Korea. We had to eat grass. We had to like be worried about our neighbors and kiss paintings of Kim Jong Un's father and blah blah blah.
No, she
Like,
she was explaining the way that she escaped from there too, like that they had to pay smugglers and like her whole story. It's kind of freaking sad actually, like, but
no, it's actually fake. It's a fake story
how do
because
you
she
know that,
said
Chai?
that dude, I'm not, I'm a logical thinker.
Trust
She
me, bro,
said,
that's your sources
she
years
Well, I was
ago.
at
said,
the
hold
University of
on.
Iowa. I saw her if we're talking about the same
She
woman.
said that she learned college level English in 6 months. Okay. Dude, I'm an African person. My parents had to learn English. That's not possible. They
Yeah, it
still have
is.
accents. No, it's not.
I learned it in
Literally,
less than
you would
that.
have wait, the woman has no accent, first of
No,
all.
she had a
She
huge
said that
accent. What are you talking about?
no, she doesn't.
Yes, she
I
does.
listened to the Josie, don't gaslight me. I literally listened to her. Her sentence
You're the one
structure is
gaslighting me. You ain't got a fucking source, woman.
what source do you want?
I don't know, a
Like I'm
source?
Yo,
telling
both of
you,
y'all are gaslighting each other. Like, you guys
yeah.
gotta
Y'all chicks
chill.
need to calm down.
It's
Please
just like,
listen.
why would I
Like, for
believe in the
real.
words just coming out of a woman being like, trust me,
I'm not
bro?
asking you to believe me. I'm just saying, based on my analysis of listening to her multiple times, I don't think she's a genuine person. First of all, I don't believe that people in North Korea are eating grass and like insects and like, you know, hiding in toilets and all
I
this.
don't know, man. They got pretty pissed off. That dude took the poster.
I don't know. Like the
Is
same
this the
could be
woman that does
said about
pallet tours?
America. Like, what are you saying? Like, just because you've never been somewhere doesn't mean the people there are savages.
I
Come
know.
on. So why do you would you believe anything like that? Like obviously people in North Korea are eating normal
I
food
mean,
like
do
the
you
rest
have
of us.
anything to prove to the contrary?
Yes, I've seen videos of people in North Korea and they look freaking healthy. They don't look like concentration camp patients who are eating grass. Like come on.
You got
Be
those
careful of that,
videos?
Chai. That's also you're looking at a lot of propaganda there. They are
Well,
suffering
we're all looking
immensely.
at
Look
propaganda,
at
but
from
we have to
satellite.
come to some balance. Maybe
Yeah,
there's some poverty there.
You
Yes,
know, you
I'm
can't
not
yeah.
saying
even
it's a
travel there,
perfect
right?
place.
Like, you need to go on a
I'm saying
tour
it's
with
a
like a bunch of
I'm not
guides.
saying hold on. I'm not saying it's a perfect place, but I'm not going to believe all the propaganda that comes out of the CIA about North Korea just because they wanted to decimate the place and the guy came out with a nuke and they all shut up. Like,
Yep.
come on. We
That's
have to be
given.
balanced about
That's a
this.
given.
Yeah, but they do have like crazy
How
rules.
were they able to build nukes and like skyscrapers if they can't even get potatoes in their country?
Bros, we
Well,
Valid
can't
point.
even
dude.
travel there. Like, just the one tour that they have
Look
is a
at
pain in the butt to go through.
Pyongyang, dude. The place is freaking gorgeous. They're building their country up. I'm not saying it's the perfect country in the world. Like, I'm not North Korean, but I'm just saying don't eat up the slop.
Okay, come on the trip
Come
with
on.
me then. Let's do it.
I would gladly go there just
Yo,
to
Omar, I
see
wouldn't
and
keep your
meet the
hand up.
people.
If you got something to say, bro, just go for it. I don't know what they're talking about at this point.
I'd feel
Just
safer in
don't
I
North
steal
mean,
a
I'm just
Korea
trying
than
poster
to
on
in
the
lead by
website,
Israel.
that's
example
all.
since that's I know, brother. I know what you mean. I'm just trying to lead by example so we could all do it because what you guys are doing is
Thank you.
pointless. I just wanted to ask you, Chai, with all due respect to everyone's opinion, what's your opinion on what's going on with Iran, with the United States? How do you see things playing out? What do you think is the best option? What the best outcome is? Because I haven't really seen you in the panel
Oh,
and I haven't
okay.
spoken to
Yeah,
you. I
no,
haven't gotten a
I just
chance.
know these guys from like the pro-Palestine spaces and stuff. But yeah, like I'm a stark, I don't know what the right term is, but I'm very, very anti-Zionist. I think Israel's the main issue in the Middle East. I think that this is completely like what's it called, like illegitimate assault on Iran. I think the Iranians have the right to basically choose a way of living for them. Just because we disagree with it, like I'm an agnostic, I'm not a religious person, but if people want to live religiously, that's on them. So, like, I support Iran in their Iran's right to defend itself from this like unexplained aggression where it's all about them trying to capture their geopolitical positioning. And because they're like, oh, we could control the Strait of Hormuz and their resources, all the oil Iran produces, and they want to basically implant like a Western puppet to control in Iran. So I'm sorry. If the people in Iran don't want that, they have the right to fucking defend themselves. And if people have a problem with that, I don't care. Like I don't think that like everyone has to walk on eggshells because Jews, even though you guys don't like that, but I don't think just because Jews have this paranoia that everyone wants to kill them doesn't mean that Iranians want to go and kill Israelis. Like this is a paranoia war. Oh my God, they might be building a nuke. They're literally saying we're not building a nuke. And then you have people trying to kill them over them being like, no, we just want to have a functioning country. So
Okay, and for you, you obviously know the difference between a Jew and a Zionist, right?
yes, there's many Christian Zionists, there's many Muslim Zionists. But I'm
Really?
saying
Is it?
yes, there's Muslim Zionists. Dude, I know a lot of them on here. Like
Yeah, yeah, I
there's a
guess you're
bunch
right. You're
of
right.
like Bahrainis and Saudis that are saying like they love to see the pummeling of Iran.
I mean, those are because they're crypto Ashkenazi
No,
Jews,
they're not,
and
dude. They're literally Arabs. Yeah,
okay. I did not know
yeah.
that.
There's
Wow.
a lot of Zionist Jews and there's a lot of there's a lot of Zionist Jews, Zionist Muslims, Zionist Christians. Go to Nigeria, you can meet all these Zionist Christians. Okay. So I'm sorry, like I
Well,
understand
you
the
don't even
difference.
gotta go to Nigeria. They're right here in the
Yeah,
United
like
States.
like the
Evangelicals
Paula,
from
what's her
yeah.
name? Paula White, when she's like, we will strike them, strike them, strike them. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is like I think this whole war and the reason behind it is because we have Jews that are paranoid that Iran wants to kill them. And Iran is saying, we don't want to kill you guys, we just want you to chill.
But when does
Okay.
that stop? They're paranoid. Everybody
They'll
wants to
never
kill
stop.
them.
They'll never stop because once they're done with Iran, if Iran falls, they'll move to Turkey, then they'll move to Egypt, then they'll move. Like they will never freaking stop. It's paranoia. It's a psychopathy.
I know it's paranoia, but we've been saying and discussing like this is it's a holy war till the end of times. I mean, this is never
I
going
don't
to
think it's
stop.
a
They're never
holy
going to cease
war. These people
existing.
are just mentally ill, dude.
Okay, can I just? I didn't interrupt you. Can I speak, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a holy war because when Iran comes out and says our way is of getting rid of oppression, of the U.S. bases, of being oppressed by the United States and making us feel like all right, sanctioned, and our main target is reaching the Holy Aqsa Mosque eventually. So it's not going to be today, tomorrow, or a year or two. It doesn't matter when it is. That's their target, along with the Houthis, along with the resistance in the Hamas. So there's a lot going on. So it's not just about when they finish with Iran, they're going to go to Turkey. I mean,
That's
you're
what they
talking about
said.
you're talk. Let me continue. And Iran is a very powerful country with 1 million+ soldiers, with a lot of technology being provided by themselves and other countries, and they're actually building cheap technology that's taken down very expensive technology. So are the Houthis. So is Hamas. And the thing is, they can't just finish with Turkey or finish with Iran and move on to Turkey as if it's like a game they're playing, because Turkey also has a great military force and they're building their own military things. So it's like, I think you should just like think about it objectively and not just what we're seeing or what we're talking about or what they're telling us, with all due
Are you
respect.
talking to me?
Yeah, you.
No, that's how I see it. Like, I agree with you. So I'm
Oh,
kind of
okay, then I
confused.
misunderstood you because you were saying, I think I
Just
said I
I was just
misunderstood you.
saying
Sorry.
that I think that the Zionists will not stop. Like, they make up all sorts of excuses, but they'll never stop. Right? Like
Chai, I
what
don't.
like
Chai, sorry
regardless
to
of how it
interrupt.
turns out, they will never stop. They will continue with warfare.
Chai, just real quick. You said it's not a religious war. It's definitely a
I'm just
religious
hold
war.
on. I'm just not a religious person. Like, I
I know, but
understand.
that doesn't make it
Hold
not
on.
a
Listen,
religious war.
AG.
Yeah,
I understand that you guys see it through that perspective, and I respect that, but that's just not my viewpoint.
but you
And
can't sit here and call
I
them
can say
Zionists.
it because it's
You
not my
can't call
viewpoint.
someone a Zionist and then say
Who did
it's
I
not
call
a
a
religious
Zionist?
war, like
Who
Israel.
did I call a Zionist?
Like
Okay,
you're
it can
using
be
these like terms that
it can be a religious war in your perspective if you want. That's fine. I just don't
no, these
look
people are
at it.
religiously charged and emotionally
Yeah,
charged.
but it's a
It's
false
not about me.
religion. It's a false religion, right? So
I don't know about false
I'm talking
religion.
about the governments, and I'm talking about the Zionists worldwide. Some of them are religiously motivated, but when we talk about the U.S. empire, I don't think their motivation is specifically just religious. Okay, so like when you talk about the U.S. empire and why they're going after Iran, I see it more geopolitically than religiously, and that's fine. You can see it religiously if you want.
No, no, I get your point now. I understand that, but I think Israel started this war, not USA.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of intertwined at this point, so it's hard to differentiate.
Yeah,
But I think we're all on the same perspective.
yeah, for sure. Damn, bro, this space is dead right now. You know it's dead when I'm kind of running this show. Like, what's
Dude, I
going
think
on here?
Andy wants to say something.
So that North Korean defector you're talking about, is her name Yaomi Park?
Yeah, she's a CIA agent.
Okay, yes, I saw her speak at the University of Iowa. She was doing a campus tour.
Dude, the CIA paid for her boobs. Like this is like how crazy it
Like,
is.
how do you know this?
It's literally been leaked. Like, I don't know.
Where?
You
Where?
want me to do hours of research to find this
Yeah,
leak again?
actually, if you're gonna make
Well, no,
claims, you better have
you
If
go,
fucking
it's literally
receipts,
been
Chai.
leaked, it wouldn't take hours of
Josie,
I'm
research.
just tired of people just
Josie,
saying
go
some
look into
random
it.
shit all the
Wait,
time.
hold on, Josie. So you think this woman is from North Korea?
She's probably from. Why the heck do I care?
Okay, well, I care because
She did look
hold
very
on.
slight and
She came. Oh, wait.
emaciated.
Let me explain why I care. She came out when the U.S. was trying to warmonger with North Korea, right? So they came out and they were trying to encourage people to support military intervention in North Korea.
There was
Okay,
never an
so
effort to support.
yes, there was. Hold on. Yes, there was. Hold on. Let me just explain this.
When did we show a
During
desire to intervene
during
in North Korea, Chai?
can you
It was
okay,
it was
okay.
Trump. It was
Dude,
Trump and it was
during
Trump and
We
Kim
ended
Jong
up
Un.
during
It was
shaking the
Trump
hand
Trump
of the
saying I have a bigger
guy.
button than you.
wait, during Trump's first like administration, there was a huge war effort from DC and the war pigs to try and push a war with North
There
Korea.
was
Oh, then
never
they
an
ended
Trump
effort
up
to push
shaking
a
Trump
war.
hands.
It was
Great
Trump
no,
war,
saying I have a
great
bigger
war.
button than you. It was never about a war. It was just
hold on. Trump was literally applauded for making peace with them.
Yeah,
Okay,
making
so
peace.
I don't understand how you don't understand what was going on at the time.
I don't understand that you
Like,
don't understand the difference between like war and shaking hands.
okay, he had to go shake hands to prevent a war. Like,
No,
no.
are
The
you?
shaking hands was
Yes,
historic because he's the first president that
it
ever did
wasn't
that.
okay. Were you guys even watching what was going on at the time? They
yeah,
were
we live
telling
Yes,
here
people.
yes.
unlike
I'll give you
you.
the exact quote. Kim Jong Un
Okay,
was like,
Andy,
I have a big
can you
button. I can
allow
shoot
me to
missiles at
finish?
you. And then Trump is like, I have a
Andy,
big
She
button, but
still
mine
can't
actually
make a
works.
sandwich.
And then Trump called
can
him Little
you?
Rocket Man. It was their back, and they had the back and forth war where they're insulting each other on social media and
Okay,
joking about
so
bombing
hold
each
on.
other. And
So at the
it was all
time,
a big loke and joke. Remember?
no, the reason a lot of this stuff was going on is because North Korea was basically coming out and testing their nuclear war weapons, and the U.S. was saying this is a huge threat. They were using the same language they're using against Iran. They were saying, "Oh my God, they're gonna have nuclear weapons. This is gonna be a danger to the entire world. Somebody has to intervene." Okay, the war drums were being beaten. If you're deaf to the war drums, that is not a me problem. So at the end of the day, as soon as that was all going on, this random woman shows up that nobody knows, claims she's from North Korea, and then she starts talking about how the people there are being tortured. What does that remind you of? All the CIA agents that told us that the women in Iran, are suffering. They're all being forced into hijabs and blah blah blah. We have to go there to save them. The same rhetoric was being used. Okay, so the North Koreans literally said, you know what, f this. Let's put out our bombs, and they tested them, and then guess what? DC went silent. Not a fucking I have not heard anybody
So
talk
what
about
year
the
did that happen,
suffering.
Chai? What year did that happen? Trump
I don't know the
administration,
exact
first
year,
one you
but
said?
it was around
It
2016.
was 2017, 2018,
Darling,
I
she
believe. Yeah.
started
Yeah.
her media tours in the US in 2011.
Dude, I'm
She went to the
telling
World
you
Summit
that
in 2014.
hold
Trump
on.
wasn't even running
Okay,
yet.
when was she on Joe Rogan? What year?
That was like 2015.
Okay, so the thing, it's not about Trump. I'm not shitting on Trump. You're
She
not
went
listening.
viral in like
I'm
2011.
telling you. No, you just you know what? I'm actually gonna look it up, because the thing is,
No, but Chai, sorry, you just
sorry,
don't
I got a
freaking know
phone
what you're
call.
talking about.
Hold on. No, I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I don't
Wait,
know why
Chai.
it's bothering
Hey,
you.
Chai. What we need to look at here and what Chai's saying here. Let me get through the noise here. What Chai is saying, which is factual. When North Korea did get their nuke, then the West, let's say the West backed off of them. Now no one wants to mess with them. And what Chai is saying is we can compare this to Iran. If Iran did get a nuke, then we wouldn't even be here. And I believe that. I
Yeah.
think most of the world believes that. That
There
think
will be no
believe that.
conversation. And it's like the same thing, like all the propagandists that try to convince people that there's so much suffering of the women in Iran are this equivalent to that woman who went on Joe Rogan talking about how she had to eat grass. These are propagandists. Like, come on.
Yeah, and even then, if you've been listening to these spaces and the interviews that Sully's had, Iran being the being Shia, and the clerics, they have a very deep moral belief in not destroying life. But if they would have taken a stance and built the nuclear weapon, we wouldn't be in this situation. So it's almost like they did more harm to themselves in taking the high road here, when eventually they're going to have to realize, look, you're in a dog eat dog world here, and it's all about power.
You
I
need
think
to
that's what we're all
build the
looking at here.
nuke because nukes are just preventative. Like, it
Yeah,
basically
that's what a
creates
nuclear weapon's for.
deterrence. It's a
Every
deterrent.
time, every time one of our U.S. Navy submarines, I'm talking the SSBNs, not the attacks. Every time one of our boats come back from a patrol, they've had a successful mission. Why? They didn't have to fire one of their missiles. That's a successful mission. We're taught that. We're trained that. We're indoctrinated in that. You've had a successful mission. Every time in my fast attack patrols, we had a successful mission if we didn't have to shoot somebody, because that's a successful mission. But that's called the Department of Defense. Huh. Now we're called the Department of War. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
I mean, that's kind of Captain Obvious, no?
Not really.
Yeah, and what Josie's saying too, and here's where Josie coming in this whole thing is saying, yeah, well, let's don't be throwing flowers on North Korea. No, the people are suffering there tremendously. It's true. I'm not buying. Look, just look at North Korea from a satellite view at night. I'll leave it there. But they paid a price. They've been isolated from the world. Has Cuba. I've been to Cuba. In
Yeah,
fact, soy
it's.
bilingüe. I know the whole story there extremely well.
Where did you
I had
stay
my
there?
shipmate. Yeah, man. I now unfortunately I wasn't able to go to Van. Let me say I know Cuba.
No, where was
Okay,
it?
go on.
Because I live near
You know what I mean.
Cardenas.
I'm sorry, Josie. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I live near Cardenas.
Cardenas, huh?
Cardenas is
Hey, hables español.
near Varadero.
Mire, hables español como los cubanos.
Uh,
I was in Valadero too, and I actually hung out with the locals. I didn't stay there, but I was there for a couple of days, and you can see the poverty. So I totally
Oh yeah.
acknowledge that. You can see
Oh
how
yeah.
you can
Oh yeah. It's
see the
terrible.
depths of the poverty there.
yeah, I used to bring like all the like older like cycling stuff because we would go to like train with some people there, and I would like pack a big box of like some cycling stuff, and I would just like give it away to people. Like they even want like when you get a flat tire, they want that old tubes because they're gonna
Yep.
fix it and reuse it because they don't have them
Yeah.
over there.
I actually, when
Yep.
I went to Cuba, I actually brought medications, and a lot of people were really grateful. Like I brought a lot of like aspirin and stuff with me,
Yeah, I
and
brought like
people were just
salients and nail polish and stuff. So like,
it was hard for them to access like certain medications.
yeah,
Of course. Any country that stands against the evil, I'm going to say this, the evil empire, not America. Yeah, well, what's running America, and that is the IMF, the World Bankers, the IMF, excuse me, International Monetary Fund, and these global elite banksters, if you want to use the B word. That's what's really running. Our United States military doesn't serve the American public. We serve our banks. We serve the military industrial complex. Truth spoken. Read Smedley Butler's War is a Racket. You stand against that, you're going to pay. That's why my beloved Vietnam, my wife's Vietnamese. I lived in Vietnam for 7 years. I've seen, believe me, I've seen the suffering that those people endured. And in 1986, they were so destitute, so broken. My wife's small little fishing village, the people, a family of 5, were eating the equivalent of what one person would eat in a rice with some of the little fish. And rau mung, which is like spinach, and the family, they were suffering immensely. America knew this. I'll say the B word. The banksters knew this, and what 57,000 bloodshed, dead bodies of Americans could not accomplish in almost 10 years. Guess what? A bankster, IMF, with a pen, accomplished at Doi Moi in 1986 and brought Vietnam under submission unto the West. They've submitted. They sold out. They had to because they were starving. Well, North Korea said, "Kiss my ass." Cuba said, "Kiss my ass." Iran said, "Kiss my ass." and you can see it's a price to be paid. Listen to Omar up here. This young man up here, he is Palestinian. His stories, it wrecked me just listening to 2 of them, and I almost got on here and said, "Hey, Omar, can you stop? I can't take the pain." My 13-year-old daughter, who was punished at school for having a Palestinian flag on her phone, and was called in the principal's office. "Hey, what's with this? You're not. Are you anti-Semitic?" And thank God, this 13-year-old child of mine, my daughter, is light years more smarter than I am, explained to me stuff, and she heard this space. She listened to this space here, and she listened to Omar talking, and she was like, "Yes." It inspired. She was on Suleiman, says, "Hey, Eugene, come on, get on your alphas, get on TikTok." Suleiman's on TikTok. We're on TikTok. And I thought, what in the world, Suley, are you doing on TikTok? Guess what? He had children listen to these kids listening to this saying, yes, there is another side to the story because these children are being psyoped at their schools. At middle school, that Zionist propaganda is being pounded into their heads 24/7. There's no other alternative. It's worship, go to the wall, worship that flag, Star of Remprom. Yeah. Well, guess what? These teenagers, these young teenagers, they're not buying the BS. They're not buying the BS. And my daughter's listening. She said, "This guy is great." I asked her just, here's what I did. I said, "Hey, tune in, go into TikTok, look up Saliba Space, and just dial in, throw them some stuff." And she's trying to send lions. And my wife, who's the accountant in my home, said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, we got to send this guy some money. This guy's speaking the truth." My point is, these spaces matter. We're at war, in a psychological warfare like we've never seen before. They are pumping millions of dollars into this psychological, nonstop, 24/7, hammering the minds and wills of Americans to bring us to our knees. But thank God for this. Thank God we have this space. Thank God for those that speak up against this. Thank God. Bless you all. Don't stop fighting the good fight. I love you all.
No, you know what? I think you make a really good point because like through social media, even though there's a lot of problems with it, um you meet people with different perspectives and different life experiences. So like I've learned a lot about like Muslims in the Middle East and kind of gotten past some of my prior biases, you know? Just by interacting with people and like kind of getting to know them. And I think like for example in places like the US or Canada, teenagers are meeting more diverse people or young people are, and so their friends will be like Asian or like black or white or whatever, and then they realize like, oh, okay, like I think it's harder to psyop people when they're actually interacting with each other more often. I don't know if that made
Great
any sense.
point. Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. What? Oh, well, they're different from me. Well, let's talk to them. My own
Yeah,
family
and
just told me, "What
it's
the
like
hell are you doing?" Yeah,
Andrew,
my own family just. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, 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 I used to say like I hear a lot of Israelis and like the Zionists saying like, "Oh, do you know like if you went to Gaza, they would throw gays off the rooftops or I don't know, like these weird arguments about they'll be like, "Chai, aren't you a woman? Like you know how they treat women?" And then it's like I like this whole argument is based on the idea that because these people are Muslims, that they should be like tortured and killed, right? And I was
Oh
like,
yeah.
and then I remember being like, I wouldn't even care if they were Satanists. Like, I don't think that you should starve like 2.3 million people just because they're like you disagree with their religion or whatever. And that really bothers a lot of people that I'm like, I'm not religious, but I still think that it's wrong to hurt these people over a disagreement of what they believe.
Well, it's sad that you bring in truth here, and you're not even religious, but yet you speak the very foundational doctrine of Islam, of Christianity, and even Judaism. When you really get into it, you're
I was
speaking
a
the truth here.
Christian most of my life. I just walked away a little bit, but yeah, maybe my foundation was right.
Uh,
I don't know.
yeah, I know you suffered. You're another suffered another. You're another victim. I call them victim. Oh, yeah, no, victims are those who've suffered tragedy. And but yeah, I grew up in that also. I spent 60 years of my life in this Christian National Zionism evangelical garbage, and it's the doctrine of demons. And I've taken a different approach. I took it from, well, let's really study this from a biblical point of view, and it's astounding when you really start understanding how they twisted the truth. It's terrible, but they've done it.
Yeah, like
And until
how can you call yourself a Christian and be okay with people like starving children? Like I don't
you
understand
can't
that.
You can't, and that's why they call themselves, but they're not. I
Because
call them
even
chinos.
though
I call them Cinos.
the Jews will quote the Hebrew scriptures and they'll be like, oh
Yep.
well, in the Old Testament, yeah, you were supposed, but I'm like, well, Christ came and basically said you're
Yep.
not supposed to follow those things regimentally. And
Nope.
so the idea that like as somebody who's a Christian would support Old Testament levels of punishing
Yep.
like somebody from like the opposite side of the war is
Right.
just
The Mosaic
not,
Law.
it's not
Yeah. That's all the
allowed.
Mosaic Law. Leviticus, Deuteronomy is all the Mosaic Law. Right. Right.
Like it's
The,
not
no.
allowed in
No. No.
Christianity at all.
Nope.
And for people like Pete Hegseth to be like bombing random boats,
Yep.
and then when the boat is already bombed and people are hanging on to like cardboard, and then he's like bomb it again.
Yep.
He like double tapped on fishermen and shit.
They did to the
There's no way
schoolhouse.
this
They did
guy's a
that to the
Christian.
schoolhouse. Those Iranian girls. So what?
Yeah,
They're
they
just
double
so
tapped
what?
on the school.
Yep.
That
Yep.
is there's nothing Christian about that.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we've been hammering this out in the spaces here now, 18 days. No, you're absolutely correct, and that's why they're being exposed and they're brought to ridicule, open derision. I mean, open shame, and rightfully so. God will not be mocked in His name, committing genocide in the name of God. No, we say it all the time. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But back on the connecting this to Iran, where we're at right now, this is really going to, here in the days, this is not weeks and months. No, in days, we're going to see very quickly things roll out here because of the stranglehold the straits have. That little 22 mile stretch there, it has the West by the balls. It has us by the short hairs, man. And all the talk, all the rhetoric to manipulate the stock market to keep oil from blowing out through $150. They're doing it for rhetoric to keep the price of oil from going through the roof. And Iran knows this. They're playing the long game. So where we're at right now, well, let's go bomb them some more. We're going to blow out all their missile sites. Okay, boys, let's go storm the beaches. Watch. If that happens, you'll see a bloodbath. And I pray it doesn't. I pray it doesn't happen. So let's look at the other alternative deals. And I mean, deals are being worked out behind closed doors. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Just like in Vietnam, the Paris Peace Accords. And America is going to come out losing, which we are losing this war. We have already removed our footprint from the Persian Gulf when the Fifth Fleet, and I know I'm repeating myself for listeners that haven't heard this, when the United States Navy removed its Fifth Fleet presence in the Persian Gulf, that right there told me clearly, after 20 years active service as military naval officer, mostly submarine warfare, and working at the Pentagon, working as a consultant, years with Naval Institute, it told me clearly that the U.S. has abandoned the fort. What does that mean in English? Hey, we're out of here. We're out of here. I don't know. I know that a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about, maybe, but
Yeah,
I
can
think
you
we see.
explain that
Yeah,
a little bit, like for layman?
No, I get you 100%, Andrew. I get you.
yeah. It's like
Wait,
Hey,
sorry,
let me
who
give you an example.
left? Who left?
I'm gonna. I'm gonna say this super fast. I wept. I wept with the front of my shirt wet when I was in Vietnam, and this dear man told me one morning he was working for the U.S. Army. Yeah, he was working for the U.S. Army, right, as a consultant. And guess what? One day he went there and he saw strange stuff coming. Hey, why are you guys all packing your stuff up? What's going on? Oh, no worries. No, we're just going to do an exercise. Yeah, but an exercise, you're moving all the major stuff. Don't worry, buddy. 2 days later, they were evacuated. He was standing there. Hey, take care, bro. See ya. Yep. When the U.S. pulled out of there, he was running for his life. They finally caught him. He lived in a concentration camp for 12 years. And I'm not even going to go through the horror stories he went through. The suffering. The standing there talking to that doctor in Vietnam, talking to that doctor. He was a young medical student. He was an intern when we were bombing, and several B-52, actually no, it was some napalm went off. Well, it was a two-wave strike. They had napalm coming in and then B-52 strikes. He was handling the carnage, the bombs. Oh, whoops. those went off target a bit. We just killed several hundred villagers who were out there in their rice farms. Sorry. And I said, how can it be that you don't look at me knowing I'm a retired military officer, an American, and not hate me? He said, I don't hate you. I hate your government. Do you see where I'm going with this, people? Please stop the madness. Stop the madness. Just say, no, you're not American. You're not a patriot. Well, to you, dear person who says that to me, no, you're not a patriot if you don't stand up for what's right.
100%, honestly, 100%. Inevitable China, inevitable West.
So, Andrew, do you like in your position as an ex, or I don't know what they call it, vet? Like, do you feel like this Kent guy, it's better late than never? Like, do you think that people should give him some grace, or are you like kind of feeling like, okay, well, you know what, F you, like you didn't say anything during the genocide, and now you want to act like you're being heroic? Like, what is your position around that?
Say, my position is exactly what you stated precisely. Yeah, he should have spoke up a lot sooner. And Anthony Aguilar even said he
Yeah,
didn't, even when he wrote his goodbye letter, he didn't even say the truth, which really should have, because he can't even say the truth. He
but
took the
even
easy way out.
Aguilar, some people are angry with Aguilar because they're like, "How are you acting like you didn't know the crimes that were being committed?" So, like, I'm having a hard time with my position on some of the vets, but I do feel like it's better for them to wake up, even if it seems late. Yeah,
Obviously, but sometimes when you have a commanding officer and he tells you to do something, you have to do it blindly. That's just how the
yeah, that's
military
what I'm
works.
saying.
And then at the end of the day, your ethics and morals start really pounding on you. And I'm sure most people that were in service, I don't know, Andrew, I think you've experienced a lot, so I don't know
Absolutely.
how it feels,
Yeah, absolutely.
how it feels to
When
have
my
to.
son came home from as a second ranger, 75th Regiment, he was at the tip of the spear. I'm talking get down and dirty, man. I'm talking dogfight stuff. He came back after his second combat tour. He said, "What the hell are we doing?" And then when he shot and killed a combatant that he later found out was a child running around with an AK, it broke him hard. And he said, I think we're in a big mess. I said, You think? You think, buddy? I just,
Yeah.
if we don't speak it, we got to stop it.
No, it's like a lot of messy stuff happens, and I do think it's hard because some people lean into the cognitive dissonance, like, "Hey, I wasn't a bad person. I was doing the right thing. I was following orders." And then at some point it hits them and they're just like, "Okay, well, I'm against this," right? And I think for the rest of us, we're sort of like, "Wow, why did it take you so long?" But it's like I'm having a hard time with that because part of me is like, "Why did it take you so long?" But also I'm happy that you're on the right side now. So,
Exactly.
yeah. Like I think
Yeah.
I have to try to practice grace for the veterans that move to the right side of the problem. Like,
Yeah, and it's difficult. My dear friend, retired colonel, Marine colonel, he is 8 months. It's going on a year now. Told me you are Hamas. He said when I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking to Hamas. You need to check yourself. And I said, bye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. I don't care anymore. I don't care. And he probably, my friend, my acquaintance, he won't change. I really don't think he will. Okay, so he'll have to stand before God one day, and I'll leave it at that.
maybe he'll change. Maybe he will.
Well, maybe, but most likely people that it's called a hardened heart. I won't get into all the spiritual stuff on that, but a person who refuses to see their heart becomes very hard, and then their eyes see but they're blind. I mean, I'm sorry, they have eyes but they're blind, they have ears but they're deaf, and their heart becomes more hardened. And then spiritually speaking, and even morally speaking, and even philosophically speaking, psychologically speaking, that person becomes a little zombie. They've lost their identity.
I don't know if anyone has their hand up. I don't want to hog the mic, but I would like to pick your mind on what do you think of what's going on with RFK and this public humiliation that they're doing to him, where they have him doing like ads of like working out with cartoons and shit. Like, have you seen
Yeah,
it?
I not re- yeah, it's a humiliation ritual. I agree, but you step out of line,
I'm
even
just
if
saying,
you
what do you think they
accidentally
have
put
on
more.
him? Like, do you think they have like a murder on him or something?
Don't know. Yeah, who knows?
But
Honestly,
didn't his wife quote unquote commit suicide?
yeah. Supposedly, I don't know.
I'm just saying, I think they must have something really big on him for them to do this much to him. Because remember, they even brought in like the Ozempic guy, and the Ozempic guy passed out. Remember when they were like, Maha, buy one get one Ozempic free, and then they brought in the guy from Pfizer. It's like RFK is the one who wrote like literally a book about vaccines, and they brought the guy from Pfizer, and he had to like shake his hand and stand behind him.
That's a great point you make
It's
there.
crazy.
Yeah,
Like, it's
what's
like,
the
you
difference
know,
between
he would
Trump shaking
never
hands
be
with
in that
Jelani?
room.
Look at Trump shaking Jelani's hand.
No,
The, the,
I think Trump's a
the,
retard. He didn't understand the weight of having Jelani in the White House. It's like you literally have Al Qaeda in the White House. Like, what are you doing?
well, but RFK is going through the same thing. It's a humiliation ritual. No one gets to positions of prominence unless they've been compromised. I don't care if it's the music industry. I don't care if it's entertainment industry. I don't care if it's politics or economics. You don't go economical platform of prominence. You don't get to the highest levels until you've sold your soul out. You have to be compromised, spiritually compromised. My brother was reaching the heights of the epitome of this music industry as a brilliant genius sound engineer. And they was called to Nashville, the big where you put on the ring and you're now one of the special elite, wealthy elite, right? Big time. And guess what happened? He shows up. He gives, check into your hotel room. A prominent figure in the industry comes into his hotel room, a male, and says, "Hey, I'm going to take a shower. I'll be out. Hey, let's do this." And my brother said, "What the hell are you talking about?" He goes, "You don't understand." My
Yeah, no,
brother
I don't
beat the crap,
understand.
punched the guy, walked out. You have to be physical. You have to be sodomized. All right. And I'm not getting into cult stuff, but honestly, you have to be completely sold to the beast system to get up to those heights. When you stand against it, you pay the price.
Do you,
He was fired.
do you know King?
He's
Do you know
yeah,
King Flippa? He has like this funny
yeah.
statement where he says like westernized, Zionized, and probably sodomized.
Probably. Don't say probably. I love King Flip. I'm talking about yeah. No, I would say and not probably. That's the Epstein. That's why Iran says the Epstein class versus the resistance, the moral resistance, good versus evil. That's why you heard that Sergeant McGinnis say, "We're fighting. I no longer have a moral compass to fight the war that they want us to fight." That's why you heard Anthony Aguilar uses the M word, moral high ground. We no longer have the moral high ground in this. Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't? Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Omar, are you still here? Or maybe he left.
Yeah.
I
What's
wanted
up?
to ask you, actually, based off of what Andrew just said, what do you think of Mamdani condemning his wife? Did you guys see that? Like, Mamdani was literally condemning his wife for being anti-Israel.
I mean, honestly, what I truly believe anybody that gets into is a political position has a handler, and whatever the handler tells him to do, he does with a smile on his face for the people, acting like he's working for the city and the country. So it's just like it's boring, honestly, to even talk about because we've seen it time and time again. The best of the best people come and talk, and they convince you, and you feel like, all right, something's going to change. and then nothing really changes, and then look what happens. He condemns his
Dude, I
wife, or he does this, or he
so the
does
thing
that.
with Mamdani that I find interesting is that the Zionists pretended to attack him, right? So they tried to portray him as like an anti-Zionist person because look how many Zionists were going after him.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he is anti-Zionist. I'm pretty sure Trump, after he made the deal with the devil, is anti-Zionist. Anybody that made the deal with the devil, with the Satan like them, is anti-Zionist. So the fact is that they can't get out of it, because once you're in, that's it. You're in, and then you got to do rituals, and you got to sacrifice a member, or you got to sacrifice someone important, and it's just really stupid to talk about, in my humble opinion, with all due respect. And honestly, if we can get some more people to talk about what we're talking about, because we're on Iran day 819 here. So anybody got any news, something we can talk about, debate?
Why don't you initiate it?
I mean, I've been here on the panel. We've all been talking about a lot of things, but you got to wait on some news to come out. It's early here. Nothing's happening besides the barrage of missiles that they keep sending out. Some get intercepted, some don't. But I mean, people's intakes and
Yeah,
debates
like it's
are
like
really
five
important, because there's a lot of
it's like
people listening that don't know what's going on, and they listen to mainstream media. So if they listen to us debating about different things, and what we see and what we actually get from actual real sources, it makes a difference. So
what would you like to debate? Like do you guys think Netanyahu's dead?
no comment.
Yeah, here. So moving this on here, moving the needle here a little. Oh, Omar, the last barrage you heard come over has been it's been what, 30 minutes ago, brother? 40 minutes now.
Yeah, it's exactly 40 minutes. Sorry for the noise.
All right. So what we were saying is, in the day 19, and Beatrice brought this up, we have not heard boom boom Tel Aviv. We have not heard this in the morning this hour, to the best of our memory. And I think this is the new stage here, where especially after retribution for losing their commander, uh, losing their military commander, they're now going to ramp it up, and we haven't even seen their new technology and this insanity of we're destroying all of their missiles. We've taken out 5,000. No, they're just blowing holes up in the sand out there, the same way we did in Afghanistan, same we did in Vietnam, just blowing up stuff, but not making any real progress. But it works great for Fox News.
Definitely, man. But I mean, I'm pretty sure, like you exactly said, they're probably going to initiate a different kind of stage, a different kind of tactic, because things are taking a turn, and now they're just trolling us with all these AI videos and playing games. So it's like, and this Jordan thing, the King of Jordan going to Qatar, is kind of like the first move I see going on, at least, even if it means nothing and he comes back with empty-handed or without any reason or any negotiation, but it's the first step. So hopefully some other leaders will have the balls, with all due respect, to come and say, all right, let me follow. I mean, because all it takes is one person to do something, and then most people follow, because most people need someone to lead them, and they're lost unless they're actual born leaders. So hopefully we get someone to follow this king, even though he's partnered with the Zios. He's not a Zionist exactly, but he's partnered with them. He was trained in Britain. We all know the history of all that, but it is what it is, and they control the country, they control the opinion, and we got to deal with it. But hopefully, someone really follows in his footsteps, and Qatar starts receiving GCC people, and Iran starts taking this. They take Iran's side, so we get rid of the U.S. bases, and the United States doesn't have to spend trillions and defend other countries that they really don't need to defend, just for show, so they can take money and oil. And I mean, the whole regime's changing. The whole world's changing. We're going to a digital economy. So let's just see what happens. I mean, there's really nothing
Yeah,
new.
but
So if you have something to chime in or debate about, I'd gladly debate.
Let me say this real quick. Omar, what better person than King of Jordan? You know, the Hashemite dynasty. What better person to make that move? You know what I'm saying? Make that move that from that stalemate. I think he'd be the perfect person.
Definitely, man.
Yeah,
Definitely, man. I mean, after the Song Dynasty, the Chinese dynasty, they're the only Hashemite family, like the only family to keep their lineage for around 42 years. So, what better person, honestly, like you just said. Hopefully, he comes back not empty-handed, comes back with some information that gives him some more power, and then that power gets a little gets a thumb that they have on him from the Zionists and on the country and the economy. And hopefully he comes back with something and people start realizing then let me do the same thing for my country and my people.
exactly. Exactly.
Do you know what they're meeting about?
No, it hasn't been discussed. They don't really discuss it until it's time to really lay out the plans. So right now it's just formal meetings and greetings and all the stuff they do. But I'm sure they're talking about many other things. We'll know soon.
Oh, that sucks. They haven't announced it, eh?
Andy, can you just talk? Like, I don't know if we have
Yeah.
co-hosts.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Andrew, I mentioned this earlier. I think you weren't. I think you were sleeping, but someone mentioned that the planes the are going to have to go in for reservicing after all of this continuous flight. So after that, won't the Iranians be able to pull more of their missiles out from underground when they aren't under continuous bombardment and just be able to really start pummeling them over and over and actually up their attacks even more?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, people think that planes just can stay up in the air forever and ever and ever. Yeah, right. Just like ships can stay out to sea forever and ever. No, they need maintenance. And I mean, an aircraft even need more critical maintenance and more routine and frequent maintenance than a ship. That's a great point. Yeah.
Well, isn't that why the Boeing flights were just falling out of the sky? Because they were being lazy about the maintenance.
Well, there's that too. Yeah, that's a lot to it. But tankers are more valuable targets. Air tankers are more valuable targets than fighter jets and bombers, because without the refueling stations, that's all over. Yeah, but yeah, of course, yeah, and back about the George Washington there, a slight pushback to and with Colonel Aguilar on that. Being and serving at sea for years of my life and being a full career in the Navy, let me be very clear on this. Is there dissent sometime? Yeah, absolutely. You get malcontents. And especially if anyone can imagine being at sea away from family, locked in a steel, we call it steel cage. You're locked up at sea with just other men for months and months at a time. It starts to have a terrible wear on you psychologically, and just some people just start breaking down in various ways. Uh, So what happens? You will get some dissent. Okay, like F this, I'm out of here. We had one of our men decide he's had enough we'd been underwater for almost 4 months, and we were only just getting started. And he just snapped one night and he opened the inner hatch of our port escape hatch. He opened the inner hatch, and I was on watch, and we saw a green bar pop up when it should be red circles, and the alarm went off. We said, "What the hell? Why would our hatch be opening?" And this guy said, "F this, I'm out of here." So my point I'm making is, yes, only a fool would say, no, the sailors are happy. They want to go to war. No, but we have to look at that. But let me just say this. If that happened, and maybe it's 1, 2, 10, 20, the chain of command will snap that, lock that down so fast you can't even imagine. And I will I'll leave that at rest. I'm not trying to cover up anything, say, no, that would never happen. But the thing I think is important is if that's leaking out, then we can safely assume that, of course, they're not happy. And today we have these things, we have the internet, we have Skylink. These sailors are getting information that back in my day, back in the dark ages, we didn't know stuff. other than we get these messages. So they're getting fed information, and that's also something we have to look at between maintenance, crew morale, and we don't have the numbers. I pray people are seeing the insanity of this. The United States Navy does not have the presence we used to have. I'm just being honest. And Russia and China
Andrew,
know this.
Andrew, so I heard that like the Air Force, just from friends who've had kids in the military, the Air Force lives the best, right? Because they live at like nice hotels and stuff, right? So
Yep.
like that's why I was kind of confused when a lot of these GCC people were like, "Why are they bombing the hotels?" I'm like, "That's where the pilots are." Like, you know what I mean? Like a
Yeah,
lot of
and well, also, yeah,
high-end officials are staying in those hotels.
exactly. And also remember, those are also sailors and
Yeah,
Marines and
apparently
Air Force
wasn't
people
there a leaked
that they're on
report
shore
that they
duty.
were told
Shore
to
duty.
put on commoner clothes and like run to the hotels?
Yeah, you're told never wear your uniform out in public. When I was at foreign stations, you just don't wear your uniform. You're just a target. Don't ever wear a
No, I'm
uniform.
saying, did you see that? Like, apparently, when it started happening, like in places like Dubai, they told them, like, oh my God, get off the ship, just put on normal clothes and go into a hotel. Then the hotel started getting hit, and the people were like, they're hitting like a civilian infrastructure. It's like, no, they're fucking bombing where the pilots are, dude. Like, that's literally what they're hitting. And I still don't think they're reporting the right numbers. Like,
No, they're
I
not
think they
right. The
got a
right
lot
numbers.
of them. They got a lot more than they're saying.
Of course, the first of all, they don't run off the ships. Go hide in buildings. No, the ships have their company crew. They're very lined up. They left with their crew, but the civilians you see on shore and the military are the shore support personnel, which are thousands of people. A lot of them didn't leave, but were told to just go into, and they live on the economy. That's nothing for a military person to live in the local economy, and they get paid a COLA, cost of living allowance, and a HOLA, house of living allowance, to live in the local economy because it's a lot more than their pay. But you're right. If the Iranians knew exactly that
No,
military
apparently
and
it was a Chinese
According to
intelligence.
Israel's defense minister, they actually
Andy, hold
did
on.
get Iran's intelligence. They actually did get Iran's intelligence minister, apparently, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying like the intelligence that came about where to hit in the hotels in the GCC came from the Chinese. The Chinese are the ones that told the Iranians the coordinates.
No, what
yeah,
I'm
Chinese
saying
were
that
feeding intel.
yes, no, I'm saying it appears they did kill Iran's intelligence minister, unfortunately.
They've been killing nonstop. Who cares? It's not going to impact anything. Like, this is what they don't understand. The way the Iranians set up their government, it's not like a top down, right? It's very disseminated. So, like, I don't think it's an like this is why they're having a hard time taking it down because they're like, oh, maybe if we kill like the top IRGC, it's like no, the IRGC is almost like it's almost like if you killed everyone in the CIA, it doesn't mean the U.S. would stop functioning. Like, it's a completely different part of the government.
Yep.
Yep.
Is everyone asleep?
Yeah. Anything. Hey, who do we have awakened here? Any breaking news? I don't even share breaking news anymore. Why? Because there's a flood of it coming in by people who are a lot able to filter it out better than I am. Because there's so much fake news
I
out
mean,
there.
it's so hard to tell what's true, what's not true. Like even from people on the ground, it's like they say, yeah, it sounds like something's happening here that could be. It turns out it's completely different. It's like they don't even know themselves.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
is very true, especially when they're not allowing reporters in, and really nobody knows nothing but what they want us to know. But there's inside sources, and that's why there's Telegram groups. I mean, news comes out no matter what they try to hide. The social media became a double-edged sword, and I believe they truly did not take that. They didn't factor that in when they planned this war. or when they planned these attacks. So I'm sure they took it into consideration. Okay, social media, but they didn't know that people would unite through social media, that people would help each other through crypto, through social media, that people would make YouTube channels to teach other people about really what's going on through social media. So it's a double-edged sword, and it came in, and it stabbed them in the back, and it helped us actually.
Elaborate, please, Omar. Elaborate on it helped us actually, because that's big.
I mean, it helped us actually because look, I mean, us all of us, we have different opinions, we have different religions, we have different beliefs, we have different morals, some ethics, some different everything, and at the same time we're all humans and we're all the same in a different way. So we united, and a lot of people are joining and are saying, oh wow, I didn't know this, oh wow, this is true. And there's, oh, all these people are saying the same thing, so I might be wrong, then my mainstream media might be wrong. Let me see what's going on in this group. Let me see what's going on in this space. What are they saying here? And then people are actually starting to engage with all this information. Like, oh, okay, I learned something new. I gained faith. People are really gaining get their faith back, which is a very important thing that's happening when they're trying to bring their antichrist back. So it's like so many things have changed, and it's for the better. No matter how many casualties we've lost and how many people are gone, but in reality, like, this is war, and we've seen it time and time again. And all my heart, my goes out to every single family that lost people. And I've lost people, but I can't really say anything. No one can say anything anymore because it's not that we're desensitized or we don't have emotions, but it's war, you know. And at the end of the day, in order to have liberation from oppression, freedom from sanctions, and your own control for your own country and your own rules and laws, not just what America wants because the Zionist controls it. Like, people are learning. So learning, debating, teaching each other, learning from each other is such a beautiful thing. And then the love that's being spread just through this community alone. I mean, I've seen other communities, but they do not compare. I've seen other channels that also spread love. So there's love being spread, and then this is evil versus good, and then evil may win for a little bit, but at the end of the day, good will always triumph over evil. Love will always triumph over hate, and that's where we're at. So I really believe things are changing slowly but surely, and that's all that matters. At least we're not reliving history and making the same mistakes as the naive people that we were, because we were naive. Every single one of us was naive in a different way, you know?
That was powerful, brother. Thank you.
It's powerful. He said, "Eat, pray, love."
Well, I'm glad that I changed our. I'm glad you changed your view on veterans. That's good to know.
What view did I change?
Remember, like you said that they were all pigs and this deserve to die.
When did I say that?
Not long ago.
Oh, weird.
I'm glad you
I don't
changed your mind.
recall, hun. I don't recall. Can you remind me?
Maybe too
But
much
you just
wine.
said
Maybe too much wine.
Oh yeah, can you remind me?
you,
Like where?
you just said eat, pray, love. What the what does that mean? With all due
No, no,
respect,
I want to understand what Josie's coming from.
she came at you with a straight up point where you just said Bedouins are all pigs, and
I said
basically
Bedouins, not
Bedouins are.
veterans. She said I said that about veterans. I never
No, you
said
said that
No,
and
you said
about U.S. soldiers and
when. When did
when
I
my
say that,
friend's son
Josie?
died in service. Yeah, you said
When
that.
did
That
I say
was.
that, Josie? When?
I think that was on Trillion Space.
On Trillion Space. I haven't been to Trillion Space in months.
it's okay. I
It's
mean,
all
look,
I
I'm
would
even
glad
like
you
if you
I would
changed
did
your
like
say
mind.
that,
I would like a clip. I would like to hear myself saying that.
it doesn't matter. Look, chai. With all due respect, I mean, everybody's got their opinions. If that's your
Who
opinion,
said that that
I
was
mean,
my
I think
opinion
you
though? She
will.
just made it up.
I'm not.
She's
I'm
a
not saying she made.
pro-Israeli Jew
What?
and she's coming after me.
Well, see, you're making shit up again.
Yes, you
yeah.
are.
No, see, Josie is not. Josie is. She does not believe in the Zio crazy state
Yeah,
of
she
National
does.
Zionist Israel.
She
She
hangs out. She
suffered
hangs
under it.
out with Stealth, dude. Are you serious?
So I hang out with everybody. That's my
No,
fucking job.
I've heard you in stealth spaces. You're a Zionist.
You were real quiet when Myron got in there yesterday. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, wasn't that hilarious?
He probably put you in your
I
place
never
because you
talked to
know
him. I
how
never talked
how
to
his
him.
stance is.
Oh, you had a
Oh,
lot
you
to say
probably heard
about
what he
him
said.
in the
Then.
past
I
too.
wanted to hear what he had to say, but I'm curious, Josie. Why is it that you become a complete Zionist when you go to stealth space?
I don't. I'm very consistent.
You
I've done
you're
this for a
completely
long time.
anti you're completely anti Palestinian, anti Iran when you're in those spaces. It's very
Chai, I'm not
interesting.
Where are you
retarded.
from, Chai? Where are you from, Chai?
I
With
don't
all
know, but
with
you
my respect.
do
She's
your
African, living
investigation.
as an immigrant in Canada. Like she knows some shit
Immigrant?
about
No,
U.S.
I'm a citizen.
geopolitics.
I'm a citizen. It's a little too late. A little
But you're
too
still an
I
late.
mean,
immigrant.
what's your? I know we're all citizens of. We all have citizenships. That's fine. I have 5,
Oh,
but
you
it
have
doesn't make me
5?
a citizen. What's your
Wow.
ethnicity?
Wow. Good for you.
What's your ethnicity?
It's none
What's
of
your
your
ethnicity?
business.
Okay, no problem. I respect that. You don't want to
Yeah, I
say
don't
that.
share my stuff because Zionists like Josie want to
It's
come
not.
after me.
No, it's not. No, nobody wants to come after you.
No,
We're
I'm not talking
talking.
about you,
We're
Omar.
talking.
I'm saying
See, I'm
there
not
are
stupid. Like I've
there
done
are
media
people
for a
like
long time.
Josie
Like
that are like
I'm
on my
aware that
case.
stuff is
There's
recorded
a few people.
in public.
Josie, you know what? I'll clip you. I'll clip you. You want to play this game? I'll clip you. I
Okay, go
know
for it.
you're Zayu. I literally caught you saying Zayu shit. So
I
Hey,
okay.
probably
Chai,
did say some nasty shit. I
Chai,
usually do.
Chai, go into my background. Hey, let's throw some real good stuff on this. You want to examine my background?
No,
I
dude.
was,
I agree.
you
This
want to
is
hear
the
some of the
same
stuff I
thing.
said about, you want to hear some of the stuff I said about the Islam of, I'll just say
Dude, I
Islam
even used to be an
and
Islamophobe
war with
myself.
them. We got to go destroy them. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree.
We all have, well, all of us
I
have a
think
few
people change.
skeletons in the
I think people
closet.
change their minds, and that's good. I, I, I,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm happy when people change their positions. I just don't like when
Well,
people. I just
that's
don't
why I
like
said
when
I'm glad you
people.
changed your
I
mind.
just don't like when people are disingenuous, right? Where they.
Well, no,
I'm
I'm
not talking about you.
being very
I'm not
truthful
talking about
here.
you. I'm just saying I personally have an issue with people who portray themselves one way in one area, like around certain people, and then another way around other people. Like I find that very problematic.
But see, here's the thing. I'm not stupid. I know it's public. Like I've been in this game for a long time, Chai.
Why are
Like
you
my
after me? Like,
positions
what
are
is your
very
problem?
consistent. Because you were addressing me. We all know
I
you're
wasn't
addressing me.
addressing
Don't
you.
play that fucking
I wasn't
game.
addressing you.
I swear to God, if Sully was here, he would rip you both a new one. With all due
That
respect, I mean,
we would do it with a Jeet accent too. That'd be great.
but thing is, Chai. I mean, we're not here to talk about
Yeah,
each
I didn't
other.
even bring
We're
this
here to.
up. Like, I'm cool with her.
No, no, you're acting cool with Andrew, but
I like
like you said some
Andrew.
shit about my friend's son who's dead,
Who?
and I
Who?
didn't
Who?
really take that well.
Who?
Sorry. Like, let's just move the
Who's
fuck
your
on.
friend's son that's dead?
I
What?
think you
It
had too
doesn't
much
matter.
box
Just
wine
Give
that
let
him the
night,
W
Shy.
that we deserve.
Okay.
Who's your friend's son
Hey,
that's dead?
let him
it's
rest in
easy.
peace. Let him rest in peace, and just let's just say, look, like Andrew was saying, like he was about all Islam and kill him and Islamophobia, and he changed
I
his
support
perspective. So
any Israeli getting killed by Hamas. Yes, I support that.
okay, but that's
And I
great.
Yeah.
But
support any
any
I
Zionist,
support any freaking IDF member getting killed by the Iranian military. So come at me, bitch.
which is
I
any
support that shit.
No, no,
100%.
don't
no.
no, come
All
on, no
Shy.
no no
Oh my
disrespect.
God,
all
guys!
day.
Dan Bongino posted. Dan Bongino posted. Do you want
Come
to hear
on,
cringe?
come on.
I
You want to
support
hear?
the IDF getting slaughtered. I support them getting burned
Beatrix,
alive.
are you here? Please,
Listen,
Beatrix,
you're
please do.
May, sorry, is May's on?
no.
No, I was just
Oh, where's
expressing my
May's gone?
love for the death of the IDF.
Yeah, no, try enough, enough. I heard enough. We've lost 300 people. Enough. Right, let's get this show back on the road, guys. We have inevitable. Inevitable, what you have for us? Good morning. Okay, I hope
There
that's
you go.
unmuted. Yeah. Can you speak?
There you go.
No,
Wait,
he's
is that
Oh, there
it?
you go.
Yeah, there we go. Yes. Yeah, what's up? What's up? How's everything? Oh yeah, no, I was just enjoying the
the drama.
no, yeah, no, what a day, huh? What are the last 24, 36 hours. Hmm. So they killed Laurie Johnny. What would they do to everyone here, right? For, he basically said what, like, the milk toast opinions of X, right? Like, yeah, Epstein Island, and they got him like basically the next day. Pretty interesting, you know. This war machine doesn't stop when it, takes out their enemy, right? They just divert it to the most vulnerable people that they can, whether it's the Cubans or whether it's their own citizens. So, um, and Elon Musk is completely on board with all of that. Completely. Obviously, Starlink, needed to be taken out, and the Russians helped Iran take out Starlink from their nation. Otherwise, there definitely would have been regime change by now, because Starlink was their spy apparatus. It was the yeah, what is it? There's this term, I guess the U.S. I don't know. It's like this. It's like when anyway. Starlink was the agent in the room for the West, for the Western regime, and yeah, like they were able to sniff it out, find all the terminals, remove them, and if not for that, Iran would have definitely had a regime change. It probably would have been in coordination with the strikes that were delivered in the first 4 days of this war, and it would have worked. It would have worked, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. However, of course, Elon is also going to, in conjunction with the Jewish big tech leaders, are going to data mine as much as they can and find pretty much everything that everybody says. And if you've ever posed any sort of resistance to the big Zionist agenda, and you're in one of these vulnerable positions, like being an American or Israeli citizen, um, they will feed your data into Palantir. They will feed your data into Anthropic. They will feed your data into whatever tech apparatus that they have, and you will be basically another Larijani in one way or another. And so I can understand why people look at Iran as, like, sort of a champion in terms of, like, a country, a national champion, that they're putting sort of their hopes behind. And obviously you don't, it's not the best thing to mix hopes with geopolitics, because it's a very cruel and sordid world, right? Sordid story, over the last 80 to 90 years. But at the same time, none can really deny, the adverse. I think the world is really turning, for the most part, against a lot of this U.S. Zionist mixture, this consortium that they have between the so-called Christian Zionists, and they happen to also rule the two biggest, the biggest empire in the world up to this point. And when I say empire, I obviously mean from an imperialist standpoint, like literal expansive and obstructive, like intrusive empire that obstructs freedom and justice. International law has become a joke in light of it. It was supposed to be established to prevent the worst of its atrocities, and now it's just been a complete joke. So yeah, but it's been an interesting 24 hours for sure. It's, Larijani. I think people do have to also remember, you don't get guys like Larijani all the time. um, I know it's not, excuse me, it's not easy to defend people like that, right? Because obviously there are, I mean, obviously there's still infiltration. It's unavoidable. Mossad is world class at what they do. You have to hand it to them. They want to win. They will do anything to win. They want to win. They don't care. I just saw a video of them hitting a building in Lebanon and taking the entire thing down, a residential building. They hit it at the foundation and they took it down. They want to win. There might be one guy from Hezbollah who, like, kind of mattered in it, for all you know, and might, like, there might have been 25 families who lived in it. They took it all down. They want to win. These are people who want to win, and you know, it's just, look, not to, obviously not to blackpill, but these people are ruthless. They are, and they won't. They'll stop at nothing. But of course, Of course, of course, and that backfires on them spectacularly, and it already has in a huge way. Um, but even just the psychological warfare that they wage on everybody else, it's not it's not a game to them. They will stop at nothing. I think people have to understand, and maybe even Iran needs to understand too that I know they want to keep the moral high ground, and I know some of it is of course influenced and informed on their beliefs. However, you don't want to fight the guy with a knife with one arm tied behind your back because you will lose. And is it worth it? Is it worth it losing? To realize the promises of I look. I don't want to demean anybody's religion or belief system or even societal structure, but is it worth it? Right? I think something has to kind of give. And Larijani he's elite human capital. You don't get guys like that all the time. You don't get guys like Khomeini all the time. You don't promise. There's no promise that the son of Khomeini, there's this Chinese saying that's like, well, wealth disappears every 3 generations because it's very, very hard to maintain competence throughout generations. It really is. I'll stop kind of, I don't want to get in a soapbox, but um, I guess I'll kind of land with this. Yeah, Larry Hani is definitely a hell of a guy, and um, it's hard to replicate people like that. Really is from a strategic standpoint, and some of the stuff he's done. He's been around since the Iran-Iraq War, yeah, and he was in all intents and purposes a genius. And like the Soviets didn't have 4 or 5 Stalins. You know what I mean? There weren't 4 or 5 Maos. There weren't you know like there weren't many people like that who could do revolutionary things effectively or as effectively. So obviously we have to be realistic and practical and understand that look, there is still infiltration. Obviously Larijani wasn't hiding per se, not that much, but also why wasn't he, right? I understand solidarity, but BB is hiding. He is hiding, and it kind of makes sense because if you take him out and you take some of those other top guys out, it's going to be extremely difficult to replace them. If it were that easy to replace them, and if they were so just if they were just spokes on a wheel, they would have gotten him out of there a while ago, right? He would have just been just another guy. He wouldn't have been so prominent as he has been since the '80s, right? And so yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They don't have a moral compass when it pertains to that. And you do need one, obviously, because it does backfire. It always does in history. But yeah, like yeah, but yeah, interesting day. I don't mean to, soapbox. So y'all in there.
Uh, okay, let me just ask you. Inevitable. You're in China, right?
I'm not in China physically right now, but I'm a kind of,
You're back
I
and
don't want to
forth.
say, yeah, yeah. I'm usually
Okay.
in Hangzhou though when I'm there.
Oh, okay. So you guys have been going through the digital thing since 2019, 2020, right? I mean, they've been going through it where they have the social credit score and they have their money's basically digital. Like all that stuff has been going on, right? For a minute.
Well, not really. There hasn't been much of that. There have been like a credit score is kind of like anything else, and it's hard to look because again, it's hard to disseminate the difference between like obviously there's a Western credit score, and then in China, we have to understand the province. There are like too many provinces for that to even be unilaterally applicable, right? There is no social credit score, especially as it's pertained in the West, but there have been some provinces and jurisdictions that have tried to implement that, and it was only through the there's a big apparatus of ground. How do you put it? There's a term, obviously, but it's like sort of ground polling, right? Where a lot of
Yeah.
public decisions and policy are informed by the opinion on the ground, and that's straight from Mao. Like extensive ground polling, extensive. It's like one of the biggest parts of the bureaucratic government is specifically to inform policy based on the feedback from the people. And yeah, like of course there's surveillance. Of course, Huawei is going to do within China what Intel does in the United
Yeah.
States, right? So there's that, of course. But as far as like this idea that if you steal a donut from the cash, or from the local store, that you're just gonna like have a negative social credit score, or if you you
Yeah,
know, or if you like run the red
yeah,
light, that's negative 10
yeah.
social credit points. That doesn't exist at all. It probably never will.
Okay, okay, and okay. So going back to the second point, also what you were saying about BB and leaders and Trump himself. Like I truly believe when they say, "Oh, he's going to get impeached," or this or that or BB, these people know way too much. They've been planning too much. They've been unifying with the higher up people way too much. So when their time is over, I truly believe, honestly, there is nothing that will stop them from terminating them and bringing new people that are well trained, better than them. Because when someone knows too much, I mean, from what I know, is once your time is done, it's done. Honestly, because there is no trust in that system. It's like the mafia. If you want to get out of the mafia, you get out with paying by your life. That's basically how it works. So it's basically, I feel like that's what we're going through. And what's good about Iran is the thing is they're standing in line for every leader. They have like 5 or 6 or 7 leaders in place, or I think 70. It was a crazy number that they're just standing in line, and they have like a list of priorities of who's gonna be this, who's gonna be that, if this happens, if that happens. And the thing is, like, I don't know if you've heard, but I can tell you for a fact, they are unified to a point, just like like United States of America, and they're united supposedly, but the resistance is literally united, starting for Iran, starting from and going to Gaza, Hamas, and then also going to the Houthis, going to the Iraqis. So it's a point. It's a big turning point, and it's like we're just waiting, and then these next couple of days, maybe hours, something crazy is going to happen. And then the fact about the king going to Qatar for the first time ever, making like a first move. I don't know if you saw that. The king of Jordan went to Qatar
Yeah.
to talk. Yeah, so they do all these things all the time for formalities and discussing certain things. That's normal. But I feel like right now, since Qatar is the intermediary, and they've been protecting expats, Palestinians, anybody that goes there is really honestly protected. And what they're doing as well is doing good, something good, but it's also for their agenda. But I really do hope that him going there is not just formalities, and it's the start of an Arab leader finally trying to do the right thing and say, okay, I want to get rid of this Zionist entity that's been controlling me and my father and my grandfather for decades. So it's like, I truly hope so. I mean, the Hashemite family is supposedly descended from the Prophet, peace be upon him, but I have my doubts. I can't confirm it until I'm 100% sure. But it is what it is, and we have to believe that because that's what they're making everybody believe. But I truly hope. I mean, this is the first step, and then the other GCC leaders, other countries start like Egypt, even as well. Not Egypt's. He's really sold his soul to the point where it's like, I'll rather die than change and become a good person. But let's hope. I really, I'm really like, when you hope for the best, you hope for the best, but you expect the worst.
Yeah, prepare for the
Uh,
worst. Yeah.
yeah, that's where we're at. But these points we're living, like they're critical, and they're preparing for like stage 2, because they're not going to use, I think, old regular missiles. Now they're going to start using the real heavy stuff. Just because yesterday when I heard the 4 or 5 bombardments, like I don't know how many kilometers or away they were away from my house, and my brother was on the top floor and I was on the bottom floor, and damn, man, I can tell you they were potent. Like they had some I don't know how many kilos they had of those ballistic missiles. I don't know how many kilos, but if you feel them shake the ground and shake the houses and shake cars, I mean, I think they're starting to go into a different phase because they're realizing that Israel is going to hit them harder, and they keep hitting them harder and hitting civilians. So this is only escalating day by day, hour by hour, second by second, and it sucks. But honestly, it has to happen in order for this the regime to change. The U.S. regime has to change, and the Middle East has got to prosper in a different way, and that's what China and Russia's is really hoping for their own agenda, I think.
Yeah, the Sayad one missiles are going to be the ones that they start with, I believe, and I have on pretty good authority with that because, well, in part because they're the solid fuel missiles that they've started, right? So they're not using liquid fuel, or at least they're dialing down the liquid fuel ones, which take about 3 hours to set up and launch. But the Sayad ones are Iranian reverse engineer variant of HQ-2, Chinese surface to air missiles, and those are going to be pretty effective. Those can last. From my understanding, they have quite a bit. They have hundreds of just those alone, and I think they're going to also mainly send them to. They're going to mainly send them and rather, I think it's Sayad threes, not Sayad ones, but they're going to send them to Hezbollah as well because that's going to be pretty helpful. They're not a super long range, right? They're not going to be sending them straight from Iran to Israel, but they're going to be able to. Hezbollah does have ballistics. They're not just using rockets. That's not going to be. Um, that's going to be a huge factor. And I think Israel has to devote their resources to Hezbollah in full because they had no idea how much Hezbollah has strengthened and improved, and some of the ways that Hezbollah has been able to expand since 2024. Israel needed that timeout. When Israel asks for a ceasefire, it's not because they want peace. I think that's probably obvious at this point. I know people within Israel want peace. Obviously, there are people who hate Netanyahu and want him gone. They want him gone, and
For sure.
like with their hearts, they want it like more than anything else. Usually, the Orthodox, I think, are pretty big on that as well. But obviously, they have a super majority that's popular and that want this overall effort. But still, anyway, the reason why I mention that is because Hezbollah is going to be extremely taxing. And, like Americans, like, Brits, like Germans, there are a lot of Israelis who don't quite know like the unmitigated pain of war yet, because there has been sort of a United States shield that's kind of helped cover it. And this is kind of probably the most harrowing experience for them. But if they truly, which they have to commit to this war with Hezbollah. And if and when they do, that's truly going to be it. They haven't seen nothing yet. Not like what Hezbollah is going to do. And I'm not saying that Hezbollah is like a surefire victory where like Israel's definitely just going to lose. No, never count anybody out. But Israel's not going to leave full scale ground invasion with Hezbollah the same. And what you're talking about?
Um,
Oh, good.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm making amazing points.
Oh no, I was just gonna like, what one thing that even though Israel has protection from the U.S., um, Iran has help too, obviously from its allies, and they have a multi-front strategy, but they're like just full blown like manpower and military you know commitment has to be Lebanon. It has to. They cannot fight Iran. Israel never stood a chance against Iran. Not without United States help. They didn't. And even if Israel had their dream of being self-sufficient militarily, which is something that a lot of people there say, it still wouldn't help. It wouldn't help whatsoever. Because Iran is just extreme, like, and that's the point, right? I think the U.S. and Israel have this sort of like multi-front engagement, and one of the things that they have to neutralize, or have to account for, is Iran's allies. And Russia has been a huge, huge feature in Iran's. I don't want to say that they've been doing the fighting for them. No way, right? But there's a reason, from my understanding, and this is kind of like the thing that's been on the front of my mind this morning, is there are coup attempts, with Putin. I'm not saying that it's a full-blown mutiny, no. No, right? But there is serious, serious resistance against Putin. And I'm sure, like, I know David Z comes in sometimes, and I think resistance might know people too. But there is serious resistance, and it's internal, like excuse me, it's externally devised, because
But the thing is,
yeah.
go, just sorry to interrupt, but the thing is, I agree with you. It is devised, but when he invited Hamas, and he was proud to have them over there, and then he went to the Chechens. I mean, the Chechens aren't are a force to be reckoned with. So he's got also a lot of allies inside. So if they're trying to do a coup, I think he's he'll outsmart them in a way where it's like, I already prepared for this in a different kind of way. I may be wrong, but I mean, just for him to go visit the Chechens and enter the mosque and kiss the Quran and give respect to a religion, even if it's not his religion, and then doing what he does within his own powers and his own people. I mean, a coup is very, very viable option and a very possible thing.
It's
But
not organic either. It's not
yeah,
organic.
yeah,
It's they've tried to. I think maybe the better way to put it is they've tried to kill Putin a few times. We know about that time where they shot a drone shot at his house. There's this other time where no, this was there's been a few other times, but there's also been this threat from the IDF directly. This IDF spokeswoman. I'm hearing a lot, at least what I'm hearing about. And if a Russian wants to come on and blow it up, sure. But what I'm hearing about is there's a lot of like jamming that's taking place in Moscow, and short range drone attacks are using mobile internet and Wi-Fi and kind of hitching Ukrainian drones, specifically Western drones, to it. That's something that is being used. I also heard about this, like, for rather first deputy defense minister, that's been arrested as well,
Hey,
due
sorry,
to
sorry,
suspected links as well. Go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. What's the
Sure.
significance to the war of the coups?
Maybe I should. I think coup is like, I'm not saying that there's an organic ground coup, but I'm saying that they're trying to they're trying to implement one. Like, by they I mean the West. The West wants to infiltrate and launch a coup on Putin. And this is probably something that's not like the newest thing at all. I mean, we had the
yeah,
Prigozhin heresy back in 2023, if you remember that, when Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, did basically the same thing, and then he had his plane shot down. Well, actually it crashed allegedly, but we know what happened, right? And Wagner was pretty
yeah,
effective in helping drive like the West out of Burkina Faso and Mali and a few other countries in Africa, right? So they were effective, and they kind of are. But the lead, Prigozhin, he was Putin's chef. He was Putin's personal chef. There's a picture of him, who there's a picture of him serving George W. Bush and Vladimir Putin food at the White House at a dinner party in 2000, I think, 6. And that same guy became the head of Wagner because he was a longtime friend of Putin's, and he, was the one who was infiltrated by the West, and he was the one who staged a coup rebellion attempt against the West. So
So,
this
so is
IDF
this
check. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
are these coups affecting Russia's ability to participate in the war?
Well, I think they want to do sort of like it's the same. It's similar to really anything else. The incentive is, through decapitation, you can further sow in seeds of like infiltration from the outside, right? That's been their strategy. Is if you don't like what's going on, what they're doing, if you don't like what any country's doing, their strategy has been take out the top guy and find the weakest link as the waters are stirred, right? And then use that guy and prop him up, and then continue to further. Yeah, but look, the thing too is, Putin also had his life directly threatened by this former IDF woman, where one, you know drones to Moscow stopped. They said that they had access to street cameras all over Russia, that they had access to every camera in Russia. That was this IDF spokeswoman again. They said that including Putin, that anybody within the Russian ranks can be threatened and touched, including Putin. And yeah, it's a very concerning situation. Now, I'm not saying Russia is weak. I'm saying that Russia is considered to be an enemy by the West. Like, and obviously not in the way that everybody already knows. I mean, they are considered to be a front of this war. That is why
yeah, yeah.
Zelensky is wanting to collaborate and send, drones and drone experts to Israel. I guess not Israel, but like to the aid and assistance of Israel and the Gulf and the U.S. because they have learned a lot. They've learned a shit ton. Ukraine has probably some of the best just on the ground experience, or first person experience with drones of any other country other than Russia itself, just due to using how much drones have been implemented in battle over the last 4 years. So yeah, Zelensky does have something to offer, especially because they have had no answer to the Shahads, right? They've had none.
Yeah.
So they kind of do need the help, but the thing is
Yeah.
that they also need Putin's help. The West needs Putin's help, and there's been this mixture of needing to
Well,
negotiate with Putin while also trying to threaten and rattle the cage, because obviously it would then behoove Putin to make a deal. Now, some people, you might say, well, how am I going to make a deal with who just tried to kill me? But would you rather make a deal with someone who can kill you, right? It's not like Putin knows that he can lose, right? It's not, nothing is a foregone guarantee,
of course.
right? So it's like, if you can find a way to get what you want, which is the end of the war in Ukraine and all of the concessions that you need, while also giving the other side some concessions of their own, then that could be a benefit. But Putin told Trump to go fuck himself, basically.
Yeah,
So
it's like kind of like a double,
yeah.
like like a double agent kind of thing, where it's like I need you, you need me, we hate each other, we need each other. It's like it's a mixture of, it's a conglomerate of like so many things all together. But he literally did tell him that in so many different ways.
Yes.
It's crazy. I
Including
mean,
the
honestly,
latest phone call, by the way. Yeah.
I appreciate every time you come on, man. I'm sure Andrew can agree. You bring some so much knowledge and so much insightful things that we learn from. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Omar, you always, of course, say it eloquently, perfectly, and I've got pushback about saying, hey, you're an American. Why are you this China guy? He's pumping China narrative. Make sure we understand something very clearly. We have to know something that China, yes, militarily speaking, they are our enemy. If I was back in my submarine patrol days, we had a Chinese threat. I'll do everything in my ability to kill them quickly. Russian fought them in the Cold War, kill them quickly, get it over with. But now we have to take a step beyond that. We studied. And I mean, when I say we studied, I mean hours of classroom instruction. I'm talking data analysis that they did, these high-tech stuff from university. We used MIT doing battleform analysis. We took actually putting drones in the water, test, train to kill every Russian submarine we had to. Same with the Chinese. But guess what we had to do? We had to study our enemy. We had to study them carefully, listen to them. And when China comes on here, sorry, inevitable, but you do have the Chinese flag. When he comes on here, do you think I'm going, hey, giddy? No, I'm saying, what do you have to share here? Because we have to learn what's going on here. Now, if someone is ignorant enough to not understand what I just said, then you have two choices. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out, or sit down, take out your notebook and pencil and listen and learn. And I'll land it there.
I learn a lot too, by the way, from you guys. So trust me, yeah, it's mutual, absolutely. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful and abundance of information to share. So I appreciate this space a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to humanity,
Thanks, Inevitable. Sorry,
yes, ma'am.
Andrew, do you want to just, you can say what you're going to say, then I'll ask Inevitable question.
Okay, man. When it comes to humanity, when the submarine, a Soviet submarine, yeah, we got to kill them. We will kill them. There's no doubt, and we will give a high five when we're done. But guess what? When the USS Kursk was down on the bottom there of the sea, my heart went out to those Russian Soviet sailors. I mean, I was like, God, get them out. Do you see where I'm going with this? Humanity rises above this. I look at the Chinese people. I love them. I love the Russian people. I love them. And I love the Iranians. My heart is broken. I'm sick and tired of seeing innocent civilians being killed for nothing in this madness. And so I'll end it there. Thank you, Beatrice.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew. Inevitable, I did have a question for you when you initially spoke. It's kind of slipped. Let me just go to some news really quickly, and then I'm going to come right back to you. I was going to jump in right after you finish. So China will continue mediating to push for a ceasefire and an end to fighting in the Middle East. And this is the foreign minister, Wang Yi, your foreign minister, inevitable, your foreign minister, is going to continue mediating to push for a ceasefire and an end to fighting. I saw that building go down as well that you were talking about there, inevitable. And I saw a post by a guy who said I'm paraphrasing here from what I remember, but he said it took him and his wife 22 years of working, 22 years of working to own an apartment in that building, and now it's gone. And he said, somebody please stop this. It's just terrorism. It's terrorism. What they're trying to do is turn the Lebanese people against Hezbollah by doing this terrorism. So yeah, and Netanyahu's authorized that they can pull down and bomb anything in Lebanon, pretty much. Iran is holding the funeral for Ali Larijani today, and his son today, so that's going on as well. Give me 1 second. Let's have a look what else we've got here. So Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, his name is, says that Iran's intelligence minister, Ismail Khatib, was killed in an airstrike overnight. And if it's confirmed, this is going to be like the third major high-profile assassination of Iranian leaders in 2 days. So they're saying Ismail Khatib has been killed overnight. I'll pause it there. Let's see if we get any further news about Ismail Khatib. And yeah, kind of brings me back to what you were saying. So you were talking about inevitable people are being killed, and you said it right at the beginning, and then I was waiting for you to finish, but then obviously we went in another direction, so it slipped my mind. And can you just repeat the point you're making? Were you trying to say that Iran needs to realize that at the end of the day, Israel just wants to win at no cost whatsoever, and Iran's not willing to go to that level? Or what was the point you were trying to make? Because that's the point I really wanted to discuss with you. I don't want to give a sermon, but I just want to discuss it with you.
Yes, exactly. Like that's literally because again, guys like what's his name? Gosh, sorry. Not Aragachi,
Ali
but
Larijani?
Larijani. Yes. Um, Again, it sucks that I slipped on his name just now, but Larijani is like an example of really elite human capital, right? Like he is a guy who is, for all intents and purposes, a brilliant and genius, experienced man. It's not just because he has like some high IQ or wrote dissertations about Kant. It's about his experience as well in actual combat situations and how he was experienced in war. And he I believe was in the Iran-Iraq war, and he still had many years to give. He didn't seem like a guy who was on his deathbed. He seemed like a vital, he had a lot of vitality within him, and he had a lot more to offer. And look, I'm not, my thing is, this does indicate one of two things: that there is still a relevant semblance of infiltration, right, within, because look, how are they going to find him any other way? It would either be through infiltration from someone on the inside or through cyber espionage. And I think both are pretty valid, and Israel and the IDF, particular not IDF, Mossad is certainly capable of both. Um, there's reason to believe both. There are infiltrators who are able to and have been in Iran for decades, frankly, from Mossad. People who've won the trust of other Iranians, at the in the IRGC at the highest levels, as well as within the media, including pro-regime media. And it's true, on the other way around too. Iran certainly has the ability to get information. If anything, cyber espionage has been something that they underestimated from this side of Iran. And we heard about that public health apparatus. What was it called? It was a U.S. one, basically, the one that creates pacemakers for people that Iran was able to hack. And if Iran is, look, that's just what they're letting you know, right? We understand that, like, in order to do things like wipes of mobile devices and medical health devices, you need basically to execute on the infiltration, because if you do, for example, like a logic bomb or a 0-day attack, that implies that you have pulled essentially a trigger, and not that you've actually, it's not like you just press a button and then the hack, what do you call it, the what is it called, like the, not data, but it's like a, oh my goodness, like the command, right? It's not like a command just goes out and it says, okay, you've been hacked, you've been wiped. It's more like, hey, you've been infiltrated like 3 months ago. And from there, oh yeah, in 3 months time, wipe every device from this particular sector. You can infiltrate pretty, if Iran can do that, then there's way more capabilities that they have and are not telling you, and they are getting a lot of help. But I think on the other end, Iran is in a serious, but I'm not gonna say like it's, again, because I'm not trying to doom, but they are in a serious position where especially just even using Western media. That's the thing on the front of my mind, Beatrix, is that like even Larijani posting on X, I'm sure it's not just like him posting from his cell phone, right, with the X app, but even like the idea of like Western social media platforms, especially X, which is in bed directly with the military, and Elon Musk is a military contractor. He has been, and that's kind of how he got his prominence in the first place. Obama gave him how much money when he was, basically going to go out of business, right? Western social media platforms log metadata, and they log behavioral signatures of every logged in sessions. So device fingerprints, even like font lists and audio contexts, even in incognito, even behind a VPN, posting stuff like like even timestamps of when you post, right? And linguistic like stuff, like the way that you type, the interactions, who you follow, who you like, who you reply to, how long you look at a post, content signals, that stuff is being fed into not just Palantir, but many other like high level, especially Palantir, right? Because of the PayPal mafia. X is just one of many outlets that are used, and some are Iranian. Look, some Iranian internal software, frankly, is sort of a Trojan horse as well, right? And that's feeding back data as well and corroborating it with where you are in your time and place. And that's just more so talking about if you're someone in the IRGC, right, or in the Iranian government, and an opposition leader's account could still create a unique digital shadow. And if they can have one look, like even if they're behind a VPN, yeah, they hide real IP, but the fingerprinting persists across sessions, and platforms can tie all of the activity to the account ID, and that activity is geolocated and traced and routed, and it's able to be used against them. Now, I'm not saying that IRGC should just go radio silent, but I think this also explains why Netanyahu is not, like, even if he's alive, and he probably is, I don't know, but if he's alive, he's more than likely in hiding. He's more than likely in hiding because he has to, and his son has to, and his wife has to. They have to. They have to. Why? And mind you, yeah, I get it. If they are hiding and if they are out of the country, if they are in Germany, yeah, it would be a horrible look. Israelis would be extremely pissed off. It would hurt morale because it would be like, well, fuck, we're being led into war by a coward. I think every human being on earth would hate that, especially the ones who are having their, hypersonic missiles sent into their cities and are having to have their, own men called up and go into Lebanon. However, if you're Vivi, you just keep up the pretense because he wants to win. He wants to win. He doesn't care about anything else, about being honest, about being fair, about being faithful, about being favored in the eyes of God or anything. He wants to win. And so he'll put out bit bullshit AI videos, and he'll ham it up and whatever, because the more that he posts, the more it ties back to him and the people around him and the people associated with him. And if there's even one crack in that armor, that can lead directly to his location, even if it's in Hamburg, Germany. And the Iranians will do to him what he did to Khamenei. That is their terminal goal. And he knows that. He'll have to live in fear for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I hear you. And look, you know what? Deep down, I've got some of these fears of Israel myself. They'll stop at nothing. They have no morality. They'll go to any level. They want to take out all the leadership. They want Iran at any cost. It seems to me as though, you know, when some of the things, for example, that Simon talks about, I agree with, right? Or I understand, or I can see that perspective. Some of them I'm beginning to vehemently disagree with. So his whole thing of Israel's not that strong. They want you to think that. You shouldn't believe that they're really that strong. You know, they're not in charge. They're a vassal state. No, 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 they are. They are. And I believe that when he talks about people who are doing the dark shadows, I'm calling them that. He didn't, but that are doing deals or negotiating this scenario that's playing out and the outcome of this scenario that's playing out. Um, I believe that the deal that's been done is Netanyahu will get Iran before he goes. And that's why they're doing this, because he has to have that before he goes. He wants his pardon and he wants Iran. He wanted Khamenei, he wants the regime change there. I don't understand what this is about anymore. You know, the whole world knows Iran posed no threat. So if Israel's going to go to any extent whatsoever, Iran's going to have to either play that dirty, and you're saying they're getting help and stuff, but then what does that do to the world? Does it make everybody go down there, like, and play that dirty? I don't understand it. Malachi, I keep bringing you up and you keep glitching out, so I'm not sure what's going on with your network. But it's really hard to bring you up again and again because I can't see mic requests. So I have to actually message one of Suleiman's team to bring you up. So if you get some connect, like just some stable connection, and then just request and we'll bring you up. Inevitable, back to you. I don't know what you think.
No, yeah, that's what you said. It is, and yeah, Simon's theory. What you said, I feel a lot of the same way. Simon's theory, I think, is in many ways it gets continually validated, and in some ways it becomes more difficult to accept or believe, quite frankly, only because of the stakes that are in it, right? This is an existential battle for Iran. I think I try to start with first principles and build my way up. And, you know, first principles speaking, this is an existential battle for Iran, actually. And this is believed to be an existential battle for war for Israel, right? Israel, the people, the ruling class within Israel, believe this to be an existential battle. Also, the United States believe this to be an existential battle for Israel. They believe that because they are being given information that indicates that. And there is obviously information that counters this that we, frankly, it's kind of like why most of us are here, even on this space, is because of all of the information that counters this, right? However, there is a credibility system, and there's this person named Ray Dalio who has this sort of like credibility account culture within this company. I think it's called Bridgewater, and it's like this biggest. I guess it's like one of the biggest hedge funds in the West, or whatever. And he has this sort of basis of what is true, what information is credible, and is it from a credible source. And he kind of is able to score credibility of information, right? And I think the government in the United States and the West, well, mainly the United States, does this quite a bit as well. And so they look at what we see, right? But they also see information from channels that, you know, the rest, like nobody else, basically besides their allies and those who are infiltrating them, also see. And then you have the people in the middle who can parse through both, like Joe Kent. And people like Joe Kent, that might be the biggest example of a canary in the coal mine that you've ever seen in your life, because he has that information, especially from a counterterrorism standpoint. I think that's his job, right? Director of counterterrorism. He's basically the number two to Tulsi Gabbard, and who, by the way, was always accused of a Russian spy. And if she ever defects, she'll be accused of that again, probably, which is why she's being so subservient. But anyway, now you have people like that who are defecting. You have top leaders who are defecting or getting fired because they're saying, no, this is kind of bullshit. Like, this is not actually like reality. And it comes in line with what the rest of the world is saying in different capacities as well. However, they grade information on a different scale. So where am I going with that, right? Where I'm going with that is, in the first principles, Iran and Israel are fighting existentially, and the United States deems Israel's existential continuity to be of the utmost importance. Why? Well, that's a whole debate in itself. But as it pertains to the idea that this is like completely scripted, or that this is theater, or that, for the most part, this is playing out in the public as a reflection of back end deal making in private. Look, some of that could still be true, just because of how horribly, for one, that the U.S. and Israel have been performing, especially the U.S. The U.S. has been humiliated on a level that, like, you haven't seen in decades, if ever. They are absolutely losing strategically. They are signing people up to die. They are losing, like, again, they've lost tens of billions of dollars since this war started. They have destroyed the GCC. Well, okay, maybe not permanently, but what's happening to the GCC is a level of pain being inflicted unlike anything that they felt in many years, if ever. And the GCC is caught in a horrible position if you're them. And maybe some countries in it deserve it more than others. China is, and you even read that with Minister Wang Yi, that he is getting involved, and that has been actually a lot of energy, if not most of it, as it pertains to this war, has been China actually trying to soothe the concerns and the fears and the needs of the GCC, because for all intents and purposes, the U.S. has fucked them. If you are them, you are saying, I am, look, I'm bleeding here. Hey, you guys started this war.
But
Yeah.
inevitable, they're hardly victims, are they? I mean, they went into bed with America. They defended Israel, or helped America defend Israel through the genocide. There's a lot of people out there who think they had it coming. Do you not think? They're not victims. They're certainly not victims.
That's a great point. That's a great point, and that's true, and that's something I've said before too. No, I can't really dispel that. But they are also, if they had it their way, this wouldn't be happening either. I think, other than maybe a couple of countries,
That's
but
fair. That's fair.
because when you think about it, right, you know, no matter what they think about Iran, they they knew that they had to be concerned, because Iran was transparent in saying, "Look, if this happens to us, you guys are going to have to expect that we're going to retaliate directly on, American assets hosted in your country, and we may even have to go a step further." They were aware because of the scale of the ladder of escalation, or at least I hope they were, right? If I think any competent country should be aware of the scale of escalation, and how in that position the GCC would be factored in to the ladder of escalation, and that the further that Iran has to climb in defense of themselves and their sovereignty, that much further is how they are implicated and dragged in. But the economic toll that they've had to pay has been so brutal. It's been brutal. It's been rough. Like, it's been awful. And to them, they do feel like victims, and they do feel hurt. They do know that they've been harmed actively by Israel and the United States, who don't really have their best interests in mind. However, they are in very deep. However, they are also in quite deep with BRICS and China as well. They are in quite deep as well. And it. I think that that's what China is trying to do. That's what Wang Yi is trying to do, is to get BRICS and win them into, or not BRICS, the GCC, kind of get the GCC on the same accord, because they are stronger when together, and they are not all on the same accord right now. Saudi Arabia is not in the same position as Kuwait, for example. They are not. Right. One is way more gung ho about, just hosting attacks on Iran and serving the West, than the other. But if they cannot work as a unit, then they are defective, and they will never recover unless they recover as a unit. And so if there's even one, if five of them are complete Zios, but one is just like, oh man, screw this, screw the Zios, that still hurts them all brutally. So the decisions that they make now are going to affect them for the next 100 years. Literally, if they make the wrong decision now, their children and their children's children will pay for it dearly, and they know that.
Who's the most pro West in the GCC? Would you say?
It's definitely the UAE, for sure. Definitely the UAE.
Second most. Then that's a given. Yeah.
Probably Saudi Arabia, because of the money interests. I think they definitely, and some of the money interests, quite frankly, I've learned on this base, like, just the Saudi investments in Texas, for example. But granted, I will say, that's tough too, because China has, and it has made many inroads with Saudi Arabia mending ties with Iran, which was a huge. But again, some of this also happens because Saudi Arabia considers itself, well, for one, to be sovereign, and two, will I think it's a good hedge, right? Because they know that if they are just completely gung ho for the West, that they will be a cannibalized vassal, as Israel has done to every other vassal that's been cannibalized. And so China and BRICS, and Saudi Arabia is not in BRICS. Shockingly, UAE is, but Saudi Arabia, in kind of ending the official on the paper petrodollar deal, along with the mending ties with Iran and the Houthis, along with I think they're also willfully, no, they're buying tons of bonds using the yuan as well, the petro yuan. They're also, I think, like selling. I think they've been willing to sell oil in yuan. So they very much in there, cozying with China, if you will. I think at least that's how a Western outlet would say, oh, they're getting cozy to China. Oh, you know, like in that, yeah, they're definitely so yeah, that's tough. It really it's so sticky and complicated when it comes to the GCC. It's tough. It's really tough to say where they're going to go because they have every reason to go against the West and the U.S. at this point on face value, but they also have a lot of things that keep them bound to that coalition. And a lot of it is through implicit threat as well, as the U.S. is known to make against any vassals um, who are even thinking about stepping out of line.
Beatrice, can I add something here on your point? Look at Libya. Remember Gaddafi? He tried to unite the Arab nations. He saw this. He spoke. He jumped up and down every day, wrote books on it, and we saw what happened to him. And I'm sure Iran's very well aware of this, and so are the other GCC members.
Yeah, yeah. You're right, Andrew. Which country would you say inevitable is the most pro China slash Iran slash BRICS in the GCC?
Sorry, Beatrix, say that one more time.
Which country? So Andrew just made a really good point about Libya and Gaddafi and how he tried to unite the countries. And I'm just thinking about these countries in different perspectives. So I'm asking you, which country in the GCC do you think is most pro-Iran slash China slash BRICS? Like most anti-West, let's say that way.
You know, see, well, and oh yeah, Bahrain is probably also, other than UAE. Actually, I would put Bahrain at the second place as far as the most pro-West. By the way, that just came to mind as you had asked that question. I was like, wait, Bahrain, wait a minute. They are absolutely in the pocket of the West too. For sure. I think in terms of who is the most BRICS friendly, and definitely Oman, in my view. Oman has been just like awesome. They've been a rock star basically. They've been a good middle ground, and I think some of it is strategic as well, because the GCC as a unit is very similar. I almost put it with like how India. I hate to say it is, but with India with BRICS.
Sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry. Are we talking about the people being anti-West or the government?
I think she means government. But that's how I interpreted
Uh,
it. But
Yeah, we can't speak on behalf of the people, right? They're
yeah,
not a
that's fair.
monolith. So, of
Yeah.
course, it's going to be the government. It's the government calling the shots and making the decisions, right? We're talking strategy. I don't know how much of this conversation you heard, but we're talking about BRICS. It's not the people joining BRICS, it's the government, right? So, yeah, I hope that clears it up. And we'll come to you in a second. Sorry, Inevitable, do continue.
yes, so the thing is, I think Saudi Arabia has shown by its money, it's put their money where their mouth is. And I know it's somewhat contradictory, but they have put their money where their mouth is. And back in 2023, they signed that de-escalation deal with Iran, and they reactivated like that early 2000s security and economic pact. They reopened like embassies, and were able to mediate a lot of the issues that seem to be unfixable. But they're also China is Saudi Arabia's biggest oil customer by far. So, for example, if China were to pull out like right now and be like, okay, screw you guys, just not buying oil from you anymore, that would that would brutally hurt them. And the U.S. has acknowledged this as a sort of it's a weak point because that's how the U.S. and the West looks at it. Israel looks at that as okay. Saudi Arabia has literally created a point of weakness, and if you were the U.S., you have to view it as, well, who would they consider to be the most quote unquote pro China country within the GCC, and that they would, given how they factor their values, they would probably say Saudi Arabia. They would, no matter what. And I think that's a lot of that is financially and economically informed. But there's like the Vision 30 project, as well, where they've integrated China's infrastructure and like green hydrogen and a lot of the expansion of the Belt and Road in Saudi Arabia, and a lot of the investment fund capital, as well, that Saudi Arabia has divested has gone into Chinese markets, and vice versa. There's quite a bit of gold, that offshore gold, that allegedly China has in Saudi Arabia as well. And something like that alone is a huge candidate. Oman, of course, is like a friend to all, so they're that middle ground, right? And they have solid Chinese Belt and Road projects. Um, but of course, there's no formal BRICS membership, right? And granted, I don't think Saudi Arabia has one, but just they're yeah. So it's look, there's a lot of links and there's a lot of reasons. There are so many reasons why the GCC as a whole should cooperate fully and wholly with BRICS. However, that would make them, if they, especially going forward, if the GCC does cooperate with BRICS, and if they do manage to sort of condemn the U.S. and Israeli actions as a unit, which would be hard to even believe, right? But I think it is possible still. And if they were able to work as a solid block, yeah, I think that would draw the ire of the United States. So they have, and you've made this point too before, Beatrix, they have to, in some ways, be covert with their allegiances. And in some cases, especially the Saudis, some of them, some of them kind of look, a friend to all, sometimes can be perceived as a friend to none. However, Iran, that's why Iran has really told them, look, now's the time to pick a side. Because if you don't, I'm gonna have to pick one for you, and you're not gonna like it.
What about Qatar? And then I come to you, Dot. What about Qatar?
So with Qatar, I think like with them, they're pragmatic on Iran, and they're hedging quite a bit. They don't have many like like mediation wins the way that say Saudi Arabia has. And in some cases I get it, it's because they didn't need it. There's not like a checkered history the way the UAE and Saudi Arabia have had between Iran and them, right? Qatar has kind of been, it's been a bit more neutral, um, but they do bridge a bit. Like I think they're kind of on the weaker end where they don't need to have the same level of loyalty. It's kind of like an existing relationship. Like, look, Qatar at the end of the day, other than Iran, they share the world's biggest gas field, and that single fact has kind of forced a lot of cooperation, of pragmatism. And they kind of can't afford to be rivals the same way that Saudi Arabia and Iran could afford to be them. Like and even when the Saudi and there was like that blockade that took place between Saudi and the UAE and Bahrain, Iran, I remember they helped Qatar with supplies and airspace, and I think they helped even with the I guess like infrastructure as well, a little bit with Qatar as well. And they Qatar was, even in the past, a point of like a middleman, the same way Oman is now, between the communications with the U.S. and Iran. Back in when diplomacy still seemed to be feasible between the U.S. and Iran, but you know, and mind you, this is also what happened. There's been times where Qatar was still kind of like relevant, when other GCC countries kind of like froze Iran out. So, um, they did. I think they did condemn the attacks, I guess, or whatever, when Iran hit the Al Udeid base, right? Which, sometimes I'm looking back at that and I'm going, well, they kind of had to do that as well. So but by had to, I just mean kind of to show face in front of the United States and Israel. Now, had to is probably a bad word to use, but I think in their perspective, they put that forward, and what they say is not going to be a reflection of how they feel or what they do in the future. So they can condemn, which is not great to do whatsoever, right? But they haven't cut off dialogue, and they've been willing to speak to like Wang Yi as well. They've kept the doors open, and with China too. Like China has China. I think China's also their biggest LNG buyer too, as well. That's another thing. Like China has long-term contracts with Qatar too. So there's the same way the U.S. implies an implicit threat on its vassals and on its quote unquote allies. China has the implicit threat from the U.S. is more so, hey, we're going to kill your leader and try to take over your country through a color revolution backed by U.S. aid and these NGOs that we have opposing fake student protests. That's the implicit threat that the U.S. has on its allies or vassals. But China's implicit threat, quote unquote, usually is just, hey, we're not going to like trade with you anymore. And that is just night and day when it comes to imperialism. There's imperialism and then there's diplomacy. And diplomacy doesn't just mean that you're a complete wimp, right? Diplomacy means, hey, look, these are our values. And if you cross them, we're not trading with you anymore. And that is an asymmetrical relationship that China does have with the GCC. I think that's just a fact. And I think that's going to be a huge factor in how things go forward. The Gulf they cannot afford for China to completely deleverage from them, especially when pretty soon, in the next 2 years or less, actually, China's going to be able to do that without any economic impact whatsoever.
Yeah, W China. I want to go to Dot. And Dot, listen, we know that the people, or I certainly know this, that the people of the GCC are very much anti-West. They are a good people generally. But go ahead, jump in. Do you want to talk? Aroma Beach? Okay, having jumped in before, he doesn't want to talk, so we'll go along to Yulen Spiegel. We'll drop Dot. Yulen Spiegel, go ahead.
Well, hello. Not sure if anyone can hear me because my device is starting to overheat. But in any case, I'm a black man from Germany, and I used to be, for own personal historical reasons, I used to be very pro-Israel. And I also lived for 20 years in the States. I say I used to because I can no longer support what I've seen has developed there, and what I've also personally experienced. Zionism has morphed itself into, but I still try to hold on to my friendship to the rule of law. So my point is that I'm not rooting for any side to win, but for the rule of law to return. Because no matter what happens to Iran, neither Israel nor the United States or their military-industrial complex will go away. And the things that I hear these people talk about and where they like to take this, they really scare me, because they have a whole host of countries on their list to be regime changed. And they seem to have no hesitation to escalate this to a level that would indeed endanger the world as we know it. What I'm really afraid of is that I was born in the year of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and when I see documentaries about it and how both sides were trying to allow each other to climb down from that tree that was leading straight to hell, and how they were trying to look for a way out that would not lead to World War III. And when I compare that to today's leaders in Washington and Tel Aviv, and how they are literally itching for the big one, then I'm almost certain that if we would have a Cuban Missile Crisis moment today, the solution would not be a peaceful one. The solution would not be one where we and our children and our loved ones would be allowed to live to see another day. So this is why I would appeal to anyone to try to work for a return to the rule of law. And yes, that means international cooperation, and that means holding each other to account for the things we do and for the actions we take or do not take. Thank you.
Thank you. What I will say, Ulan Spagal, is I find I commend you firstly for recognizing what Zionism is really about and no longer supporting Israel. But I find your message a little bit confusing because you want us to return to a rule of law. You find that you are afraid of where this could go if Israel wins, how they want to regime change so many countries. But then you also say, but I'm not supporting either side.
No,
Like,
when I
why would you
said,
not be supporting?
no, I didn't say I don't support. I said I'm not rooting for either side to win, but for the rule of law to win. As a German politician back from the old days when people in this country hadn't forgotten the lessons of the last World War, one of those old politicians that unfortunately are no longer among us. He said you can recognize a good compromise by the fact that no side is really fully satisfied. Nobody gets to win in a good compromise. Okay? So we have to relearn the art of compromise. And we have to come to accept the fact that war always means a breakdown of civilization. There's an
So you're professing to be a Zionist now, right? That what you just said is basically
oh,
Zionist
come on,
Zionist
please.
language.
Okay,
You are a
could we
Zionist.
stop with the name
No, you're a
calling?
Zionist. Don't pretend coming up here that you can equate anything
Listen,
that you
in
can.
Zionist spaces, they call
You
me a
are.
Nazi. Okay, because I go there and I advocate for the exact same thing, for the rule of
Yeah,
law.
but you're not making sense. Ulenspegel, right? So you're okay. You can play on the words. You're not rooting for either side to win, but you want rule of law, and you're afraid about the regime change that Israel will do when it wins. If you say that you are now against Israel because of everything that you've learned, then surely you'd have learned that this is not a legitimate war. This was a terrorist attack by two countries on Iran, and Iran is defending itself after several terrorist attacks being inflicted on it. And if you truly want the rule of law, and you want peace, and you want compromise, and you want all of these wonderful things, then there is only one side winning that will provide you that, and that is Iran, because Israel will not provide you that. So how can you then say you're not rooting for either side to win?
No,
What's
that
this
is the
you're
two-sided
also professing.
nonsense?
ICC, the International Court of Justice. Okay, and that's where people who commit war crimes should be sent to and put on trial and then sentenced.
So that International Court of Justice is controlled by the same people that you profess that we need to put into the international ICC. Well, look, what you're talking is incoherent. Your arguments are incoherent. You're not making any sense at all. You're dealing
Benjamin
with people that you
Netanyahu is
can't
already
look. You're not
charged by
listening to
the
me.
ICC.
I listen to your nonsense. At least you can listen to my response. You are dealing with people, terrorists. You're dealing with people who enjoy rape, enjoy killing babies. This is their pastime. If you want to sit down and negotiate with them, the negotiation is going to be as such. Allow us to kill your children, allow us to rape your women, and then we can go forwards. What do you say to such people? You tell me.
They say the exact same thing about you. So we're just going to keep on
Yeah. So
going on
they can say
killing
they can. It's called
one another.
projection. It's called projection. It's called projection. They're the ones who are actually doing it, and they're claiming others are doing
So
it.
we're going to
Look, you're dealing.
escalate this
You
to
can't
World War
coexist.
Three.
You can't coexist with these people. And the fact that you're claiming to be able to coexist is a Zionist talking point. You're claiming that there should be some kind of two-state solution. There should be some kind of Israel that exists. No, nobody accepts that. Nobody accepts that somebody can come and steal your land, rape your woman, kill your children for fun, and then you have to go and coexist. You have to go and coexist with them. There's no such thing. Those people, those terrorists, there is no negotiation with terrorists. There's no negotiation with rapists. There's no
They say
negotiation with
the
child killers.
exact same thing about your
Yeah,
side.
they can say all they want, but that's not the reality. It's not reality. You look. So, are you claiming there's two sides here? Is that what you're claiming? Because if so, you are a Zionist.
But guys, if you want to
To
go
say
back to
that there are
law,
two
if you want,
sides to an issue makes you a Zionist.
if you're purely doing a legal analysis,
And if you want, that's the route we want to go to, which I agree, countries should follow the law, but they don't. But if you really want to start, I would say this conflict started when Britain and America did an illegal regime change in 1953, and they have been breaking the law in Iran ever since because they had a problem with the Iran having a democracy and Iran using its own oil for its own people. And so the international law violation started in 1953, and it's been a cesspit of international law violations ever since.
Yes, and the overthrow of the Mossadegh government was illegal. Okay, but the solution to lawlessness is not to become an outlaw yourself. It's that you look at
Yeah,
the
but what
issue.
I'm saying is, if we're staying to international law and you're trying to reignite, like, the real problem you have to solve is that America, since inception, has never followed international law. And if you look at this conflict, ever since the post World War II order was set up, America never followed it. It's been in a continual state of illegal wars ever since. And so your real question should be, how do you get America to follow international law? And then what happens after that? Because the global hegemon and the one that was responsible for setting up and hosting United Nations and all of these processes is the one that's been consistently violating the law from day one. So how do we change that? One
That's
way,
what I
one
was
way of
trying to
doing it,
get
one
at.
way of doing it is what China came up with. It said, well, what if we de-dollarized and the world wasn't dependent upon the dollar, and then maybe we could enforce international law by having many global powers, and therefore the only way to try and get to some kind of international law again is to make it where America is not the global hegemon, because it has the worst track record for violating international law of any country in the world.
You cannot re-establish international law and order by having superpowers trying to strong arm
Then what's the purpose
another.
of it? Then what's the purpose of this conversation? Is it purely
Well,
theoretical
if
and
you don't
academic?
want to listen, then indeed this conversation does have no purpose.
Okay,
You
well,
have to
let
reform
me hear your
the.
suggestions for how you get America to follow
That's what I'm
international law
trying to
when it's
get
never
at.
done it.
Okay, you have to reform the United Nations, most notably the Security Council, which is right now dominated by the former colonial powers. You have to give the General Assembly much more voting power than they currently have to, for example, vote on issues like the rights of the Palestinians. And you have to enact legal reform in the United States, where currently the US Constitution doesn't recognize the supremacy of international law. In the United States of America, the US Constitution, which again doesn't even have a concept of international law, governs supreme, and you have to pass a constitutional amendment that says that international conventions the US enters into have the same binding powers as the US Constitution itself. And then you can actually force
Okay,
the
so
US of
here's
A
what you
to
have to do
acknowledge
then.
international
You
law.
have to find a sponsor within the US Congress that will put forward this act. And then you have to try and push forward via that process. The other thing you have to do is you have to enact Article 6 of the United Nations that states anyone that consistently violates international law is able to be expelled from membership in the United Nations and from the Security Council. So, if you can expel America from the Security Council by enacting Article 6, then you have to find a country that will sponsor that in United Nations. And then you have to get the other members of the Security Council to vote for it, which means China and Russia, you'll probably be okay. But you've got to try and persuade France and UK to expel US from United Nations, and then that's the congressional process. Good luck to achieving that.
You
There you go, Simon. Thank you so much.
expelling America from the United Nations wouldn't serve any purpose because once you are expelled from the United Nations, you're no
Yeah, but
longer bound by the UN
it's
Charter.
upholding the United Nations because the
But
UN states
Can I
in
just
its
ask
that
in
is
Simon? You eloquently said and like perfectly said like there's nothing really much more to add on to that. But
it's an academic exercise that's going to lead to nothing but an academic debate.
yeah,
so.
exactly.
Your alternative is war. We're just going to keep on
It's not my
killing one
it's not my
It's not
alternative.
another.
our
It's not
wow,
my
man.
alternative. I'm not waging war. I'm just saying maybe we could focus on things that we can actually make a difference to.
Yes, and reforming the United Nations to give the General Assembly the power to vote over issues
Yeah,
that are
so
right now reserved to
the
the Security
practical
Council would
hurdle,
be one of those things.
the practical hurdle you have to overcome is you have to do what's happening right now. You have to deviate European interests, i.e., UK and France, from US because China and Russia have already deviated. And once you do that, you might be able to practically get something, and then people can follow some kind of constitutional process to recognize international law within America. But you know, you also need an enforcement process, and that's the issue. And I appreciate that this is something to work through, but I don't think it has any relation to Iran because clearly America and Israel violated international law in doing an illegal attack, a terrorist attack, an invasion on Iran. Some might say because they had other reasons for doing it, but it's clearly illegal. So no one's following the law. So
That
it's
is
not a
not
solution to
true.
this.
The Netherlands just decided to join South Africa in their case against Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah,
So people
that's
are
awesome.
trying to bring the guy to
That's awesome, but
court.
it won't stop anything now. What that will do is in 20 years, when this is too late, we'll know that a genocide was committed and Netanyahu will be gone and there'll be no accountability for it. But that,
Slobodan Milosevic said exactly the same.
yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate it. I think the South Africa case was really important in insofar as PR and narrative, but it won't become a legal solution until it's too late, and that's the issue.
Again, Donald J. Trump is going to be wiped out in the midterms. And if the Democrats can win a majority in both houses of Congress, I can guarantee you they're going to impeach him. And this time they will succeed in removing that guy from power.
Yeah,
And then he's going to go straight to
but
jail.
I also guarantee you that Trump is using his power right now to leverage that not being a viable option. And when the Democrats come into power, they're paid for by the same lobbies, and the same backdoor negotiations will happen in order to try and make sure that no international law is followed and no justice
You
is
think
served.
Mamdani is paid for by APEC too?
It doesn't matter whether he's paid for by APAC because APAC is one lobby, but you've also got the military lobby, financial lobby, insurance lobby, pharmaceutical lobby, technical lobby, and they're all connected to the same power structure.
So Mamdani is also in their pockets then.
Absolutely. He comes from wealth. If you look at his background, his job is to reenact a belief that left and right matter in New York and probably take the hit for the already projected fall of New York that was already happening so that they can blame it on him and say, look, the reason this happened is because you put a communist in power. The right will say that. And the left will be re onboarded to a belief that left and right actually makes a difference. And the more people believe in this political theater of left and right, the more you realize that you're being fooled into something that doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Mondani won't be able to make any difference. He's just there in order to. He still has to bow down to the existing power structure in New York, which consists of real estate tycoons, the mob, the mafia, a Jewish mafia, and the same power structure of corporate power that exists across the entire United States of America. You can't be a politician and grow to power without playing the lobby game.
Maybe you should go to Zionist spaces and listen to their conspiracy theories. You might, even learn a thing or
Yeah,
two
they'll
from
just
their
say they'll
weirdo
explain how
stories.
it's
Oh my
Qatar.
God.
They'll explain how it's Qatar.
Guys trying to recruit people for the Zio spaces. Listen, you ain't going to get anybody recruited over here, right? He's
I
trying
was
to
talking
recruit.
about their
No
crazy
wonder.
act.
Listen, you keep harping on about those Zio spaces. I've got your agenda now. You're trying to recruit over here to get people to go there. Forget it, mate. It ain't happening. Listen, we got a super chat. X Commerce, thank you very much for your super chat. I don't even know the currency. Suleiman and Simon would be good at that. But it says the US has a literal law to use, and this is true. I forgot to mention this, but she's absolutely bang on the money. The US has a literal law to use military force against the ICC if needed to free citizens or allies, and it's called the Hague Invasion Act. So yeah, that's it. So Simon, back to you. You can listen. No recruiting though. No recruiting for no Zio spaces here.
Yeah, look, the difference with APAC and the Qatar claims is Qatar do it through commercial relationship, and so when Qatar wants to influence US politics, they actually say, "Hey, should we trade? Do you want to buy a bunch of liquefied natural gas? Should we figure out how to do some trade?" And then they make financial transactions so that it's mutually beneficial for two countries to trade. Now, you could call that a bribe. The loophole with APAC is that they used trickery because being Jewish is both a faith and a race, according to some according to that. So within America, there are a lot of Jewish people, and those Jewish people also have massive financial interests and happen to be of a class that can afford to contribute money to APAC in order to get financial favors. And now, because there is a state that is connected to a religion called Israel, they're able to, as a American person, they're able to contribute to APAC in order to say they are furthering Jewish interests, but inevitably, they've got a jurisdiction where they can use regulatory arbitrage and get away with crimes against humanity, and use Israel as that jurisdiction. And now you've got a loophole where APAC is able to take money from Jewish Americans, and sometimes, and almost always, that serves the interest of a foreign nation. That doesn't exist for any other religion because no other religion also claims to be a race. And there isn't a large population of those, or there isn't a population of those people in America. Now, JFK tried to change that and said that this pack should register via FARA as a foreign agent. And ever since then, JFK, for a number of other reasons that supported Israel receiving a nuclear bomb, was assassinated. And ever since then, nobody's been able, and nobody has decided to enact that law. So there is a law case there, which I do agree. You should probably make APAC register as a foreign agent, but it still won't stop anything because just like Qatar, you can still use back channel commercial agreements and funding of NGOs and various other covert structures in order to buy the politicians in America, because by design, America favored corporate interest in a pay to play system that puts a layer of legitimacy called a democracy over a mafia style racket, which is protected by crime, and corporate interests are able to buy politicians, and politicians are prostitutes and PR agents in order to say they're doing one thing while they're doing another thing. And that is political reform. It's just a fake democracy, and Americans are discovering that it was a lie all along. Have we lost the Zaire?
Yeah. He left. He left. He left. So we don't really try very much with Zios anymore. And Brother Hassan was right. And when he initially came up and spoke right at the beginning, and he gave his little sermon and speech, in the middle of that, he slipped in, and I'm not supporting either side to win. So I was like, okay, well, how is he giving this like sermon and speech about equality and rule of law and the fear he has of what will happen and the countries that will have regime change, but he's not supporting either side to win? That's just a complete contradiction. So I was going to smash him. And there is somebody on the YouTube chat is like, oh, you were unfair. Simon tried. Listen, dude, we ain't got time to sit here and entertain Zios for your likelihood, right? Simon's probably feeling a bit fresh and he's just come on. I've been at this for hours already. And that's not what this space is about. So if you want to listen to Zio Hasbara, go to the Zio spaces and stop complaining on the YouTube chat. Anyway,
Yeah,
Simon,
if for
welcome.
those that are
Now
like
let's start
new, for
afresh.
those that are like new to these spaces, like we've been at this for years, and they come up, they sound reasonable, they try and derail the conversation, and then all you before you know it, you're discussing like 3,000 years of history, and then no one's talking about anything, and then they trigger you, and you're suddenly debating your religion and all sorts of stuff. It's just these are just derailments. Like we're here to try and think what is the optimum use of time. Let's figure out what's going on now. Let's figure out if we play any role in it, and let's figure out whether if we don't play any role of it, what we've got to do to protect ourselves, and what we can do to help each other to navigate this.
Well said, Simon.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely, Simon.
This Strait
Absolutely.
of
We've
Hormuz
been
was
seeing.
supposed to open like sorry, I don't know who jumped in there. Simon, this Strait of Hormuz was supposed to open like 2 days ago. 2 days ago, you said it's supposed to open yesterday. Now, I don't know if you've seen the news, but apparently Israel's claiming another assassination. They're saying they assassinated the head of intelligence for Iran last night. So if they did, that's going to be the third senior level assassination. Like, what the hell is going on? And this thing, I think we just need to bit more work because I'm not buying the Israel's not as powerful as we think. It's Ismail Khatib. They're saying Iran's intelligence minister Ismail Khatib was killed overnight. We haven't had any confirmation from Iran yet, though. And the Strait of Hormuz doesn't look like it's opening. Although there were reports this morning that a lot more ships have gone through it. So yeah, let's have a market update from you, please.
Sure, yeah. I mean, look, we are already in structural inflation, so everyone needs to prepare for inflation. Even if you opened up the strait today, there's there's nothing that's going to change that. So immediately it hits the gas prices and energy prices, and energy prices now impacts everything. So you have to be structurally prepared for higher prices. After that, we've got the food insecurity issues that are going to come through. So many countries that we rely upon for our food supply chains, they don't have the critical components that they need in order to meet this 2026 harvest. So throughout the year, we're going to have food shortages or prices that price people out of various food things. And so all of that points towards when you have food shortages because crops were missed and fertilizers didn't get to the right place and gas didn't get through to the right place and rare earth minerals that were part of the components, the entire supply chain breaks down like it did in COVID. And so the only way to solve that is people start frantically negotiating. And what you're seeing right now is lots of oil on sea is rerouting from one place to the other, and then it's moving to another place because people are continually saying, I'll pay a higher price, I'll pay a higher price. And so many of these countries are trying to get as much oil, electricity, rare earth minerals, and essential agricultural supply chain components, particularly fertilizer, and many of the components that are dependent upon the strait. So already we are going to have food supply chain issues. So then people start stocking up, hoarding. Supermarkets have various issues. People start trying to buy toilet roll, wondering whether there's going to be toilet roll into the future, like we did in COVID. All of that is baked into 2026 already if the strait opens today. So people are starting to plan. They're saying, right, do I load up on energy and petrol? Do I renegotiate with my employer where I don't come into work so I can save on energy costs? Do I choose between eating or heating? Do I need to purchase additional clothes knowing that I can't put on my, heating? Everyone's making those decisions right now, and the market is not factoring that into the equation at the moment. And so that's still all to be factored in um, and priced in. Um, after inflation, you have the market has a natural mechanism for getting prices down, and it's called demand destruction. Demand destruction means that the prices get so high that you choose not to consume various goods, and you focus on the bare essentials and the things that are important to you. Um, and so that then means that you rely upon the wealthiest in the economy to do all the consumption. In America, 50% of all consumption comes from the top 10% of wealth. Um, and then you get demand destruction. Demand destruction means that sales are down for everybody. GDP is down, revenue is down, and everyone starts deciding what's the first thing where I can cut costs, and they look at their employment. Immediately, they start thinking about what humans can I replace with artificial intelligence. This will happen throughout the year based upon what's already happened. Even if we get it open today. Every day we don't do it, it gets these supply chain issues get more and more extreme. If it was closed for an entire year, then we start to hit the phase where everyone thinks out alternative routes, and the Middle Eastern economy effectively gets destroyed because everyone figured out how to route everything without them. But there are very few alternatives, particularly in the energy side. One of the alternatives is Russia. And so everywhere in Asia is now negotiating terms with Russia or go into Iran and seeing if they can get some concessions to get shipment through. Some countries have done that. The first was obviously China, who had agreements from the beginning. Then we had India, and in some cases, we've started to see, potential renegotiations. The interesting thing is that. Iran, as it was attacked, and it was by an aggressor, and we had the head of, I don't know what his title was, Joe, what was it? Who was it? Beatrix? Joe, the head of Homeland Terrorism or something like that in America, that wrote the letter?
Kent,
Joe Kent.
Joe Kent.
Yeah, Joe Kent really framed, because that's had millions and millions and millions of views now. That really has framed Iran being reframed from, the center of terrorism, the head, the head of the snake that you need to chop off, to the one that has been attacked, and therefore ultimate responsibility for everything that's happened falls firmly not on Iran, but on the Trump administration and American foreign policy. And he said it wasn't America, it was Israel. And so now that sets the framework for making Israel the enemy of everything that comes and follows, making them the pariah state, and really, that letter is going to set the framework for how this is remembered. America is deliberately, I believe, in my opinion, by financial powers, being reputationally dismantled, and all constructs that propped up the dollar are being dismantled. This breaks the petrodollar. The euro dollar is being renegotiated via LNG contracts. And the thing that breaks the American debt crisis is what happens in Japan. Japan is an oil and energy importer, and they run a large structural trade surplus. And it also has, if they start trying to combat inflation by increasing interest rates, that then has a knock on effect on all the hedge fund managers that are effectively rolling over the US debt via Cayman Island structures, which is 40% of all the American debt that is being auctioned off right now, because America is a structural Ponzi scheme. The only way to pay off old debt is to issue new debt, which is why the debt always goes up. And one way they're doing that is via hedge fund managers continually leveraging 100 to 1 and borrowing for free from the Bank of Japan. If the Bank of Japan now needs to combat inflation as a result of this oil crisis, they need to increase their interest rates. Already, the Bank of England today just came out and said that it's reversing its policy of decreasing interest rates, and it's going to be we're going to be headed to increasing interest rates. That breaks the Japan carry trade, which makes it structurally more expensive for America to roll over its debt. If the average interest that America rolls over its debt continues to go higher than the growth rate, then we have structural problems with the American system. And the only way to reverse that is to weaken the dollar, which means you continue to remove the world reserve currency. And the only way to weaken the dollar is to crash the price of oil. The only way to crash the price of oil is to enter into an agreement with Iran. And so, these are all the kind of knock on effects, and how everything is tied together right now. Russia is bailing out Asia in terms of meeting its oil and energy needs. And so Asia is most affected, but they can't afford these higher prices. We've started to see distress in Sri Lanka, um, urgent issues in Australia. We started to see issues in Bangladesh, South Africa. We're starting to see real structural issues around both agriculture and energy. There's no reversing any of those. Like these structural issues are going to impact all supply chains. Um, and so, really, as everyone struggles, everyone's going to point the finger and figure out who is it to blame. And I think most of the world won't say Iran; they'll say Trump and Israel. And so that really reframes what the pain that people are going to be inflicted upon in 2026. There's another issue. The other issue is that if America's debt needs to be refinanced at a higher interest rate, which is measured by the rate on the 10, 20, and 30-year bond, that increases the price of mortgages, auto loans, and credit card debt. And so the cost of everybody's credit card loans, if they are flexible loans that are tied to interest rates, um, it doesn't matter what the Federal Reserve does, and the Federal Reserve is going to be meeting today in order to discuss what to do with rates. I imagine they're going to do nothing, but it was meant to be decrease rates, which is what Trump needed. But instead, we're probably moving towards an increased rate environment. And if they do decrease rates, it means that it's breaking the US bond market. When you break the US bond market, you break the entire construct of the American banking system. And we're already starting to see issues in private credit that we discussed. But the issue is that mortgages are going to go up. That's going to cause issues in real estate markets. And so you're likely to see issues around financing for real estate transactions. In the end, large financial institutions, they'll buy up in distress, and effectively individuals are being priced out of the market. Small businesses are being priced out of the market. And just like in COVID, you get massive concentration and consolidation into larger institutions. Any distress in banks, they'll be rolled up into the larger banks, and you end up with, a movement towards monopolistic power. All of that is going to happen already. Every day that the Strait is not happening, the impact's going to be more severe.
Yeah, Simon, I saw yesterday too a few things like in Saudi Arabia, and it might have happened before yesterday, but they closed their shallow water rigs, um, the jackup rigs, I think they're called, which are like all over the Persian Gulf, especially, but like Aramco in particular, and Qatar as well, like kind of like sent everybody home basically. Um, and I think the what is it called, so the what is it called? Man, I don't know the name of the main one, but it was a major shallow water offshore field that relied on the jackup support for drilling and maintenance. And I think the thing there is it's not, and obviously a drone strike I think is the suspected version, although they've been really tight-lipped about like why it was shut down in the first place. And I don't know the name of that shallow water field, but it did have like about 2 to 3 million barrels per day, that kind of accounted for it alone. And I think just with that, like what people, and this is something that you've brought light to as well. What people I think don't understand is, there's obviously the safety concerns and getting the crews back and remand, to those rigs, um, but there's also the insurance, right? There's the damage too, but there's also the insurance and renegotiating war risk insurance, and a lot of policies obviously are going to get canceled as a result of this. And the worst part is that they're stationary, and they have to factor that into account. And I'm kind of understanding too why obviously, I think people should understand from the insurance company perspective. You're not going to insure something that is, at risk, and you're going to be less likely to insure something that is stationary as well. It's not the same as insuring a tanker. A rig is way more of a liability in a region like this, in a conflict like this, precisely because even if you send out, like, even if, and this is what Trump has been trying to do as well, to kind of like maybe stay the markets perhaps, or maybe you could expound on why. But Trump has promised, oh, we'll send out Navy escorts, and we'll help protect what's going on in the strait, and we will take the strait back by force. But the Shaheeds and the performance of these have been like beyond the main, they've been out of reach of the U.S. control. They've been outside of, they haven't really had an answer for them. And, those are basically low cost liabilities that can swarm any moving target, let alone stationary. And, if you're like, these measures that Trump is talking about, it might help stabilize flows, but they don't protect like dispersed stationary jackup rigs on shallow water fields themselves. They're sitting targets, and escorts and insurance they help tankers more than offshore offshore drilling operations. So even then, from a long-term perspective, it's going to take time for those to come back online, and it's going to take time for any insurance company that is worth its weight in salt to want to, you know, continue to operate, or continue to cover any of these operational rigs, even if they had the manpower and the confidence to reopen them in the first place. And also, what you said too about the Bank of Japan stuff, they're in a lot of well, the Bank of Japan is like the most, that might be the most long term case of ridiculous, um, money printing essentially that you've ever
Well,
seen.
it's
That
not.
might good.
It's because the Bank of Japan was created in the post World War II era in order to prop up the dollar. So you had the euro dollar, the petrodollar, and the Japan carry trade. And Japan was effectively created to provide liquidity to the US stock market. And so it was basically the financial industrial complex that created the IMF and the World Bank and the post World War II Bretton Woods order. They created a piggy bank for liquidity. And Japan offset it by becoming a net exporter and building ginormous surpluses. And then those surpluses were invested in its own economy, its own debt, because most of the debt is held by the Bank of Japan within Japan. And it was Richard Warner that created quantitative easing, which was the program that the Fed started following as well. But Japan can just go independent. If they just focus on Japan, they can increase rates. There'll be a market impact, but they can break the Japan carry trade, and then they can focus on a post-American world order. So the Bank of Japan can break America if they want.
Well,
Um,
they go. Well, that's
and
the
the Bank of
thing.
Japan is a
Yeah.
member of the Bank for International Settlements. And so the Bank for International Settlements is effectively the one that also, as part of that financial industrial complex, you have all the insurers. And so the insurers are just resetting the world order to a multipolar world order by saying force majeure insurance contracts here, renegotiation of energy contracts here, will allow these shipments to happen here. We won't allow those shipments to happen there. So this is, from my perspective, and who does Trump work for? He's more aligned with the financial industrial complex than the neocon military industrial complex. So at the back end, everyone focuses on the Israel, the military side, but in the back end, he's working against. He's working towards a longer term financial goal of switching this world to multipolarity, and part of that is being an agent of chaos. And again, Trump's not making the decisions. If you haven't figured that one out, I don't know what to say. He's just the press secretary for America. The reason his statements are so misguided is I don't think he knows what's coming next. He's waiting for the instruction of what comes next, and it's transnational capital that he works for.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
seeing some reports. I'm just seeing some reports come out. Sorry, Invisible China. I don't know if this has been mentioned in the space yet. That some oil infrastructure, like very critical oil infrastructure, has been hit in Iran right now as a further escalation. So it seems like they are escalating the war in terms of they want more widespread destruction, death and destruction right now by the look of it. So I don't know if anyone else has picked up on that.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't
and
seen that.
any
No, we haven't
attacks on
mentioned it
oil
yet.
infrastructure, wherever they may be, is about applying more leverage by getting the price of oil up. As you get the price of oil up, once you get to a point where it's above 160, then we're at the point where it's global demand destruction and nobody wins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm commenting from my perspective. It looks like I believe the Jewish colony right now is wanting to escalate things, and it's engaging in this game of chicken right now with the Islamic Republic, and is basically inviting it to retaliate and hit more infrastructure to further escalate, to make it this past the point of no return in terms of de-escalation. So I think this war is only gonna continue to escalate, and yeah, there's going to be many months more ahead of pain.
Simon, there's a super chat for you. Brooke Jones says, Simon, stop. You're bringing down the markets. Lol. Joke.
Yeah, nothing I say brings down markets. Markets are so in the control of large capital pools now that nothing I say would impact markets. Nothing we do.
Simon, I was gonna ask, like, the with the yen carry, because look, I'll be honest, I kind of hate watch the the Japanese markets, but like like their debt, their public debt is like insanely out of control, from my understand. I think it's like the highest in the
Yes,
world.
250% debt to GDP, but it's
Yeah.
offset by a ginormous trade surplus. So it's not it's a lot better than America. America has a ginormous trade deficit, and 125%, I think 130% now jet debt to GDP. And so, but they have world reserve currency. If you lose world reserve currency, then everything breaks.
Well, yeah, I guess like the thing is, in terms of them, killing the carry trade essentially, and spiking interest rates. I just wondering, even from a trade surplus perspective, like I guess the ability for the ability for domestic, well, for one, domestic consumption and just like kind of like the squeeze that would occur. That's what I was not sure. I'm not sure if they'll be able to take that. Right. That's kind of my only pause. The only thing that I take pause with of what you said has been, would they even be able to like deal with like the domestic demand that gets killed and the real wages that get killed, and after already years of inflation and kind of getting out of control now,
Yeah,
and the fragile
you have to
sectors as
take the
well.
hit. If you're transitioning to multipolarity, Japan needs to stop being a piggy bank for the Fed. And if they do that, they're going to inflict pain. But the best they've got vast assets, and they've still got vast exports. So they just have to reconfigure those. And they've got 1.8 trillion dollars of treasuries
Right.
that they can negotiate with America on. But the problem is the Bank of Japan is not autonomous. It's
Well, that's
part
what I
of
was
the
thinking too. Yeah, like it's not sovereign, because how could they go for like for since the 90s they've had interest rates at basically zero, and like who would do that other than a vassal, right? Who would do that?
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Bank for International Settlements is coordinating with the central banks all of these major shifts. The bit that we're seeing is all the cover story. What they're doing is what determines what happens here. So the Bank of Japan and the Fed work in unison, via their Bank for International Settlements.
Yeah, and they do have a pretty big stockpile, of course, related to the Strait closure. Um, but the prolonged closure, like if it passes this summer, they're done. They're screwed. Their exports are so even the exports and the ability to send out anything, their consumption is killed. Their exports are killed. Their
Yeah,
recovery is killed. They're
that
if they release reserves or cap fuel prices, that's a nice band-aid, but it's extremely reliant on volatile geopolitics basically, and they literally, I think just the loss of confidence would probably be the thing that really takes them down the worst. It'd be like a millstone.
yeah. Well, they're they can't have their exports getting more expensive, which means that to reverse the trades, you have to weaken the dollar and increase the value of the Japanese one. I think we're approaching like $160 at the moment. Um, then you have to increase interest rates, which would be making an autonomous decision to to go on your own path. And then you need to get the price of oil down, because any export driven economy, their exports are going to become too expensive at these energy costs. So that there really is, it's global recession or price of oil down this month. Um, and um, and that's it. That's
Yeah, I
that's the
agree.
choice.
Yeah.
If you want 6 months of this, um, is I just is in well, okay. So here's what happens after a long time. Then the world just figures out how to reroute around the Middle East. That's it.
Yes.
And so every supply chain gets rebuilt, gets renegotiated, and effectively, yeah, that's it. So if you want a long term war, then the Middle East will just be made irrelevant, because the whole world will figure out how to route around the world without them, and we'll have to figure out a world of structural, systemic, post, a high oil and energy costs world, and we'll just be in 2 years of ginormous infrastructure investment, in a global recession, and we'll certainly be in stagflation at that stage globally. No one's going to be immune from that.
Simon, wasn't the U.S. Fifth Fleet withdrawal, the United States Navy withdrawing from the Fifth Fleet, abandoning, there in Bahrain? Wasn't that exactly what you're talking about?
So now let's look at what's happening with the GCC. So the GCC had countries that were pretty well hedged and countries that seem to be systemically weakened. And the countries that have the large sovereign wealth funds are part of the transnational capital syndicate. But it seems like there is a re-collaboration between Saudi power, Qatar power, and UAE power that's coming out of this. UAE has been strategically hit the hardest. They're overly dependent upon their financial sector. And the more weakness you show in that financial sector, the more Saudi is benefiting from this. Saudi has significant investments in the um, oil infrastructure in Texas, and Qatar has significant investments in the LNG industry in Texas as well. And so, if this ends up in a global recollaboration, they've prepared for this hedge, but UAE doesn't have the same hedge. So really, this is rebalancing power towards Saudi and away from UAE within the GCC. And both Qatar and Saudi, I think, have strategically put themselves in a position where they could benefit from US LNG and oil refinement from Venezuela and additional exports to Europe as a hedge to ride this one out. But obviously, you could use higher prices of oil and higher prices of energy to kind of offset some of the losses. And also, of course, Saudi's being painted as the savior because they had the alternative pipelines as getting 7 million barrels through. And also, they're creating alternative routes for some of these fertilizers. So, Saudi's winning, UAE's losing within the GCC, and Iran is being painted as a victim under attack that is fighting an aggressive, illegitimate war that was perpetrated by Israel. So Israel weak at the end of this, Israel weaker, UAE weaker, Saudi stronger, um, American private corporate interest will profit from the Americans, which is also split between Qatar and Saudi. The Americans, the people, they don't benefit from these oil exports or energy exports because they're owned by private corporate interest. Russia has nationalized interest, so Russia benefits as a nation, which will help the Russian people and help any Russian war efforts. Ukraine is obviously a US proxy, so that will be gobbled up by BlackRock and Russia. Israel, Israel will be weaker. UAE will be weaker if this carries on in the same way it's going. And Iran will effectively be repositioned in the mind, but still an economic dependent upon China. And then China can rebuild all this infrastructure with the Gulf countries and Iran at the end of this. But that's where the map is kind of pointing towards right now, and Asia's becoming more dependent upon Russian energy. So that points to BRICS, GCC with Saudi in charge, and Iran at the end of this, whatever they negotiate, either they get sanction relief to open up global markets, which would make Iran one of the highest growth countries out there, or they just lean into BRICS, into a multipolar world at the end of this. But that is inevitable. Nothing's going to change that path, I don't think. The only thing that changes that path which I think we agree is structurally impossible, is if US puts boots on the ground, 600,000 people, invades Iran, defeats Iran, takes over the oil, and starts pricing Iranian oil in dollars. I think we would all agree that it's impossible to achieve, and it would take maybe what 8 years. America would be broken as an economy by then. The system will be broken, and the financial institutions would have rehosted their financial centers. And remember, a lot of prior to this, Saudi was opening up its stock market. It was hosting many of the banks and financial institutions. None of those have been targeted in Saudi, but they have been targeted in UAE. UAE is a Israeli-US ally, so this is strategic weakening of America's presence in the Middle East. Plus all of the US assets that have been blown up that will be rebuilt most likely by China.
Yep, agree.
If I may ask a question to Simon, this is Adriano.
Sure.
Yeah, Simon, I'm trying to I'm trying to get my mind straight whether how much of a financial motivation there was for the U.S. to intervene in the war, in the sense that how desperate was the financial situation? How did you see the situation, assuming that there was no intervention in Iran? What was where was the U.S. Financial system going prior to the war? I mean, how desperate was it?
Yeah, basically the financial industrial complex were breaking the petrodollar, the euro dollar, and the Japan carry trade in order to shrink America into a regional power, and they were doing that by weakening the dollar relative to gold, silver, and foreign currencies. They were also pushing capital out to foreign stock markets while using money printing in order to prop up the US stock market and the AI manufacturing trade. And so we were already on the path to multipolarity before this, but this has just done it in one fell swoop. There is no sovereign US because it's fully corporate captured and lobby captured. So nothing works in the interest of as America as a nation state. America as a nation state needed to rebuild its manufacturing base, didn't need inflation, and needed lower oil costs. But American corporate interest can profiteer from this situation. So it's all more about concentration of wealth and power as opposed to anything that America wants. Because there is America as a nation is not factored into the equation. America as a host for capital markets is the only thing that matters.
Okay, but how? Help me understand then the financial cabal. Wall Street and BIS and all that. How does it benefit from a multipolar world, and what is their power position versus the BRICS?
Yeah, so BRICS is not a currency; it's an economic partnership to work on de-dollarization and to restructure power, which it has achieved its goal, and it will still continue to achieve its goal. It avoided the trap of creating one currency, which would have destroyed it, because that's what they did to Europe. They basically used the euro in order to vassalize and destroy Europe and make it where it's not autonomous decision making. BRICS avoided that trap, and they just focused on multiple currencies and economic relationships and de-dollarization and alternative payment routes. What the financial industrial complex is, they effectively, over the period from the post World War II Bretton Woods order, they took over the military industrial complex, which is what America was built upon, as the primary power, which was enforcing everyone onto dollars by blowing up their countries, regime changing them, and all the covert operations globally, and then forcing them to lend that money back to the US government via bonds. the problem with that is that that gave more power to the finance houses over the decades. And then they started to financialize and securitize every asset across the world that they could. That gave them full autonomy of capital flows, and the military became subordinate to the financiers. Now, the financiers have extracted, now that they control effectively the dollar through the private Federal Reserve System and the banks, they've hit the stage where they've asset stripped as much as they can out of the West. And because it was built upon US military dominance, they started, I believe, to reconfigure a new strategy, which is what if you, now that we control all the companies across America, across the entire West, now we got board seats on all of them, rather than having one country that effectively becomes a risk, particularly in political uncertainty, because they rape so much from the American people, and everyone's in debt with the exception of a few. That creates political instability. Once you have political instability, you might as well get ahead of the strategy, and you can create a world where you take all of this military capacity, technical capacity, and you just build it in a multipolar world. And so you give the GCC their own defense base and artificial intelligence base and data center base. And so they started hedging, because if you can build it all around the world rather than in one country, then I think it's an effective strategy. Plus, birth rate started collapsing, and so they needed to figure out, because everyone was suffering inflation, all this degeneracy was happening, in financial stress. Women were getting careers in OnlyFans, men were getting addicted to pornography. All the demographical issues, when people couldn't afford, to be looking after the family values broke down. Men started to suffer mental issues. Everyone had to work. There was just a complete breakdown of family values. That breaks everything, because effectively countries that were affiliated with the West, like South Korea and Japan, and Europe and America, their birth rate started collapsing, and they're effectively going extinct.
But didn't they do it? Didn't they do it by design?
I think it's a side effect, or personally, I believe it's a side effect of structurally having these central banking Ponzi schemes where the price always goes up, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And then and then you start to profiteer from it. You turn everyone into debt obligations. You create subscription services for everything. The World Economic Forum has an agenda. You will own nothing and be happy. You can't own your car. You
Slavery.
can't own your house. You rent everything. And when a man can't look after the family, you break down family values. I think it's just all adjusting to the side effects of the debt-based Ponzi scheme that is the dollar. Um, and that creates a K-shaped economy structurally. And when everyone when the smaller number of people end up with all the assets, this is where you inevitably, predictably, and guaranteed end up.
This is an incredible analysis, Simon. Congratulations. And so basically, it's the chameleon adapting. They were going against a brick wall, so they are adapting. It's this cabal, globalist, Zionist, banking, whatever cabal, trying to redesign, readapt. But I guess, their next challenge is how to control the BRICS,
Was
because
Zionism was one subset of this financial power. That was just how to make sure that the petrodollar was enforced,
yeah,
and ensure that the Middle East could never unify around their resources, and to just create and also recruit an army in Israel to engage as an agent of chaos across the Middle East and North Africa. So Zionism was just a function of military industrial complex power, but now I don't
Yeah.
think it's a useful asset, and so they're systemically working on how to destroy it as an asset. And so Israel's not going to be strong at the end of this, I don't think.
So you're saying the real head of the snake here of the Hydra is the financial system, is the financial who controls the
Yeah, I
financial.
call it the financial industrial complex, and it's transnational, and it's not just Israel. Israel doesn't
Yeah,
have much of a
absolutely.
financial center. It's the sovereign wealth funds, it's the countries that have surplus energy that they manage to keep sovereign, like China and Russia. And it's also the Western financial private powers that control the West. You know, in Europe you've got Norway, in Asia you got Singapore, China, in the Middle East you got the Gulf countries. They tend to, you know, work as a competing but unified front, based upon maximizing capital routes. And then you have resistance against it, like China is managed to maintain its own independent state banking system. Russia managed to nationalize its resources. Iran managed to keep its national resources and its own independent banking system. And anyone that tried to resist it got attacked. But now that military power is no longer as powerful as finance, and so finance is able to use military as a for rent militia in order to extract resources for transnational capital.
Well, it seems you said that China, the U.S. and Israel, their only way out of this, basically, or their only way to maintain power is to foment a ground invasion. And I think, to your point, like that's obviously something it seems to be insurmountable. But that being said, it does seem like that's what they're going to try, and it does seem like that, um, with all things considered, if you were them in that position, whether it is, the military industrial complex or simply those two nation states of Zionists, it seems like that's exactly what you would do, right? If you're in their position, is that you would literally
If
do
the
the only
MIC,
option that you have. Good.
yeah, because they're not sovereign nations. If the MIC is in control, then that's what you do. If the FIC is in control, you won't do that. And I believe the FIC is in control, and we're getting bounded escalation. But yeah, if the MIC are in control, then Israel, Zionism, the neocons, the military-industrial complex, the environment that makes Israel justified, i.e., always having strategic tension in the Middle East, which is the resistance economy, the highest level of IRGC rails that are connected to China and Russia, all of those constructs will be remain. But I believe we're witnessing the dismantling of all of them at the moment. Everything that gives the MIC power, I believe, is what's being decapitated right now, and everything that gives the FIC power is preserving and becoming more powerful. That's what the end result of this war is.
Well, they wanted to go to a soft landing by the West calling for the big reset. They were hoping to do it differently, but
Yeah,
it
so
was not working.
that's the FIC aligned political process. The MIC aligned process is what's escalating. And those two, the MIC will always, I personally believe the MIC is always subordinate to finance. So they always try to maximize profits before the build back better phase, where they try and maximize profits through subordination and building.
Sorry, I missed the MIC. Who's the MIC?
Military industrial
I missed it.
complex.
Oh, okay.
They
So,
profit
so
from they profit from war. War is almost always more profitable than defense.
it could also be the clash between these two playing out, on the world stage as well. But in the defense of the MiC, right, and maybe more so steel manning their tactics, it does seem like they've already taken extensive efforts in destabilizing the IRGC through covert operations like Mossad and the CIA, and through, obviously using sanctions and levering them for many years and weakening the real to the weakest point it's ever been. And it seems like, in their view, if they can do a ground invasion in conjunction with key precise strikes and cyber attacks and infiltration, that they can kind of swarm Iran. This seems to be their strategy, is to swarm Iran and attack them from every angle, including the most recent attack, which is against their oil fields, which just happened a few minutes ago. Hassan had announced that. So it
Two
seems like their
two problems
strategy
to
is
it.
to take them, pretty much hit them everywhere they can, and destabilize them completely from the inside and eventually from the outside as well.
Yeah, two problems with it. One is that if this goes on for a longer time frame, then the financial system that gives the MIC power breaks, and it just goes eastwards. And the other thing is, if this is actually escalating toward a world war or nuclear war, then China just stops the exports and says the US military is dead. You got no rare earth minerals, you got no semiconductor chips, you got no export and essential components. So China can end the war tomorrow if it's willing to create a global financial crisis, because the MIC is dependent upon China. So that's why it doesn't make sense. The
Yeah,
MIC is
China's
not
not oh,
autonomous.
sorry. It's not going to yeah, and to your point, China's not going to interrupt an enemy while they're making a mistake. And also, to your point, earlier, because you just said no, the oil oh no, the international markets themselves, right? Yeah, there is going to be that constraint. But what I think, okay, that's what I was going to say. I think what we're seeing, first of all, I don't think Trump is completely stupid, nor do I think the words that are coming out of his mouth are solely meant to destabilize, although they are certainly killing the credibility of the US. Don't get me wrong. But there does appear to be a effort at forming an international coalition, and setting the rhetoric forward, especially for the general public, now of, hey, Iran are the ones who are causing all of this financial damage. Trump is trying to front run the inevitable uh, economic pain that is to ensue upon the decline of the oil markets. And then when regular people across the world are feeling this pain, especially in Europe and Asia, people would be more inclined to consent or agree to a continual full-scale invasion. Not saying that it's going to work, but I do see the rhetoric, and I saw the rhetoric even before it started coming out. I see the rhetoric of, hey, Iran is hurting the planet. We want to save the world. Iran is killing the world. Look at how you've been affected personally. This is why we need to send troops into Iran and do a full scale ground invasion. That seems to not only be the messaging, but even on the inside, especially with the resignation of Joe Kett, it seems like that's something that is um, that's really one of the things that I've been warned about.
Yeah,
Really one of the reasons why the rats are basically fleeing the sinking ship, if you
you
will. They're jumping overboard.
yeah, you have to separate what Trump says from what Trump does.
Simon, can I let me just really quickly just jump in with the breaking news, and then I'll hand it right back to you. So this is Brother Hassan did say this. The U.S. Israel has reportedly struck the largest natural gas processing facility in Iran. This is the first major strike on Iranian energy facilities. In retaliation, Iran has issued urgent warnings calling for the evacuation of petrochemical facilities in UAE, Qatar, and Saudi
Oh
Arabia.
boy.
So yeah, they are. This is why I wanted to jump in. There's also footage on Suleiman's page of the attack on the gas facility in southern Iran. And just really quickly, I have got a couple of bits of news. This is why I wanted to jump in. The Iran's women's national football team has returned home after the asylum controversy. Remember, Trump was trying to get them to be shipped to America. And this goes to the point you were making just then, inevitable. Trump says Iran is very unfairly blocking the Strait of Hormuz because the US had already won the war. Delusional. So he says, yeah, America had already won the war, and therefore, why are you blocking the Strait of Hormuz? And just as a side note, aside from this discussion, I want people to know that just to kill Larijani at his daughter's house, he was killed at his daughter's house. Israel/America bombed an entire residential neighborhood near Tehran, and at least 100 civilians were killed. 100 civilians were killed, just because they wanted to take out Larijani. That's coming out now. Sorry for interruption, Simon. Back to you.
Yeah, that Laranjani one, that, my understanding of him, and again, the propaganda is really hard to see through because there's so much, but my understanding of him is that he was more pragmatic IRGC. And so in that map of the world, you'd imagine that's a MIC escalation, in order to derail. That's how I interpret it, but it's almost impossible to see through the PR. And that kind of brings me to my final point, because I'm just going to have to jump off. I'll come back later. But you have to separate with Trump what he says and what he does. If you follow his financial transactions, he's fully invested in a multipolar world. If you follow what he says, then he is speaking just to the lowest IQ QTOD, and his job is to give the lowest IQ QTOD an acceptable narrative while he ushers in a multipolar world order. He's definitely FIC aligned, not MIC aligned. But the MIC side will be trying to derail, but he's financially invested in FIC aligned. And so Mick has you can keep that fantasy alive, and you can see all the derailments of plans, like all of these. But now the price of oil is about 108, and last time when oil hit 115, that's when the U.S. Treasury started, I think, engaging in futures markets, and I think the U.S. Treasury is structurally short oil right now. And so if you had a price of $150 in oil, you could end up in a sovereign crisis in America, because I think they're intervening to hold down the price of oil right now. So they have to, within the next month or so, depending on how they structured this, end up with a lower oil price, or they could just trigger a series of issues for and remember, the more risky America looks, the higher those long-term interest rates become. The higher those long-term interest rates become, the less likely people are to participate in those auctions, and you end up in a doom loop. So there's no choice for America. Um, if it takes months to get a ground invasion, take over the oil, and price it in dollars, America's done before that happens. Because it needs the price of oil down in order to achieve that, and it doesn't look like it can achieve that. I'm going to jump off, but I'll come back later.
Real quick, Simon, before you go, I just had one quick question regarding the FIC question. Um, if the defense, energy, and financial sectors all benefit directly or indirectly from sustained instability, what do you think, in your opinion, what like structural incentives are there, that call for rapid de-escalation, if any? And if the same like system it profits from like conflict while managing it, are there any mechanisms that ensure that ending the conflict is ever a priority for these guys?
Not for Mick, no, but always for Fick. Fick always needs to
Fic, sorry,
negotiate
sorry,
with
so
Mick.
Fic.
Yeah, to end a conflict, Fick has to give 100x profits from peace to Mick, and then they can start getting Mick, and then Mick has to be compensated with another war zone. And so they always have to line up the framing of the next war before, and then they have to give them a 100x. It has to be more profitable 100x for FIC to have peace, and then they'll start constructing the narratives through the media in order to wind down. I've got to jump off, but I'll be back later.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Simon.
Simon.
Simon. Appreciate you coming up.
But the
That was a good little
what
financial update.
what
So, to sum it up for anybody who missed it, it's all going to be doom and gloom. Everything's going to go up. Bills are going to go up. Food's going to go up. Everything's going to go up. And you kind of know that, right? Simon's been saying this very early on, that that Strait of Hormuz needs to open. And if there isn't a resolution to this very quickly, the impact's going to be on us. And here we are.
The usual
Crazy.
slaves.
Yeah, and Beatrice, what the world does not, and I'm saying from Americans, the average American has no comprehension how globalized the United States is as we speak. For example, China. I was in Beijing, China, and there were American defense contractors at a ballistics conference in Beijing, working with the Chinese government on ballistics. I mean, I was astounded. I was shocked. And this is defense acquisition. This is the R&D of our defense, brainstorming with the Chinese, sharing information with Chinese to an extent. And I understand inevitable, they're only going to share so much. And why did we have Russian programmers working on submarine weapon systems? I mean, I was asked to keep my mouth shut. And I'm telling you, we're globalized and we don't even know it, but we're seeing it now.
Yeah. I just think about what this world is going to look like, you know? What are they doing to this world? Like, over land, over what? Guys, do me a favor, please. Right, let's get this space going. Let's get some news out. There is a post in the nest, the truth about Iran war. I'd like everybody on this space to go up to that post where you see Suleiman on your screen. If you're on the space, if you go just above that, you'll see a tweet pinned. The first one you see is follow us on YouTube. Give that a click, please, and go and press the bell icon. If you press the bell icon, he does so many interviews there. Yesterday, I can't even remember, you had Lieutenant Colonel Aguilera. You had that lieutenant colonel who went into Congress and had his arm broken, and I can't remember his name. You had Greg Stoker. You had Ryan Dawson. And then there was another one. And this is whilst we're running the stream. So you're going to miss out on all of that. You get your notifications there. Please go to that YouTube link. Press that YouTube link. Just press the bell icon. It's free to subscribe to him. And the second tweet in the nest is how you can support our work, Suleiman's work here, all the interviews he does, all the news he provides, running this stream 24/7. He does it alone and he's not monetized at all anywhere. So if you'd like to support his work in other ways, apart from liking the YouTube, then this is how you can do it: through Patreon, through Super Chat, through USDT and Ethereum. But please do go to YouTube. That's a huge help. And go and turn on your bell icon for his videos there. I had a question for Simon, but I wanted, I knew, you know what, I knew Mr. P was going to jump in because I thought, oh, he's waited that long, right? If he doesn't jump in, I'm going to jump in for him. And he jumped in. So good on you, Mr. P, for jumping in. But my question was, because this is something Suleiman said. He says that the military industrial complex would go in and bomb something, and then the financial industrial complex would go in and rebuild it and make money from it. So they work hand in hand. And when Simon says, and Simon kind of insinuated that today anyway, but when he says the military industrial complex is subordinate to the financial industrial complex, I always wondered that if you're subordinate and if the FIC want something and the FIC want regional stability and they want BRICS and they want multipolar, then if you're subordinate, you have to adhere to that. Where's this challenge coming from? Where's this terrorism coming from? Where's this bombing coming from? How's this working? It's crazy.
But Beatrix, I wanted to some clarification on that too. But I think it's part of the same cabal, because what I was going to ask also Simon was, well, how does he explain this constant turning into different bubbles? I mean, military, and maybe we can quantify and rank the importance of all these mega industries. We're talking about the military complex, but what about pharma? What about the whole IT sector? And each of these major industries are creating regularly a speculative bubble and a crisis. The housing, regularly we see every 2-3 years there's a housing crisis. Then we go into a pharma one. We had COVID, and they're preparing the next one. Then there's a financial crisis. They chip in directly, and then we had the 2008. We're into one right now. So I'm not sure it's such a separated, the military complex and the financial. I think pretty much the financial just plays around all this. It has basically infiltrated all the industries, and it's playing them, very tactically to push forward its agenda.
Yes, of course, they're all in on it. They have to shift both ways. We saw pharma jump from its put mask up, lock down to we found the solution. And all of them in, the tobacco industry, the my God, we have even, you can go to food. Oh my
Food.
God, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
So I've got some news, guys, and then we'll go to the new speakers that we've just brought up. If you put your hand up, and Ababa, if you'd like to speak, please put your hand up. And also on my own path, please raise your hand, and we'll come to you. Russia condemns Larry whose mic is unmuted? Adriana, can you just mute your mic when I do the news,
Sorry.
please? It's really... Yeah, let me just mute everybody, in fact. So I'm going to have to do it this way. Russia condemns Larijani killing. So good on Russia for coming out and saying, yeah, we condemn the Larijani killing. We were just talking about this. The United Nations warns of global food shortage. Global food shortage. Let's have a look what else there is. There's some footage on Suleiman's page. Thousands and thousands and thousands of Iranians have gathered in Engelab Square in Tehran to say for the funeral and to bid farewell to Ali Larijani and his son. I mean, literally, a sea of people are out there. This, if anything, this is going to backfire even more. Absolutely going to backfire even more. It's just going to be uniting the Iranians even more so. I wanted to mention this last night, but it got really late and then I fell asleep. In the West Bank, because remember, there is still terror going on in Gaza and the West Bank. In the West Bank, what the IDF are now doing is they're going in, and those prisoners, those hostages that they had to release, the IDF had to release, those Palestinian ones under the exchange deal. What they're doing now is going in to the West Bank and kidnapping their wives and taking them to prison. And last night they took at least 15 women, at least that we know of. Let's have a look what else is going on. We're still waiting for confirmation of the IDF, Ismail Khatib, Iran's intelligence minister. The IDF is saying that they killed him last night. We're still going to wait for confirmation from Iran for that. We don't believe anything Israel says. I'm just trying to see what else news there is. I already covered this, but I'll cover it again. Iran has issued a warning to energy facilities in the region. Urgent alert. Keep away from oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. And to citizens and residents around the following facilities: Samref Refinery in Saudi Arabia, Al Hussein Gas Field in UAE, and Jebel Petrochemical Complex in Jebel, Saudi Arabia. Mesaid Petrochemical Complex and Mesaid Holding Company, affiliated with Chevron. It's in Qatar, and Ras Laffan Refinery in Qatar as well. And these centres have become direct and legitimate targets and will be targeted in the coming hours. Therefore, all citizens and residents and staff are asked to immediately leave these areas and move to a safe distance without any delay. Clear and repeated warnings were given to... So what they say is, prior to this, clear and repeated warnings were given to your rulers about entering this dangerous path and risking the fate of their nations, but they decided to continue of the path of the blind obedience and make decisions that do not represent the will of their people, but are imposed on them from outside their borders and in the absence of any real governance. Therefore, they are fully responsible for all consequences resulting from this path. Wow, I didn't know that said all that. That's like they're literally calling out the GCC countries. Literally. Prior to this, clear and repeated warnings were given to your rulers. They're calling them the rulers about entering this dangerous path and risking the fate of their nations. But they decided to continue on the path of blind obedience and make decisions that do not represent the will of their people. So, yeah, that full statement is something to read. There's an announcement in there's somebody's posted a picture, like a banner, put a banner up at a gas station in Japan, and it says "No gas, thank you, Trump." The world knows. The world knows what he's about. Zelensky's made a statement. I mean, I don't even know why I bother reading his nonsense because it's utter trash. It's like those Zios that come on this space and just talk nonsense. He says Russia is the beneficiary of the war in the Middle East, and so what? Like, what is the point, like, of that statement? So yeah, we'll pause there. Let's go to conscious mankind. Conscious mankind. Actually, conscious mankind. If it's okay with you, let me just see. Give me 1 second. Just mute your mic. Nababa, are you there? Nababa, are you there? Okay, no, I thought not. So you're not going to sit up on the panel, just like that. So remove Nababa. Okay. On my own path, are you there? On my own path, are you there? On my
Hello,
own path, you need
can
to.
you hear me?
Yeah, okay. So mute your mic. I'm going to come back to you.
All right.
Just mute your mic and I'll come back to you. But I'm not going to let people sit on the panel today. Go ahead, Conscious.
Thank you very much, Beatrix. Actually, I would like to address Andrew's point about his observation in Beijing. Actually, I had similar encounter, which can probably explain what he was talking about. So I was in a governmental mission to Asia. The same mission went to China and India and other countries, and it had like top aerospace companies. So I asked the question exactly what Andrew was talking about. I said, like, how is this making sense, like outsourcing and going with the sensitive stuff to the East to outsource even like blueprints of designs and so on? And guess what, Andrew? The answer I received from the vice president engineering of Bell Helicopter, he told me the following. He said, if you cannot beat them, meet them. That's the answer.
Wow.
Yeah, your mic's not great, Conscious, but go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, there you go. And I think he said if you can't beat them, what was the last thing? In other words, he's saying you've got to be involved with them, right? We can't beat
Yeah,
them.
yeah. If you meet them,
Beat.
sorry, I'm on my way to work. If you cannot beat them, meet them.
There you go. There you go. And I literally asked this DARPA individual because I heard the American accent. I was at the cocktail party and I heard this American accent. I said, "Well, what are you doing here, American? Where are you from?" He said, "What do you do?" When he said DARPA, I almost fell out of my chair. I said, "You got to be kidding me!" He said, "Nope, that's what we're doing." Yeah, but see, Americans think, no, leave it. We're at war with China. They're the enemy. Yeah, of course, China's the enemy. But then, people, listen, we're working with them. We have been working with them. We're connected and working together in a global scale. And I know that I'm going to get hate mail, but so what? I'm being honest here. When the United States left the Fifth Fleet, we basically cleared out. We cleared out.
Yeah. So Andrew, what happened is exactly the following. So we had also some people.
Conscious, your mic is really
Yeah.
bad. It
Okay.
really is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm on my way. So I will wait maybe for
Oh,
10
you're on
minutes
Bluetooth?
until I'm.
Maybe you need to go to speaker.
Yeah, but I'm actually on my way. I will reach in 10 minutes and I will speak again.
Okay, we'll keep you up on the panel. No problem. Let's go to Thanks Conscious. Let's go to On My Own Path. On My Own Path.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
thanks for the space. You guys are doing an amazing job. I'm originally Iranian. I lived in Iran during the Iran-Iraq War. I was actually born the year of the revolution, and I think the one thing, and now I live in the U.S. though. But the one thing that I think there's a miscalculation, and it seems so idiotic to miss it, from the West perspective is that, even the revolution, I don't think would have solidified and been as strong as it was if the U.S. Didn't push Iraq into war with Iran. That Iran-Iraq war and the nationalism it created solidified the revolution. If it didn't have that right after the revolution, I don't think it would have lasted this long. And now the same thing is happening again. Iran was basically weakening on its own internally, and the U.S. and the West came bullying and came in attacking, thinking that it's going to continue falling apart with this push, but not knowing the Iranian people and not knowing the mentalities of Persian and Shia, that they're not going to bend their knees and they're going to unify no matter what their perspectives are. And now I think they injected new life into the revolution and into the government, and whoever is going to be replacing these people, the educated moderates that are being taken out, will be very, very, war hawkish, aggressive, replacements. And I just don't understand if somebody has any plan to win or succeed. Why would they? Why would they go into something like this not expecting it? Trump said he didn't know Iran would attack all the neighbors. Iran announced multiple times that if you attack us, we will attack our neighbors. All he had to do was just listen for a second. So I don't know the mentality, and it's very sad. War is sad. Innocent people dying is very sad. But I think this is going to make Iran stronger.
When you say Iran was weakening, I would say that was the case with all countries, right? If you look
Definitely.
economically, yeah. Look at the UK, look at America. We're all weakening to some degree, but this isn't even about that. I mean, even if Iran had collapsed, it was for the Iranians that it was for them to fix their country. It wasn't for America to go in, or like what they've done to Venezuela is just daylight robbery, it's theft, it's terrorism. That oil belongs to the people of Venezuela. It belongs to that country. Trade with it, don't steal it. And that's what they plan to do with Iran.
Yeah, I agree. When I'm saying weakening, I didn't mean I mean everybody is weakening on a global stage for the past few years, but I meant the government's grip was loosening a little bit as you saw the hijab changes and all that came from the women freedom movement. But I think it was it was happening or more organically and internally, and they kind of jumped the gun and try to accelerate it, not understanding that when you attack Iran, no matter what this dissatisfaction was internally, that was loosening the grip, is now gonna tighten, not by the government as much, but by the people's nationalism. So now there's people that were protesting against the government standing in the squares during the bombings all together with the ones that are very conservative and pro-government. So in that sense, that loosening of their power structure, I think internally is strengthening again. And I think for Iran and against everything it's up against, it might not be for the worst. That might be for the best. But it's crazy that their plans and all the costs that they're taking on, and the West and everybody else is taking on because of this war. It's actually, I think, in the long run, going to benefit Iran a lot more than the West.
And that's a good thing, right?
Definitely.
I'm so glad you said
definitely.
that. I'm so glad you're not like that guy who came on just a little while ago with, oh, I'm really worried about what country they're going to regime change next and what they're going to do and all of this and all of that. But I'm not picking either side to win. It's like, well, how does that even make sense? That recruitment
No. There's
consultant
a
for Zayas.
clear good and a clear evil in this situation.
I didn't hear you on my way. Are you living in Iran, or do you go there, or are you out?
No, my family moved us here to the U.S. when we were young, and kind of reestablished us here mainly because my brother needed medical attention. So we figured the best doctors were here. And at that time, there was the Iran-Iraq war, and I was about to become, the age that for
Yeah.
mandatory. So, as parents, they thought it was best to kind of move here, and it was horrible. My mom was crying every night for like 5, 6 years, because from being away from family, the adaptation to the West was not
Yeah.
easy. But even though I lived before that, we lived in India for a few years because of my parents' work. So I only lived in Iran till I was 8, but it was very, very, like, impactful, and it was during the time that the war was happening. So I got to see and feel the mentality and the nationalism and the mindset, and how the unity came together during that time. I've studied it and watched that from far away this whole time. I visited a few times, have a lot of family there. But yeah, I'm definitely, I feel like these idiots that are cheering on war against Iran and against their homeland are they're a minority, but they just have a loudspeaker. But majority, even the ones in Iran that were protesting, are now unified behind the government, and seeing the sacrifices the government is making to protect the people and protect the country. I don't think the West and Zionists understand this mentality and this mindset, and they don't know that they're strengthening Iran with what they're doing. They're not weakening it.
Well said, man. I sympathize with everything you went through. I mean, it's like all of us went through the same thing in a different way. We can't compare, of course, some more than others, and some with more hurt and pain. But wow, what a story, man! I commend you, and I hope you get to go back home with the liberated Iran, and get to get back to your roots, like we all want to get back to our roots, and enjoy our family homes, and share and unite with each other and travel to each other's countries without having to feel like you're controlled all the time, because before, back in the day, in the Caliphate's time, there, and even in Islam, there is no borders, there is no taxes, there was none of that. But I mean, obviously we're never going to get to that, but hopefully, I mean, we all get to go back and visit each other's countries, and then break bread together. I mean, your story is inspiring, man. Much love, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But right back at you. But yeah, and just to add to that, I'm in here in the US. I met my wife, and she's actually from Belarus, Russian, and we have 2 children now. And for neither one of us, living here and being in this Western culture resonates. So we were actually traveling, looking for a place to relocate. We loved Spain, but are still, like, before this war and this craziness, one of the places high on our chart was Iran, actually, as a family, moving back. So it's heartbreaking to see what's happening right now, but I know deep inside that Iran is going to come out better and stronger from this. So that's my wish.
Yeah, when they're out. That's so nice. On my own path, did you think about moving to Russia if she's originally
No,
from
no,
Belarus?
she's from Belarus. Yeah, we visited Belarus, but no, I feel, no, she doesn't like the living in Belarus as much. Not just because, opportunity wise, and education opportunities for the kids, the level and all that is not on the same standard like in Iran. There's a top STEM, graduate country in the world, one of the top STEM graduate countries, engineering, science, all these different things are very focused in Iran. I even have family, some cousins and stuff that became doctors and engineers in Iran, and then moved out to the West, and have very, very high salaries and great compensation. But it's sad that their mentality is that when they have a choice, they leave, like, the hand that fed them, who educated them, and who made them who they are. As a kid, being 10 years old, I didn't have a choice what my family decided to do, and I understand what the decisions were, because at that time, as a parent. But yeah, I don't know. Russia never. I think Spain was at the top. Even Mexico was is on the top three, and Iran, is a dream one on that list as well. But those would probably be the top: Spain, Mexico, or Iran.
May God make it possible for you and your family to safely move to Iran when it's safe for you all, and when Iran literally has its freedom from this terrorist, you know, Israel and
Amen.
America, these
Amen.
terrorist nations, and it has its sovereignty. Yeah, I really appreciate you coming up, and you're welcome on the panel anytime. It's nice to hear that
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been listening to
you
you guys
were,
for a long time.
your
That's why I just got a chance to
family
get on here.
relocated
But
you when you were so young.
yeah, and the whole time, even up to now I'm 47. I never. Yeah, sorry. I don't. Just one last thing. I said up to now, even that I'm 47. I still don't feel like I fit in the West. But yeah. So that's why I think we're looking for a place that's aligned more with us as a family now.
I hear you. I hear you, because do you know what? I mean, I love my country. This is the only home that right? Is where you're born, where you're raised, where your family's from, where your origins from, where your roots are from, England. But over the last 2 years, I feel like I don't belong here. And I've questioned myself, why? Is it because I'm a Muslim that I don't belong here? And I don't think it's that. I think it's just because I just cannot stand what this country has become part of on its foreign policy and where it's going. And I can see where it's going, and it's going to be dire where England's going. And I don't want to be a part of that. So yeah, it's
Where would
hard.
you
Yeah,
think of where would you think
yeah,
of locating,
I
Beatrice, if you had options? Like what I'm sure you've thought of it. Where what are the options for you?
Well, what they were 3 months ago, they are no longer. So I think I'm gonna have to go back to this drawing board, Brother Omar. To be honest with you, like my family is spread out all over the world anyway. Some of them are, in the Far East, some are in the Middle East and stuff, and like my parents travel a lot. So I don't know. I
I mean,
mean,
I hear Jordan's very
I don't
safe.
know.
You're welcome here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll listen to the boom
guys,
boom
I'm
with you
sorry. I have to run,
as
but
well. Well,
thank you so much.
on my Sorry, did you want to say something else before you jumped off? Because I know you were about to say something.
I was just gonna say, like, you said
Uh, uh,
you're Muslim, and the 2 years, only the past 2 years you felt. I think what connects us all is our humanity. Is not, it doesn't align with our humanity anymore. It's not even about religion. It's just being human, and the goodness in most people doesn't align with the direction the West and these people and Zionism is taking the world, and that's why this discomfort, being in the middle of it, there's discomfort and there's misalignment. And it's because I'm not really a practicing Muslim, but still it doesn't align with my humanity. I think it's deeper than just religion. But I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much for the space. I'll be back when I have time to listen more and learn more from you guys.
Thank you so much, and we've learned a lot from you as well. And you're welcome back anytime. I wish you a good day, and I wish the best for you and your family. And you're always welcome on the panel. Let's go to, and yeah, inevitable. If you put your hand up, and Omar and I were talking about where to move, I ain't moving to China. I did like China. I have been there, but I ain't moving to China. But go ahead.
Oh no, I that's so funny. No, I wasn't. Well,
She
look.
got you, bro. She got you.
No, that's and I wish I thought of it now, but no, okay, okay. Well, look, I'll look. My sales pitch is gonna be way more. It'll be way less overt, trust me. But I'll get you in China somehow. I just have to figure it out. But no, like no, I just kind of wanted to and I wanted to wait till you guys are done with that too, just because that it's news basically. But I keep getting like messages about obviously the strike that the U.S. And Israel did on Iran, on the facility. That's the one that I literally just talked about like 30 minutes ago, the one that they share with Qatar. And apparently, Qatar issued a statement saying that this was a dangerous and irresponsible escalation. I saw it on the Times of Israel. So this is like, I think the first time that Qatar has outright kind of said, "Hey, the West, like you guys really fucked up," or something. But the other thing that is clear is like this is the world's largest natural gas field, right? This is the world's largest natural gas field that U.S. and Israel just hit, and Iran by the threats which you just read, Beatrix. Uh, 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 I don't know if anything kind of, but yeah, the threat that or rather what you just read, Beatrix, about Iran telling everybody in the UAE, Qatar, and who was it? It was another one. It was the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. They've warned everybody to evacuate the petrochemical plants, and specifically they said evacuate all petrochemical plants, and that includes the ones in Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has the biggest petrochemical complex in the world, like the biggest in the world, and the one in Yanbu is on the western side, near the Red Sea, which easily can receive a direct hit. And I'm wondering if they're going to activate the Houthis or if they're just going to do it themselves. Either way, if all of those do get hit, and it seems like it's almost certain that one of them will, that is going to be by far the biggest energy escalation that we've seen in this war. Like this is something that should be. This is kind of pan-shittingly scary. Even if no matter what side you're on, this is crazy. This is a huge deal.
Okay, it seems that Beatrix is having an issue with coming up as a co-host. I see her coming up as a listener. Yes, she's now. Okay. Okay. So in the meanwhile,
Hello.
I can talk about the. Yeah, I can address the point which we were discussing with Andrew, and you could not hear me very well. So is this okay, Beatrix, or?
Yeah, I was just showing the Boom Boom television. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh my
Okay.
God, guys, we had a major.
Cannot hear you, Beatrix.
Yeah, she's got.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah,
space is kind of glitching. It's
yeah,
glitching for me
Beatrix,
too in the space.
you're cutting out a lot.
Still cannot hear you, Beatrix.
Inevitable.
I don't know if
I don't know if you can hear me, but I was looking at the price of oil earlier today, and it was sitting about $94. Now I went to sleep, woke up, and I was reading the news about the alert that was sent out to the Saudi Arabia and UAE. I checked the price of oil, went up to $97. It's gone up to 97. I don't know whether it's a coincidence or I've missed something, but
the fact that it's even under 100 is insane.
it
It
is,
is
isn't it?
absolutely
It
insane.
It's at
is.
104 now, though.
You said it's at 104 now.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. But you're talking about Brent, right?
Now no, I'm talking about oil. I'm not talking about Brent.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
But yeah, the fact that it's under 100 at the moment, there's definitely manipulation in the market with the amount of oil that they're what's called they're sort of gouging the market with.
What is your source so that we can also follow?
What in terms of the
Oil
price,
price. Oil
oil price?
price, yeah.
I look at P500. It's an app. It gives you all the market prices.
And it's what's the name of it? It's oil. It's not Brent, you
It's
said,
just
but
called,
it's
yeah, it's just called oil. Yeah, you can look up Brent as well. I mean, Brent does have an effect on the market as well, but I generally
yeah.
look at oil.
Oh my God, guys, I'm back. Is Andrew back yet? Do you know what happened? Literally, the space got kicked. And let me have a look, right? We lost 800 people all in one go.
Well, oops.
Wow, what the hell?
Beatrix,
Yeah.
one of
800
my
people
questions. Yeah.
all. Sorry, I don't know who's talking. This is really annoying because I've joined from the web and I'm just going to have to mute everybody otherwise because I can't do it individually. If I keep moving around on the web, it starts crackling. And I tried to join from the app 3 times. I can't. So, guys, let's just have a little bit of decorum. Let's just not talk over each other, please. This is really hard. Until Suleiman comes, I'm just going to have to manage it like this. And the alternative is we shut the space, and we don't want to do that, right? So I can't join from the app. 800 people dropped all in one go. This is what I was trying to say when I came up. Andrew was one of them. I'm trying to get Andrew up, and I don't think he's managed to make it up. And I don't want to go. Oh, shit! I don't want to go into DMs because on the app, it on the web. I mean, it just it starts crackling and it kicks you out. So, Brother Omar, can you message Andrew and just tell him he should have a mic in DMs already from before, and if he can join using that, that would be great.
I'm doing that as we speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so Conscious, you wanted to ask Andrew something. Andrew's not here, unfortunately. We all got kicked together. We lost like 800 people. The YouTube is still live though, guys, so you can go to YouTube if you're having problems here. Please do make your way over to YouTube. Let me just check YouTube's working. Yeah. Yeah, I see people already got thrown out of X and they went on YouTube. They're like complaining. They're saying Twitter's a mess. They got kicked out. That's crazy. Can you imagine what Elon's doing to our spaces? 800 people, over 800 people in one go. Whoosh. I managed to hear your sirens though. I managed to hear the boom, boom, boom in between trying to get up. You're so good. Where I got kicked out, right, I actually blame Inevitable, this Chinese thing that goes on, right? I said, we ain't moving to China. Don't even try it. I've been there, but I'm not moving there. Go ahead. And the minute I said that, we lost 800 people. So I'm looking at him in a whole different way now. I'm thinking, what's going on here? Yeah. I'm looking at him in a whole different way now. I'm thinking, what happened? I didn't even criticize China. I just said I don't want to move there. And look, he crashed our space. Never mind. Right, let's go to some of these hands of people I brought up. NPC, did you have your hand up, dear?
Yes. Can I make a recommendation, being that it's glitchy? Maybe we go by hands up, so that we're not talking over each other. And also, sorry, can you guys hear me? Because it's glitching out
Yeah,
on
we
me.
can,
Right.
we can hear you.
Yeah. Because it's crackling a lot from my end. I don't know if it's happening to you guys as well, but it just seems very, very glitchy at this point of time.
Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
glitchy as hell.
Yeah, I was talking to Inevitable about the price of oil, and I don't know if you heard, but when I read the alert that came from Iran to the Saudi and the Gulf states about hitting the oils, or I think the lube oils, I think it is. I checked the price, and earlier this morning it was about $94 on oil. It went up to 97. Now it's gone up to about $98. So if it does get a hit, you can almost see this go up to about 115 to 120 overnight.
Yeah, it should have
It's
already
going to
been there.
happen. You think Inevitable that it's being held down by Trump's lunatic statements and stuff that he's been making?
And they have other ways to keep the price down as well too, and certainly they can just buy contracts and force the price down, which of course they can't do forever, and that's not going to overcome. If anything, if you buy contracts and an event happens, it can easily spike it up, but they have levers of manipulation within the markets of oil, at least in the West, and just the divergence between the price of oil, in Asia versus how much it costs via spot, in the West is just it's glaring. Yeah, it's insane. Like just and mind you, it's deliberate. They attacked the biggest plant in the world, basically the biggest oil field, I should say, between Iran and Qatar, which is just unreal. And Qatar is even, I think, Beatrix, this is one thing that you might interest you, but Qatar spoke out and even said, like, hey, this was reckless and irresponsible. They just made that statement now. It's on the Times of Israel and I think CNN too. And so they're really upset about that Israeli. And it was apparently the Israelis who attacked it too. It wasn't the U.S. It was Israel who attacked that natural gas field. So I guess they're leaning into their role as the bad guy.
Um, can I just add to something to that? Sorry, I did have my hand up. Hopefully, I'm not speaking out of turn.
TT, can you just wait, please? Because I did want to comment on that. And we literally just heard how difficult this space is. I wanted to comment on that. And I wanted to welcome Andrew because he's been struggling to get up. Andrew, did you get kicked out? Can you hear us?
Yes, and not only kicked out, that I got a message that I had a bug in my X account. I cleared cache, and then it told me, nope, I've got to get out of the completely. I had to completely upload X again on my phone, and I'm having trouble logging on my laptop. But yeah, it was crazy. Basically, it said you can't even use X. Basically, it says you have a cache, clear cache. I did. Then now you cannot use X because X has a bug. And then it blanked. My entire screen went blank. I mean, my phone was like locked out. Seriously, locked out, black screen. I'm serious. It's crazy. I've never had that.
Same happened to me. I got kicked out, and that's when I noticed you weren't there. I couldn't join from my app. I've joined from the web. And listen, I just need to address something here, right? Where's it gone? Oh yeah, SMN7861 is saying on YouTube, oh no, Beatrix crashed the space again. Wait until Sully finds out. Listen, dude, I didn't crash no space. Space is still here. We just got crashed out. Andrew, we lost 800 people in one go with that crash. Me and you included.
Ooh. I'm telling you, they're doing everything. In fact, it's by God's grace we're able to go this long, honestly.
I think it's my fault for keep showing these boom booms and these sirens.
No. We're blaming inevitable. Inevitable is who I'm holding responsible anyway. I'm looking at him a whole different light at the moment, right? I said I didn't want to move to China, and man's crashes all out the space makes us lose 800 people. What's that about? Okay, let's go to Mr. P. Go ahead, then we go to Adriana and YK.
Oh, BT had something to say.
Oh, sorry. I thought my mic was unmuted. Inevitable or anybody else who wants to answer this question. So we were talking about energy earlier, and I just wanted to backtrack to that a little. So my thing was that oil isn't like the entire story here, and control. It's really about the control. So if Iran can disrupt the flow without fully stopping supply, does that mean control over uncertainty is now more powerful than control over oil itself? Are we kind of like entering an era where pricing power comes less from like production and more from like the ability to, I guess, destabilize choke points like the Hormuz? And then I guess the final part of that question would be if markets are reacting more to like risk premiums than actual shortages, who really controls the global energy right now? Is it the producers? Is it the militaries? Or are we talking insurers?
Yeah, they're all working together, as Simon clearly laid out, Mick, Fick. And just real quick, from a military standpoint, U.S. naval strategy based on all of our doctrine, all of our naval doctrine is based on choke points. 70% of the world is ocean. We have the major choke points. We plan, we strategize, we know how to block it, lock it, open it. But fear that God given. I mean, I'm talking a fear from. I can't describe the fear that merchants have, knowing that there are either a submerged threat or whatever the threat is comes from a naval force saying it's closed, it's open, it disrupts like you can't imagine, and it's a psychological warfare. That's what's being worked now. And I'll just say, when the U.S. Navy, when we did a sortie out of Bahrain, we basically said, we're out of here. This is Iran's playground. We're out of this playground because we can't sustain this playground. And that sent, to me personally, a shock. I mean, I was like, wow, this is getting real. And Iran has definitely they've got the control here in that playground. And they know how to use it, and they're using it.
Yeah, no, and to tack on that and to answer your question, the raw barrels of oil are secondary to who controls whether these barrels can actually move or even get insured and reach buyers. And obviously, like the levers of power, I think it sums down to, because it's not just one thing; it's kind of a stack, right? Like it's physical flow, right? Flow control, being choke points, like you've mentioned, in the military, have a huge influence. But obviously, insurers are a financial gatekeeper. The direct supply shock is going to be the first thing I'd say hinges on everything. Like 20 million barrels a day are trapped due to the Hormuz closure that took place, right? Because that's how many went through unabated in the first place, and that's just a direct supply shock. But the risk premiums that exist, means that even if some oil could theoretically move, the threat alone of any damage makes insurers and anybody else, like people who own ships and tankers, demand way higher premiums, unaffordable premiums, or just cancel the coverage outright, especially in wartime, which we are in. And that adds millions to the voyages of tankers, and becomes basically unprofitable if you are a ship owner in the first place. And if you're an insurer, then why the hell would you put any money in a ship that could just be blown up at any second, right? Why would you even cover that? It's like giving money away. And then and yeah, like the insurers have already they've already canceled war risk coverage for the entire Persian Gulf. And the single decision that took place like really early on stranded a lot of those tankers in the first place. And that's why Brent is up so high since the 28th of February. That's why futures are like pricing in basically $130 oil, and to 150 if the Red Sea is closed by the Houthis as well. That Bab Mandab area as well. If the Houthis close that, right, the choke point weapon works for Iran because it triggers the insurance kill switch, which is a natural kill switch that would exist no matter what the political incentives are. And so you don't have to necessarily destroy the barrels. But now with the attacks directly on the petrochemical plants in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar, that's a perfect illustration of that control layer that Iran has. And they're not just going to, look, they could target just the barrels, right? They could, but they're going after the downstream infrastructure. The downstream infrastructure is what allows the Gulfs to still earn money, even if they have to reroute and use contingencies like Saudi Arabia basically was, planning on doing anyway, right? Because they have the contingency through the alternate pipelines that would lead down to, I think, towards Yanbu, I believe. So it's going after that downstream infrastructure that lets the Gulf states still earn money even if crude is rerouted. So combine that with the existing Hormuz closure, then this squeezes away every contingency that the Gulf exporters had left. And yeah, if the oil markets are going to respond to that in the way that they should, no matter how much you try to hold it down, you will see like short squeezes. You will see, the price jump. It's going to be, yeah, it's very concerning. That's for sure. But it's not. It's, by the way, it's something that you should have seen coming. Especially if you were in this space.
Can I make a bit of a dark prediction? I don't know if
Who, Tomo,
Oh,
give
that
it a
answers your
second, please,
question.
because let me just go to somebody's hand.
sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
inevitable. Thank you for the response. Yeah, I was gonna expand on that a
Is
little,
anybody
but
there?
I hope other people can go first.
Yeah, can you hear? Can you hear me?
We
I
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So okay, guys. So thanks for that, Mr. P. Good question, and thanks, Inevitable, for answering it. Let me go to Conscious. Do you want to talk, and then we go to Adriana, then we come to you, Thamam. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, excellent. I hope, Andrew, you can hear me well now. So I wanted to address your experience in Beijing, and I have had similar encounter in a delegation, aerospace governmental delegation to the east, which went to China, India, and other countries. And I asked the question, uh, why are we outsourcing all of these things, including digital stuff? So the answer I received is, if you cannot beat them, meet them. But my point is not really only that. After what happened, that China built excellent infrastructure and skills in aerospace, and they started themselves making the planes which they were buying from Bombardier.
Conscious, this isn't really, you've got a lot of background noise. It's not really. Do you want to just wait until you get back somewhere where it's quiet?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, because it's really noisy, and I'm on the web, so it's really noisy. Let's go to Adriano.
Yeah, thanks, Beatrix. This is like a piece of news that I wanted to give when you were giving yourself the news, and I'm sorry for interrupting with the microphone. And it's not related to the oil price, but basically, I saw a post from Rick Sanchez this morning saying the Trump administration's message to journalists is simple. Yeah.
So sorry about that.
No worries, but Andrew, he was in a really noisy place. So I've asked him to just get into a quieter place and come back. But guys, listen, a lot of people just got kicked from the panel again. I saw Inevitable was in listeners and Andrew. If you get kicked from the panel, just request again. And on the web, I can see, I'm just trying not to move around a lot on the web with the interface, because I can see mic requests, but then it starts crackling if I move around too much on it. So I will bring you up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this space. When Suleiman comes back, we'll make sure that he resets it. It's still running from his device. So sorry about that, Adriano. Go ahead. Please start again, though, what you
Yeah,
were
no
saying.
problem. And it's exactly related to what we're seeing right now with the space. It's a news. It's a post that I saw from this guy called Rick Sanchez, and it quotes: "The Trump administration's message to journalists is simple: criticize the war, lose your license. The FCC, which is the Federal Communication Commission, is now signaling that coverage they don't like could cost broadcaster their right to air." So my question to you guys was going to be: have you felt pressure and disruptions, etc.? And then boom, this thing hit us. So my high recommendation, if you're not, I hope you're already done doing this, is to start really decentralizing your broadcast, Rumble, Telegram, etc. If you're not already doing that. And I wonder what's going on on YouTube. Are you seeing disruptions there too?
Yeah, we are. Just give me that quote again really quickly, please, Adriano, then I'll answer your question. What was that quote
Red
precisely?
alert, the national counter, sorry. That's the wrong one. Right here. Rick Sanchez, he put a post 7 hours ago. The Trump administration's message to journalists is simple: criticize the war, lose your license. The FCC is now signaling that coverage they don't like could cost broadcaster their right to air.
And who reported this?
Rick Sanchez, and he's got 162,000 followers, and I've been following him.
Well, it sounds like something like Trump would do. That's crazy. Like, how are you even going and pointing a finger at any other country, calling it a democracy when this is going down in your own backyard?
Well, look at your country,
That's crazy.
Beatrix, and I'm so sad because I lived 2.5 years in London. That's where I learned. I went to courses when I was a teenage to take English courses in London. My aunt and my uncle had a summer course. They were, sponsoring summer courses from Italians going to London. And I just can't recognize the UK in terms of also speech control. And I literally, I don't travel. I would love to visit the UK again, but I don't even dare. I might be arrested at the border.
Now, you won't be arrested, but there's not much left here actually to visit, to be honest. So I'd save your money and go somewhere nicer. I love my country, but it is a little bit going through a tough patch. Do you know what I mean? It is, and it's not going to get better for a while. So yeah, there are far more beautiful places in the world that I've been to. I mean, London's beautiful, and I love England, and there's so many beautiful places, and the people are wonderful, but it's getting very toxic these days. It's getting very toxic. So yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, so to answer your question, on YouTube, yeah, we do have problems on YouTube. So what happens is the sound goes on YouTube on the stream just completely. And then when the sound goes, because it's being run from a studio in Florida, I'm in London, right? If Suleiman's not there, I dread it when he goes. When he goes and the sound goes, because what used to happen was most of our regulars on YouTube kind of understand, but then some others would be like a couple of days ago it went down and they were like, oh my God, the chick doesn't understand tech. Tell Suleiman not to leave a chicken's charge. Why can't she fix the sound? This is a lame excuse. And I'm like, what? I'm not in Florida. I'm in London. So then he's now got somebody in the UK to make sure, because for him it's really important that the news gets out, the discussion gets out, what we're talking about here, people learn and understand and appreciate, and they get a different perspective on things. So when the sound goes on YouTube, it really impacts us because he wants people to be able to hear it. And X is very bad for us. It's great, but it's very bad. You've seen what happens, right? Andrew gets kicked out. I get kicked out. I can't even see mic requests normally. It's awful. So we put YouTube on so listeners have a better experience. And if they're not able to listen there, then it's a really bad thing. So now he's asked somebody from his team to be on call in the UK, which is going to cost him more, obviously, but it is what it is, so that I can contact them and say, you need to fix this. And they've got a connection to the system in Florida, so they can do it. So yeah, that's where we're at. So Adrian, you're right. And you know what? This was never going to be free speech. The minute Elon came on, people say it was bad under Jack Dorsey. I was never shadow banned under Jack Dorsey. I used to do my spaces on Palestine under Jack Dorsey. And Jack Dorsey started spaces, right? It wasn't Elon. The spaces were here before Elon bought the app. So, and not much has changed on spaces apart from the fact that the quality and the stability of them has got a lot worse. They were very stable under Jack Dorsey. We didn't used to have all this rubbish. But thanks. Appreciate that, Adriano.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's go to... No, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to Geo Nobody.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to ask, you know how Spain expelled the ambassador and Iran said whoever expels the American or Israeli ambassador gets free access to the strait. If Spain like buys oil or gas in bulk and ships it to Spain, could they potentially be like I don't know how to say it, like could they give Europe gas and oil through like Spanish flagged ships, or would that be like illegal or something?
The details would be laid out clearly, and believe me, they've laid the details out. And I doubt, well, we know that wouldn't be included, meaning you can be the conduit for Europe. It would defeat the whole purpose.
Oh, okay. That's just what I wanted to ask. But thanks, Andrew.
We can look at history on the blockades. There were several blockade runners. We have, well, just go. Oh my dear Lord, you can go back to how the Royal Navy in England used their blockades, how the French tried to use them, how we used them in American. Well, go back even in ancient history, how the Greek Navy, that's the Greek Navy, the Aegeans established a navy, gave them dominance. And when the Persians figured that out, they were playing catch up. And believe me, the Persians figured that out quickly. But blockades are extremely effective, and that's what we're seeing here.
But you know what? Russia did this, right? So what happened was when they put sanctions on Russia, Russia sold its oil to India. This is after the Russia-Ukraine war, so it's recent that I'm talking about. And then India, they sold it cheap to India, right? And then India, being India, put a massive markup on it and sold it back to us in Europe and America. So we bought the Russian oil, but a much more inflated price. And then our countries were like, yeah, but we put those sanctions on Russia, though, didn't we? And I'm like, are you stupid? You're buying the same oil and you're paying extra for it. Like, that's got to be the really dumbest move, because you think you're hurting Russia. Russia's still getting rid of its oil and gas. We're just paying a fortune for it. India's making a ton of money on it. It's the same product, right? Inevitable. That happened. It wasn't covered in mainstream media, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. They tried to pretend it wasn't happening for a while, and Trump and those behind Trump were the ones who mainly called India out for it because India, he put the pressure mainly on India, by the way, not even Europe, because if he put the pressure on Europe, then he would have to acknowledge how the U.S.'s complicity in the energy crisis that's going on in Europe, right? They would have to start to sort of look in the mirror, especially because he's been the main guy negotiating the war. Europe doesn't want to leave the war with Russia. Don't get me wrong. However, I don't think Trump would have addressed Europe directly. I think by addressing India and putting the pressure on them, it sort of stops the spigot. And now it's hilarious because Russia is charging a premium to the oil that they sell to India. They're selling India oil at a premium as opposed to the discount that they used to have. So that's what you get.
Yeah, exactly. But to answer, I agree with Andrew on this. I don't think Spain would do it. And the reason I don't think Spain would do it is because I think Spain's, well, certainly the current leader is quite principled, isn't he? He's not like freaking Modi. You know what I mean? He's done this out of principle. He's expelled the ambassador. He spoke up against the genocide. He's tried to be as principled as possible. Said that no arms can be shipped to Israel, tried to get out of the contracts that they had. So I don't think, I agree with Andrew, I don't think he'll do it. And I think even if he did, and I don't think he's going to get the oil because you have to expel the Israeli and American ambassador, and I don't believe he's expelled the American one, number one. And number two, I think he's going to stay quite united with Europe. But I'll tell you something, right? I had this really frightening thought, was kind of frightening, yeah. So what's going to happen, and I feel like this is by design, right? What's going to happen is Trump is going to pull out of NATO, which we expect him to anyway, because like literally we were fighting America's war against Russia and now they're not interested in it. They just want, like, they're not interested in it anymore. So they don't need NATO. So what I think is going to happen is you've already seen it. Keir Starmer's making statements and I think France or Germany were making similar statements that they're going to invest a lot more in their defense budget. So we're going to have a fully militarized Europe and UK, well prepared for war. And where the military industrial complex goes and does its business, that is the region that's going to be the most turbulent, the most violent. They're all increasing their military budgets massively. Like, I don't know what they're planning, but it is a scary thought. So that I do think is going down here.
Oh, can I add to like the Europe themselves? If I were Europe, I would first of all I would get rid of those bans on importing Iranian oil. Right, I would just completely get rid of those bans, totally, like just straight up. And I think maybe Iran is probably going to hold those bans over most of European ships to begin with. They're probably like they might sell to Spain, but Spain would be the only one. And if they do sell to Spain, right, if they make that a condition, then Spain would be taking back Iranian oil to Europe, who is not allowed to even use it or buy it. But at the end of the day, yeah, like I think to your point, like if I were Europe, I would remove those sanctions. I would just not abide by them anymore after the way that Trump has screwed everything. Not just Trump, obviously, but the United States and Israel have screwed everything up. I would just stop the EU blockage to begin with, and then look, comply, sure, but if you're going to militarize, you need oil. You cannot go into an oil crisis while you're militarizing. It's like the worst thing that you can possibly do. And unfortunately, they're being forced to do it. And they're being forced to do it for this war. It's like it's just so backwards. That's yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna.
Guys, are you seeing what's happening with the oil price right now? Has anyone discussed it?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's going to 110
Yeah.
after the
well, it's going
strike.
to 110. And did you discuss the fact they hit the gas fields in Iran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. The biggest one
Yeah.
in the world, by the way.
So they're basically going to they're going to retaliate throughout the region, obviously, as a result of this, and it's going to send the prices skyrocketing even further. This is a whole narrative. I'm sorry, it's disgusting. This narrative about all this being orchestrated. You have basically a bunch of Jews in Tel Aviv that are deciding to burn the whole world down with them. This is what's happening right now. They can't take the fact that they are hated everywhere in the world, that everyone wants their destruction, and that they are going to eat each other alive. So they want to burn the whole world down with them. This is the Samson option right now. As literally, They want the whole world economy to be destroyed. They want everything to just become chaos and anarchy, and that's what we're dealing with. It's just 109 now. 109 is gone up to right now.
Did you hear the statement that they made? Iran made to the countries, to the Arab countries, when they told them about when they told the people to move out away from the oil facilities that they were going to hit.
Yeah, I've read that.
Brother Hassan.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah.
They're basically calling the leaders out now, aren't they? Openly saying, look, you know, they're being subservient to their masters out there when they should actually be putting their people first.
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides. There's only two sides now. That's it.
That's really telling. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar being those countries, maybe those are the countries that Iran were subtly calling out just the other day. Maybe we found our answer, Beatrix. Maybe those are the ones who have to be side-eyed the most.
Maybe the King of Jordan's making things move in Qatar.
Yeah, I agree, inevitable. I definitely thought he was calling out Saudi, but yeah. Jill, nobody jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because like, have you guys seen the influencers in Dubai and the UAE saying the UAE is safer than London after 9 p.m. Like, it's just a lot of cope, because if your country's safe, your airport wouldn't be bombed, your airspace wouldn't be closed like 5 times throughout the day. You wouldn't even see a missile in the air if your country's safe.
I mean, saying it's safer than London is not exactly a benchmark that you'd want to use, is it? Most places are probably safer than London after 9 p.m. Do you know what I mean? Like, why
Exactly.
not choose somewhere that, like, do you know, that's just like pathetic. They think people are going to fall for that. And that's ridiculous. And if it was so safe, people would be able to get flights out there and get flights
Exactly.
out of there. Why is there no flights running in and out of there then? What's the point of telling us?
You know,
That's
they're desperate
mental.
when they say everyone is Emirati. Because before, the way they used to treat the South Asians, and now they're saying you're one of us, this and that. It's a whole 180. But I'm expecting something big on Eid
Yeah.
Day though, because we saw something big on the Al-Qud today. I don't know if we'll see something big on Eid.
What do you mean big, as in from Iran?
Yeah, something symbolic.
I don't know, you know. I think that Israel is likely to do that ruin any religious holiday or anything like that. They always start their beef first of Ramadan, don't they?
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, didn't Sinwar as well die on Ramadan? Or am I mistaken?
What'd you say?
But didn't Sinwar die on Ramadan as well, or am I mistaken?
I don't know. Are you talking about the Supreme Leader Khamenei?
Oh no, Yahya Sinwar in Gaza when he got martyred.
Yeah. No, I don't know if he died in Ramadan actually, because they said he hadn't eaten for 3 days. I mean, Gaza was exceptional, wasn't it? Gaza just went right the way through for 2.5 years straight, every single day, every single night, every single hour of every single day.
Yeah,
So that just didn't stop for them, you know?
exactly.
They're warmongers. It just didn't stop for them. That was the most horrific thing we've lived through, actually. And that's why the world is actually now supporting Iran, to be honest. They thought they'd be able to make it all about Iran supported the resistance and therefore they're a terrorist group. And now the world's like, yeah, well, we don't care. We like the resistance because they stood against your evil, you know, terrorism that you do across the world. So, own goal. It's an own goal. And their leaders are so spineless. They're sat around, God knows where, in what bunker, while they're sending 19-year-olds to their death. I think it's about time Israeli people woke up to what Zionism is and started taking their bloody country back, to be honest.
But that video,
Instead we ain't putting up with it.
that video of Netanyahu and the ambassador Huckabee, I saw he was wearing
It's AI.
trainers. He wasn't wearing his suit shoes, because I checked all of his posts, especially the ones when he meets the ambassador. He's always dressed fully formal. He doesn't wear trainers. And then It's just a bit odd.
Well, it's AI, but if it wasn't, it's probably got trainers on so that you can run out of any situation. Do you know what I mean? He needs to be able to run and run fast. You don't know what's going to go down with him. He doesn't know who's going to come at him from where. This man is never going to be able to live. This is what I console myself with. A day of peace ever in any country, ever, is always going to have to be in hiding for the rest of his life, wherever he goes, no matter which country he goes to. The only place he's going to be able to live in peace and not be harmed is within the walls of the White House. That's it. That's it. Apart from that, not a second's peace will he have for the rest of his life.
He's got a key to the
And
White House, no?
yeah, he has. He gets his washing done there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like literally, like I'm sorry, but how is it that they literally said in the media that he brings his dirty washing to the White House, and the White House staff have to do his and his wife's dirty washing, and you still got some Americans saying, "Nah, but we're not occupied. No, but we're not occupied." It's like, hello. You do that dirty washing in your White House, in your like literally, no, but we're not occupied. Okay. I mean, at least like I think that in the UK we know we're fully occupied. Do you know what I mean? Fully occupied. I was saying this yesterday, wasn't I? That Rishi Sunak was made to come outside the 10 Downing Street on the night that Yahya Sinwar died. He was, and you can tell he was made to come out. He's like really short anyway, and he had to stand at that podium. And basically, the essence of his message was, guys, can you stop basically like immortalizing Yahya Sinwar, yeah, because it's not good. Can you stop doing these posts about him on social media? He wasn't a good guy. I want you to remember he wasn't a good guy. And I was like, why would you even do that? Like, this country is on fire, and that's the thing you come out and make a statement about? Somebody who got killed in another country that people are giving condolences to? So, like, I think in the UK, people care less, to be honest, and they just carried on. And he made a statement. He went in knowing that people are just going to carry on. And that was the end of that. But we know we're occupied. You know what I mean? There's no denial of it.
Yeah, I think the older generation, they knew quite for a while. But us, like the younger generation now, I think they're starting to wake up because, like, on TikTok, even on Twitter, Instagram, and everything, everyone's making like the big Yahoo jokes. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, but like implying that he controls the world and like he does his dirty crimes under Washington's name. I think like spaces like this, it wakes people up, you know? Because like before October 7th, I knew what Palestine was, of course, but I didn't know what was going on until like October 7th, and I was listening to your spaces and everything. So it's a good space to have.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Geo Nobody. And we appreciate having you on the panel as well. Let's go to thermonomics. And let me see, because I can see mic requests here as well. I'll bring people up. Go ahead, thermonomics. And guys, if you glitch out, just 1 second, sorry, thermonomics. If you glitch out of the space, if you get booted, like Andrew and even Inevitable have done, just request again and we'll bring you right back up. It's really bad, this space. Go ahead, thermonomics.
Yes, thank you. So I unfortunately agree with Hassan. Um, I think that actually the Strait of Hormuz might be irrelevant soon because I think all the oil infrastructure is going to get taken out. And that's really dark and crazy. But I just, at this point, after what just happened, I don't see it going any other way because I think at this point, Trump will not be able to make any deal because he's just stuck where he can't quit because he'll look like a loser. And because he can't quit, he has no leverage over Israel at all anymore to threaten to pull out. And they are going to target more and more Iranian oil and gas because their only goal is to destroy Iran's economy and collapse the country. And they know Iran will take out Gulf oil in response. And if you really think about it, most of the Arabian Peninsula is part of Greater Israel. And so, what better way to kind of clear the place out than to just completely destroy their economies? I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. This is just a hunch. I don't have any evidence. But it's weird. It's like I'm just envisioning it like it's going to happen.
There's no other way other than escalation and doubling down now for Trump, because he will not accept defeat. And he is defeated in terms of his strategic objectives, so he has to keep gambling more. It's the sunk cost fallacy. Really is that simple. Doesn't need much analysis, doesn't need much intelligence. War will go on and it will escalate and will bring about destruction to the whole world. It is what it is.
Yeah, they're really.
Just one second. I just want to come back to you on that inevitable. I'm going to give the mic right back to you. I went to YouTube to see what the comments were. An outdoor tech rec guy 1029. Thank you to your level 1 membership. Welcome. Appreciate your support. So O Hen is saying the Strait of Hormuz is still relevant even if they take out the oil infrastructure. So yeah, pass it to you with that inevitable.
Yeah, I can see how, just because of the the non-oil, non-petrochemicals, sort of like the fertilizer, for example, that comes out of Qatar, for example. I think that's probably one of the biggest basis for why it's not just going to be about oil, but so rather, the Strait of Hormuz is still a factor because they still need the Strait of Hormuz to be able to export that. But the UAE also has like no contingency other than the Strait of Hormuz too. And I think it's not just the UAE but Qatar. See, Saudi Arabia has a contingency. Saudi Arabia has, sort of like a pipeline that can go towards the east towards Yanbu, and of course they can use the Red Sea, or at least they could theoretically, until that gets neutralized. And obviously, if and when that takes place, that's a real rough situation for them. But just in terms of who's exposed and who's not, like, I think the UAE and I think Qatar too are the most exposed due to their lack of alternatives, and it's rough. Like, there's not much they can do. There's not much they can do. And look, if you're in their position, you need to make the right decision. You need to come together as a GCC, and really, what I'm hoping is side against the U.S. and side against Israel in this whole operation, right? And call out the atrocities for what they are, for once. Um, but obviously, that's just wishful thinking. So I didn't mean to make that too long, but yeah, go ahead.
So I guess my thing though is like for fertilizer, you need hydrocarbons to synthesize it, right? And so if all of the energy infrastructure is taken out, then I don't even really see how you make more fertilizer. As far as the pipeline to the Red Sea, I mean, you need to be pulling oil out in order to even put it in the pipeline. I guess it's relevant just in terms of, imports for the Gulf. But as far as like the whole, chokehold on the global economy, that's more what I was talking about. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be missing
No, I think you
something.
make a good point. I think I think a lot of what you said is true. I don't see anything glaringly wrong at all with what you said. I think the strait was, and like Simon even says before too, the world is going to begin to form hedges and consistencies when all of this is over, whenever that may be. And upon those hedges and contingencies, they'll move away from the straight. They'll have to, I think. And obviously the GCC can control how much of a decline in importance that they eventually have, right? If Iran and the GCC ended up a formalized unified coalition, especially as a part of BRICS, and really like were able to establish themselves as one unit, then yeah, the region in itself would be salvageable and certainly profitable, especially if it's under a strong BRICS coalition. But if the GCC can't be trusted to, one, move in unison, and two, um, really have like security assurances that are formed out beyond the United States and Israel, if they can't form those security assurances and those infrastructure assurances, if they can't be considered worthy investments, and if they can't continue to build upon the Belt and Road Initiative, then there's nothing there. There's nothing there. They're screwed, and it's their fault.
I
Look, Minister Wang Yi, he's a way higher position than because look, now he's meeting with who was it? It was someone from the UAE, right? But it wasn't their main foreign minister at all. It wasn't like a head guy whatsoever. Minister Wang Yi from China is literally like meeting the presidential special envoy of the UAE, and it's like, okay, well, dude, if you're the UAE, you send the like top guy, dude. You don't send like an envoy that's specified for China, right? China is literally putting everything they can into getting the GCC situated and coordinated and getting them on the right agenda, obviously, which is to decouple and denounce the U.S. and Israeli, hostilities, and move closer as a unified front with BRICS and Belt and Road. And they're not. They're just not. They're obviously not cooperating the way they need to, especially if Iran is right about how like a few countries are encouraging these attacks from the GCC. Yeah, if that's what's happening, then they're screwing everything up, and their children's children are going to despise them for it. That's the reality.
at this point too, I think they might actually even join the war if it goes down this way, because at that point it's like I mean it's not to say that it's not their fault, but Iran does sort of become an existential threat for their countries. Um, so yeah, I could see that happening too.
It seems like they're making a gamble on the U.S. and Israel military-industrial complex. It seems like they're, obviously, and look, their decisions are not going to be uninformed decisions, right? They have their level of intelligence, they have they have their communications, and they have their own incentives as well. And it's not a domination of one, right? It's going to be multiple factors that go into their ultimate decision making. And if Saudi Arabia and the UAE, for example, end up just siding with, and if it's true that they are encouraging these attacks on Iran's infrastructure, as well as Qatar, which would be stupid of Qatar to do that since it's their shared oil field, but be that as it may, if they're buying the promise, then essentially what they're buying is the belief in the collapse of the IRGC. They're buying the sale. They're buying what's being sold from Israel and the United States, which is that the IRGC is weak. They're being spied on. They're being infiltrated. They're being monitored. They're able to be taken out. Hey, look, we just took out three of their top guys in the last like few days. That's their selling point. Is, oh well, look at all we've done. Look at all we've accomplished. Yeah, we have them cornered. Yeah, they're not going to be able to sustain their banking system. They're not going to be able to pay their guys. There are defections all over the place. And these are things that Israel and the United States have published and put to the forefront, for quite some time. In addition, now obviously, in addition with their selling point of a weakened IRGC, they're trying to form this multinational invasion, right? And obviously, if you hit oil fields and if you compromise the oil infrastructure, then you're going to hurt nations across the world. You're gonna hurt Europe. You're gonna hurt Asia, and in Europe's case especially, it may be easy for the UK and France to say, "Nah, we're not gonna do it now, right? We're not gonna send warships now." But in 3 months, you might be inclined. You may very well be inclined when the oil prices are so high and when the trust is so low and the certainty is so low, and maybe there's a false flag or two that takes place. You might be inclined to, okay, well, look, now we have to form this sort of allied power to invade Iran, right? This is their narrative. This is their rhetoric. Clearly, it's not holding up all the way. You've got guys like Joe Kent, and other guys who are just quitting and dropping out and saying, "Hey, this is bullshit. We can't do this. This is not going to work." Right? This is just a fool's errand, and they're still doing it. And so if the GCC is going along with that, then they're taking a bet. They're taking a bet, and if they lose, if they're wrong, they will pay for it for generations and generations. Their children's children will rue the day of their births. That's just the truth. They will regret it. Yeah, man. they'll lose everything. And for what? To comply with a world order that was falling anyway? It's nonsense.
Jump in, TT.
Hey, I just wanted to add, I know Inevitable kind of touched on this, but the Pars gas field that they attacked today is actually a joint venture between Iran and Qatar. And that's a huge deal, right? You're talking about something that is now impacting Qatar, even though they've sort of not condemned anything. They're now doing it because the war is at their doorstep. It's impacting them. It's impacting their facilities, their livelihood, and 80% of their, apparently, according to statistics, 80% of their revenues, their governmental revenues, comes from that gas field. And the thing is, I think if it gets to a point where, you know, you're attacking these gas fields and they go down, it takes a really long time to repair and start again, as in to do the startup, the turnaround. So it's not a small deal, as in they've also attacked one of the biggest refineries in Iran this morning, which is Assaluya, and that was built by Iranians in Iran. And it's actually a source of pride for Iranian engineering, because all of these facilities and all of these oil and gas infrastructure was built under sanctions. So a lot of the sort of oil and gas infrastructure that you see in the Persian Gulf that are not Iranian, they've been built by foreign companies. So you've got Chevron in the area, you've got ExxonMobil, you do have like Qatar Energy, you do have Aramco that builds their own facilities, but a lot of their technology and a lot of the things that they've built has been with assistance from or with joint ventures with sort of Western oil and gas companies. So now that this has happened, I mean, this is a huge deal for Iran, don't get me wrong, but it's also now making it clear that all of these countries that stood by and watched their neighbor get, you know, or encouraged it actually, in fact, their neighbor to get bombed and decimated in different ways. Now this problem is spreading to their own countries. And although Iran will suffer, I think their suffering will be a lot greater because they're a lot more dependent, and their sort of energy portfolio is a lot more dependent on some of these facilities. So I think that's just what I wanted to point out, because the reason that they've condemned it is just purely because this time it's not Iran, it's actually impacting them, and it's one of their fields. And actually, if you look at the exports from that field, actually Qatar benefits a lot more than Iran, because Iran has been under sanctions and their facilities are not as up to date and not as modern. So they take a smaller share from this field than Qatar does. So their exports are literally 80 to 90% of the exports are for Qatar, and then the rest is for Iran. And actually, this has been a pain point for Iran, because they've not been able to upgrade their facilities in a way that they can basically benefit from this field in the same way. So I think if this was inevitable, actually funny that I've just said inevitable, but this was inevitable. When you bring war to a region, you don't get to choose then who it impacts. It starts to spread like wildfire, and we're naturally seeing this right now as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that, TT. I'm going to come to you 1 second, Inevitable. I've just got a bit of news. So I'm being told, and I will double check this, but it's been confirmed that Ismail Khatib has been killed. The Iranian head of intelligence, Ismail Khatib, has been killed. It's been confirmed. Also, this is going on right now. Give me 1 second. The US Intelligence Committee hearing is happening now. It will surprise nobody that they are bringing more security to borders, saying the drug cartels have got out of hand. They're blaming the instability in America on the drug cartels. They're saying the Muslim Brotherhood is a security risk in the US. And Tulsi Gabbard is saying radical groups are focusing on information spreading propaganda and targeting the West. And I'm going to keep giving you more updates. Appreciate Samira Aslam for giving those updates and typing the updates out. She's watching it and she's giving us all these updates on YouTube. So really appreciate you doing that. Like, this is gaslighting to the max, right? But anyway, we're spreading propaganda about the West apparently, right? Because the West is not doing anything that, you know, is worth mentioning. Just an ordinary day in the park for them. Go ahead, Inevitable. I'm so annoyed.
Yeah, it's nonsense. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, she tried to paint herself as this like anti-war advocate, this, you know, This yeah, it's a total joke, right? But no, to what TC said, yeah, like the Saudis especially clearly are going to be really, again, if you're targeting petrochemical hubs, like if Iran is saying, hey, flee all petrochemical hubs, then the Saudis are obviously going to have to look deeply into that. And if they hit Jubail, then it's done, right? That's going to be a huge problem. That downstream output that's tied to the Aramco ventures anyway, that's just not going to work anymore. You're not going to be able to, like, you're, even if crude still flows west, then you have to like force Aramco to divert your security, your manpower, your firefighting, all of those resources away from protecting the pipeline route, which, and obviously Yanbu, on the Red Sea side, look, it doesn't matter what, look, Iran can hit whatever they want to hit at this point. That's just the point. That's just obvious. All right, there's nothing's out of reach. If they can hit Israel, they can hit the western part of Saudi Arabia. They don't even need to activate the Houthis. So hitting them obviously
They've
disrupts
already
the
been
tankers,
trying,
and
though. They've already been trying and they
well,
failed.
they really haven't.
They have
Not
for
that
days,
much. Well, look,
actually.
not well, yeah, but not
They
there's
were
there hasn't been a
attacking the
sincere
UAE
there
primarily, but then they
sure,
Beatrix, can
but
you
shifted
there
do
their
hasn't
your
been a
drone
thing?
attacks
sincere
Everybody
there
primarily
hasn't
to
been a
Beatrix,
Saudi
sincere
Arabia.
effort though.
Beatrix, can you do your
So,
thing?
There hasn't been a
so,
sincere
so
effort.
there
That's
has
the point.
been.
There hasn't been a sincere
Most
effort.
of the
No,
drone
no, look,
attacks have been
okay, they
targeted
haven't
towards
sent a
Saudi
single
Arabia.
missile.
It's just
They
cope
haven't
at
sent
this
a single
point.
ballistic
Wait, one
missile
second, Manko,
whatsoever.
one second. One second, one second, one second. Manko, please don't interrupt him because I really want to hear what he's got to say. And once he's finished, we'll come to you. Inevitable, I want you to take your time, please, because this is really important. And I want you to finish what you were saying. Sorry for the
For
interruption.
sure, yeah, and they haven't look. If again, if the Saudis are going to be hit, if Iran wants to hit any part of Saudi Arabia, right? It's one thing to send drones. It's another to actually send ballistic missiles. It's another thing to expand your release of your drone swarm in the first place. Like obviously, that's just obvious. But again, they can't fully hedge. The Saudis can't fully hedge because production and export capacity at the Red Sea end would end as soon as it gets degraded. If you even land, all you have to do is send a missile. All you have to do is send a single one into the Red Sea. And what are insurance companies going to say? And the UAE and Qatar, they have like no hedges left either after this. The UAE, they've already been hit by debris earlier, obviously, like around like I think it was the Gulf. Look, and even if they export through the Gulf of Oman, then yeah, you can try to bypass pipelines, but now those get threatened too because of the petrochemical zones. Qatar, same thing. Same thing. Like, yeah, they already got hit, I believe, but that was like a partial stoppage. If Iran really opens up and unleashes the floodgates, again, it's a ladder of escalation. If you understand, like just simply second, I'm sorry, if you understand, there's a scale of escalation that it's a ladder that there are repercussions to every actions, right? Then you understand that like losing your entire downstream petrochemical revenue stream while crude and LNG is already trapped is a huge blow. It's a loss of confidence, which has been probably the worst thing that's happened to them other than the physical damage. It's been the loss of confidence in the Gulf states to begin with. Obviously, if the Houthis activate and if they close Bab el Mandab, which their senior commander already warned is a primary option, then the Red Sea becomes useless. What are they going to do now? The Yanbu pipeline becomes a dead end pipe if the Houthis say or do anything. They don't have to hit anything. They can just say or do something, and then that's done. All right. So the evacuation order, yeah, that's like obviously that's a huge deal. And CD made a good point, and I'll end with this. She made a good point in terms of, yeah, it affects um Qatar more, and Qatar has spoken out, but the GCC needs to speak out. All 6 states, the GCC in general, all of them need to speak out. Every single one of them, and condemn this, obviously, for one, and two, show solidarity. Three, really just decide to make a choice. At the end of the day, you're being compromised by this tiny nation state the size of, what do they say, like New Jersey, right? That's the quip, if you will. Yeah, you're being compromised. Your security and your economy and the trust in your oil infrastructure is being compromised, and most of you are not gonna even get clean water if they have it their way. You're screwed. So make the right choice. But I'll end there.
I have some questions for Manko if he wants to go first, but I just want to flag that I have some questions for him.
Why wasn't thermomonics? Literally, you've got a really bad habit of just jumping in. You can have your Q&A in Manco. Manco's in. Manco not going anywhere. But I need to give some updates really quickly because I think inevitable. Your country's been a problem here for America because Tulsi's saying, our girl Tulsi, in this intelligence brief is saying that China and Russia have developed weapons able to hit America. That's what
Wait,
she's
is
saying.
Khaleesi's mic
And then
bad for
she's
anyone
saying,
else, or is it just me?
It is for me as well.
I'm going to have to come back, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Just while Beatrix does that, just to echo what you've shared, Inevitable. I mean, like, let's look at this in a really simple way. You're looking at countries that live in the region. You can't up and leave. Like, these are your countries, these are your people, this is the future of your nation. So when we get into a situation like this and there's no trust, I mean, you're attacking infrastructure that was never ever previously before this war thought of as real targets. Now we're doing all of this. So what's off the table now? Nothing. And these countries are not going to go anywhere. We're all here. We're going to have to live next to each other. We're neighbors. And the fact that they've just turned a blind eye to all of this oppression and all of this aggression against one of the neighbors, I mean, what's this going to do for us long term? And also, there are other legitimate targets in the area. You've got Chevron and you've got Exxon, which are America's biggest oil and gas companies, and they contribute to their society and to their economy. And actually, even though they are private companies, all of these private oil and gas companies do have a lot of say in how things go. They can lobby in the government. They have government affair teams that will get to decide, and they get to chime in on things. So if you were to, sorry, I don't know if you can hear that music. Is it just me?
Yeah, I hear it too. That's weird.
Okay, yeah, it's from Suleiman. Yeah. They are legitimate targets. Now, yes, they're private oil and gas companies, but I mean, Chevron and Exxon have a large footprint in the Persian Gulf. As in, after this, what's stopping Iran from attacking their infrastructure? I mean, I'm not going to use Iraq as an example because Iraq and Iran have a great relationship, but you do have a lot of assets in Iraq as well. You've got BP in Iraq, in Kirkuk with their gas fields. So it's not, I mean, there is no shortage of targets in the Persian Gulf. I mean, what you've said, Inevitable, is that if they really wanted to try, yeah, you might throw 10 missiles, 20, 30. Even if one of those hit, that's it, your supply chain's gone. So whether you hit the upstream or the downstream, your whole supply chain's gone. Either way, there's going to be disruption to the world and to the region. And it will take a really, really long time to recover from these things. Even if it's a bit of damage to one part of your supply chain, you're still not going to be able to operate. You're going to have to shut things down, and it will take time to repair and come back in a safe way. And also, looking at the oil and gas industries, there are safety protocols that we've got to follow, right? I mean, I know Thermo's mentioned before that he's worked in oil and gas, so you understand this better than anyone else. How have we made these infrastructure, which are so sensitive, so dangerous if something was to go wrong, both for people and the environment? How have we made them legitimate targets is beyond me. How have we actually are using these things to pressure people to basically just conform to what the Western world wants? I think that's the most shocking part, but there is no shortage of targets in the region. If Iran really came to a point of, we've got nothing to lose, there's a lot that they can do that will not only impact the region, but it will impact the world. And I really just don't want us to go there.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Titi, I'm back. Yeah.
Hi, I couldn't see you. Sorry, there you go. I'll stop talking.
No, I've been back a while. I just wanted to get back to that breaking news really quickly that I was in the middle of before I got kicked off, and I saw Andrew got kicked off again as well. This is crazy. So, Tulsi Gabbard says that, where am I? She disrupted 15 terror attacks last year. And it seems that this is what Samira's put. This is manufacturing consent for a terror attack in the US. Because she's saying she disrupted 15. She's talking about Muslim Brotherhood being a security risk. And she's saying China and Russia have developed weapons able to hit the US. So I don't know who's going to be blamed out of the two of them, China or Russia. Like, literally, take your pick, guys, take your pick. And it's going to be a combination of those two and Muslim Brotherhood probably chucked in there as well. So yeah, that's what's going down. Titi, I didn't mean to just, I know you're finishing.
She added North Korea as well.
Titi. Okay, Manco's gone, but Titi, I wanted you to finish your point, and then I was going to go to Manco's and Thermon, but I think Manco's gone. We'll bring him up if he comes back. Titi, do finish your point, please. Thanks.
I know, I'm all good. Thank you so much, Beatrix. I just didn't see you come back up, so I kind of went on a run over there. But I mean, it was just to back Inevitable's point that Iran hasn't tried. If they tried, you would see many of these fields and refineries and infrastructure go up in fire. And then you'll see real reaction from the countries in the region. That's all I was going to add. Thank you so much.
Do you think they should hit back harder? Is that what you're saying, TT? Like they're still trying to show restraint, hoping for some good to come out of these people. Is that what your point is?
I mean, Beatrix, it's hard. I mean, if I had to put my logical hat on or my emotional hat on, I would give you two different answers. But what I am saying is that they have options, right? Because it seems that Israel and the US just have no limits to what they want to do. They're here to cause destruction. Whereas I don't think that's what Iran's doing. And that's the difference, right? Like, we are a country in the region. We can't leave the region. So if we set the whole region on fire, then we all have to deal with this in the long run. And that's more my practical, more logical mindset. But my other side of my brain is that, you know, Iran's been under this oppression for 47 years. We've endured so much. Like, how much more can you really take? Like, why should you take more is my question. We've got neighbors that have betrayed us. And even if you put it in simple terms, if your next door neighbor is getting looted or getting attacked and you just pretend like it's not happening, then what does that say about you? And if I had to put that hat on, I'd say set the whole region on fire. Because why is it that it's only Iran that is taking these hits because of the betrayal of the countries in the region, where we have to share this land and we have shared history, we have shared culture, and I mean, we're all Muslim. Like, why is it that that's not playing a part in their logic? But I guess that's where Iran's at right now, is deciding, like, how far do we take this? Because you can take this so far from both ends. And do we want to go there and destroy humanity altogether is, I guess, the deciding factor here.
Can I read
Or
something
TT,
relevant to your TT?
just NPC 1 second, please. Like, I didn't even come to you because I wanted to respond to TT, right? Or TT, and I'm coming straight to you next, NPC, because I know you jumped up while you were listening to her. So you said, do they want to destroy all of humanity is what they need to decide? Or do they want to stop Israel destroying all of humanity is what they need to decide? You know what I mean? And how far will they go? Because, you know, Israel's on that path, right? So it's tough choices for Iran. And I completely understand what you're saying in terms of how much can a nation suffer, and those neighboring countries that share so much with them, and even out of the sake of humanity, let's say they weren't the same religion, let's say they weren't the same culture, the same heritage, whatever. Let's just say, just out of the sake of humanity, it's diabolical that Iran is on its own. And you know what? May God give it strength to be on its own. I don't want any of these weak, spineless people in its backyard anyway, to be honest with you. I want Iran to be strong enough to say we did it and we did it alone. And we supported the resistance, and we supported Palestine, you know, and we did it alone. And I think they've earned that the world looks up to them. So I agree with you, TT. Yeah, and I go to Brother NPC. I think he's got something for you, and then jump back in, TT.
Yeah, look, just quickly relating to what TT was saying. So, Brigadier General Ali Reza Tensgari, commander of the Navy of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, just spoke and said, "We have updated Iran's target list. Avoid all oil facilities linked to the United States." So, I guess relevant to what TT was saying, they're they're not going to take a backward step on this after this hit. And look, if the whole world is gonna have to suffer for what they've done, well, then so be it. And that means every single one of us. But I don't mind suffering for this cause.
Can you repeat yourself?
Oh
You
my
said
God!
update.
1 second, 1 second. I've got news for you. This Tulsi Gabbard chick is mental. She's saying that if the Iranian regime survives, they will definitely make a nuclear bomb.
What?
Yeah, she's saying that Iran can't survive because they'll make a nuclear bomb. And she says America have got behind Israel on the destruction of, basically, Israel's trying to stop the destruction of humanity. And that's why America's got behind it. This chick is mental. We'll get some of these clips put out on Suleiman's page soon. Sorry, who was speaking? I just can't believe this woman is so freaking mental. I have to just keep jumping in to give you her crazy takes. But go ahead, who was speaking?
You
Oh,
got the
thank you
call,
for that.
Beatrix.
I was just hoping NPC could repeat himself. What did you say the IRGC person said? That they're going to
So,
target?
so the exact report was, we have updated Iran's target list. Avoid all oil facilities linked to the United States.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, so just on that, if you don't mind, NPC, what I was just going to say, well, in response to that, I mean, they have become legitimate targets, right? And I don't see why they shouldn't. And I think you can do this in a controlled way, because when it comes to, again, when it comes to these facilities, you're dealing with infrastructure that is really, really risky and is really hazardous. So if you end up hitting something, the wrong part, or if you hit a part of these facilities where it will end up having catastrophic outcomes, I mean, that's not what any of these guys are going for, because then you'll end up with a disaster that you won't be able to control. So I feel like, this is based on my sort of limited experience, I feel like what they're doing is just basically halting their processes by hitting different units or parts where you're not going to end up with a catastrophe, but then you are stopping their flow of fuels or their flow of their processes. So when you look at a lot of these videos, there are damages, but it doesn't necessarily mean that these facilities are going to be permanently put out of use or out of service. So I think if they do this in a limited way, where you're not actually harming human life, which I'm sure, I mean, we're going to find out soon what the casualties or the damage has been, then it's fair game. Like, you've done that to Iran, you've attacked a gas field, and you've attacked a refinery, which are both so important to Iran's supply chain. So what's stopping them from attacking Chevron or Exxon, which directly will have a direct impact on the US and the countries that have hosted them? I mean, I would stand by that 100%. And
Absolutely. It's been a very calculated maneuver. You always wait for the first move before you make your calculated move. And the Iranians have played that well. They've been they've been calculating every move the US and Israel has done, and has been making moves to counter them. And look, it's very strategic. I think it's a major miscalculation by both countries. And yeah, look, there are people that are going to suffer, but well within their rights for Iranians to make other people suffer for this, because they've suffered for, was it 47 years or 57 years they've had sanctions, somewhere along those lines?
I mean, they were stealing our resources before that 47 years. I mean, that 47 years is just a number that we throw out there. They've been stealing Iran's resources for over 100 years. I mean, Iran is not short of resources. But what I have to say is, just, and like, I'll say this as a last thing, is that, gosh, I forgot what I was going to even say now. Maybe
Can I just jump in, TT?
of
But
course,
I underestimated, you know, how much of the country's resources people are dependent on. You know, I saw what happened in the likes of Syria when the Americans took over the oil gases in Syria. It decimated the country. I mean, this is predominantly what brought the country down. It was very, very structured around its resources. Could barely stand for another 3-4 years. The Iranians have stood for 47, 57 years or even longer. So it just talks to the caliber of people that are living there. And you know, when you're probably 7th in the world, in I think in the highest amount of IQ, or highest IQ, it really speaks volume, doesn't it?
I mean, thank you so much. I really respect what you've shared. That's really kind, and big love to you. I think, I mean, Iranians are fighting for their survival, right? Like, in the UK, there's this whole stats that go around that, you know, that immigrants get more help, and that's why their children do better in school. And it's like, no, immigrants come from backgrounds where we really value education, and we value contributing to our communities and to our society. So whether IQ is high or not, I think the Iranian people will always fight for their country, and that's a much bigger motivator than you just being smart, right? That's the kind of thing that will get you all the way to the end. I mean, I know you had someone come on earlier, and I literally caught the tail end of what he was saying, because I've been in meetings all day. I hate the fact that I have a job right now, by the way. But I caught the tail end of what he was saying. And he said he wants to go back to Iran. It's the same thing that I've been considering. I moved to the UK when I was very, very young. So we came from my dad's job. We didn't flee Iran in any shape or form. So for me, it's a dream to go back and actually contribute to the oil and gas sector back home, because where else would I want to be? Iran's got the third largest proven reserves in the world. If there's anywhere that I want to be, even just from a selfish standpoint, it would be Iran. I want to be with my people. I want to contribute to society. I want to build Iran. And I think the biggest difference, I think this is what I was going to say earlier, NPC, I just remembered, is that I know there's been comments around, you know, the Strait is not closed, or Iran can't do things and so on. And yeah, we understand there's no gate in the Strait stopping ships from going through. But what we're arguing about here is whether Iran has the ability to do something and to cause interference in these processes, or within the oil and gas sector, or in the shipping area of their businesses, or do they have that ability or not? Because if Iran was making threats and no one was listening to them, then that would be a very, very different story too. We know Iran can cause damage. We know that they have control. This is part of their territory, for one. Let's not forget that as well. These areas are part of Iran's territory, so they're within their rights to control the area. They're not doing anything illegal. Maybe if Iran was making threats 50 years ago, they would have laughed in their face. But there's a reason why they're not laughing in their face anymore. And that is hats off to what Iran has done to build that influence and to build the ability to back their words. And that is what closed the Strait. Nothing, it's not like you've put a gate in the Strait and people can't go through. It's the fact that Iran has the ability to cause damage. And that's what speaks in the world, right? That's what determines who you listen to and who you don't. And Iran has influence. Whether people like it or not, they have influence and they can make a difference, and they need to be at the table making decisions. And I think after this, Iran will be taken a lot more seriously. And I'm going to say something quite controversial, which may resonate with some, may not. Iran's dealing with really old facilities when it comes to its energy sector. So the damages that they will take from this war is something that they can happily rebuild afterwards. I mean, we're not short of resources. The reason that Iran has struggled with their sort of economy is just because of the sanctions, not because Iran is not naturally quite a rich country, both from resources and from a financial standpoint. So actually, the damages to companies such as Qatar Energy or Chevron or Exxon is a lot greater and a lot harder for them to be able to recover from than Iran will. And just bear in mind, and I'm going to say this, and you can go and research into it, there aren't many fields that these companies that can go and what's the word? There's not much reserves in the world that's left for a lot of these companies to not bet. What's the word that I'm looking for? To explore. So when it comes to oil and gas, I mean, these companies are not doing amazingly. They're not doing as well as they used to be doing 100 years ago or 50 years ago. So there's a lot of competition between them, and any losses can be really, really detrimental. I know they've made a lot of money in these 2 weeks, but oil and gas companies in general have been struggling a little bit. And that's why they've been laying off so many people. They've been divesting. They've been sort of getting rid of infrastructure that's not beneficial for them. So actually, Iran that owns its own oil and can rebuild is in a much better position than a private company that's going to have to take these losses because of bad decisions that their government has made. And I will stop talking after this. Thank you so much.
Hey, TT, I have a question.
Sure.
Do you think, because how I'm seeing it play out as like someone that lives in America, I'm from America, is that it's refiguring the whole alignment of everything. Do you see a possibility of maybe not number one top, but at least in the top 5, Iran would be there in these next coming weeks as this comes to a conclusion, or does it? Because the more that we're seeing coming, like the more that we see in America come out of there as far as these spaces, because we can't see it on our news, I'm seeing that America was wrong. Like, and I mean, not just a superficial wrong. No, they were wrong. The minerals that are there, it's kind of self-sustaining. I would say Iran is super self-sustaining, and they just went up. America and Israel has went up against, excuse me, a country where even though a war is happening, and even though, you know, civilians are being lost on both sides, but majority on the Iranian side, they can come out on top. Do you think that that is a possibility where in maybe 10 years time we would be doing trade with Iran?
I think, YK, that's a really great question. And I'm just saying this based on my own opinion. I'm not an expert in any shape or form, but 100% I do see that. I think the reason that Iran's always been put under so much pressure is because it's super valuable from many aspects. So from its geographical location. It's in a very strategic location. I'm not saying this in the nationalist way because although I'm a proud Iranian, I'm also quite realistic as a person. Iran is the connection between East and West. That's why they call it the Middle East, right? It is quite literally the country that holds land between the two seas, so the Caspian Sea and then the Persian Gulf. So geographically, Iran's always been in a really, really sort of advantageous and beneficial position, which is why it's always been a bit of a threat to sort of the Western powers. That's one aspect of it. From a resource standpoint, I mean, you can just literally do a Google search and you'll see that oil and gas is not the only thing that Iran holds. It is quite self-sustainable because we have so much natural resources. And actually, in the past 47 years, we've become extremely independent, meaning that you're a threat. You don't need anyone. You can't threaten Iran with things that you'll be able to threaten the UK, for example. The UK, you can threaten it with many things because they have a lot of dependencies. And I say that as someone that lives in the UK, right? So I think naturally, whether people have tried to make it out like Iran, you know, is a weak state or they're a rogue state and they shouldn't have a seat at the table and we should ostracize them or marginalize them in the world sort of theater, Iran has always directly or indirectly had an impact on what happens around the world, and it will continue to do so. I think what will happen after this is that it will be done in a much more overt, sort of obvious way, whereas until now it's just always been under the wraps, you know. And I think ultimately when it comes to, again, the energy sector, which I have a tiny bit more information about, is that all of these oil and gas companies are desperate for new investment, desperate. Like you can go and look at their financials, you can look at their statements that they release, and there aren't many places that they can sort of bet for contracts. I keep saying the word bet. If anyone remembers the word that I'm looking for, it's not bet, but you know, they pitch for contracts and for licenses to explore. And Iran's oil and gas sector, being the second largest in the region, just slightly behind Saudi, is a prime target for a lot of these oil and gas companies and energy companies around the world. It would literally genuinely be a game changer for them. So, and they need it. Iran needs it as well. I'm not going to sit here and be arrogant and say that Iran's infrastructure doesn't need any help. They do. They need to upgrade. They're inefficient. They're very, very old. And actually, a lot of them were built 50 years ago, before the revolution. So Iran has both sort of, again, I'm not an expert, a sort of military power here, but it also has other influences. That means that the world is sort of waiting for Iran to trade with the rest of the world. And actually, from just the cultural and from a sort of other aspects, if we think about this, let's not even think about like money all the time. It would be beneficial for the world to have connections to Iran, not just to our culture, to our people, to the way that we live, to the way that we think, and for us to benefit from that too. And you've got probably around 9 million Iranians that live outside of Iran right now, bar the idiot monarchists. Let's just leave them out of this conversation. A lot of these people genuinely do want to move back to Iran. And imagine what that will do for Iran when these people come back and bring knowledge from the rest of the world. So I think Iran has a lot of influence in different ways, and that will ultimately lead to it taking its rightful position as one of the most influential countries in the world.
I would agree. I think also just, you know, on education, on, you know, graduation rate, etc., Iran is in the top of all of those, and America is not.
Maybe I didn't know if MPC you wanted to add anything else, or you do have your hand up. Bid. I was looking for the word bid. Sorry, someone just put it. Yes, bidding for contracts. I mean, the way that it works is, yeah, you have to bid for contracts. So you've got the same oil and gas companies, and I'm sure Thermal knows a lot about this too. They go up against each other. So when you kind of have data on an area in the world, and you know that there's oil and gas present, which actually in the Middle East and sort of the West Asia area, it's probably the cheapest way of being able to extract oil, which makes it really, really beneficial, and it makes it really desirable. So all of these companies will bid against each other for contracts and for exploration. And that's how it works. And Iran is just an untapped resource center of like resources that a lot of investments can be made, but which will be both beneficial for Iran and for the rest of the world. But yeah, NPC, did you want to add anything else? Sorry, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, do you think that the West fears your potential success? I know they fear um, your, I guess, influence or the Iranian influence or the potential influence that it has in the region and with the oil. But I think there's also a fear of your potential success because of the high level of education that you have in Iran and Iran that's open to the global market. I think is almost second to China to a certain extent from my perspective. With the the amount of smart scientists, the amount of technology that's coming out of Iran at the moment. Do you think that there's a fear there as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think you've hit the nail on the head. And I think this is the kind of success and influence that you can't manipulate. And I think that's what scares the world, right? Because Iran has really, really rich history and culture, which means that they're just naturally quite proud people. So again, this is the non-technical side of things that we need to take into account. So you can't influence or force them into something that they fundamentally don't agree with or don't respect. And then they obviously have quite a solid sort of grounded morals as well. So I think the fear that comes from Iran is both from the fact that they are independent, they can survive, so you can't influence their decisions, but also from other angles, which is not just your economy or your resources, but it's actually your influence on the world. And what you've got to realize is that in the region, this is not me trying to put down any other country, but there are a handful of countries in our region that have this sort of rich history, and they've been continuous civilizations, and that's where civilization came from, right? So you've got people, and I think Iran is one of those countries. Iraq is another one. You've got loads of countries in that region that have other types of influence, and I think that can be scary for a world, and especially for societies that don't have that groundedness, and their people are not grounded in those roots. Whereas I think this is what gets Iran through all of this turmoil, is the fact that people have something other than lies on the TV or military power, hard power, to be able to fall back on. And I think that always gets underestimated with Iran. So at any point in Iran's history, if you look at, and this is the kind of thing that we can't quantify, but we've seen it time and time again in Iran's history, they do come out successful, they do come out proud, and they do come out on the right side of history, essentially, when you look at Iran's general history. So yeah, I would say 100%. Otherwise, why would you villainize? If they weren't scared, NPC, why would they villainize Iran to the point that they have, when it's absolutely just not true? Iran is the oldest nation on earth. We have 7,000 years of history in Iran. Why would you villainize a country that genuinely, that is where the human charter came from, that's where civilization started from? If you didn't fear them, you wouldn't try so hard to villainize them and to try and break down their societies, essentially.
Yeah, there's one other
Just,
thing. Go
just
ahead.
really quickly, yeah, Seban, just one second, really quickly. Welcome back, Simon. Listen, nobody's inevitable. You should know this as well. Nobody's DM links are working. The space is really bad. Andrew's glitched out. I don't know where he's gone. I've added him about 5 times. Suleiman's going to be back soon, and then reset the space, and then that should hopefully help the glitches. So if you're being kicked off the panel, just request again, and we'll bring you. But nobody's links are working at the moment. I have no idea why, but I can't get in the app, so I can't really send another DM out from the web. So yeah, it's a bit messy. But he should be back literally shortly. Thermon, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just to add to what Titi was saying, and I think one thing she mentioned earlier is super important, which is just the geographic location, and it's actually like been a part of like geopolitical doctrine on behalf of the British Empire first, and also like under the United States, which is the Mackinder-Hartland doctrine. And basically what that is that if a great power were to arise in Central Asia with the ability to link east to west and north to south, and establish like stable land corridors for trade, Or if that area were to sort of come under the influence of a great power with, nuclear weapons that could, enforce stability, that significantly reduces the relevance of naval power hegemony over world trade. And so countries like Britain, who are, on an island, or the United States, which are, like an ocean away, it becomes harder for them to project their power through their navy, because all of this land can just occur, or sorry, all of this trade can occur between Europe and throughout Asia.
Thanks for that. I want to go to NPC, but just before I do, really quickly, Simon, Tulsi Gabbard's been talking nonsense, right? She's at the US Intelligence Committee, and she's been basically saying that you can't leave the Iranian regime alive because, I'm paraphrasing now because I don't have it in front of me again, but because if you do, they're going to build nukes. And she's saying Russia and China have already got nukes that can hit USA. And she's saying Muslim Brotherhood's a real danger to America. And she's saying she foiled 15 terrorist attacks last year. So we're just trying to gather who she's going to actually blame for the false flag that they're probably planning right about now.
Yeah. I hope everyone's starting to realize at this point. I think everyone's figured it out now, but the conversation we were having before is the real conversation. It's oil, energy, it's rare earth minerals, it's the global order, it's relationships with rising powers, and the public consumption narrative is Muslim Brotherhood, nuclear weapons. It's about nuclear energy, not nuclear weapons. That's what this is really about. And if America, didn't wanted to just compete rather than be so scared of capitalism and competition, then there'd be less communist threat in the world. There'd be less nuclear threats in the world, and the world would be a better place because everybody can just trade with each other. And if only America believed in free markets and capitalism, then the rest of the world. And also that was a bit of a psyop as well, this whole communist thing. What it was really about, in this essence, was that when a country utilizes its own resources for its own people, then you're able to defend against outside colonizers and mercantilists. And look at it right now. China has to buy the oil. Russia is selling the oil. And American corporate interest is taking more control over America because Chevron and Exxon rule the game. And so Trump is negotiating for Chevron, Exxon, and BlackRock. Putin is negotiating for Russian national interest. And China is trading with countries because it wants everyone to grow and just leave them alone and work together. And yet America decided that its strategy was dominate and eliminate. And it's a bad strategy. And after it worked for a century, and it created a fake version of capitalism, which was actually just full and complete subordination to corporate interest. And they also indoctrinated our textbooks. And rather than building doctors to cure people, they built doctors to become drug dealers. And rather than building economic thinkers, and by the way, a lot of it, the economic thought pre-Adam Smith, before was actually a reindoctrination of a lot of the sociological precursor to economics that considered ethics in economic thought, and a lot of that thought came from Iran, and a lot of it from the golden age of Islam. And in the golden age of Islam, It actually talked about the concept of that there's this the equivalent of an invisible hand, and under Adam Smith, the invisible hand was called the market, and pre-Adam Smith, it was God. And there was a concept of ethics in trade, and Islamic finance warned about the issue of usury and debt, which was also in Christian finance as well. And Jewish finance also knew about it, but they said in the text that it was only applicable to the Jewish people, but everyone else you could use usury. And so you start to piece it all together, and you can see the indoctrination that's happened over time. And so if you take those concepts of usury, the utility of resources, replacing the God with the market, you can start to see that the university and education system became a indoctrination camp for creating debt dealers rather than drug dealers, and those dealers were pushed into an ideology that made them want to become financial speculators for the investment banks and push the Federal Reserve banking system, which was a complete psyop. And so everyone needs to revisit those concepts of capitalism, communism, socialism, hard money, because that's what this war is about. It's about resources, it's about deceit, and it's about the third and second degree knock-on effects of weaponizing currencies and sanctions, and then it gets right down to the individual impact that has on the individual people. At the worst and extreme of this system, we end up weaponizing children in pedophilia blackmail rings like the Epstein class, or we end up blowing them up like we're doing in Gaza in order to rebuild some technocratic, colonized, settler colonial vision for what Gaza's meant to look like. And you have to bribe Trump and you have to bribe all these different people in order to do it. So, that's why economic thought originally had philosophy in it, sociology, because it's people that matter at the end of the day. And they took all that out, they obfuscated it, and they created this worshipping of markets and celebrity without the human impact, the accountability to God, and all this stuff. And I hope everyone's starting to see that this is really the manifestation of those concepts. And at the end of this destruction, I still hold a belief that what surfaces at the end of this is significantly better than a global hegemon, US dominated financial weapon of mass destruction, bank colonized country that is essentially a debt based Ponzi scheme that inevitably, predictably, and guaranteed takes us to where we are today, where people are blowing each other up. And you can't even coherently say what this war is actually about because it's all a lie. It's all a lie. Like the human tragedy behind this. And at least we're starting to find out what this is really about, because everything else was just complete narrative.
And you also want to know something? What Beatrix is talking about with Tulsi right now in her hearing, there is still a group of people, and I'm saddened for them, but there's a group of people that are going to believe every single word that is coming out of her mouth, even though they're living what they're living, even though they're seeing what they're seeing, and they're hearing out of all of these people's mouths themselves what they truly believe and what they truly want to do. There's going to be a group of people that still believe what she's saying. It's like the same exact playbook. Like every 20 or so years, America goes through this WMD, weapons of destruction. They're oppressing their people. They're doing worse than we are. But yet we go out on our streets in America and people are sleeping on the road. Kids aren't getting education. They're getting indoctrination. We can't afford anything. Our food literally is killing us. It's so bad. I travel outside the country and I never, ever, ever feel how I feel when I eat at home. it makes me mourn. Like I get so emotional about it because I have babies in my life that are being raised in this society, and it's like, what are they going to be left with? I'm only 26. I'm not even that old. I haven't even lived for real, and to see all of this keeps happening over and over and over again, it's really starting to piss me off, and I don't know what I can do. So all I do is pray. I pray. I mean, I literally have no other option, because the people that are in all of these spaces that are supposed to speak for us, they're telling us that although I see that Iran, their educational system is impeccable, they're bad people. I see that China, majority of their society can afford homes. That's bad. I see that, this place is like this and this place is like that, and that's all bad. But yet you're telling me that I have freedom here. So it's a whole psyop. The entire thing is a
Mm,
psyop. And I'm
mm.
sorry.
No problem, YK. I just want to go to something really quickly, and then I think Suleiman's going to be back, so I just need to jump in. CNN says that since the start of the US war against Iran, the country's popularity worldwide has fallen by 79%, and the only country more unpopular than the United States of America is Israel. And this could cause an additional and significant economic blow due to boycotts of US products and services around the world. I thought people might want to hear that just to cheer themselves up. Unfortunately, the good American people will be obviously subjected to hardship because of this, but as we will all across the West because of the stupid decisions being made by our leadership. So I wanted to read that. I want to see if Suleiman's back with us. Are you back?
Hi guys, how you doing? Appreciate you guys. I'm back. What's happened to the space? I heard it took a massive downturn since there was a rebellion, not a revolution, a rebellion against the space. Much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate all the listeners. I can see everyone's on X, everyone's on YouTube. I appreciate you. So there's a couple of things we're going to do. First of all, much love to everyone. But there's a couple of things we need to do, so I need to quickly keep you up to date what's going on. So I need to reset this space because it looks like the space is glitching really badly. But now my concern is that if I reset the space, people are saying that they've got issues with X. What do you think, Beatrix? Should I reset the space?
I don't know, I've just checked my DMs and Doc has messaged me. He says, think I got my account zapped by the Zios. I can't post and my feed is down. I can still listen to spaces, but that's about it. No notice from X. So Doc, if you're listening, it's not zapped. People are telling me there's an outage. Manco saying the direct link doesn't work. Andrew saying he got kicked out repeatedly and he was back the 12th time, cleared his cache 5 times and 4 stopped. Simon's direct link didn't work. I don't know what's going on,
Yeah, I'm
Suleiman.
not going to
I think
restart because everyone's saying that Twitter's down. So this isn't a smart decision to restart when Twitter's down, and we may have to. So we'll reset in a bit once Twitter is working again.
yeah,
Is
guys on
anyone
YouTube.
else's feed not loading?
Sorry, just 1 second. Who's that? Give us 1 second, NPC.
Yes.
No problem. Guys, on YouTube, because it's YouTube lot who let me know that X has got an outage. Can you keep checking and let us know as soon as it's fixed, and then we'll come back on, please.
Zio attack.
At least they can't blame this on me. You know, when 800 people got dropped from this space, they were like, oh, we're going to tell Sully Beatrix crashed the space. I said, it's not crashed. Oh, no, but Beatrix did a spurge of the space. Like anything that goes wrong is, oh, we're going to tell Sully when he
Yeah, but
comes back that
I
Beatrix
don't
did
get
this
why
to
you're
the
trying to
space.
pretend it wasn't you. I don't get that bit. So
NPC, jump in.
guys, I'm just looking at my YouTube chat, and I think they're giving me some golden advice. This is why my community is the best, as opposed to listening to this chick. She was like, crash the space, start it again, blah blah blah. I'm like, nah, bruv. Know your role, and keep, know your position. So, guys, I just want to quickly let you know what's going down. So quickly, for the YouTube and for the X, I don't know whether to restart the YouTube or not as well, because we're hitting up to our 12 hours and we've got a big collaboration coming up. Shall I restart the YouTube or not? So just to let you know, we've got a collab with Simon coming up, and then we've got a collab with Jackson Hinkle coming up as well. So might want to get Substack account, mate. You can live stream from there. Oh, I've got a Substack, but my Substack does rubbish. Do you think I should stream from there? But how do you just stream on your phone, or how do you stream? Okay, so I don't know whether I should reset the YouTube or do the 2 interviews first. Hello? Are you there?
We can hear you.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. How long have you got before it hits the 12-hour mark?
That's the worst thing. It's like the 30 minutes, and then obviously the Jackson one's at 12. So the Simon one will fit in this stream, but then what'll happen is they'll cut off the Jackson one, and I think people may want to go back and listen to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so just restart it now. Restart YouTube now. And I think you should do your space as quickly as possible because people cannot join the space,
Yeah, but Twitter's down. That's just a horrible decision.
I know, but I don't know if it is down because, like,
It
let me see
is.
if I can join the
Posts
space.
aren't loading, Beatrix, at all, even in Australia. Yeah, all of us are down.
Yeah, why would you reset?
So,
Then you're going to get back in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, when I tried to join the space from my other phone, it just says connecting constantly. It won't let me join. Yeah, you're right, guys. Could not fetch space. It says could not fetch space. Okay, good. Yeah, let's not do the Twitter yet. That's crazy. That's why people can't join our space. That's why the numbers are low.
X had a boom boom.
And you know what people are saying on YouTube? Sorry, say that again, NPC?
I said I think X had a boom boom event.
Well, they're saying, you know what they're saying on YouTube? They're saying something big's about to go down.
Or maybe Iran's already hit one of the data centers that these guys have holding the X cloud on. And now we've got boom.
Yeah, maybe it's in Tel Aviv.
Do you think it's Tel Aviv? Might be the GCC countries because they said that they're going to come after the GCC countries, right?
Yeah, that's they said clear the decks. I think that's the latest.
Exactly. So let me just quickly send this redirect.
I want to read this to you. This guy, Ignis Rex, I don't know who he is, but it's some guy from Singapore's quote tweeted a journalist from Argentina. And this guy from Argentina is saying, Benjamin Netanyahu died on March the 9th. In the same attack, his younger brother, Ido Netanyahu, and the head of Mossad, David Barnea, also died. All of them, along with several Israeli officials and military personnel. That's the reason why Donald Trump looked so devastated a few days ago. Trump's handler is dead. He is right.
Cool. Guys, so we're going to start the YouTube. Be ready. I'm about to start it or restart it now.